Who gave the rose its name? A materialistic solution to the chicken and egg problem. Chapter 1. Who gave the rose its name? A critic once confirmed to Umberto Eco that with his novel The Name of the Rose, despite a total absence of literary talent, he had produced a work that bore a strange resemblance to literature, thanks to his education, intelligence and combinatorial dexterity. This critic obviously wanted to allude to the fact that Eco is a scientist by nature, but as a scientist one thinks analytically and constructivistically. And such a person cannot write a real novel from the outset, because that requires poetic inspiration, synthetic thinking, in short, literary talent. Eco counters such critics by saying that they have so far failed to prove that the great works of world literature were not the result of constant revision of original ideas and projections, not the result of intensive and laborious grinding of details. Eco thus resists the common dichotomy, on the one hand, the gifted poet, on the other, the profane scientist. Originally, I had intended to explain to what extent this dichotomy, as far as Eco's novel is concerned, starts from false premises. Using the example of his introduction to semiotics, I wanted to prove that this science, as Eco pursues it, quite deliberately wants to be nothing other than applied poetry. Unfortunately, I had to realize that my lecture would have become much too long. Faced with the choice of either deleting what I had to say about the novel and the medieval background described in it, or what distinguishes Eco the poet as a scientist, I decided, with a heavy heart, for the latter. But I could not decide to stop talking about the scientist at all. At the same time, not all references to poetry in his science could be deleted. Thus, when Eco's novel is presented here as a successful example of what is called applied science, I always ask you to bear in mind that I am basing this on the hypothesis, which is not elaborated further, that the novel does not owe its existence to the leisure activities of a man who, by profession, would do something quite different from writing novels. As can be seen from the postscripta Romani, which, moreover, like the film, shows that Eco knows not only how to write an entertaining and successful novel, but also how, and I am the learn who wants to criticize this, to exploit to the fuller success once achieved in market terms. Eco cannot conceal his pride at having succeeded in constructing a novel that has been read from the most diverse perspectives. Eco is very pleased that his readers have even read things into the novel that he had not even thought of when writing it. Of course, I too have read the novel from a highly subjectively colored perspective, and, so much in advance, it would be entirely in Eco's spirit if, at the end of my lecture, many of you wondered whether you had read a different novel. What I will not do, however, with the small exception that will follow in a moment, is to get on Eco's nerves by getting into a discussion about which reading now corresponds more to the author's intentions, which to them less. For it is evident in this postscript that Eco is not only proud of the many different interpretations of his novel. He is also deliciously amused by them. For example, when he admits to having written a detective novel, but immediately adds that it is then a detective novel that contradicts this genre in decisive points. Similarly, he makes fun of those who read The Name of the Rose as a romance novel. Even better than the film, the critic of the Badish Zitang demonstrates what kind of salty one has to beat in order to be able to classify Eco's novel in preconceived pigeonholes. Because it is so beautiful, however, I want to devote myself briefly to this interpretation by Mr. Prosinger. At the beginning, Prosinger states that Eco did not write a romance novel. This gives him reason to condemn the film as a forgery of the novel. He then states that Eco did write a love novel, namely, a dialectical one. For the absence of love in this novel points to its necessity. The title proves that Eco intended this dialectic of being and non-being. Love, that is the name for which the symbol rose stands. Perhaps, according to the director of the film, Rose is the name of the unnamed girl with whom Adson has fallen in love. I will also come back to this title from time to time. Therefore, some things about it should be discussed here in advance. Even if, as already mentioned, it is up to everyone to decide from which basic hypothesis he interprets the novel and the film, this cannot mean that there are no wrong interpretations. To explain what was meant by the rose, Eco quotes in the postscript a scholastic from the beginning of the 12th century, who will also play a central role in my lecture, Peter Abelard. According to Eco, he said succinctly about the problem of the name of the rose, nulla rosa ist, that is, there is no rose at all. The name, rose, that is, and here I anticipate something that will be discussed in more detail in connection with this Abelard, rose is, according to Eco's interpretation of Abelard, a mere symbol, a symbol that does not refer to something for which it stands, it does not even refer to a really existing rose. For that, we have heard, does not exist. The fact that Eco takes the liberty here of quoting Abelard not quite correctly is part of the game itself, and need not concern us further at this point. The only important thing for Eco is that a symbol initially symbolizes nothing more than itself. And that is why the rose in Eco's novel does not stand for love, not for the name of a person, not, and this would be yet another reading of this title, for the 13th century Roman de la Rose, which is considered the first novel in world literature, and also not for the universalism dispute, about which I will tell some, and in which the rose was a very popular example with all parties. The name of the rose alludes to everything, but does not really mean any of it. Thus, one can read the name of the rose like a crime novel or a love story, like a horror story, or like a historical or philosophical novel, or even like a novel that is currently critical of society, but it will always be wrong to claim that it is one thing and not also another, or none of the above. This is important to note, because I do not only want to present my reading of the novel here. My intention is above all to criticize Eco. But this would be impossible from the outset if the novel could be completely dissolved into the differences of its subjective readings, for then any criticism of the novel would, as Hegel would say, be left to mere opinion and would thus be superfluous. Where there is no truth, their criticism has no object. This means for my topic, loosely based on Adorno, if Eco had written a novel that had no claim to truth, then he would not have written a novel, but would only have written meaninglessness. I, on the other hand, think that Eco has incorporated a criticizable truth in his novel. But before I come to the main thing, the elaboration of this truth, I want to tick off some points that seem important to me besides, or that can be helpful to the understanding of this main thing. First, to the many allusions in Eco's novel to actual events at the time of the novel's plot. Although the question of the correspondence of the data processed here with the reality of the Middle Ages is very popular among the reviewers of his novel, I will not devote myself to this subject. I prefer to ask the other way around, why the novelist Eco at all adheres so fastidiously to the self-imposed obligation to detail, which after all is the perspective of the scientist. First of all, one could assume that Eco, a scientist, takes on the role of a novelist in order to free himself from this compulsion of empirical verifiability. This detail fetishism, as I would like to call it, becomes particularly clear in the film, whose director can imagine nothing worse than when a viewer might suspect that the frocks of the monks have been softened with lanera. Of course, one of Eco's intentions was not only to entertain the reader, but also to unsettle some of his prejudices. For example, by showing him that something like eyeglass lenses existed in the Western world as early as the beginning of the 14th century, one intuitively thinks that this invention is more recent. But what is really gained by searching the sky in vain for the contrails of a jet fighter? It should also be remembered that this fidelity to detail had consequences for the form and content of the novel's plot itself. For example, when I read the novel, my spontaneous reaction was to accuse Eco of setting the action about 200 years too late. From the postscript, I then learned how much effort it took Eco to move the plot of the novel to the year 1327, because he had little knowledge of this period. His research interest had previously been focused entirely on the 11th and 12th centuries. And it was from his study of this period that the idea for this novel developed. What had moved him to this time shift was that he would have had to violate the source situation if he had let a person like William of Baskerville appear in the 12th century. For it is only from the friend of this William of Ockham, who is often mentioned in the novel and who lived from about 1288 to 1347, that there is the first clear evidence that here a scholastic made his logical conclusions in a similar form as in the scientific logical procedure generally accepted today, i.e., dependent on the collection of individual pieces of circumstantial evidence and the establishment and rejection of hypotheses. I have to accept Eco's argument, because there is an unwritten law in our society for all those who, with whatever, want to succeed. It is, the details must be right. Eco, and indeed the scientist who has studied our communication structures extensively, knows, one can argue about whether or not packaging is everything to us, but one cannot argue that what is poorly packaged is guaranteed not to get across. Whoever portrays Thomas Aquinas as a scrawny, starved figure in a historical novel can tell whatever he wants, people won't believe anything he says. Those who cannot or will not package their messages in generally accepted forms will be left sitting on them. In order to make himself unassailable in the face of withering empirical criticism, Eco had to commit himself to this fidelity to detail, in the hope that when this criticism has come to nothing, one can then move on to criticizing the content. I cannot resist a small updating digression on this matter. The conflict that Eco had to fight out with his little story was also endured, albeit much more unsuccessfully than Eco, by all those who have tried in the last 20 years to hold up self-determined content against the prevailing politics. At first, there was always a great idea that was put into the world spontaneously and unpackaged. A short time later, everyone noticed that the idea was not self-supporting. And in every movement, this is where a split begins. Some look for the right packaging for their ideas, they make their own newspapers, shoot their own films, and do it ever more perfectly, while others cry betrayal. The result, because both sides are right in their mutual accusations, is equally sad on all sides. For some, the content in fact becomes the packaging itself, practically proving that there was nothing to the idea in the first place, and for the others, the Puritans, proving the same thing, because, condemned to unsuccessfulness, sooner or later they throw in the towel and then dispense with the content as circumstantially as they had previously dispensed with the appealing packaging. Let's come back to Eco. Thanks to his scientific research, Eco believes that he knows how to package content that is not already generally known in such a way that it is not mutilated beyond recognition by the medium of transmission and lost in the packaging when it reaches the recipient. So what is the content that is to be conveyed to the reader through the detailed packaging? And how does the novel, I remind you of what I called above with Adorno a criticizable object, redeem its claim to truth? That truth is the central theme of the novel should not have escaped anyone, even those who have read over the philosophical conversations between William and Addison or others. So I will first ask Eco the very impertinent question of what truth is for him. Cheeky this question is because Eco counts this question among the stupidest of the 12 stupid questions that he is always asked. In order to have peace before them, Eco therefore reads out prefabricated, ionizing answers to these questions before every event on the subject of the name of the rose, hoping that there will then be time for meaningful questions. But if I put the question of truth not so much to the novelist, but to Eco the scientist, he should find it difficult to avoid answering. Eco, as a scientist, is a semiotician. Semiotics is the science of signs. It tries to develop a general theory that is able to give a general theoretical foundation to other more specific theories, above all to linguistics, such as linguistics or mass communication research. The relationship of semiotics to linguistics, or to science theoretical or logical sciences, is supposed to be like that of mathematics to physics, roughly. These linguistics, in particular, do not necessarily agree with this, since they usually claim universality for themselves. But these internal disputes do not play a role here. These analytical linguistics, to which semiotics mainly refers, are relatively recent, but this is by no means true for semiotics itself. For, though not its name, its subject matter is as old as man's thinking about the forms in which men communicate with each other, is as old as thinking about the forms in which man deals with his environment, especially with the forces in nature. So the term form is important here. What is to be understood by this term is really only easy to explain at first sight. On page 154 of the novel, Addison also admits that his youthful mind could not grasp at that time what William had meant when he spoke of the fact that as a prerequisite for the Abbey to be a mirror of the world at all, the world must have a form. The semioticians, then, are concerned with analyzing the forms in which people's social relations reproduce themselves. This semiotics is not only not concerned with contents, i.e. with statements about these social relations themselves, this is too weakly formulated. This science bans from its theories, in this completely related to mathematics, quite consciously and purposefully everything that could smell of content even from a distance. But not because it has something against these contents or because they are unimportant to it, with eco the opposite is the case, but because these semioticians are convinced that the truth of thinking cannot be founded out of its contents, i.e. not out of what is thought about, but only out of how it is thought. Only when one knows about the truth, and in this respect semiotics does not differ from any other science of course, one can start to become contextual, respectively to form these contents consciously. In their self-understanding, these semioticians are by no means modest people. They claim to represent the science that, better than others, of course, can assimilate and bring to the point all that has been accomplished in the long history of reflection on thought. When one considers what libraries full of writings there are on logic, epistemology, philosophy of science, rhetoric, and much else, the program of this semiotic sounds presumptuous at first. But because it focuses on signs as its specific object and the analysis of their relations to each other, such signs can be gestures, images, or more complex entities such as an architecture, in addition to written characters and vocal sounds, it believes it can deliver on its claims. The world of the novelist Eco thus consists of the signs of the world of the year 1327. The question about which contents Eco is concerned with here, I put aside for a while. It is first of all a matter of working out the form according to which this world was organized at that time and of pointing out the truth springing from this form. For Eco, and this is an important point that distinguishes his semiotics from many of his mostly structuralist-oriented scientific colleagues and that cannot be emphasized enough, for Eco, then, truth does not reside in the forms of thinking that might be inherent in thinking across all times and cultures, but truth, of which Eco speaks, whether in the novel or in his semiotics, always springs from the form in which a given society organizes itself. I hope that it will become clear what is meant by this remark when it has been shown how Eco describes the form in which the social world of the Middle Ages reproduced itself. I will not now simply recount what the novel already says about the world of the Middle Ages. To emphasize the crucial points in the structure of this world, I ask you to follow me into a constructed, new world, say of the 25th century. To be able to put yourself in this world from today, imagine that a revolution had taken place a few hundred years before this 25th century. And one that, at least in its beginnings, followed today's anarchist ideals. The revolutionaries succeeded very quickly, but all the more thoroughly, in breaking up the state's monopoly on the use of force that prevails today. But somehow, in the 25th century, we no longer know why, perhaps, we can assume, the revolutionaries had read too much Bakunin and not enough Marx. In any case, the dynamics of the revolution came to a standstill. The unity of today's bourgeois societies, which was ultimately based on the monopoly on the use of force, had indeed been completely shattered, quite desirably, in favor of a multitude of small and very small communes, which regulated all their political affairs on their own. But the economic form of communication in this new world, the form in which the communes came into contact with one another, remained untouched in comparison with bourgeois society. That is, it continued to be based on the principles of the market economy, which ultimately meant the money economy. Therefore, shortly after the revolution, relations between the communes were no longer peaceful at all. For each community believed it had the power to determine how much its money was worth, i.e. how many goods were to be supplied by other communities for how much of their money, and vice versa. But where there is equal right in different matter, violence always decides. The aim of any force exercised by the municipalities against each other thus became to compel the others each to recognize their monetary sovereignty. However, no commune succeeded in having this permanently conceded by more than a few others. Just a few decades after the revolution, the chaos was perfect, completely different legal relationships every few kilometers, whoever was a friend today was already an enemy tomorrow, the alliances of convenience concluded one day were already waste paper the next, and above all, how many commodities could be obtained for how much money varied from commune to commune. Finally, when hardly any goods were exchanged or produced as a result of the general chaos, it was finally agreed to set up a central office, say in Geneva, to be in charge of all matters concerning the monetary economy. Each commune provided officials who had to follow the instructions of this central office and see to it that the commune sold the commodities they produced at exactly the value which had been fixed as binding by the Geneva central office. But, and everyone agreed on this, the monopoly on the use of force and the legal sovereignty of the municipalities in all non-monetary matters had to remain unrestrictedly with the municipalities themselves. The chaos could certainly be alleviated, but an additional source of conflict had been saddled upon the communes, one that would determine future history. For this body in Geneva had nothing better in mind than to constantly try to use its absolute monetary sovereignty as a lever to wrest the monopoly on the use of force from the municipalities, with a strong argument that this was the only way to secure social peace and general welfare. On the other hand, since the existence of this central office in Geneva, the municipalities have not only been constantly anxious to ward off attacks on their legal sovereignty, they have also been striving, each for itself, to seize in some way this institution in Geneva in order to merge their apparatus of violence with its general monetary sovereignty and in this way to establish a unity of society, under its direction. Of course, the initially only external conflict of the municipalities among themselves is thus carried into the municipalities themselves with the recognition of the monetary sovereignty of Geneva. Here, two main parties emerge, which are then joined by countless third parties that are mutually dependent on each other, but nevertheless cannot trust each other and are constantly at loggerheads. In the process, the friend-foe relationships are completely fluid and the boundaries between the parties are constantly blurring. Anyone who is on the side of the monopoly of violence today will find himself an official of the Geneva headquarters tomorrow, and vice versa. This state of affairs now determines the history of this world until the 25th century. The unity of force and monetary sovereignty is indeed wanted by everyone. But since this unity can always be wanted only as a unity only for one part of the total society against all other parts, the other parts must therefore always prevent the unity, if they do not want to put their existence at risk. The struggle for unification itself is already the reason why the unity can never be realized. The situation in the 25th century, from this socio-political point of view, is hopelessly lost. It is really going on here. I recall Eco's novel, as in the Middle Ages. Delegations meet without interruption for some kind of consultation, but their failure, of which William knows a song to sing, is always already programmed. Let us now turn to the intellectual situation of this time. It is not by chance that in this fictitious world small islands are created in which all parties have temporarily come together in a modus vivendi. Not that violent and monetary sovereignty have peacefully united here, this gap has become unbridgeable through centuries of hidden and open struggle against each other. But some people can be found here who are ready to replace for a long time the argument of arms and intrigues by the arms and intrigues of argument. The first thing these people do is, they rummage around in the books that still survive, looking for the arguments for the argument of their time. In the process, they inevitably rediscover the antecedents lost to them in the long struggles. And very quickly there is agreement among these, let us call them intellectuals, on one point. They agree that it must have been a wonderful and beautiful time when currency and commodity sovereignty were united in a single institution. They agree that the world of capitalistically organized nation-states must have been wonderfully peaceful compared to the chaos that prevailed among them. The next thing is to learn the secret of how the past world managed to secure its unity and peace. Some intellectuals, undoubtedly partisans of the Geneva Central Authority, now believe that they have found in the work of a certain Milton Friedman the authority with the help of whose theories all the problems of their time could be solved. This Friedman, after all, raves about a unity of the world in complete freedom, provided that only, and this restriction is very sympathetic to these intellectuals, a universally recognized and therefore powerful authority is on hand to give validity and influence to what is the essence of money, namely, to be the basic prerequisite of all being of beings, and thus, of course, also the basic prerequisite of all legitimate violence. This argument is opposed by others, at first very ciphered and very timid, but then more and more clearly audible, to the authority of a certain Karl Marx. His message, which of course, it must be remembered today, can have only a very vague connection with what this Karl Marx really said, because of the long time that lies between its creation and its reception, reads in the interpretation of these intellectuals, money has no essence at all, it has no substance, it consequently does not exist at all and therefore cannot possibly be the basic prerequisite of all being. Money value, that is a mere sign on a piece of paper. And that this paper should have a content, a meaning lying in the thing itself, is merely due to the imagination of men. All the problems, these intellectuals conclude, that we have today are the result of people being under the delusion that money has an essence. Freedom, unity, and peace can be only where money is abolished. The people who argue in this way will very quickly feel in their own life that they have put themselves between all chairs. Not only that, all the world will declare them crazy by this world holding a banknote in front of their noses and sneeringly asking them if they really mean that what they would have in their hand should not exist. But the authority in Geneva will immediately condemn them as falsifiers of money, and the municipalities, knowing perfectly well how much their existence depends, notwithstanding all their reservations, on their fixing the value of money, will execute the sentence and silence these heretics. And thus the old order in disorder will be restored in this spiritual sphere as well. It is true that there will always be such crazy heretics again, but they will be quickly dealt with. Thought alone is not able to do anything against the prevailing reality. The situation of the 25th century is hopeless. Here I must end my fiction, because I lack the imagination to be able to imagine a realistic way out of this dilemma of the world. So now I jump back to the Middle Ages, because here there was once a way out of such a chaotic and hopeless division of the world historically. I now claim that the unity of our world, which I have richly voluntaristically torn apart in monetary and legal sovereignty above, owes its genesis to the doubling of the medieval world into one ecclesiastical and many secular powers. The most common image that symbolizes the shape of the world of that time, I think it also appears in Eco's novel, is the image of a flock of sheep, with a shepherd at the head and the dogs around the flock guarding it. This medieval world, if we consider only its structural elements, does not have any elementary peculiarity with respect to all the other worlds that existed before or beside it. As in others, there is money, universal law, peace and war, unity and chaos, clericalism and secularism, townsmen, peasants and warriors, and so on. Likewise there are, purely formally and not qualitatively considered, philosophy, theology, science and technology. But what did not exist in all other cultures were people who thought in the form like the William of Baskerville. A man who does not assume that truth exists a priori, a man who even doubts that this truth is an entity that is fixed once and for all, but for whom truth is the result of detective work, of investigations during which he compares circumstantial evidence with circumstantial evidence, thing with thing. William is a human being, and this would have been unthinkable before his time, and that is why this approach causes so much headache for Addison, who simply first asserts something as true, of which he unapologetically admits that this assertion is very probably false, but who is nevertheless firmly convinced that even the assertion of something false will lead to truth in the course of the investigation. He proceeds in this way at the very beginning of the novel, when he baffles the monks by finding out the name of the horse without ever having seen or heard of it. Here he is lucky, his hypothesis works right away. When it comes to solving the crimes in the abbey, he lacks this luck almost completely. His hypothesis, for example, that there is a demiurge behind the crimes, who plans and carries out the crimes according to the patterns of the apocalypse, proves to be wrong. For the Jorge proves to be a monster at the end, but he is not the demiurge William had been looking for. He is not the one who controls the events from the background, but one himself who is only subject to the dialectic of well-intentioned intention and bad result. William, however, in spite of this and other mistakes, finally succeeds in reconstructing the course of events, because he searches for the truth with the help of a procedure that has not been applied anywhere before. How did these other people think? Eco has packed into the figure of Jorge everything that characterizes this, let us call it for the sake of brevity, pre-scientific thinking. And its characteristic is that truth can only ever be thought as the truth of an existing content. If one would ask this Jorge about the condition of the possibility for the individuals to unite to a uniform society, he would answer, unity of a society is possible only there, where all individuals recognize in all appearances of the world the embodiment of an all-embracing, uniform and therefore divine principle. Faith in God is the indispensable bond which alone can mediate individual with individual. The same faith, common to all, provides, as the semiotician Eco would express it, the cultural context that provides the coding patterns for the sender of a message to place a justified trust in it, that he will code this message in such a way that the receiver will also understand it as it is meant. This Jorge bears in echo, beyond this general thought pattern of pre-scientific thinking, typical medieval Occidental features, Jorge's emphasis on the sacred and mystical, his hypostasis of the symbolic. All this is of course, for example, not to be found with most Roman thinkers or even the Greeks. Jorge's mystical Catholicism is already a special expression for the real missing unity of his world, in its core. However, also Jorge's thinking remains committed to what is proper to all pre-bourgeois societies, the world, that is the emanation of a single divine principle, a principle according to which the world is strictly hierarchically aligned, which thus realizes itself step by step from the highest general to all individual phenomena. William now does not represent the same principle, only seen from another direction. Of a principle, therefore, which starts from the single things and their existence, in order to be able to determine on this way what the essence of the highest general is. Such simple reversals of the principle exist in every culture. As soon as it has dealt with philosophy even marginally, they exist in every religion. So William also has nothing in common with those intellectuals from my fiction who rediscovered Marx as their supreme authority. Rather, it is that William's thinking, in order to reach its goal, does not have to presuppose either the existence of a general truth or its non-existence. And yet this thinking, even when it is a matter of redeeming truth claims, knows itself to be far superior to that of Jorge. This is shown when William can find nothing at all wrong with truth, the highest general, being exposed to ridicule. For Jorge, and not only him, this is a monstrosity. This William, this summarized, anticipates here in his thinking the realization of a socialization, which can reproduce itself even then as a social unity, if all individuals are allowed to amuse themselves deliciously about all truth, all belief. Jorge can do nothing at all with such thinking, which searches for truth but does not know whether it exists at all, let alone understand it. For him, this William Mall is merely the heretic, the nominalist, who simply denies the existence of God and truth. Should this nominalism, which Jorge here wrongly imputes to William, win, then this would result for Jorge in the shattering of the whole artful construction of his world. The individuals of the Occidental world would resemble a heap of atoms that are not interconnected by anything, which would then, at best, lead to this world being captured by the Arabs, the Byzantines, or, later, the Turks. On the other hand, whenever Jorge feels compelled to take William seriously, the latter is nothing more to him than an intriguer of the German emperor, who cleverly uses philosophy, which Jorge can only understand as the secularized theology of Aristotle, to play the emperor for ecclesiastical power. The William of Ecos novel is neither of the same things that Jorge imputes to him. And this is what drives Jorge to despair. Against the heretic he would have had his means, but against what William thought and did, he knew no other way out than to make himself scarce. However, not without playing his last trump card, the secret William was chasing so hard, he took with him. He could not understand what was so mysterious for William about this second Poetics of Aristotle. For him it was nothing more than the work of an unbeliever, who had written all kinds of things together that were none of the believer's business, and made them unnecessarily insecure. Thus this Jorge succeeded in making the solution of a mystery impossible for William and all his successors, but he could not prevent the final victory of William's way of thinking. What is the secret that Jorge hid from the world in his abbey, which he himself did not understand, but which he believed he had to devour before William's eyes in order to prevent his victory? First of all, even the creator of the two characters William and Jorge, Eco that is, does not know it. No one, to my knowledge, knows Aristotle's second Poetics, and if they do, it doesn't have in it what William suspects. Eco knows only the first book, and on the basis of it he has not only built his novel, but also his scientific essays follow, so I claim here quite unproven, in their underlying cognitive goals what Aristotle develops here. But what is the unsolved riddle, the solution of which Jorge took with him to his death in flames? The first formulation remains in the framework in which I have moved so far and reads, how is a unity possible in a society which has no heart at all, which has no center at all, from which it is decided how this unity has to organize itself? Varying this only somewhat, the riddle is, how is the miracle, which seems new every day, accomplished, which consists in societies reproducing themselves as a unity, although the individuals in them are virtually called upon to pursue their own, selfish interests alone? The semiotician Eco would formulate the riddle as follows: how is it possible that out of a world of completely incoherent signs and messages a structure emerges again and again, without being able to say how and why, that allows a sender to encode his message in such a way that it is understood? I would give this riddle the following formulation: what kind of mystery is at work when people, and this entirely voluntarily, establish an identity between such different things as canvas and skirt simply by saying, 20 cubits of canvas are worth 1 skirt? I will now go a little bit with, and partly against, Eco on the search for the riddle's solution. Of course, I cannot provide a final solution here, that would be presumptuous. But the key to the solution lies for me, and this long before I had even heard of Eco, in the beginning of the 12th century and the Universalist controversy fought out here, especially in Paris. And I believe, without being able to elaborate on this here, that Eco also sees the key here. He has not, however, made any mention of it in the texts I have read of his, beyond hints. I have already described the dispute that was at issue here in my fiction earlier. It was here, this may be briefly repeated, about the question whether the general concept, and, I have already mentioned it at the beginning, the rose had to be used again and again as an example for such a general concept, whether now a reality must be ascribed to the general concept rose, so that we can speak logically correctly at all of the fact that the individual rose, that is, the one which we can perceive sensually, really exists. Or whether, on the contrary, only the individual, perceptible rose is real. The general concept rose, on the other hand, is nothing more than flatus vocis, less real even than the sounds that the voice makes when it says rose. The latter, in all consistency, was represented by a certain Rosalind, and the consequence says that, last but not least, not even any sensually perceptible thing can be attributed more reality than that which is attributed to such a flatus vocis. This Rosalind had not only, as in my fiction, church and secular power against him, but also the practical reason of his time, for his nominalism only wanted to perfect further what the whole world of that time was thoroughly sick of, the chaos in their relations with each other. The truth, in the sense of our today's theoretical reason, did not stand now really also on the side of the people, who ascribed a higher reality to the general concept rose than to the single empirical rose itself. Whoever got hold of Aristotle at that time knew that this point of view could not be held theoretically. In the interest of practical reason, however, one felt compelled to defend this theory, which at that time, by the way, was called realism, difficult for us to understand today, with all finesse. For the practical consequence of giving up this realism would have been that it would have been allowed to doubt that God is the substance through which only all beings have existence. Only with the theological system of Thomas Aquinas, this only incidentally, the Church succeeded in accepting for itself a synthesis between practical and theoretical reason, a synthesis which is still binding for the Catholic Church today. However, the fact that not all power was available to this church even at the beginning of the 12th century made it possible, for example in Paris, to create free spaces in which the relationship between realism and nominalism could be thought about in a completely different way than in the simple scheme either realism or nominalism, there is no third. At the beginning of the 12th century it was above all Abelard, mentioned at the beginning of this article. He appears several times in Eco's novel, and also Abelard's most famous disciple, Arnold of Brescia, is mentioned several times, who was the organizer of the first major civil uprisings against the secularized ecclesiastical power, who formulated a synthesis in this dispute between nominalists and realists about 150 years before Thomas Aquinas. The synthesis resembles in some ways what Aristotle had to say about it and, taken in isolation, what Thomas later elaborated. And, also this only for information, the synthesis of Abelard contributed substantially to the fact that Aristotle, against massive resistance of the Church, with Thomas of Aquinas actually first, could become the highest authority of the Middle Ages. But Abelard knew nothing more of the logic of this Aristotle than some small insignificant writings, moreover still changed by many commentaries. So he formulated his synthesis independently of Aristotle. More importantly, however, this solution had to take on a very special significance and dynamic against the socio-political background of the time. Abelard now represented against the prevailing realism, the theological dogmatism of that time, the view that not a physically existing God has provided the individual roses with the general term rose. He claimed against it, and this view of things has become so natural to us today that it is difficult to see that all people at that time thought quite differently, that it is a general principle of human thinking, a principle, by the way, of which Abelard claimed that it was common to Christians and pagans, which was heresy at that time, to designate isolated existing, in themselves unnamed things, which basically have nothing at all to do with each other, with a name that fixes what the human mind recognizes as common to the things. Of course, this general term has no substance. In this, Abelard completely follows the nominalism of his time, but it is a meaningful construction, it is conception, it basically represents an agreement of people among themselves to name things in this way and not otherwise. And this agreement, this consensus, the modern political scientist would say, creates in the first place the condition for the possibility that people can communicate among themselves. The name, although it is an abstract, is nevertheless one that exists, it is a reality. I will now give a small example of the form in which Abelard justifies his view. With this reasoning the hairs of every modern logician stand on end, however, these are warned against two quick judgments. William of Ockham, 200 years later, will say exactly the same thing as Abelard, but with a reasoning that is so sophisticated that it is accepted in principle by today's logicians. And with the mysteriousness lying in the matter itself, which only becomes especially clear with Abelard, also today's logic is still struggling, what I do not want to elaborate here, however. So Abelard assumes, for example, that life is something which exists in this world. So, according to his conclusion, there must be a something which exists in death and in life at the same time. What this something is called, whether God, human spirit, or form of thought, or whatever, does not matter to Abelard at first, but he thinks he has proved the existence of a general which is itself in things as different as life and death. In William of Baskerville, this something is called truth. It is that which one strives for by separating right from wrong judgments. But it is a something that does not exist on its own. I recall the image William uses at the end of the novel of the ladder that one climbs in order to realize, once at the top, that the ladder was useful but nonsensical, an image that, as we know, comes from Wittgenstein, that exists only as a something that can be invested in things, in judgments themselves. Almost incomprehensible for us, but natural for the time, Abelard got himself into enormous trouble with this logic at that time. It is true that Abelard's logic, unlike that of the nominalist Roscelin, does not have the consequence that the existence of God must be denied, for there is nothing to prevent what Abelard calls the something from being called God. But God had become superfluous at least for those cases where it was a question of having to prove the existence of universals. Abelard had to deal especially with a mystic named Bernard. This Bernard is one of the most important persons in the history of Christianity and, of course, he appears several times in Eco's novel. As already said, this Bernard was a mystic, and indeed one, as one still imagines a mystic today. Bernard hid himself for months and years in lonely monasteries to meditate quietly. Besides, he was nothing less than the most powerful man of the church of his time, a time when this church was at the height of its temporal power, a point that made it seem almost possible that the papacy could unite the Occident under his leadership. Not for nothing, this only in passing, Rudolf Barrow, as could be read in the Taz, sees in this Bernard one of his role models. The special thing about this dispute between Bernard and Abelard is not so much what it was about in terms of content, but rather that it took place at all. One of Abelard's teachers, the above-mentioned nominalist Roscelin, for whom general terms could discover little more than nothing, had been quickly and thoroughly finished off, with the active assistance also of Abelard. But even a man with the power of Bernard found it difficult to cope with Abelard. For this Abelard was not only the first philosopher of the Occident who, I will formulate this here with all reservation, was on the trail of the transcendental subject. Abelard was not only the first medieval intellectual who wrote an autobiography in the modern sense. This is an indication that our today's I-consciousness was not quite as foreign to him as it still was to his contemporaries. He was, and this follows on from the latter, not only the first of whom we know to have had to go through a love affair like something out of a 1950s movie script. And he was not only the first to write his works according to didactic principles, thus violating the strict rules that every scientific work had to follow at that time. And, for the sake of completeness, the method, which became common in scholasticism, of contrasting contradictory statements of generally recognized authorities in order to draw the right conclusions from them, with all the more or less lazy, sophistical tricks, but without discrediting the authorities themselves, goes back to Abelard. Everyone knows this way of reasoning from reading, for example, Brecht's Galileo. Abelard's book, in which this method was born, bears the significant title, Sic et non, i.e. yes and no. Only, unlike his successors, Abelard had here refrained from supplying his readers with the correct conclusions. At the same time, he was content to simply place the contradictions of the authorities side by side, and then left it to the readers to draw their conclusions. The conclusions of these readers, however, had to amount to recognizing that the truth of the assertions made by the authorities was not far off. Incidentally, the Church has not yet forgiven Abelard for this subtle and, at the time, extremely effective form of criticism. More important for my topic than all this is here that he led his argument with that Bernard completely after the rhetorical principles of parliamentary politics valid today. He succeeded by means of argumentative persuasion, by means of skillfully staged intrigues, by means of polemical rhetoric, and also by the fact that he knew how to mobilize his pupils and students for his views. Habermas would say to all this, Abelard's politics was based solely on his communicative competence, in order to thus find influence and support both up to the highest circles of secular and ecclesiastical power. One must always keep in mind that it was almost incomprehensible to Abelard's contemporaries at the time what actually distinguished his logic from that of the universally condemned heretic Roscelin. And so there are mostly only distancing statements from the authorities who supported Abelard. The subversive power of Abelard, however, can be seen in the fact that no matter how hard Bernard tried to silence Abelard, at the decisive moments within the individual power structures there were always people who protected him. This was not enough to win against Bernard, who was rhetorically far inferior to Abelard, but had the whole force of the official church behind him. But Abelard could survive despite his defeats. Even if the form of inquisition that Eco describes in the novel did not yet exist at the time of Abelard, this survival was not a matter of course. More importantly for us, not so much for Abelard, the most effective and drastic means of silencing someone at the time, the burning of books, was in his case, unlike all other intellectuals condemned as heretics, although ordered by a court, only symbolic. Unlike, for example, Roscelin, of whom not a single original manuscript still exists, Abelard's writings could continue to be read by all who wished and were able to do so. But from biography back to the logic of this Abelard and what this means for the further development of the Western Occident. In it already, and I will make it short now, the beginning of the history of a social unity is reflected, which no longer needs the physical, sensually perceptible presence of a sovereign. It begins here, as a possibility of course only, the history of a world in which God sinks down to an empty abstractum, however, which is thought as really existing. Instead of giving things their name, God himself becomes a mere name, a name that must be thought only as such, but not itself as thingly, as a person, and thus begins the history of a world in which people no longer submit to a personal God, but to an abstractum. The logic of reason becomes a universal power, from which, as we know today, no culture of this world has yet been able to really escape. Individual people thus begin already at the beginning of the 12th century, like William in the 14th, and like masses only centuries later, to submit to the abstract order of abstract spaces and abstract times. The name that Marx will one day give to this abstract that dominates people through and through is capital, whose condition of possibility begins, so my thesis, in the 11th century, and here, of course, has a completely different name. But such quite different names for one and the same social relation this abstractum still carries today. Before I come to the name that Eco gives to this abstractum, which is, of course, not capital, because Eco is a semiotician, not a Marxist, a word about the reasons why people found themselves willing, and still find themselves willing today, to subordinate themselves, their indeterminable concreteness and neediness, to a substanceless abstractum and to let them be determined by it. People do this because, if they are even once in contact with this abstractum, mediated through whatever medium, science, socialization, violence, but above all money, in which it will finally have nested irrevocably in the 19th century at the latest, they discover in it the unity of the world and promise themselves a real salvation from it, and not one which, like Christianity, projects them into the hereafter. This abstract promises them, and let us not deceive ourselves, it also promises this to us today, subjectivity and freedom in all-round peace every day anew. It promises the unity of a world in which all individual things finally find their place, their order. And it promises all this without this unity having to be embodied in a sovereign who would first have to enforce it against the individual interests of the individuals. Whoever, and this is only one suggestion among many others possible, inserts in Foucault, for instance, in place of the little word power the word something, as I used it earlier in Abelard, gets a good impression of the way in which this abstract has become universalized in the fields of surveillance, punishment, and sexuality. If one now substitutes the little word poetry for what I have called here sometimes the something of a Ballad, sometimes an abstract, sometimes God, sometimes capital, sometimes power, then the semiotics of eco is put in a nutshell. And this name contains at the same time the whole constructional framework of the novel. Before I start to show that poetry is the wrong name, capital the right name for the truth that eco means, before I go on to the criticism, I have to make something clear: eco has to be taken seriously, and that means that the novel is fun for him, it is a game. Eco wanted to try something out, wanted to test a strategic variant of what already the scientist Eco calls the strategies of a semiotic guerrilla. Of course, this game, like every game, has a serious background. But this serious background is in the present, it has nothing to do with the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages are a mere stage set in front of which the game is played. The Middle Ages that Eco describes have something to do with the real Middle Ages only to the extent that the facts Eco uses are correct. Anyone who wants to learn something about this long-gone reality will learn far less in Name of the Rose than in the books of Mark Bloch or Georges Duby, for example, and even those are usually extremely exciting to read and entertaining. But even from them, even if he does nothing else all his life than to occupy himself with their works, he does not learn much more about the real life of that time. For illustration, I give here a purely empirical argument. In the whole Occident there might have been, around 1350, quite extrapolated, at most 100 people who thought approximately like this William of Baskerville. The story around him is the construction of a man who wants to be clear about the present, who has thus cobbled together the data of the Middle Ages for his own purposes with a very specific intention, and Eco would be the last to deny this. The reason why I emphasize this here in such a way is the following: especially here in Germany, such a turn to the Middle Ages is always taken beastly seriously, and this Middle Ages enthusiasm, which has broken out here everywhere, and for which Eco really cannot do anything, even if his book has given this boom a lot of nourishment, is really to be taken seriously. It is what this medieval research in Germany has always been, a search for an origin, a search for the Urgrund from which we all come, it is, and this is especially true for German medievalists, ultimately an attempt to carve out a German history that wants to blame all past and future misdeeds on a historically effective fate. If this is too sweeping or too harsh, I can only recommend reading Oswald Spengler's Downfall of the Occident. The opposite of such a search for origins would be a constitutional analysis. This does not cheat itself over the dilemma that all statements, which we make today about old, past worlds, can always only be statements which in content and form originate from no other than the given reality. Social and historical constitution takes place every day. The question about its genetic reason can never bring to light more than an illustration of what happens in the present. Up to this point I still agree with Eco. What I disagree with him about, and I'm coming now to the content that Eco is concerned with, is this: poetry, that is a form whose task, according to Eco, is to describe reality in perspective with the aim that the reader of, say, a poetically constructed novel is able to discover entirely new content in old familiar things. Every sunset, for example, is a completely mundane, everyday event. If the poet describes such a sunset, it becomes ambiguous, it is alienated into a riddle. And this mysteriousness creates perspectives in the reader that are supposed to make him perceive an ordinary sunset as a unique, completely new event. Eco does not poeticize a sunset in his novel. Rather, he first describes, quite prosaically, a historical space in which a truth can emerge that, unlike all other, earlier forms of thinking truth, has the peculiarity that it can be thought as an infinite process of a search for it. Into this prose, Eco thus constructs the most diverse perspectives, which are supposed to force us to approach the riddle of truth, or figuratively, the riddle of the rose, from the most diverse aspects. In the end, we are supposed to be given the message that the rose does not exist at all, but only the process of searching for it. I am not able to see anything more in this message than the real process in which our world reproduces itself. This world is already the realized poetry, it is the poetry that Eco wants to bring into it. Whoever brings poetry into this world is carrying owls to Athens and only creates the appearance that he has something new to report from this world. Eco's poetry can only theoretically duplicate what happens in the world in practice and can therefore at best trigger recognition effects in the reader of his novel, but not, which is Eco's goal, open up new perspectives. This becomes clear when the relationship between William and Jorge is brought back from the Middle Ages to the present. It is obvious that with William, Eco has described the modern scientist and technocrat, the one who is always looking for the truth but never finds it. Limit value, probability calculation, risk calculation are the most used vocabulary today. But what would this modern William be without these Jorge types, the ones he has to put in the place of pure reason again and again because of their truth fanaticism? The modern Jorges, these are the truth fanatics, the apocalyptics, who forbid laughter because they always see evil, the Antichrist, immediately before them. These are the ones who smell the spectre of the downfall of the Occident everywhere and who think that they can only save their bodies, their souls, and the world by constantly holding their visions of doom in front of our noses. In the novel's plot, the inner logic of Eco's story demands, this Jorge burns in the abbey of crime. But if one takes a look at the current process of reproduction in society, this symbol of the downfall of pre-scientific thinking becomes skewed. Because these Jorges are still to be found everywhere today. Their physiognomy changes constantly, it is not always as distorted as that of Jorge in the film, and the political contents range from far right to far left. But their way of thinking is always the same. When they open their mouths, it sounds apodictic. Truth is. Truth is life, truth is nature, truth is work, truth is destiny, truth is Germanness. So if these Jorges no longer existed, then neither would the Williams. Both are like yes and no, like theoretical and practical reason, like process and decision, like action and system, two sides of one and the same coin. Only as a result of this real doubling do the poetic riddles and perspectives emerge, do the riddles whose only task is to keep the game going. They are riddles that constantly change their packaging, but whose contents are only ever remixed. Under the conditions, and this is the reason why I prefer the name capital to the name poetry as a designation for the abstractum I spoke of above, under the conditions, that is, in which capital is the automatic subject, there can only be messages that could not leave the framework of the given reality, let alone go beyond it. In so far as Eco has succeeded in describing the mysteriousness of reality, he has perhaps succeeded in unsettling some readers in their previous patterns of thought and in stimulating them to think for themselves. This difference between individuality and the world that is created in this way is, I admit to Eco, a prerequisite for any critical thinking. Those who, like the Jorges, have eaten the truth are identical with the objects and can no longer come to critique. With his strategy of semiotic guerrilla, however, Eco can achieve no more than to reproduce this basic prerequisite for critical thinking. One does not arrive at real critique this way. For this it is necessary to state in all clarity that we may confidently claim here any content, any need, any use value, yes, even general content such as freedom, happiness, life and nature at any time, but that we are faced with the choice. Of either casting our demands in a form that is not understood by anyone, and then they are basically not made at all, or of putting them into a form that is generally understandable. If we choose the latter, then the demands will be fulfilled or not, but in any case the pleasant packaging has already long since ensured that the system of all possible ways of packaging does not suffer any damage, because this system is the packaging itself. The semiotician Eco knows about this real cynicism, but sticks to his strategy of semiotic guerrilla, and often becomes dishonest. In the novel, for example, William does talk about this real cynicism. At one point he is very explicit when he simply calls the girl burnt flesh, and unlike the film, the novel leaves no doubt that this is the girl's name. On the other hand, William is always clear where there is talk of the relationship between rich and poor. On page 261, for example, it is said that whenever there is a time when the demands of the common people are met, the truth of these common people has long since turned into the truth of the powerful. But this is not the real cynicism of the Middle Ages. I would like to doubt that this sentence of William even touches the social relations between master and servant in the Middle Ages. This sentence of William describes the real cynicism of today's world. I fear that Eco is also not telling us the unvarnished truth because he knows the prevailing market laws all too well. That is why he knows that the messenger will be held responsible for the message. In order to be able to get rid of his message nevertheless, he shifts the real cynicism into the Middle Ages and leaves it to the reader to transfer it into today's world, which, however, will only be done by those who know about it anyway. Against this real cynicism only, if at all, its denunciation and practical Aufhebung helps. Poetry prolongs it. The film, to get rid of this as well, takes this dishonesty to the extreme. The bad thing here is not even that historically not a single case is vouched for that the people went to the collar of an inquisitor. This sequence of the film, however, blatantly contradicts the otherwise so cultivated detail fetishism. Historically, it was the case that the Inquisitor would have been lynched if he had not burned the girl. The Inquisition, like the later witch hunts and many other such phenomena of the Middle Ages, was an expression of a kind of mass delusion, and only through it did it become a means of securing power. Eco portrays this very well in the novel. The bad thing about the film is the hopefulness, the inappropriate packaging in a quasi-happy ending, which is supposed to save the viewer from the real cynicism, just to make the film run better. Back to the less bad, to Eco, then. If poetry, I would say, then this would have to be one that returns poetry to reality, a negative poetry that is, and not one that sees itself as a positive strategy. That this can also happen in the form of a novel was demonstrated by Musil with his Man Without Qualities. Of course, it would be going too far, even for Eco's self-understanding, to compare him with Musil, but William represents the beginning of a thinking whose end Ulrich sees accomplished in Musil's novel itself. What is required, then, is to find a form that can call things by their name, and that moves neither in the truth fanaticism of Jorge nor in the modern skepticism of William. What is required is the speaking of a truth that knows that this truth is a negative truth. In conclusion, let me summarize my critique of Eco. Eco sticks to a constantly renewed humanistic appeal to the individuals to please think for themselves and not to firmly prescribe a name for things or even to have these names prescribed to them, but to decide for themselves which name they are willing to give to a thing. A real critique, however, presupposes the realization that it is a mistake to believe that we think for ourselves if we were, even only according to the possibility, the subject of our social reproduction. Everybody here may think for himself as independently as he likes. Practically he will only be allowed and able to decide between Dali and Dash, between SPD and Groen. We have no authority to decide about the process itself, which produces the possibilities of choice and our individuality. The goal of critique would have to be to crack open the identity between individuality and subjectivity, so that the individual recognizes that, despite his individuality, he is an object and remains one as long as the given relations of reproduction exist. But whether the individuals really want to become the subject, the name giver also of their relations among each other at all, that can only be decided by themselves. Quote, on this day, January 30th, 1933, therefore, one can say that Hegel died. Carl Schmitt. Quote, our whole epoch, be it in logic or in epistemology, be it with Marx or Nietzsche, strives to escape Hegel. Michel Foucault. Quote, 1807, Phenomenology of the Spirit. 1867, Capital. 1927, Being and Time. Small note by Martin Heidegger in one of his black notebooks. Doing science obviously only makes sense where there are still unanswered questions. The community of today's puzzle solvers can be divided into two factions. One, and this is by far the largest, takes its riddles from the immediate process of social reproduction. For the other, the form and content of their technologically oriented colleagues' puzzle solving is the problem itself. The fact that problems constantly tend to become problems themselves is not only experienced by the doctoral student when his supervisor tells him what his problem will be for the next 2 years. Every course catalog provides information about the fact that before I can devote myself to a given problem immediately, science still requires me to decide how I am to acquire knowledge of the city history of Uruk Walker, or rather knowledge of what is meant by a Goodyear cylinder. The meta-sciences, i.e. those that struggle with the problem of problematization as such, from the logic of science to the sociology of science to cybernetics, have one thing in common with the sciences they problematize: their scientificity. Of course, there are still a few birds of paradise kept by the universities. But even they have nothing better to do than constantly lament the fact that the value, i.e. the social benefit of their fantasies, is simply ignored by the cultural bureaucracy. And subjects such as theology or even philosophy see themselves as scientific disciplines through and through. However, only those who recognize without being asked that every problem has its solution think scientifically, provided, of course, that the available resources, competence, capacity, above all money, are optimally allocated, and this is the decisive factor, that scientific colleagues finally stop looking for the fly in the ointment and come down to the level of their own explanatory approach. But if we take a closer look at how the sciences have solved the problems of the sciences so far, the only correct answer to the question of which riddles have been solved by them must be, there is not a single problem of these meta-sciences that has even come close to being solved. Not to mention that they have even succeeded in doing justice to their central problem, the question of the form of correct thinking. Let us take the age-old problem as expressed in the image that it is impossible to jump into the same river twice. A student of Heraclitus is said to have replied, not even once, and it is true, the equation A already consists of at least 3 well-differentiated elements, and therefore the form always falsifies what it is supposed to express. Word creations like uniqueness don't help either. Or the problem of Achilles' arrow, or that of the lyre of Crete, or that of Russell's barber, they have all been solved by jumping from one level of abstraction to the next higher one, where, however, they have celebrated their happy beginnings, for example as the problem of the set of all sets, or the zero set as a partial set of each set. What could be more obvious than to no longer take note of this problem of antinomies? Anyone who is used to abstracting from any content anyway should not find it difficult to abstract from their object itself. The series of eternal recurrences of the same unsolved riddles begins with the question of the raison d'être of science in general. For in terms of cultural history, in this topic, nothing is possible below all-encompassing generalities, and that is not even the worst thing about these disciplines. The sequence is not the one that the sciences themselves imagine. First there was the solution to the problems at hand, agriculture and animal husbandry, canalization and irrigation, crafts and war, and only then did the broader question arise as to whether it is not possible to get a better grip on practical problems if they are not tackled immediately, but only after their solution has been theoretically anticipated by way of logically consistent thinking. Historically, the order was clearly reversed. The few people who were granted the time before of modernity to occupy themselves with the theoretical understanding of the world had everything else on their minds but the solution of everyday practical problems. They were concerned with clarifying such esoteric riddles as the fact that although 2 + 2 always equals 4 with inexorable necessity for every subject, at all times and in all spaces, the very question of why this is so can only be answered if one admits that the general validity of this equation is based on subjective construction, which meant that the objectivity of the most general validity had to evaporate into more or less nebulous speculation. In fact, the theorem of identity must be accepted as valid by the subject, regardless of whether one believes that the objective validity of the logical rules reflects an in itself of matter in thought or is the transfer of the laws of thought of the general human mind to the world, so that the subject can recognize the inherently contradiction-free general validity of algebra, geometry, and logic. In short, something that is actually only supposed to be valid suddenly changes into something that is irrefutably valid. No one knows why, and where. Where is the place where or in which what is supposed to be valid is translated into validity? As soon as the logician even begins to tackle the task he has set himself, he inevitably becomes what he does not want to be, a philosopher. Nothing seems more pointless than a philosophical debate between logicians. Whether they call themselves nominalists, realists or idealists, logical atomists, empirical logicians or logical empiricists, transcendental or evidential logicians, dialectical materialists or ontologists, for all of them, 2 + 2 is equal to 4 is the same. But the fact that no logician, and certainly no philosopher of science, has yet succeeded in evading such a philosophical classification is an immediate indication that they are not only concerned with formalities, but also with content. The answer to the question posed here, which has not yet been refuted, can be found, only in passing, on the first 130 pages of Marx's main work. But the request to read capital should be rejected by every logician as an imposition. This also applies to scientific theorists who call themselves materialist, or even Marxist. Like their humanist colleagues from the humanities faculty, they read the most fantastic things here, just not what is literally written. The difference between our logician of today and the esotericist of the past is not that he has solved their riddles. The difference lies solely in the reversal of the direction of the question. The logician of that time could not imagine how someone could say B without having said A first. The logician of today, on the other hand, recognizes without envy that he actually has nothing to say. Behind all the axioms he has established and rejected, some say it quite openly and think nothing of it, is the first main theorem of their thinking that what works cannot be wrong. Truth must therefore be the handmaiden of reality. Theory must not contradict given practice. Where this main theorem is concerned, every philosopher of science is therefore a Hegelian and an idealist par excellence. The real is reasonable as the reasonable is real. However, the modern logician of science avoids Hegel's consequence of this insight like the devil avoids holy water, because the consequent application of this theorem to the object itself, such as logic, would contradict the second main theorem of all scientific theory, just as science as a technology must pay attention to its usability for the given social reproduction, so the theory of these sciences must pay attention to their applicability for precisely these technologies. However, anyone who does not unconditionally accept the principle of identity for themselves automatically falls out of this business. Imagine what happens to a locksmith who comes to his master with the remark that he cannot repair the machine at the moment because he has fundamental doubts about the general validity of the law of leverage. And here's a side note for the Hegelians: like Kant, Hegel was first and foremost a mathematician. Anyone who does not want Hegel the logician must keep quiet about Hegel the philosopher. The same applies to Marx. The ancient question of the condition of the possibility of knowledge, and thus of science in general, has thus far only been answered practically. Theoretically, this practice lags at least 500 years behind. The Stoics clearly set the stage for today's historical practical solution to logical problems. Although they too knew nothing of the origin of all reasons themselves, no one had ever seen the unmoved mover who is said to be at work everywhere. They were aware of the villain who disturbs the purity of the validity of universally valid laws, the concrete individual, empirical subject. The disciplining of his passions, the pruning of his individual, chaotic needs only makes it possible to recognize the logical truths, and this path of knowledge is identical with the achievement of the goal of a truly happy, i.e. socially meaningful life. No one who has understood it once will take more than 2 minutes today to show anyone that it is easily possible to perform all arithmetic operations with just 2 characters instead of 10. The fact that this possibility of social interaction is the result of thousands of years of disciplining individuals, in the course of which the entire framework of categories, which is a prerequisite for the comprehensibility of such equivalent relations, first had to be implanted in the individuals, can no longer be comprehended other than episodically today. For today's programmers, whether sitting at their computers or in party offices, it is nothing more than an entertaining anecdote when they learn how many disruptive factors had to be cleared away before Leibniz could even come close to adapting to the mathematical logical level of abstraction at which every sextant today moves effortlessly. However, if he has not already been dismissed from grammar school as a walking computer, the mathematics student can still feel a small reflection of this history in his first 2 semesters. In these 2 semesters he has nothing else to do but sit in the lecture hall and endure the fact that he understands nothing of what is being lectured to him on the blackboard. Once he has endured this, it is easier for him to sit through the next 2 semesters until he is enlightened, and then everything goes by itself. Today's logicians can easily dispense with the ethics of the Stoics of that time. Empirical subjects function on their own as logic expects them to. Their individuality is nothing more than a residual variable that only marginally contaminates the pure doctrine, which continues to disappear to the extent that it succeeds in getting them to accept the robot as their adequate image. Consequently, modern scientific theory also celebrates the fact that it has discovered that socialization should also be possible without humans as the greatest gain in knowledge. It is only a question of time, and the optimal allocation of resources, before no one can see why robots should not be granted general human rights. Let's turn briefly to the subject itself. Let's get concrete. But first, let us at least try to avoid some misunderstandings. Nothing is more pervasive than the logician's constant complaint about the pitfalls of language. Compared to the symbolism of modern logic, however, language has at least the advantage that it can be used to clarify how the contradictory nature of a thing is due precisely to this thing itself, and is not merely an expression of symbolism, or standardized axiomatics, that is not yet sufficiently differentiated. Let's take the word concrete right away. Becoming concrete means nothing other than isolating an object from its environment, looking at it for and at itself in order to recognize what elements it is composed of. Concretion, which is notoriously demanded above all by those who are so opposed to anything that even smells of abstraction, is therefore first and foremost abstraction. Another example: nothing causes logicians more difficulties than the symbolic representation of the difference between individual, element, and individuality. That which is common to all individuals, is this the null set as an element of every set? Sooner or later it becomes clear that the gain in clarity and unambiguity promised by the sophisticated symbolism has only been faked and is at the expense of the matter itself. At some point, every logician realizes that by separating all statements into existential and universal statements, for example, he has blocked the way to translate one back into the other. He suddenly realizes that he is missing the name for the bridge between existence and universality, although he is constantly switching from one side to the other. The supposed bridge is in reality a black hole. The enthusiasm that can be found especially among linguists for Freud's truly revolutionary discovery of the dichotomy of meaning seems almost comical. It is as if Freud was the first to point out that the world is divided into subjectivity and objectivity. The principle of solving logical riddles is always the same, always as high-sounding as it is banal. If one is at a loss as to how transcendentality and experience mediate between each other, for example, one simply speaks of transcendental experience, and the contradiction is blown away. We are not quite that far yet. For the time being, the child is still called dichotomy of intentional and extensional meaning. However, word monstrosities such as communicative action, pluralistic consensus, nominalistic logic have become increasingly common in recent times. By pretending that the one is merely the closer definition of the other, we think we have relieved ourselves of the task of explaining how the one translates into the other. Even if no one realizes today that there can be no bridge between the individual and individuality, since one is always already the other of the other in terms of its inner meaning, language can still, for those who are really prepared to engage with a matter, at least give an idea of the inner contradictoriness of every matter. The symbolism of logic excludes this contradiction from its system by definition and is only surprised when it does not succeed in merging particularity and generality. All this must be taken into account when we now turn to what was called concrete above. At this point, for the sake of conciseness, and dispensing with all symbolic finesse, modern logic, especially that which calls itself nominalist, proceeds from the core proposition that if A is contained in B, and B in C, then A is also contained in C. Is there a need for a discourse on the evidence of this statement? Where is the ignoramus who dares to question the universal validity of this proposition? The only question is whether this proposition is sufficient as an axiom to justify the validity of all other valid propositions by itself, or whether, unfortunately, further axioms have to be placed alongside it. Thus, and this is a basic feature of all science, result is confused with presupposition. From a purely formal point of view, this axiom does not in fact say anything substantive about any reality, except for the fact that this sentence is absolutely valid in all possible worlds. Strangely enough, it is precisely this containment of the one in the other that has historically been the pivotal point of all practical political disputes. In God, in the king, in the prince, in the pope, individuals saw the general, i.e. the urgrund of their particular existence. But there were many gods, kings, princes, and popes, and so there was a demand for the one God, the one who is truly the all-one of every particular. We call the historical result of this striving for order in chaos, capital. Logic therefore only reproduces in thought what has long since occurred in reality, the constitution of an all-encompassing universal general, to which everything particular owes its mode of existence. But it is also curious that capital, like the symbolic C of the logician, is also little more than a nothing, less than flatus vocis. And yet this nothingness, like the logician C, is also capable of containing other things within itself. And indeed, capital exists solely thanks to its ability to generalize particular needs through the general medium of money. But the truly fascinating thing about all logic, i.e. what makes the mathematician think for days and nights about nothing more than pure symbolism, is the fact that logical conclusions conceal the principle with which the modern logician succeeds in making himself socially interesting in the first place. For each of his conclusions, such as the one already mentioned above, according to which A is contained in C if only A is contained in B, and B is also contained in C, applies to every reality. With this principle of inferring from something that has already been proven to be true, i.e. something that is already known, to something that must be reality, even without already knowing it, thinking succeeds in bringing something new into the world without having lifted a finger. There is no trial and error at work here. Rather, pure thinking turns into reality. Although no logician seriously claims to be able to solve a single material problem with the help of logic alone, no empiricist or technician can do without it. Where the logician is concerned with little more than aesthetics, elegance, and simplicity in the more or less playful solution of esoteric problems, presented from the outset without any claim to content, the technologist is concerned with the transfer of something that cannot be transcended for the rational realization of technical problem solutions, whereby he is spared countless cumbersome empirical verifications. Logic is to technology what money is to economics, or parliament to politics, or the ego to the soul, a construct that makes it possible to relate the many individual things, particular interests and impulses to a general contained within them and, through this general, to give the individual a system, a structure, in short, meaning. The construct exists, and yet it does not exist out of itself, but only through its other. Viewed as an object in itself, it becomes the object of the most abstruse mystifications, and rightly so, for it is difficult to see how a construct can exist that has not been constructed by anyone. It is difficult to see how the nothing can be a something that permeates everything. Thus the symbol becomes reality itself. Nothingness is endowed with the dignity of supreme existence. In antiquity, and even more so in the Middle Ages, the symbol was a mere function for the unification of society, and thus of course its system of rule. The sovereign himself, as the supreme general, still had to be physically present, otherwise no one believed in his existence. With the modern age, with the practical realization of the linking of logic and technique to technology, symbolism becomes reality itself. The sovereign can free himself from his physicality. The practitioner, like the ontologist, those who refuse to even concern themselves with the transcending of the real into an airless, contentless, immortalized space of sheer abstractions, no longer even notice how much the world is coagulating into mere symbolism. Mathematics, logically consistent thinking, once mockingly tolerated at best as the playground of eccentric aesthetes, has become the all-pervading center of all thinking, so much so that even today the logician can be ridiculed, albeit for reasons that are the opposite of those of the past. Here someone is thinking about things that are self-evident to everyone. The aim of every logician is to abstract as completely as possible from all content. Any content in his system falsifies it immediately. But the technician also abstracts, not from the content he is dealing with, but from the merely conceptualistic character of the logic he uses. If he did not do this, a machine would never have been invented. And likewise, the judge abstracts from the merely conceptualistic character of the laws he applies, and so does the capitalist from the mere nominality of money, and so does the therapist from the merely fictitious, but nonetheless extremely real materiality of ego identity. We are content with any phrase as soon as it informs us of what the case is. We don't care what constitutes this case, who has the power to define that which is the case. We abstract from these questions like Wittgenstein, who, in contrast to his epigones today, or common sense, was not at all comfortable with this. So who sets the universal validity of logic, of the law, of our concepts of normality? Is it really the scientific community, the human spirit, the matter, or even the people? The answer, by abstracting from the concreteness of individual things according to the same formal rules that we voluntarily accept, we simultaneously impose on ourselves an abstract, empty something that we believe is contained in all individual things. The general consensus on which this fetish is based, whether it is expressed in a social contract, the Constitution, or not, has long been institutionalized. The only question is whether we are prepared to accept this consensus. And that is why we only interpret contradictions as individual misconduct, just as logic, and its counterpart, the computer, cannot make mistakes on its own. The consensus itself cannot be flawed, because a general consensus that does not have the consent of all individuals would not be one. Only my stupidity, my special wishes, my insistence on the fulfillment of my special interests, which are incompatible with the common good, prevent the reason inherent in everything from realizing itself in practice as general happiness. Since we have all thought this way and no other, it is no wonder that the relationship between science and immanent criticism of science a la 68, today it is called alternative science, is like that of the hare and hedgehog in the famous fable. If criticism stops at criticizing the prevailing scientific thinking in the name of a general reason, after a certain period of chasing, established science can shout, "Look, I've long since got to where you want to go." It's like in politics, if I don't denounce the form, not the reason inherent in this form, i.e. the consensus, the bad will only get worse. Anyone who thinks that criticism of science consists of finding a radiation protection expert who publicly talks about the harmlessness of low-level radiation, but privately cannot be persuaded to move anywhere near a nuclear power plant, should, consequently, also believe that he has criticized mathematics as soon as he has found a mathematician who plays the lottery. So, let's hold on to the result. Ask the scientific theorists among your professors, the logicians and mathematicians in particular, what is the name of the sovereign who guarantees the generally accepted validity of the formal logical rules of thought? You won't get any correct answers, but you can take comfort in the fact that you can create a nicely scientifically sound typogram based on the excuses that follow the question. You should then draw on this. 1. The notorious ignoramus. For him, the question is not an issue. He limits himself to systematizing, structuring, discovering homologies, isomorphies, new laws. In short, he takes what he finds and applies it. He is an engineer in a field where, by definition, the engineer has no business at all. 2. The logician as a priest. There are far more of them than you might think, and they tend to appear in places where you would least expect them. The linguistic discussion, and even more so the discussion of basic logical problems, is dominated by the neo-scholastic school, at least as far as the breadth and number of publications on this topic is concerned. Honesty speaks in favor of this type. By representing the Word of God, he at least gives an answer, even if it is only a fictitious one, as in the case of 3. The metaphysician who has overcome metaphysics. These are the best known, to name a few: Luhmann, Apel, Popper, Lorenzen, Habermas. It is easy for them to say in one breath that logic is nothing other than a subjective construction and that it nevertheless has the consecration of universal validity. And who can think nothing of it when they are told that they are talking about black molds? Finally, tell these people that nobody has asked you whether you have agreed to the consensus they are propagating. Prove to them, it's quite simple, that nobody asked them for their consent. Finally, tell them that they demand nothing less of you than to follow rules, i.e. to accept a consensus whose rationality you can only criticize as negative. Characteristic of Foucault's thinking is his guide to everyday life, which he compiled after reading Deleuze's Guattari's Anti-Oedipus. 1. Free political action from all unifying and totalizing paranoia. 2. Refuse any allegiance to the old categories of the negative, i.e. law, limit, castration, lack, gap, which Western thought has sanctified for so long as a form of power and an approach to reality. Give preference to what is positive and multiple, to difference over uniformity, to flows over units, to mobile arrangements over systems. Believe that the productive is not sedentary, but nomadic. 3. Do not think that one must be sad in order to be militant, even if what one is fighting against is abhorrent. It is the connection of desire with reality, and not its retreat into forms of representation, that has revolutionary power. 4. Do not use thought to base a political practice on truth, nor political action to discredit a line of thought as mere speculation. Use political practice as an intensifier of thought and analysis as a multiplier of the forms and areas of intervention of political action. 5. Do not demand from politics the restoration of the rights of the individual as defined by philosophy. The individual is the product of power. It is much more necessary to individualize, by means of multiplication and displacement, by means of various combinations. The group must not be an organic bond that unites hierarchized individuals, but should be a permanent generator of de-individualization. And finally, 6. Do not fall in love with power. Michel Foucault, Dispositives of Power, page 228 ff. Because it is something of a summary of his self-understanding, a longer passage is quoted: I dream of the intellectual as the destroyer of evidences and universals, who makes the weak points, openings, and lines of force recognizable in the moments of inertia and constraints of the present, who constantly changes his place, does not know for sure where he will be tomorrow nor what he will think, because his attention is solely on the present, who, where he is at the moment, contributes his part to the question of whether the revolution is worth the effort, and which, I mean, what revolution and what trouble, it being self-evident that only those can answer it who are prepared to risk their lives to make it. Ibid, page 198. Foucault is thus concerned with the destruction of evidence and universals. His motive is clear: he sees these evidences and universals, including, for example, the truths and concepts produced in the sciences, as places from which power exercises its dominance. It is necessary to fight against this power, represented in general terms, at the risk of one's life. Foucault's concept of power is based on two levels. The first level is the conceptual one, the analytical grid of a microphysics of power. This is about the relationship of local powers to general power, about the relationship of powers to their external bodies, and about the consequences for analysis that are contained in this conception of power, above all about the subjectlessness of power, and about the positivism that Foucault bases his microphysics of power on. The second level would then be the microphysics of power itself, i.e., as one once put it, the real analysis of bourgeois society. First of all, we need to clarify what Foucault actually means by power. He freely admits that he does not know what power is. Since Marx, we have known what exploitation is, but even the concept of domination is unclear, as no one knows where power is determined from. However, the fact that power exists cannot be denied. And, Foucault continues, before we can know what power is, we have to understand how it works. Foucault's analyses are therefore always concerned with the how of power, and only secondarily with its what. Foucault avoids the dilemma of wanting to analyze effects without knowing what the general cause underlying the effects is by using a method that is as old as science itself. To guide research practice, a hypothesis is formulated in order to find out in the course of the research process whether it is possible to work with the initial hypothesis, whether it needs to be modified or replaced by another one. The content of the initial hypothesis is completely irrelevant. Even the proposition that the original building block of matter consists of green cheese is known to fulfill the function of providing meaningful guidance for a research process from the point of view of the principle of critical rationalism. He understands his concept of power as such a construction. Foucault calls this his nominalism, and his work is intended to be the stake in an all-encompassing game, a stake that is ultimately intended to show whether one can think like him. Power is therefore, first of all, nothing more than a name, nothing more than a sign with which complex strategic situations are to be assigned. An important difference between Foucault's construction and the usual scientific one should be noted here, however, and in this difference lies something like a brilliance hidden in all the misery of his conception of power, a brilliance that makes him, in contrast to his followers, an opponent with whom a confrontation can certainly lead to insights. For in contrast to the scientific establishment today, he takes his nominalism seriously. His nominalism problematizes a relationship that has long since ceased to be a problem for science. Apples and pears taken together are called fruit. The general term fruit contains, among others of course, apples and pears as its concrete determinations. But to see in this abstraction from the particular to the general a problem that has even the remotest connection with power, with domination, with exploitation, is something that science, ever since it overcame theological scholasticism, has regarded as downright ridiculous. Foucault, on the other hand, recognizes that at least where it is not about the general concept of fruit, but about that of power, there is a problem in the relationship between the particular forces and their generalization into a unified power that cannot be dealt with by referring to the mere formality of abstraction. For Foucault, power as a general concept, as a nominal construction, is therefore first of all to be understood as a multiplicity of power relations that populate and organize an area. The archaeological research, as he calls it, in remote archives, during which every event is to be given the same meaning. Incidentally, this is where post-structural arbitrariness has its starting point, a basis, however, that has of course long since been logically established in the commodity form, but only in passing here, is now intended to reconstruct the process in which the individual powers finally succeed in combining with each other to form a unity. The result is then the microphysics of power, which should make it clear that what is regarded as the achievements of Western civilization, individuality, sociality, truth, science, technology, etc., is nothing more than the result of the concatenation of individual powers into a unified strategy of power that dominates and permeates the modern social body. Before it is possible to understand how Foucault realizes this concept on the basis of concrete analyses, it is worth pointing out the misery to which he exposed himself when he used the concept of power in this form as the basis for his nomadic investigations. This misery, like the brilliance, is the result of the same consistency with which he is willing to uphold his nominalism, where general concepts such as society, state, truth, nature, etc. are understood as the results of power relations. It is only consequent to turn against any theory that seeks to conceptualize the prevailing reality in its entirety. Hegelianism, for example, is regarded by Foucault as the fundamental evil of Western thought, because in Hegelian discourse, and thus also in Marxist discourse, power has been able to chain itself together particularly effectively into a unified strategy. And the consequence of his nominalism forces him to assert that his analyses cannot be attributed a unified, overall character. Where every general concept is the result of the unification of particular powers for the purpose of increasing and making power more effective, he who fights against this general power must renounce any theory, any general discourse at all. Consequently, for Foucault, the need for theory still belongs to the system of which one has had enough. Foucault is well aware of the dilemma to which he exposes himself with his concept of power, and with a wealth of invention that is second to none, which is probably only surpassed by his plagiarists, he attempts to present a comprehensive microphysics of power that constantly resists appearing as a unified, holistic theory, as a theory that is based on a general concept of content that is a real subject, such as power. Foucault's dilemma is the relationship between particular, local powers and their unity as general power. As a unity, power is defined by him twice, once merely nominally, as a research hypothesis, and once in real terms, as the historical unity of power in bourgeois society. Now Foucault is clear about the fact that it is not possible to distinguish powers from one another if there is nothing outside these powers that can be used to determine the specific nature of a power. Every analysis must be based on at least one difference, on at least one doubling, otherwise it moves into tautologies. There must be something that stands outside the powers, something that makes it possible to distinguish one power from another in the first place. The doubling that Foucault constantly invokes in order to avoid tautologies is that he juxtaposes bodies with powers. For him, corporeality stands for everything that does not belong to the order of power. Physicality is always conceived as the outside of power, but power and body are not to be understood as opposites in the sense that bodies contain freedom, while power contains compulsion. Above all, this doubling is not intended as a mere reformulation of the old philosophical doubling into subject, for example, power, an object, here, the body. The division of the world into subjectivity, which usually stands for freedom, error, feeling, individuality or other things, and objectivity, which is usually associated with truth, nature, legality, sociality or even coercion. Foucault understands all these doublings and opposites as expressions of specific power strategies, as consolidations, as dispositives that have entered into a connection with the bodies external to them in a specific way and in a very specific place. Neither the power nor the bodies can be examined independently of each other. Only the way in which bodies and power have entered into a specific connection can be examined. From this doubling of the world into powers and bodies, which is fundamental to his microphysics, Foucault means no less than that in this way he can turn the entire thinking of Western civilization from its head to its feet. This foundation should allow him to write a political history of truth, a history that can do without the concept of truth, that can do without metaphysics and transcendence, that can do without ontology, that can do without recourse to absolute truths that cannot be explained further and are considered evident. And above all, it does not want to be dependent on having to assume a general subject for present and past processes. No God, no law, no nature, no sovereign, no class, and certainly no human being is the subject of history. And above all, this is the real purpose of his nominalist construction of power. Power itself is not the historical subject either. History is not governed, it governs itself in an unregulated, inherently chaotic process without beginning or end, a process that can, however, for a certain time, as in the present, chain itself into a unified strategy, but without this strategy having to have a strategist as its subject. Sovereignty, for example, the dependence of society on the arbitrariness of an all-powerful ruler, was such a temporary concatenation of power in the Middle Ages and under absolutism. Bourgeois society, on the other hand, is characterized by the absence of this sovereignty, and this shows that power can unify itself without a subject having to be subordinated to this power. This understanding of sovereignty and subjectivity will be discussed in more detail. But this much is already clear here. Foucault describes, at a high level of abstraction, nothing other than the mode of operation of the automatic subject without actually wanting to speak of it. Instead, he speaks of power. Let us return to the category of the body. The body, and this does not only mean the human body, society also forms a body under certain circumstances, plays the same role for power in Foucault as the thing in itself does for reason in Kant. Although it must be assumed to exist, statements about it can only be formulated through power relations. This already identifies the essential difference between the body and the thing in itself. Kant draws the conclusion from the unknowability of the thing in itself that it is of no further interest to him. He turns to reason and leaves the mysteriousness of this thing in itself to the theologians and other occultists. For Foucault, however, the riddle of corporeality, that it must be assumed to exist in the abstract, but can only be recognized and discovered concretely through power relations, must become the essential object of his analyses. Every category he developed, such as sign, dispositive, nature, objectification, discourse, indeed all his concepts, such as sex, the soul, society, the state, desire, feeling, can only be understood if the doubling of power and body is also considered in them. Foucault's categories therefore never designate objects in the same way that a table, for example, can be understood as an object in everyday language without any apparent problems. Rather, each category is based on a relationship between power and the body, or, as Foucault would put it, his terms denote a knot in a net in which new knots are constantly being tied and old ones untied. Objections to Foucault's conception cannot be formulated at this point. It can only be criticized once it has been shown that his concept of power cannot be redeemed in reality. Foucault has been able to immunize himself against merely philosophical criticism. This, too, will be discussed later, because his concept fulfills precisely the criteria that Hannah Arendt, for example, identified as the basis of all totalitarian ideology. It is based on an all-encompassing, easily understandable logic, with the help of which anyone who has once accepted the basic elements as valid can effortlessly explain the entire world to themselves. This is one of the main reasons why Foucault was able to replace Marx in the minds of intellectuals from the end of the 1970s onwards. It should also be pointed out here what happens when the discourse on the thing in itself is not left to the priests, and this also explains the attractiveness of Foucault's theory. The interest in bodies that Foucault stimulated produced such original essays among his students early on, such as those in the journal Tumult. Cited here are the titles of number 2, under the general theme, Body Productions. The titles of some of the essays are Nudity as Clothing, Makeup and Prostheses, On the Evaporation of the Individual Body, Face, Feeling, Skin, etc. The essays themselves deliver what the titles promise. They are entertaining, but there is no more talk of battles, as with the master thinker Foucault, of real politics in these poeticizing treatises in search of the blue flower. And recently it has been the authors around the magazine 17 Degrees Celsius and Günter Jacob, for example, who have always affirmed the fashions, the packaging of bodies and all the other cultural industrial stuff, who now want to stuff the remaining leftists' brains with Foucault. The choice, and this result of the critique should be anticipated at this point, between pseudo-radicalism and sectarianism is the consequence for those who want to identify with Foucault's thinking. In a society that synthesizes the individual and the isolated into a whole, however, a consequent nominalism, i.e. one that denies the existence of a real synthesis of individual events, is utterly impracticable. Even the one that appeared years ago in a poem in the Taz with the title, Against the Careless Making of Poems demanded, show your speechlessness. Release your stammering from the cage of everyday repression. He also wants to be understood, and he will be. In a synthesized society, the mere giving of completely incoherent sound combinations becomes a moment of this sociality. It becomes realism where nominalism was intended. But back to the doubling into powers and bodies and the decisive consequence of this for Foucault's analyses, where it is solely a matter of a historical, subjectless relationship of the powers to the bodies stripped of their objectivity. There is no longer a subjective or objective criterion that can evaluate anything as negative, as bad, as evil, as ugly, or anything else. Every negation, like the subject-object relationship itself, can in turn only be seen as an expression of a specific power relationship, for example as the resistance of one local power against another. Resistance of one local power against another. For the analysis of power, this means that all categories of the negative, above all the concept of critique, however understood, must bypass the problem of power. Anyone who, like Foucault, wants to be a consequent nominalist and bases this nominalism on the doubling of power and body, must be a positivist, must represent a positivism that rigorously applies the empirical positivism of the natural sciences to all phenomena and events. In the presentation of Foucault's real analysis, it is to be shown how he tests his concept on the object and takes seriously Nietzsche's dictum that reality only occurs beyond good and evil. In the following, his theory of bourgeois society is summarized, largely in Foucault's own words. It will become clear, on the one hand, how consistent, i.e. anything but incoherent and unsystematic Foucault's arguments are, and, on the other hand, how precisely Foucault describes, only in completely different words, the mode of operation of capital. And another aspect should be pointed out: Foucault is regarded by the bourgeois class, which in capitalism has to fulfill the role of mediating capitalist reality with the ideals that capital releases out of itself, i.e. the intellectuals, as someone who argues strictly empirically, i.e. with immediate reference to the facts. It is precisely the left-wing faction of the mediating profession that is known to be strictly anti-intellectualist, anti-theory, in Foucault, and today especially Derrida. They believe they have found someone who has liberated the differences from the corset of all-encompassing theory. Of course, any real empiricist can only laugh at this. Empirically, Foucault is rarely right. For example, the architectural model that Foucault uses as the basis for his theory has never actually been built. But that is of no interest here. Foucault, like every empiricist, can be criticized in the unifying and generalizing theory on which the events and differences are based. And it goes like this: the powers decisive for the emergence of bourgeois society are the disciplinary powers. Their mode of action appears as an anonymous strategy, which could be so successful. Because the disciplinary powers can develop inexhaustible creative possibilities with the simplest of instruments. Their instruments are panoptism and standardization. By means of these instruments, each body is tied ever more closely to the new powers, whereby the ground is increasingly taken away from the other powers. The procedures of the disciplinary powers work essentially not with the law but with technology, not with the law but with normalization, not with punishment but with control, and take place on a level and in forms that transcend both the economy and the state and its apparatuses. The concrete training of all usable forces brought about by the disciplines thus takes place behind the great abstraction of exchange, and not within it. And the social contract, as the ideal foundation of law and political power, is given its content by the coercive process of disciplining from below. The Enlightenment, which discovered freedom, also invented the disciplines. The legal system of state-guaranteed equality and freedom of individuals is not the result of economic processes, but is the result of a historical transformation of the techniques of power. It is the result of the disciplinary powers that replaced the techniques of power that arose from the feudal principle of sovereignty. The hallmark of these disciplinary powers is that they are less concerned with exploitation than with synthesis, less with the disenfranchisement of the product than with coercive bondage to the apparatus of production. The aim of these disciplinary powers is to increase their own forces, and those of society, in such a way that society is not expropriated and its forces are not shackled. Panoptism is the solution to the problem of being able to increase power even and especially where it makes itself invisible. The feudal sovereign could only exercise his power by taking immediate control of bodies. He had to burn the signs of his superiority onto the bodies he ruled and prove this superiority again and again. As an invisible power, panoptism can dispense with the abrupt, violent and incomplete procedures of feudal sovereign techniques of power and still penetrate the most elementary and subtle components of society. Panoptism was developed and tested architecturally, i.e. objectively, in prison. The prisoners' bodies were directed towards a single location from which every prisoner could be seen, but the prisoners themselves could not see the warden. The prisoners therefore did not know when and whether they were being observed at all, they only knew that they could be seen at any place and at any time, as far as possible. This interplay of knowing and not knowing is the basis on which the prisoners discipline their bodies outwardly in order to give the guards as few reasons as possible to intervene. On the other hand, this discipline is the basis for the warden to acquire knowledge of the prisoners' bodies and their behavior by means of observation, registration, and structuring. A knowledge that makes the task of surveillance increasingly easier. The general panoptism that pervades the social body of our time in an abstract way is the result of these diverse mechanisms of observation and registration that originate in the penal system and are then generalized in other disciplinary institutions such as the military, schools, hospitals, asylums, etc., which pursue nothing other than cataloging and structuring. It eventually gains effectiveness and penetrates ever deeper into people's behavior. Knowledge accumulates on every power protrusion, figuratively speaking in every supervisor, and uncovers new objects of knowledge on all surfaces where power unfolds. Starting from isolated, discrete procedures, the techniques of disciplinary powers generalize historically and produce the effect of a uniform strategy. The disciplines, tested in the various models of the penal system developed in the 18th century, penetrated into intrafamily relationships, administrative apparatuses, and other institutions and changed the character of these apparatuses themselves. From now on, these have less the task of representing, i.e. embodying, the sovereign, but that of generalizing the disciplinary techniques in the social body. Once the bodies have finally been disciplined on all sides, the powers can dispense with their physical presence, the overseers, and in their wake the sovereignty itself, can leave the stage. Among the poor classes, for example, the following methods were used to discipline them: the inculcation of a basic legality, which was indispensable as soon as the system of the penal code took the place of customary rights, the teaching of the basic rules of property and saving, the training of obedience to labor, sedentarism, etc. Finally, Foucault describes all the disciplinary institutions set up in society, including charitable societies, moral associations, support and monitoring institutions, workers' housing estates and apartments, as the Great Dungeon Network. This dungeon network, or more precisely, the power technique based on it, displaces other, less productive powers and becomes universal. Not all old techniques of power are displaced in the process. Disciplinary power is added to other, already existing ones, but forces new boundaries to be drawn. It is added to the power of the word and the text, to the power of the law, to the power of tradition. The power of the norm finally breaks through in the disciplines. If panoptism serves to observe, register and differentiate bodies, then the norm represents the replacement of the supervisor towards whom the bodies are differentiated. Every normalizing power is doubly determined. On the one hand, it forces homogeneity, which finds its most comprehensive expression in the system of formal equality. On the other hand, in conjunction with panoptism, it has an individualizing effect, since from it distances can be measured, particularities can be fixed and differences can be usefully coordinated. And the main goal of all processes of disciplining and normalization is individualization, which is brought about by breaking off any relationship that is not controlled or hierarchically ordered by power. We can only speak of a unified power, i.e. of power, when it pervades the entire social body as a historically established uniformity. Individual local powers, which have in common that they discipline the bodies where the other powers subjugate the bodies by force, have now been able to chain themselves together into a common finality, into a uniformly effective strategy based on a uniform norm. And the hallmark of this strategy is that it involves mechanisms of power that do not work through extraction or exploitation, but through the creation of value. The principles of violence and robbery are replaced by the disciplines of leniency, production, and profit. The question arises as to how the disciplinary powers are given the purposefulness, the finality, that makes it possible to speak of strategy at all. When asked about this problem in interviews, Foucault's answer is always evasive. We do not know who actually has power, but we do know who does not. There is no person and no class from whom power emanates. As an example, he explains that prison, for example, produces an effect that was absolutely not intended in advance and that has nothing to do with the strategic cunning of any meta or trans-historical subject that would have suspected or wanted it. In any case, the bourgeois class did not invent the strategy of discipline and impose it on the working class. The bourgeoisie was able to develop large-scale strategies through all kinds of mechanisms and institutions, such as parliamentarianism, information processing, publishing houses, trade fairs, universities, etc., without, however, needing to impute a subject to them. In contrast, the massive projection of military methods onto industrial organization is an example of how the new powers are realized without the need to assume a class such as the bourgeoisie as the subject of this process. Foucault's priority is clear: a strategy develops in the relationship between individual powers, which is then utilized by the carriers of the industrial production process. This enabled the bourgeoisie to increase its power, but without possessing it. And what is more, the bourgeoisie is also disciplined by these powers, albeit, as Foucault admits, in a different way than the proletariat. The form in which every power, disciplinary or otherwise, manages to penetrate the most minute and individual procedures is discourse. All powers are dependent on discourse as a vehicle. Discourses are the strategic elements through which the powers first become recognizable as powers. As seen above, knowledge is collected, generated and formed in the discourses of the various disciplinary powers. The examination procedure is developed from a combination of panoptism and normalization, which makes the generalization and, above all, the objectification of the knowledge generated in the disciplines possible in the first place. Only by covering the social body with the most diverse examination procedures is a ready-to-use, general and therefore objectified knowledge constituted. The human sciences emerge with the examinations, and with them we enter the age of unlimited testing and compulsory objectification. The dungeon network mentioned above forms the arsenal of the complex of power and knowledge that has historically made the human sciences possible. The recognizable human being, his soul, his individuality, his consciousness, his conscience, his behavior, etc., is the effect of the analytical recording of bodies made possible by the disciplines. What these new sciences of man have in common is that man is no longer regarded as a generic being, but as an individual. The recording and registration procedures, the mechanisms of examination, the formation of disciplinary systems, the development of a new type of power over the body have allowed the body to enter the field of knowledge as an individual. It was in those inglorious archives where the modern system of constraints on bodies, gestures, and behavior was developed that the sciences were born from human beings. And, Foucault's remark, which is not to be denied its evidence, in passing, the empirical procedures on which these sciences, as well as the natural sciences, are based, were worked out and developed in the court proceedings of the Inquisition. What is special about this development of knowledge is that the human sciences are constantly searching for something secret, that they always want to discover something that lies behind the particular, empirical phenomena. Foucault now assumes that what these sciences ask for, the secret, the true, the essence behind the phenomena, does not exist at all. Rather, it is the questions of science itself that produce what they then find. Individuality, for example, is therefore the result of science's questions about individuality, i.e., it is not something that is inherent to bodies by nature. It is similar with the soul. It arises as an inner counterpart to the discipline imposed on bodies from the outside. It is produced here so that it can then be used by psychologists for power. Foucault sees Freud's repression hypothesis, against which he develops his anti-repression hypothesis, as a model for this circular interplay of the production and subsequent unveiling of secrets. By constantly asking about the unconscious, by constantly talking about the unconscious, psychoanalysis produces it in the first place. It does not discover the true being of the subject in the unconscious, just as the human sciences have not discovered individuality as the truth of the body. The will to truth behind every will to know, which celebrates one of its historical high points in psychoanalysis, is a result of Western culture, and thus of power. The order of truth is fundamental to the structure and functioning of today's society. Power produces truth effects, and these in turn reproduce power. By aiming for truth, humanity's desire for knowledge does not free itself from the technologies of power. The objectivity of knowledge is not the place of complete freedom from power, it is its center. The current order of truth has its history. The division of discourse into true and false arose with the expulsion of the sophists by the ancient Greeks. This division into true and false was new, because true discourse is no longer the precious and desirable discourse that is tied to the exercise of power. Since the Greeks, the Western world has been searching for the objective, for that which is assumed to be beyond desire and will. In the torture of bodies as a punitive practice in pre-civil societies, the connection between power and truth is still immediate, similar to the philosophical discourse of the ancient Greek sophists. Through torture, the exercise of power over bodies is carried out, and the confession brought about by torture is the proof of truth. With the disembodiment of power, even if torture as torture in penal practice does not completely torture in penal practice, confession is becoming increasingly important in the search for truth. This is true both in modern penal practice, in which the accused vouches for the truth of the investigation by confessing, and in psychoanalysis, in which the confession of truth has inscribed itself at the heart of all the procedures through which power pursues individualization. In his last project in particular, under the heading Sexuality and Truth, Foucault was concerned with writing a political history of truth. With it, he wanted to reverse the traditional lines of philosophy. Foucault ascribes the following insights to this traditional philosophy: confession liberates, power compels silence, truth does not belong to the order of power but has an original relationship to freedom. The political history of truth, on the other hand, would have to show that truth is neither inherently free nor error-unfree. That this is the case becomes clearest in confession, for in the demand for a confession of the true, be it in the investigation of criminal acts, in the investigation of pathologies in medicine, or in the disclosure of the unconscious in psychoanalysis, the connection between power and truth is still clearly recognizable. Foucault transforms truth into a dispositive of power. What stands at the beginning in traditional philosophy, the question of the possibility of recognizing truth, stands at the end with Foucault, because what we understand by truth today is supposed to be the most comprehensive result of the historical techniques of power. Sexuality, for example, is not a natural faculty, is not an eternally valid truth of human existence discovered by science. Rather, sexuality arises as a secret knowledge in the strategic and political interplay of body, desire, sex, and power. What all truth effects generated by powers have in common is that there are powers at work in these truths that can act without the physical appearance of an overseer, a powerful person, a sovereign. 4. And this is the general result of Foucault's analyses: the more invisible, and, it should be added, the more uniformly a power appears, the more effective it is. Truth, and here lies the decisive flaw in his microphysics, cannot be conceived independently of the form that every truth must take if it is to be generally recognized as such. A technology of power, for example, for which 2 + 2 is 5, will immediately lose all influence and thus all ability to bend bodies to its will. One cannot abstract from this form determination of every truth if one wants to analyze the truth effects of power. Truth is, first of all, nothing other than the general recognition of the validity of pure forms. When Foucault discovers power in truth, he discovers a certain content in a pure form. The archaeologist, the positivist and empiricist, for whom only that which appears is valid, this anti-metaphysician Foucault, he sees a spectre in truth, the spectre of power. Looking for content in a pure form is as occult as the intention to chemically analyze a coin using the most sophisticated methods in order to ultimately find the social relationship that money is by its very nature. The emergence and validity of pure formal determinations, such as mathematics, can only be understood as a socially determined process if these forms are seen for what they are, forms in which power relations, i.e. sociality in the broadest sense, not only appear to be suspended, but also are suspended. Only through the reconstruction of social reproduction, i.e. only when we have a concept of totality, can we recognize the significance that the constant bridging of the contrast between form and content has for the cohesion of bourgeois society. Power relations are always results. Foucault is absolutely right about that. And truth effects may also be results. The only question is, the result of what? Despite all his assertions that power only exists locally, Foucault cannot avoid claiming in general that power is generated by power. In every form, even if only in the linguistic nominal identity of power and powers, beginning and end, starting point and result, part and whole, particular and general coincide. Foucault must constantly abstract from this intricacy of his subject and thus does not do justice to it. To say that power generates truth and truth generates power is the same as saying that money generates money. By equating truth and power, Foucault must make power the automatic subject of history, the truth that produces truth. Modern bourgeois society may appear to be such a tautological entity, but Foucault's concept of power does not explain it as such a phenomenon. Such an explanation would only be possible if it could be shown how relations of violence are reproduced in bourgeois society from the general recognition of pure formal determinations. In addition to a concept of totality, this also requires a concept of negative socialization and inversion. And then Foucault's concept of power proves to be a fetishization of capital. Before this is explained, here is further evidence that Foucault does not succeed in solving the riddle of power in his real analysis. It has already been mentioned in Strategy Without Strategists. Foucault leaves unanswered the question of how the powers are given a purpose. If these powers are disembodied, will-less, i.e. subject-less, where does their endeavor, which they all have in common, to increase themselves, to become more effective and invisible come from? It may still be possible that their concatenation into a unified strategy is due to chance, or a chaotic interplay of coincidences and necessities. But the endeavor of each individual power to produce not ineffectively but effectively, not more but fewer points of resistance, this endeavor must be presupposed by Foucault as a unity, as the general truth of each individual power. With this, however, his assertion that he only ever wants to analyze the general as the result of the concatenation of particular events collapses. That which is common to all powers, the endeavor to increase their powers, i.e. a very human, anthropological need in fact, determines the direction of action of power. As with all traditional philosophy, the general is the subject here, the particular is only an expression of this subjectivity. And in this point, the purposefulness of the powers, Foucault's analyses would be something that they least want to be, anthropology. Foucault must be frankly conceded that his positivism describes essential phenomena of bourgeois society better than many of his academic colleagues. However, if it is only about the value of a positivist description of what is currently happening in modern capitalism, then there is at least one author who argues more informatively, albeit less entertainingly, Niklas Luhmann. After all the concrete studies Foucault has presented, the first question to ask is why Foucault was so vehemently opposed to totalizing universals and systematic theories. It must be admitted that Foucault, like Luhmann, manages without natural law, without historical teleology, that he does not assume an all-encompassing causality in history. Myths of progress have no place with him. If one disregards the fact that the statement that all being is becoming is also ontological, Foucault even manages without ahistorical premises. But his concept of power, as far as uniformity, universality, and internal consistency are concerned, is likely to far overshadow the Hegelian world spirit in every interpretation, both methodologically and in terms of its content, as well as in the political program that follows on from it. There is no need to argue about the fact that the events and strategies that Foucault tracked down in the archives are superior in terms of cognitive value to a Marxism that has no problem with the claim to power in the general concept of truth and objectivity. And above all, one thing should be emphasized in Foucault's analyses. Following Nietzsche, Foucault is able to demonstrate very clearly to utopianism that the same power that makes capital so powerful lies behind this utopianism. Anyone who programmatically demands of bourgeois society, regardless of the variety, that it should push the subsumption of particular interests and needs under a general power, whether this is called life, nature, happiness, love, work, truth, or whatever else, further than it has already done so far, is doing precisely the business of capital. However, this advantage of Foucault's conception is immediately squandered by those who, following in his footsteps, poetically rely on corporeality as something supposedly primordial. The depoliticizing effect of this poeticization is probably in no way inferior to that of the utopians. What is right in Foucault can only be saved by breaking through the positivist construction of power. Here is a brief indication of how this can be done. What Foucault calls the singular, local powers can be described much more precisely with Marx, and stripped of all mysticism, as the expenditure of concrete labor in the production process. As we know, under capitalist conditions of production, this concrete labor is turned into its opposite, it becomes abstract form, it is transformed into value. This value generated in the production process is realized on the market, where it appears as a fair price and, occultly, as money, as a sensual-supersensual form. What Foucault describes with the universalization of disciplinary and normalizing powers, on the other hand, would be nothing other than the generalization of the form of value. It is the value form that colonizes the thinking and behavior of individuals. And it does so behind and in the disciplines. Stripped of their metaphysical character as subjectless powers, everything that Foucault grasps with the categories of disciplining, panoptism, normalization and testing can then be largely accepted. With one restriction, an important one, which is illustrated by the initial example of apples and pears, the disciplines of which Foucault speaks not only require bodies to accept the general concept of fruit as the common factor in apples and pears. When Foucault speaks of the orientation of bodies towards a uniform, universally valid norm, he only focuses on this aspect of standardization. As correct as this aspect of disciplining may be, what disciplining ultimately achieves is that individuals accept the absurdity that 2 apples are worth just as much as 5 pears. And more importantly, but all the worse, that 8 hours of private surrender of vitality to a capitalist is worth the same as what can be produced in 4 hours of social activity. Only the generalization of this real abstraction, on the used car market as well as on the labor market, brings the relationship between the particular and the general to the concept. Because Foucault, like every science, only knows nominal abstractions, such as that of fruit or that of power, he must miss the decisive step in the emergence of bourgeois society, namely, that we can only speak of capitalism when the real abstraction of exchange has also taken hold of production. Only when labor power itself has become a commodity, when it is itself value formed and also thinks in this way, only from this point onwards can the disciplines become socially generalized, only now can capital become a power reproducing itself out of itself. In the transformation of living labor into abstract form in the production process lies the basis, lies the hidden subject of all the powers that Foucault speaks of as supposedly subjectless. To the same extent that individuals accept the validity of the value form and internalize it as a universally valid form of thought for all areas of their lives, the disciplinary powers described by Foucault subsequently assert themselves. The unified power of capital, its universalization, anonymization, as well as the action of capital as an automatic subject, in which power generates power like money generates money, is thus the result of a historical process that is quite external to capital itself. Capital as power, i.e. exploitation, is the historical result of a social relationship that is dominated by the exchange of equivalents, an exchange that contains neither an ounce of natural material nor any moment of exploitation, domination or power, which is simply pure form. It is a form that is pure appearance, in which its essence, being based on exploitation, does not appear and yet can only exist as one with it. Those who, following Foucault, deny that this essence does not exist because it does not appear, are forced to understand every event as an expression of power. That power is not the essence of the thing, but appears immediately in the event, is a defensive assertion whose falsehood and absurdity are obvious. Money may have power, but is in itself completely powerless, but an expression of pure form and nothing else. It becomes an ideologue, a mediator, to which thinking, which can only exist in the difference between appearance and essence, has declared war. If one assumes that the capitalist production process inverts the vitality of individuals into the lifeless functioning of an abstract form of socialization, if it is recognized that this subject of production is at the same time its object, then the positivist consequences that Foucault must draw from his concept of power clearly prove to be false. Wherever Foucault draws powers and bodies together into an unbroken unity, and this is the case with him in every category, we must actually always assume a real precaution of the subject-object doubling. The old philosophical subject-object dualism thus retains its validity and with it all the categories of the negative that Foucault is forced to reject. The doubling into powers and bodies proves to be an arbitrary hypothesis, comparable to that of green cheese as the original building block of matter. The concepts of repression, exploitation, and above all the concept of critique not only retain their justification, they become necessary building blocks in the analysis. And then the character of a political program, which in its simplicity leads to a series of abstrusities that necessarily result from the concept of positivism or nominalism, also becomes clear. Those who, like Foucault, define power as the constant struggle of individual powers against each other, have a very easy time when it comes to determining what resistance is. Where there is power, there is also resistance. And because every node in the comprehensive network of unified power is equally important for the cohesion of the entire network, it is sufficient to dissolve a single node in order to blow up the whole. Foucault's political program boils down to this simple formula. He cannot develop any further criteria for differentiating politics from his concept of power. If we take this formula, then the Nazi who, for whatever reason, brought his officer around the corner, did indeed offer resistance. With all due respect for the consistency with which Foucault carries through his nominalism, at a politically fatal point in his thinking, Foucault shies away from finding a clear language. This consequence was drawn by Foucault's predecessor, i.e. Nietzsche, which, incidentally, could prove that unearthing unknown discourses can certainly bring interesting material to the surface, but that the famous discourses of people like Nietzsche, Hegel, Kant and Marx have reserved the right to name the decisive points of all these discourses. In A Hymn to Nietzsche, Foucault speaks of the fact that the rules of the logic of power relations are in themselves blind, violent and without purpose. They could be subjected to this or that. The great game of history belongs to those who penetrate the complex mechanism and transform it in such a way that the rulers are dominated by their own rules. Foucault conceals the fact that Nietzsche clearly states who it is that takes possession of these blindly acting rules, the Superman, and that is, politically speaking, the sovereign who, unrecognizable from Foucault's concept of power, makes his mischief effective behind and in the anonymizations and generalizations of power and patiently waits to be able to bring bourgeois society to its conception like the phoenix from the ashes. I would like to claim that Foucault was well aware of this problem, but that his conception did not allow him to express himself about the sovereign of bourgeois society in any other way than behind closed doors. Foucault's positivism cannot speak of crisis, emergency, exceptional state, sovereignty, or leader if no real existing person, no event, no body, no current discourse can be assigned to these terms. For the positivist, who may no longer know any legality, the statement that capitalism can only solve its debt crisis through the destruction of capital, which simultaneously results in the death of many people, is only not metaphysical if an empirical actual process can be assigned to the event it describes. When Foucault speaks of fascism, he must use this term synonymously with that of the holistic, totalizing discourse. He must understand the problem of fascism at least as a problem of thinking and feeling until the real fascism has not asserted itself in reality. It is impossible for the positivists à la Foucault to understand fascism, sovereignty, or crisis as a reality that still characterizes bourgeois society even if nothing corresponds to it in actual empirical terms. Without wishing to blur the differences, that democratic republic and fascism, popular sovereignty and leadership are two sides of one and the same political socialization by capital, it must remain impossible for any anti-dialectician to recognize this. It is not only in the understanding of the sovereign that Foucault's positivist conception takes revenge. Quite contrary to his intention of not presenting a universalist theory, his universalism has something to say about all areas of science, state economics, politics, ethics, aesthetics, science, philosophy, and much more. However, Foucault's universalism is a poor one because he can only base empirical events on a single level of abstraction, that of positive, producing, value-creating power. This is why his investigations, despite the wealth of material processed in them, have to generalize far too much. They do not get a grip on the real differentiations of bourgeois reality, which functions on very different levels of abstraction, many of which are graded in themselves. This is why Foucault ultimately elevates the catastrophe towards which bourgeois society is not only heading, but which it has long been, to a political program. He who identifies sociality and individuality as the opponents of his political struggle must regard death as salvation. Let us assume that the de-individualization demanded by Foucault succeeds. Who is then supposed to assert anything special, concrete or singular against exploitation by a generalizing power? With his demand for de-individualization, Foucault obstructs the realization of the intrinsically correct goal of liberating the particular from its domination by the general. Foucault's political program in itself, however meaningless it may be, is not, however, an objection to the theory on which this program is based. A theory is not wrong because it cannot show practice a way out of some misery. Every positivism, moralism, utopianism, and idealism faces the dilemma of having to construct ways out that can no longer be based on an analysis of bourgeois society. Before discussing practice, any theory would have to be asked whether it can recognize the real mystification of capital as a self-setting subject. Because Foucault obstructs the path to this with the concept of power, his concept has failed, and thus his political program proves to be misleading, which, at least in places, is also dangerous. What do Foucault and the crisis of Marxism have to do with the problem of the dialectic of totality and identity? On Foucault, he claims that his analyses are neither holistically oriented, nor are they based on an identical determination that forms the basis of all his analyses. In other words, he claims to be able to analyze isolated appearances only as particulars, and, furthermore, he claims the non-existence of an all-encompassing general. I will try to prove the opposite. I claim that for Foucault, power is the basic category of a holistic theory. For him, power constitutes the identical moment of all moments of reality. In other words, for Foucault, power is the identity of a totality that he analyzes. The first question that arises is how to provide such evidence. Science has, of course, developed a number of methods to examine existing systems of thought for their scope or to determine underlying basic variables, or basic functions. These include system-theoretical or hermeneutic procedures or those that could be described as paradigmatic. With regard to Foucault, it would be possible with some certainty to explain what I mean by the latter, to assign his analyses to a certain tradition of thought, Nietzsche, Bergson, Bachelard, etc., to distinguish him from others both methodologically and in terms of content, Descartes, Kant, Hegel, Freud, Rye, etc., to assign him to an internal scientific community, Deleuze, Lyotard, Baudrillard, etc., or to distinguish him from an external one. Sartre, Lefebvre, Althusser, Levi-Strauss on the one hand, psychiatry, psychoanalysis, criminology on the other, etc., to indicate external factors that explain the attraction of his theories, their rise in the scientific community as a whole, crisis of Marxism, crisis of psychotherapies, crisis of criminal justice, all perhaps as a consequence of May 68, and. I am convinced that all procedures would lead to the conclusion that Foucault represents a theory that is clearly identifiable. This is because it develops its own methods, opens up its own subject areas, develops its own basic parameters. And for this reason alone, it cannot deny its systematic character. I will not refer to any of these methods, not only because of the unjustifiable amount of work required for a diploma thesis, if they are to even begin to do justice to the task mentioned here, neither systems theories, nor hermeneutics, nor the investigation of paradigms claim to proceed dialectically. Their scientific nature is enough for them. One immediately asks, quite rightly, what is dialectics? One answers, and one is now forced to give a direct answer. Dialectics is the process of total negation. I wouldn't accuse anyone of such a reduction, but it is, after all, a partial aspect of what dialectics also is. Then you already have a positive statement. This brings me to the point where, for me, the crisis of Marxism, which periodically only becomes manifest, but is always latent, breaks out. For me, its permanent crisis is based, not only, but also, on the fact that Marxism has not yet succeeded in developing a satisfactory philosophy that could counteract its flattening out into a dogmatic theory when social practice as a regulative largely fails. See, for example, Karl Korsch's 1975 diagnosis of the second crisis, which is cited by the editors of Procla 36, but whose suggestions, namely to finally develop a philosophy of Marxism, are not even projected. To put it somewhat exaggeratedly, no one has yet succeeded in working out a convincing Marxist schema that can counteract the schematization of Marxism, or, there are still no communicable doctrines of the content that there are no doctrines in Marxism. In other words, although Marxism claims to be a holistic theory, it has not yet formulated one. This has far-reaching consequences, especially for those who have a quasi-natural need for comprehensive explanatory approaches from the outset, as it is both demanded from above and demanded from below, for the students who should know and also want to know. It was Niklas Luhmann who enlightened us about the social function of theories. Good theories are those that sufficiently reduce the generally given, oversized external complexity, in other words, those that clarify a series of very different questions, those that bring incoherent appearances into a certain order. But they must not reduce this external complexity to such an extent that they no longer leave any questions or riddles unanswered. In other words, they must have a certain degree of internal complexity, otherwise the external complexity gains the upper hand and people start looking for new theories. The content of the theories themselves is not important. Good theories in the above sense are functionally equivalent. Which one is applied depends, among other things, on the problems to be solved. One should not make the criticism of Luhmann too easy. Marx also had his problems with Ricardo's theory of value. Today's analysts of these problems usually have even more difficulties. When Luhmann's complexity model is brought together with Foucault's theory and the crisis of Marxism, the following thesis can be put forward: when it was discovered that dogmatic Marxism had congealed into doctrines that could no longer explain anything, when on the other hand it was seen that open Marxism was so entangled in its theoretical problems that it too could hardly be related to reality, a theory such as Foucault's could fall on fertile ground. It addresses the discomfort of mere theory by focusing strictly on the experience of those who want to change this society. This experience is called resistance that one encounters on a daily basis, resistance that one has to offer on a daily basis. Furthermore, this theory traces the reality of this experience back to a fact that is also central to Marxism: the way power relations work. Foucault names these in concrete terms and analyzes them comprehensively in their interrelationships. Foucault's theory is therefore able to adequately reduce external complexity. But it is also sufficiently complex internally. And Foucault achieves this with a simple but effective trick. He claims that power exists everywhere and yet it has no center, no identity, it cannot be localized in space, time, it cannot be identified as such. Everyone is now called upon to embark on a search for the path that makes it possible to think this mystery together: local powers as reality on the one hand and general power as non-reality on the other. I, too, have set out in search of the solution to this riddle, according to Jacques Rancière. As someone who is convinced of the necessity of dialectics, the mere requirement of functional equivalence did not satisfy me. In order to be able to consider Foucault's theory good or bad, I was more interested in its content and the question of whether or not this content was relevant to its object. However, I did not have a satisfactory procedure that could provide me with a methodical approach to Foucault's theory, at least in the FRG. Hardly anyone among Marxists has felt obliged to go beyond polemical attacks or tacit affirmation, perhaps rightly so, Foucault's concept to a more precise analysis, which I could have worked on, nor, as already mentioned above, is there a positive background from which the range of epistemological problems that Foucault not only addresses, but considers solved, could be judged from a Marxist point of view. This once again raises the question: what is Marxist and what is not? First of all, I would like to list the points I have already mentioned. To be Marxist means in any case to proceed dialectically. It means to think in terms of the categories of totality, identity, negation, contradiction, and so on. Furthermore, it means not erecting a dogmatic edifice from a theory, but allowing oneself to be guided by the object, and that is social reality. Although these definitions say very little in concrete terms, they already have a quality that, in relation to Foucault's concept of power, can guide an analysis. The guiding questions that arise from this are: how do you prove someone has a totalizing theory who claims to have no concept of totality? How do you prove the use of an all-constituting identity by someone who claims that they do not base their theories on such an identity? Not to mention the fact that this could be understood as the construction scheme of a Marxist theory. It follows Foucault's logic, a logic that he himself refuses to acknowledge. And therefore my scattered remarks on Marxism within that logic are by no means to be understood as if they had to look the same in their structure. And yet my procedure requires that these remarks can only be read as a whole. In order not to digress too far, it was often necessary to interrupt a train of thought and pick it up again elsewhere. On this theoretical concept, Herbert Marcuse, 1976, page 2f, and Passim. One qualification should be made here: the concept of totality cannot, of course, mean that one has really included all moments in this theory, but only that this theory has a range that makes it appear possible in principle that it is not falsified. One may consider such theories to be bad theories, to paraphrase Popper, see Luhmann on the other hand, but from the point of view of dialectics, it should also be possible to prove that Popper has a totalizing theory. However, this is much easier with Foucault, as he provides a substantive concept as a basic quantity, power, whereas with Popper it is only a formally conceived concept of ratio. Nor, of course, can totality be understood as the sum or as more or less than the sum of parts, as Habermas suggests? Totality is a qualitative concept that cannot be reduced to quantities or logical operationalizations. It is therefore the possibility of presenting Foucault's theory of power in the way that is attempted here that already attests to an important inadequacy of this theory, for it is unable to live up to its claim of not being a totalizing theory. In addition, there are of course also objections to Foucault's concept of power in relation to the subject matter, which I will examine in individual cases. And of course there are also internal contradictions, such as the different uses of the concept of ideology, which I will not go into in detail. On the one hand, because I want to prove the consistency of Foucault's theory, and on the other hand, because at no point do these contradictions take on a quality that could seriously jeopardize the concept. Foucault's above-mentioned riddle naturally also contains a contradiction, that between claim and realization. Foucault does not recognize another form of contradiction, the dialectical one. He only knows struggles, i.e. real oppositions. It can therefore be shown that the above riddle is not a contradiction, but follows an identical logic, although it does not want to follow one. Provided that the procedure described above succeeds, a paradoxical situation arises. Foucault, who rejects any totalizing theory, has an elaborated concept with which the general and the particular can be consistently linked. Marxism, as my guiding principle of critique, which demands a total theory, has not yet elaborated it. Marxism has so far been anything but unproductive. For every problem that Foucault relates to his theory with enviable stringency, there are entire libraries full of Marxist literature. While it is absolutely no mistake that these works often fundamentally contradict each other, this situation makes an anti-critique of Marxism extremely difficult. With his direction of analysis, Foucault not only places himself in opposition to the social sciences, but also quite consciously in opposition to historical materialist dialectics, which assumes the existence of an identity that determines the reality of bourgeois society, which, however, cannot then be called power, and must assume it if it does not want to be unfaithful to its own premises. Dialectics cannot distinguish between general, merely nominalistic identity and real difference. The establishment of a unity of designation and thing, structuralist, designator and designated, in the concept is its foremost task. In the following, I assert the superiority of dialectics over Foucault's methods of investigation. In order to support this assertion, I must show that the above opposition of nominalistically conceded identity, but denied for reality, is a contradiction in ejecto, that is, a bad contradiction that bypasses the reality of bourgeois society. In my view, dialectics can therefore explain something that Foucault can no longer explain, and, as a result, his concept of power becomes entangled in inconsistencies, in mystifications, which are reflected not least in avoidable practical negative consequences. First of all, a few explanations are in order to make it easier to understand what I mean by abstraction and the associated problems of nominalism or realism, content or form when I make a critical comment on Foucault. First of all, I would like to point out the distinction between abstraction of thought and abstraction of reality. The materialist way of thinking is bound to the assumption that form is subject to time and can experience abstraction, pure abstraction of form, in temporal processes. According to this, abstraction is not only possible as conceptual abstraction, it can also be real abstraction, namely flowing from human actions, from actions that happen between humans and have human meaning. Sohn-Rethel 1973, page 242. According to this understanding, real abstraction means that formal determinations find their reality where they become tangible as the result of activity. The same applies, of course, to the links between the determinates of form, to their logic, causality, finality, modality, etc. What is meant here is that one must follow Kant in that these determinates of form do not originate from experience, but also not from a transcendental logical space, but from reflection on the actual action of the subject, i.e. not the transcendental, generalized, but the empirical, bodily individual. It is a fundamental error of Hegelianism that contradictions, or opposites, bring dynamism into history. It owes itself solely to the activities of the subjects, who very rarely care about logical contradictions. Principles of form are therefore always to be determined from a content. The characteristic of this content, i.e. the concrete, empirically observable activity, is its historicity. From now on, the development of this historicity within the framework of reflection could follow Herbert Marcuse's 1970 suggestions on a philosophical level: activity as the present shaping of what is found for what is to come, activity as the unity of the doubling of labor and play, general labor as the mediation of being with itself with its negation of objectivity, general labor finally as the unity of the separation of concrete and abstract labor, and ultimately the negation of alienated labor in the realm of freedom. What is important, less in terms of content, but in terms of the internal consistency of historical materialism, is the reference to the logical significance of this concept of activity. As Mark Hughes also mentions, it cannot be determined biologically, for example, on the basis of basic needs, or economically, for example, on the basis of the principle of a generally given scarcity of goods. Each time one is thrown back on a transcendence that contradicts the principle of wanting to base everything on activity. The question is therefore this, and, not only in a figurative sense, as scholastic as it may sound, the entire historical materialist postulate depends on its answer. Is that concept of activity, as the fundamental presupposition of historical materialism, not itself an ontological presupposition? With Mark Hughes, this suspicion is obvious. His concept of ontology, which is not explained in detail in his essay mentioned here, is intended to sublate the ahistoricity of this determination. The solution to this problem, as I have it in mind, leads back to Foucault, who, it should be emphasized, has a completely different concept of activity. Activity is subsumed by him to power. As activity has been presented so far, it has a twofold function. On the one hand, it is the ultimate content of history, the ultimate general determinant of all historical changes, but it is also the unity of concrete present action with past action and projection onto the future. On the other hand, it is also a general term, a mere name, of which the Lexicon für Soziologie, Rowold Verlag 1977, page 469, says that it does not describe what exists, but was only created through abstraction from our perceptions in order to be able to summarize similar things, for example through generic or species terms. However, historical materialism is only interested in the latter from its premise insofar as naming can also be identified as a real abstraction. This interest exists when, for example, the concept of labor is limited to economic activity by means of definition, and this definition thus takes on the social function of obscuring the philosophical aspect of labor. This means that for historical materialism, nominalism, a mere abstraction of thought, is inadmissible in the face of reality. Every nominalism refers to a reality behind it. And yet, as the concept of activity shows, it seems to be inescapable. This hopelessness can only be eliminated by accepting it. I have already accepted it with the field of tension between concept and metaphysics, as explained in the introduction. And against this background, the aspect of activity that refers to its function as a general concept can be defined as an empty form, as a form that does not contain any determinations in itself. And that means, empty forms are mere signs, in which each one is interchangeable with every other, in which everything is equal. And from these signs one selects one in order to show in a real analysis whether it is possible to describe the historical process without resorting to transcendence. As soon as an abstraction of thought coagulates into an abstraction of reality, which itself cannot be explained out of history, but which must be presupposed as an eternal being of historical being, a concept turns into a metaphysic. Then empty form has become definite form, that is, the concept has proven to be unworkable. Nominalism understood in this way means that it can only select one sign from all possible signs, as this one sign replaces all other signs from the presupposition, if I take the sign God, then I have to explain what is meant by it. And this explanation must be based on historical processes. It will then very quickly become clear that I must fill the empty sign God with determinations. The same, as will be demonstrated here, happens with Foucault's concept of power. In order to maintain it, he is constantly forced to insert content-related determinations into it that go beyond its nominalist character. Of course, I cannot prove here whether the signed activity really fulfills these requirements. It would then first have to be shown that such concepts as identity, totality, negation, content, form and above all that of history are not presupposed determinations of activity, but spring from it. It is clear that activity as an empty form cannot have an identity, as such it is not a concept. It is different, however, as a real abstraction. Here, activity is conceived as the ultimate content, the unfolding of which determines the historical processes. This unfolding entails being able to speak of reversals of this identity, of divisions that express themselves as relations of domination, as reifications, as constraints. And this is why, in what follows, we will usually only speak of identity as the ultimate mediating principle of a totality of relationships where the ultimate content of our society is to be defined as bourgeois, for its identity is no longer to be understood as a mere moment of activity, but as an independent moment that springs from the act of exchange and whose relation to activity is no longer evident. Sommerfeld calls the functional context that describes the mode of action of this identity of bourgeois society social synthesis, 1973, page 19. In contrast to the concept of social reproduction, synthesis thus stands for the specifically bourgeois reproduction of society. And the identity of this synthesis, for Sommerfeld the value form, is sought because what is needed is a specific and unambiguous socio-structural, not ideological, criterion by which a classless society can be recognized in its essential difference from all class society. Ibid, page 19. With the view that the Marxists, Foucault excludes Marx and Trotsky here, do not also and simultaneously understand a struggle of opposites against each other by dialectical opposition, but rather a logic that transcends these struggles, the mere empirical expression of which are those struggles, Foucault indeed hits upon an impression that arises from many a derivative debates. What surprises me in Marxist analyses is that although there is constant talk of a class struggle, hardly any attention is paid to one half of the term, namely a struggles. As right as Foucault may be here, the crux of these debates on derivation is not that they involve derivation at all, as a pragmatist critique would have it. The mistake that Foucault is addressing here is rather that Marxism relied too much on the logic of capital. A single principle was usually extracted from this logic, more or less arbitrarily, such as the fall in the rate of profit, as the cause of the crisis, the expanded, or simple, circulation of commodities, the compulsion to exploit the work, the greed of capital to increase profit, etc., in order to then enter into a fruitless dispute about which principle is really fundamental to the politics not only of capital, but of politics in general. This overlooked the simple fact, which Marx himself probably never denied, that social and economic reproduction are not the same thing, that a particular economic reproduction is merely an expression, even if, perhaps, an all-encompassing expression of a particular but general social reproduction. In the meantime, however, word seems to have gotten around that the politics of the state not only reacts to movements of capital, but often also intervenes in social struggles independently of purely economic necessities in order to secure the bourgeois order, which goes beyond the market order. It is also a coercive relationship. Without going into more detail here on the theories of the transitional society, it should be noted that historically it has been clearly verified that the abolition of private ownership of the means of production does not necessarily lead to socialism. However, such a step is also not possible within societies that remain bourgeois, otherwise the antagonistic East-West conflict, among other things, could not be adequately explained. Ownership of the means of production thus appears to be a mediating link between general social reproduction and particular capital reproduction, which has a determining influence on politics, but cannot be used as a criterion to adequately distinguish a socialist from a bourgeois society. In other words, it is not the deduction as such that is wrong, but the place from which the deduction must be made must be a moment of social reproduction, activity, and not just one of economic reproduction. The most serious mistake of previous derivations has probably proved to be to regard the private ownership of the means of production as the constitutive moment of bourgeois socialization. And Foucault probably has this discourse in mind when he criticizes Marxism to the effect that it is still based on the concepts of property rights and truth, but that these are not the dispositives with which the modern strategy of power can be adequately described. The study of the microphysics of power presupposes that the power unfolding in it is not understood as property but as a strategy, that its effects of domination are not attributed to its appropriation but to dispositives, maneuvers, techniques, modes of operation, that a network of constantly tense and active relationships is deciphered in it instead of a fixed privilege, that it is based as a model on the perpetual battle and not on the contract for the cession of a territory, or the conquest that takes possession of such a territory. This power is not so much something that someone possesses, but rather something that unfolds, not so much the acquired or preserved privilege of the ruling class, but rather the overall effect of its strategic positions, an effect that is revealed and occasionally renewed by the position of the ruled. The analysis of power relations, if it is to be examined as Foucault proposes, cannot then refer to a background that criticizes politics in terms of the categories of right and wrong. This background presupposes a generally accepted conception of well-ordered truth and not the model of a battle. Seen in this light, historical materialism and Foucault share a common interest in knowledge. In bourgeois society, the tendency to justify politics not from within itself, but to refer to something that is external to the political relationship itself, even in political discourse, is becoming increasingly apparent, to something like truth. This is the place to briefly point out a misunderstanding that is constitutive for the history of the impact of Nietzsche's concept of power. Although it can also be proven for Nietzsche and Foucault that power is generated by power and thus politics by politics, two levels, which can also be distinguished historically, must be kept strictly apart, on the one hand a real political level and on the other a more philosophical level of power, which was probably first discovered by Nietzsche. Politics, understood as a relationship that beings for itself, can be understood, when applied to realpolitik, as an understanding that ascribes to the political an autonomous essence from other social relationships. On this basic conservative understanding of politics, see E. Carl Schmitt, for example 1979, page 26, summarizing, Naskald 1972, page 129. Politics is analyzed here in terms of friend-enemy, gaining, losing power, domination, servitude, order, chaos, and so on. The general reference is to power, but one that is only ever defined as the accumulation of a force in a center, state, sovereign, or as the power to make someone submissive to someone else's will. This view thus contradicts Nietzsche or Foucault's view in at least three central points: 1. That power is distributed everywhere in the social body; 2. That it is essentially positive and productive and less repressive; and 3. In Foucault's case, that the strategy of power that moves between the poles of sovereign-subject is attributable to the feudal epoch. Whereas in bourgeois society this strategy runs within the poles of the individual and law or truth. It is probably the mere identity of the word that allowed fascism to invoke Nietzsche's concept of power. In what I have said here, I do not wish to make any statement about the dangerousness of Foucault's concept of power, or even to apologize for Nietzsche by defending him from his history of effects. Intellectual honesty, however, demands that I point out the difference between the real political and philosophical concept of power. On the other hand, this comment is not intended to claim that there are no commonalities at all in the views on power, from Machiavelli to Nietzsche and Schmitt to Foucault and even Luhmann, although the latter does not speak of power at all. See the following comment. The central idea that could summarize these similarities with polemical intent would perhaps be decisionism as the ultimate consequence of all these types of theory. The tendency towards the latter can be summarized under the catchword scientificization of politics. This scientification, not only in political science, generally shows the tendency to take Max Weber's framework of categories as the starting point for their reconstruction of ideas, but to abstract not only from the fact that there can be different forms of legitimate rule, but also from the binding of interests of political decisions, of rule and power in general. One of the most urgent tasks of historical materialist dialectics is to prove that the above truth, to which law above all refers, is always a truth that does not stand beyond the relations of social reproduction, but at their center. This can only succeed if it can be shown that not only the validity of general forms of law, but also the validity of pure formal determinations in general are results of the historical process. Foucault attempts to demonstrate the continued existence of power in the form of law or truth by tracing the transformations of power techniques along the available empirical and historical material until he can show that the production of truth effects corresponds to a strategy characteristic of bourgeois societies. It might be interesting to contrast Luhmann, as probably the most consequent representative of modern and political sociology, with Foucault. I suspect that both theories, despite their opposing starting points, global system for the one, local powers for the other, are congruent in at least one respect. The reification of social relations is mystified, and yet the mode of operation of the value form in bourgeois society is adequately described. For the sake of simplicity, when we speak of truth in the following, we always mean the validity of pure forms, i.e. the reference of a statement to a self-transcendent fact, i.e. the natural or social scientific concept of truth. The concept of validity must therefore be distinguished from truth. And as a non-dialectician, Foucault believes he can do without this concept. However, dialectics is inconceivable without explicit reflection on that in one's own statements with which one assures one's counterpart of their validity. At this point, a somewhat longer digression will be made on this topic, which at first glance leads away from Foucault, as he does not explicitly address this problem, nor, as will be shown, can he address it, as his concept of power prevents this. Every appeal to immediate evidence, be it that of power relations, must first demonstrate its validity by recourse to historically practiced power relations. The concept of validity must therefore be distinguished from the problem of truth. The prerequisite for something to attain validity is first and foremost that something identical has been placed into something different. This construction of an identity in reflection is always already constituted by the historical actions of human beings. Only as a result of such identification is understanding possible, is sociality ultimately conceivable and also theoretically comprehensible. Validity thus differs from timeless truth in that it is a direct expression of historical conditions and can be related back to them. Truth, on the other hand, in the meaning used here, refers to transcendence. While truth always assumes a natural separation of subject and object, validity refers to a past, present, or future unity called activity. Like validity, identity always presupposes production. Every identity is an expression or mediated result of activity. This identity is always also abstraction, since it refrains from what is not common to the different. However, this abstraction does not mean that it already contains a judgment that declares that which has been refrained from to be negligible. Identifying an identical does not mean accepting the identified at the same time. For, even if one negates, one has identified the negated, or that which is to be negated. An understanding as a result of identification does not mean understanding correctly either. For even if one misunderstands, one has understood, not the statement of the other, but something that has been placed outside of it, outside of a self as an identical, something that has been made into an identical as a result of a certain social reproduction. The argument about whether mathematics or the natural sciences assert in their statements of being the same, or of being equal, or it should be the same, is superfluous from a social point of view. Here it makes no difference at all whether one says 2 plus 2 should equal 4 or whether one says 2 plus 2 equals 4. The only interesting question is, how is it that the validity of the equation 2 plus 2m for is generally accepted? In order to avoid misunderstandings, and also to make the latter a little easier to understand, I feel compelled to go into Habermas' theory of knowledge in a little more detail. He makes a serious accusation against Marx. He reduces the process of reflection to the level of instrumental action, and thus Marx understands reflection according to the pattern of production. Habermas concludes, because Marx tacitly assumes this premise, it is not without consequence that he does not distinguish between the logical status of the natural sciences and that of critique, Ibid, page 61. A few pages later, after Habermas has identified class antagonism as a movement of reflection, Ibid, page 81, after he has established that class divisions are the result of the institutionalized suppression of a communication, Ibid, page 82, to which the fetishization of true social relations corresponds, he draws his practical conclusions. If Marx had reflected on the methodological presuppositions of social theory as he projected it and had not imposed on it a philosophical self-understanding restricted to the categorical framework of production, the difference between strict empirical science and critique would not have been obscured. If Marx had not lumped interaction with labor together under the title of social practice, if he had instead applied the materialist concept of synthesis equally to the achievements of instrumental and communicative action, then the idea of a science of man would not have been obscured by identification with natural science, Ibid, page 85. Habermas thus criticizes Marx not because he often seems to have been taken in by the scientific form of thought, whether this is true remains to be seen, but because he did not distinguish between two poles that are to be kept strictly apart, interaction reflection on the one hand, work production on the other. Their identity, that it is necessary is not denied by Habermas, is what he calls materialist synthesis. But is this materialist synthesis really an identity, or does it reproduce the subject-of-object antinomy, the hallmark of every idealist philosophy since Lukács? The materialist concept of synthesis thus retains, on the one hand, the fixed framework within which the subject forms an encountered material. This framework is determined once and for all by the endowment of transcendental consciousness or of man as an animal that manufactures tools. On the other hand, in contrast to Kant, Marx reckons with empirically mediated rules of synthesis that objectify themselves into productive forces and historically change the position of the subjects in relation to the surrounding nature. What is Kantian about Marx's conception of knowledge is the invariant relationship of the species to the surrounding nature, which is determined by the functional circle of instrumental action, because labor processes are the eternal natural necessity of human life. Ibid, p. 48f. And Habermas considers it possible, in 1968, that the materialist synthesis can be unfolded in an instrumental theory of knowledge. It would have to make conscious the transcendental context of labor processes, within which the organization of experience and the objectivity of knowledge becomes possible solely from the point of view of the technical availability of nature, Ibid, page 50. So what does materialism mean for Habermas? Materialism here clearly means the recognition of an unchangeable nature that beings for itself, in which the unity of subject and object is only established through the reflection of the interaction processes that accompany the labor process but cannot be traced back to it. The laws of nature, which man approaches in the reflection of his empirical activity, exist independently of him and also independently of what he does. This, however, is not materialism, but, as Graeff Herkomer correctly remarked, idealism. The splitting of social reproduction, in Habermas, social practice, into interaction and labor processes leads, as could also be empirically proven, to a science in which the labor process, the categories of value form, surplus value and production developed from it, atrophy into ornamentation. Just look at Habermas' work following Erkenntnis und Interesse. His main field of research became language, the sociology of communication and the associated confrontation with the school of Charles Sanders Peirce. Neo-Wittgensteinism, represented in Germany mainly by Karl Otto Apel. Just as here, his dispute with Luhmann essentially consisted of claiming that Marxism could develop a better communication theory, a better systems theory. What inner connection the digression on the basic assumptions of historical materialism, Habermas, Luhmann 1976, page 285 ff, has with the preceding considerations on a theory of society remains Habermas' secret. And for Peter C. Seal, as someone who has set out to redeem Habermas' approaches, consciousness itself should prove to be a basic category, 1980, page 85, if historical materialism is to succeed, that is, if it is to be rationally justified. As if historical materialism did not have to justify rationalism and consciousness. The goal that Habermas pursues with his dichotomy of work and interaction should not be devalued here. Habermas wants to use it to emphasize the difference between natural science and the science of man, Ibid, page 61, in order to make the positivism of the natural sciences accessible to the real needs of people, their will to be free from domination, in the process of critique. However, the essence of critique must not only be oriented towards making the positivity of the factual accessible to something contingent, practice, but first and foremost towards the concept of negation of this factuality, the natural lawfulness of the independent form itself. In Habermas' sense, critical theory always understands itself as self-referential to the social conditions of its possibility. Theory in the critical sense knows itself as a finite projection under historical conditions, which in the representation of the logical laws of motion of its own social reality assures itself of the conditions of its own possibility as theory, Seal 1980, page 10. There is nothing at all to be said against such an understanding of critique. All subsequent problems, such as, can there be a methodology detached from content, is a critique of knowledge independent of a critique of economics possible, what form should an account calling itself a critique of political economy make use of, etc., can certainly be discussed within this framework and perhaps even arrive at satisfactory solutions here. But the real problem, and Foucault sees it the same way, as will become clear after these remarks, can be formulated as follows: what actually distinguishes this concept of critique from Kant's? Well, it must be conceded that his transcendental logic contains a number of provisions that, in the light of more recent, especially scientific, insights into space and time, require metacriticism, since they are too formal, too absolute, too abstract from the progress of knowledge. But what does Marx have to do with Kant's concept of critique? Where is the Hegelian Marx here? Can Marx really be interpreted, Habermas, Schmidt, Seal etc. give this impression, as being stuck somewhere between Kant and Hegel? Is it really Hegelian and not merely Kantian when Seal says, the Marxian concept of critique remains at the same time indebted to the Hegelian? Critique manifests itself as a negative doing, which becomes aware of its positive side in precisely this negative behavior against, especially in classical, Seal means Marx's political economy, Seal, 1980. The emphasis must be on the latter, becoming conscious of the positive side, to which every negative behavior against in fact refers. But what is this positive side in the critique of political economy? Reflection? Interaction? Communication? In Hegel's phenomenology, perhaps. But in Marx it is rather that which is to be negated, and not only as critique, but as a fundamental negation of reality in practice, which is shown to be wrong by critique. In order for this to be possible, this negation presupposes that the positive is real, that it is material, but how can reflection consciousness be negated? Critical theory in the Marxist sense would therefore have to refer to a positivity that is also capable of practical and fundamental negation. Only in this definition does Marx's concept of critique go beyond Kant's and Hegel's and not dry up somewhere in between. In Carl Otto Abel, 1973, who can hardly be suspected of fundamental oppositional tendencies, such a metacritique, which Habermas and Seale pass off as negation, is accordingly only called a transformation of transcendental logic. Barr, and with him implicitly Foucault, is absolutely right when he says, bourgeois society, anything but merely self-affirming, is the critical society, 1980, page 25. To overcome bourgeois society, a metacritique of its critique is not enough, critique must be sublated in its negation, and this negation must comprehend this society in its entire positivity, which includes both Kant's critique and Hegel's a negation. Mark Hughes, who was exposed as a mystic by Habermas, 1975, page 45, expresses himself clearly in this regard. To gain an initial approach to the problem, we can say that in Hegel's system all categories flow into the existing order, whereas in Marx's they refer to the negation of this order. They aim at a new form of society, even if they describe its conventional one. By their very nature, they turn towards a truth that can only be achieved through the abolition of bourgeois society. Marx's theory is a critique in the sense that all concepts represent an indictment of the whole of the existing order, 1976, page 229. Only in this way can the problem of partiality, freedom of value in science be overcome, and as I said, Foucault succeeds in this in a similar way negation unfolds in the positivity of reality itself. It is not an individual or merely interest-driven act that would thus be amenable to moralization. Normativity is sublated, which does not mean that it has disappeared, but it is not the problem at the level of positivity and negation. However, the claim to objectivity of science, like Habermas' so-called domination-free discourse, does not assert the suspension of normativity in itself, but goes much further. It asserts its suspension for itself, or its successive approximation to such a suspension, in its judgments, which has long since been exposed as an impossibility since the positivism controversy. It should not be claimed here that processes of interaction, reflection, or communication form something like the superstructure for a basis called work activity. On the contrary, the separation of mental and physical activity is a fact that gives rise to such a question as the validity of statements, a fact that makes it necessary to answer the question of the connection between reflection and work in order to be able to adequately analyze the processes of bourgeois society. However, this separation must not be given the appearance of a natural constant. This almost inevitably leads to mystification. Even if only in the initial stage of human history, in its founding stage, so to speak, labor was an entity in itself, this must nevertheless be assumed because physical and linguistic activity must have formed an inseparable connection in primordial communist cooperation, if the historical materialist postulate is to be upheld. But when the history of the dissolution of this unity reaches its completion in the development of commodity production, the productive potential of human self-production falls prey to the antithetical division into the one-sided physical, isolated manual labor on one pole of society and the one-sided intellectual social brainwork on the other, Sommerfeld 1973, page 238. What I have called validity above is thus also to be understood as a process of interaction mediated by activity, which has indeed become independent, but which no longer has much in common with what Habermas calls the transcendental nature of reflection, communication, etc., since validity, if you like, is oriented towards the unity of instrumental action, or better, towards the unity of activity. Validity is the expression of a specific, historical form of full activity. Foucault takes a completely different approach to the problems described here, although in some respects he arrives at similar conclusions to historical materialism. For him, all the problems dealt with here are the expression, the result of struggles for power. And this is why he analyzes his reflection on reality as a logic of power. The attribute in the logic of power already indicates that this logic is not to be understood as a methodology that exists in itself and is stripped of any substantive determination. Foucault therefore prefers to describe his methodology as precautionary regulatory and not as a method imperative. On this basis, he formulates 4 rules. 1. Rule of immanence. There is no absolute separation of inside and outside, concept and thing, knowledge and power. Power, as the only intelligible thing, is inseparable from its outside, even if the individual dispositives fulfill different roles. 2. Rule of constant variation. Distributions of power do not form fixed forms of distribution, but can only ever be described as momentary cross-sections through processes. They are transformation matrices. This formulates the above-mentioned precept of the liquefaction of being into becoming. 3. Rule of the two-sided conditional relationship. Here Foucault refers to his central postulate of understanding local confrontations and global strategies as separate but interrelated relationships that support each other. This relates to the question posed above: how is it that a power that is chaotic in itself does not unfold without objectives and intentions? 4. Rule of the tactical polyvalence of discourses. This rule of caution refers to the omnipresence of power as a historical result and means that local struggles are only tactical elements or blocks of a historically developed balance of power, a global strategy even when they oppose each other. And vice versa, the same discourses, the same tactics can be assigned to different global strategies. These four precautionary regulations formulate the methodological premises on which the content analysis of power that has been traced so far was already based. Foucault calls this the strategic model, which is to replace the model of law on which science has been based up to now. And this is not due to a speculative choice or a theoretical preference, but because it is one of the fundamental traits of Western societies that the relations of power, which for a long time found their main expression in war, in all forms of war, have gradually established themselves in the order of political power. Seen from this level of content, that of the political basis of form analysis, the distinction between the strategic and juridical model is not acceptable for Marxism, as it is too undifferentiated. In Marxism, both moments, that of strategy and that of law, are particular moments of social reproduction. What Foucault calls strategy is usually called plan here, but understood as a plan that also knows a planner, i.e. a relative subject in relation to the overall context of social reproduction. There cannot be a strategy without a strategist in a dialectic. The relative subject of the plan in late bourgeois society is called the state, and not only by Johannes Agnoli. As an orientation to the connection between social reproduction, plan and law in Marxism, this should be quoted, also to give an example that the concept of plan does not exclude that of struggle, but that this struggle should be analyzed in relation to existing class and capital relations. The real function as social planner accrues to the state from the movement of capital insofar as the compulsion to accumulate restricts the activity of capital to its own utilization and realization, i.e. to mere economic reproduction. This applies all the more to the general juridification of the class relationship as soon as it presents itself as social antagonism and transcends the sphere of immediate surplus value production and direct confrontation in the workplace. Individual capital, even the largest corporation, plans the production of surplus value, under certain circumstances, alone or through cartelization. It can even plan the realization of surplus value in profits. The most important task for the continuity of its production, however, eludes its planning possibilities. Individual capital is not able to plan social disputes and conflicts, in other words, the class struggle. Even in the case of minor environmental conflicts, it has to call in state mediation. On its own, it forces the mass sale of labor power, but does not bring social contradictions and resistance under control. Rather, its own reproduction is the cause of such conflicts and its inability to resolve them, to the same extent, for example, that reproduction is cyclical and causes social crises. Capital does not master its own reality. 1975, page 82. What is meant here would, of course, require a precise elaboration, which I cannot provide here. However, by going into more detail on Jean-François Lyotard's interpretation of Nietzsche, I will try, indirectly, to specify what is to be understood by an analysis of the value form with reference to social power and coercive relations. One characteristic of Nietzsche's thought is probably his interpretation that life constantly moves in the field of tension between the Apollinian and the Dionysian. Lyotard summarizes the same field of tension within the poles of representation and intensity. He now defines the field of representation as the level of capital reproduction. For the analysis of these mechanisms of representation, he therefore adheres to the categories of commodity analysis, law of value, commodity, exchange, etc., and this field also encompasses the abstractions, the determinations of form, the sciences of bourgeois society. But Lyotard also falls into the mystification of power, despite these Marxisms. He subjects the mechanisms of representation to a sharp, even total critique, as in Nietzsche, who was undoubtedly a critic of the pure sciences as well as a critic of bourgeois moral concepts. but the recourse to intensities, to experiences, to emotional worlds, which Lyotard believes are marginalized by bourgeois society, harbors a number of problems. First of all, there is the problem that is also contained in this work in the hidden problem of the concept of power in Foucault. For the description of the world under the aspect of power, which is behind and in all forms of representation or discourse, and whose affirmation, not to be confused with apology, but rather understood like Nietzsche amor fati, represents every intensity, is always already what Lyotard understands by representation, but does not want to understand as such, since he presupposes an original dichotomy of representation and intensity. However, as I have shown in this work using Foucault as an example, every theory, and especially the theory of power, regardless of which opposites and confrontations are never assumed, is built on an identical concept that constitutes the totality of social relations. As freely, as associatively, as metaphorically, as locally, as aphoristically as I speak or write about intensities in order to emphasize their difference from everything representative, also in the way they are presented, as soon as I am understood, as soon as Foucault correctly observes, every statement carries out its own life, which it acquires in every reception, Foucault 1976, page 45. The forms of expression of every intensity also follow the rules of social synthesis, whether one likes it or not. And every intensity must also express itself if one does not want to sink into inwardness. However, it cannot be denied that there is a deep split in our society between form, representation, and content. Intensity Nietzsche aphorisms want to point to nothing else. The consequence of this split for the experience of consciousness is that the tension between intuition, instinct, feeling, and the way the mind is forced to treat these intensities in this society as lifeless, dead things is constantly experienced anew and on a daily basis. The experience of this tension is perceived as a crisis and thematized as such in art, as an alternative life, as nihilism, as utility value orientation, as rebellion, as an ideal, and even as science, if science is understood as the attempt to unravel the mysterious. What is special about each of these thematizations, however, is that they must be given a form. Is this form also called image, language, practice, etc.? And in bourgeois society, this thematization becomes social and is thus subject to social formation processes, no matter how use-value oriented the content of an action is intended to be. If I take the split between representation, abstract understanding, form, and intensity, life, feeling, content as the starting point of my considerations, and if I do not see this split as a result of socialization, then I can explain other divisions as moments of a unified, i.e. bourgeois, social reproduction, thus that between good and evil, thus that between truth and error, thus that between reality and deception, and likewise I can arrive at an oppositional stance towards the processes of constitution of these divisions, which can be represented as processes of formation and standardization. What is decisive, however, is that I then inevitably overlook the real unity of form and content that is constantly reproduced by bourgeois society. In Marx's analysis of the value form, this unity of form and content is described as the unity of use value and exchange value, which is essential for bourgeois society. The specific feature of this unity is to be seen in the fact that it excludes the particular, that it excludes the content, that it excludes what is experienced as use value, and only socializes what is common to or in everything particular, and that is form. Frank Bockelman sees this unity of use value and exchange value in capitalist society. His Lieferungen für ein Revolutionsmaschinerie, 1978, presents considerations that have one advantage above all others: they largely dispense with riddles and clearly state what they are about. Otherwise, however, they too insist on the affirmation of libidinal intensities in order to arrive at revolution. The analysis of political economy serves no other purpose for him than to show that it is not suitable for revolutionizing society. With this point of view, it is a matter of time before capitalism is no longer spoken of at all. Thus, in principle, all life in bourgeois society is subject to its socialization, and yet even that which is excluded retains its identity in terms of content, but this identity is socialized in terms of its form, which it must always assume. Foucault basically describes nothing else in his analyses of delinquency, madness, and sex. But it is just as easy to find an identity for every division that can be socialized by bourgeois society. This is why the call to destroy identities is a battle against windmills. The identity that describes the bourgeois aspect of the reproduction of our society is also named by Nietzsche and his successors, but only in very general terms as power. For even they cannot overlook the real unity of every field of tension between content and form, which it finds in form. However, this power is a fetish concept because it is conceived as external to social reproduction and not as its expression. The concept of power thus describes real moments of social reproduction, but takes on the role reserved for the value form, and this without being able to identify itself as the constitutive moment of this reproduction. The real unity of use value and exchange value is not called power, but value form. The result of this is the power and coercive relations of bourgeois society. Once again, the practical consequences of mystifying the form of value in the concept of power should be pointed out. The ability to engage in politics requires the ability to engage with the forms of representation of this society if one does not want to be overtaken by them behind one's own back. You can only make the petrified conditions dance if you play them their own melody. Getting involved does not mean merely shaping existing relations of representation differently or retaining existing institutions and only wanting to give them different content. Getting involved means reflecting on the contradictory nature of politics and its negation. It also means negating this unity, but not every unity, but the one that unifies the particular among itself. It cannot be emphasized often enough, only dialectics is capable of giving or leaving the individual fact its dignity. And only the negation of the unity of bourgeois society and not just one of its partial aspects, such as its orientation towards exchange value, established by its formation of knowledge or its forms of representation, turns a rebellion into a revolution, turns critique into negation. Social synthesis, the result of which is the society of appropriation, can only be negated if it is juxtaposed with the society of production, as a real logical act whose realization as a possibility is contained in every moment of practice, because it is contained in every particular that is contained in every socialized form. The society of production represents a perspective in which society is enabled to synthesize the substantial, the diverse, the concrete without reducing it to its identical form. A society whose identity and result is supposed to be indistinguishable power, on the other hand, can at best be criticized. However radical this criticism may be, it cannot be negated because power cannot be negated in these theories, but can only be shaped differently. An analysis of the formation processes of bourgeois society, which starts from the value form as an identical moment of social synthesis, could perhaps show why Nietzsche, Foucault, and Lyotard are able to reflect social reality in such a way that the usual typologization of theories as bourgeois or Marxist, left or right cannot really apply to them, could perhaps clarify how and where they are located in between. Foucault in particular represents a position vis-à-vis bourgeois society whose oppositional character cannot be denied, despite its mystifications. This perspective underlies all romanticisms, all mystifications that seek to engage with a subliminal energetics, a Lyotard, that seek the objectifications of a will within themselves, Schopenhauer, metaphorically and poetically speaking. Another question would be whether his practice can really negate bourgeois society. The idea of describing Foucault's thinking as a politicization of the primal scream may be original, Gottschalk 1978, but to immediately label this thinking as counter-revolutionary for its political consequences pretends to have the key of the wise in one's pocket. I hardly believe that Gottschalk has it. In order to explain my position in more detail, also in relation to the previous passages in which we spoke of the unity and separation of subject and object, history and structure or genesis, content and form, the concrete and the abstract, let me now explicitly summarize once again the direction a materialist analysis would have to take if it wants to avoid transcendence and metaphysics. Beyond all experience and all thought, man brings activity, power, and that is movement, i.e. dynamics, into history. A being other than man that could move anything historically is not to be discerned. Man as a subject always expends concrete, isolated and particular activity, which, however, at its most abstract level presents itself as pure movement, pure force, which appears detached from its concrete source. As concrete, this movement generates social relations, it moves these relations. From the moment these relationships solidify on an abstract level, from the moment they become indifferent to the concrete in the movement, from the moment they withdraw only abstract forms from the general activity, structure arises, social relationships arise which are to be understood as a unity of movements and relationships and which finally form an identity. From now on, we can speak of social reproduction that constantly oscillates within the contradiction of an expenditure of force that moves in the direction from the concrete to the abstract, and the predetermination of an identical, formal abstract structure that confronts the concrete subject as an abstract. This is a contradiction that constantly reproduces and sustains itself and yet moves at the same time. Once these abstract structures have generalized into society in such a way that they influence people's forms of thought and affect in particular, socialization of all areas of life or, more precisely, capitalization, nationalization, legalization of society, they appear as natural, eternally valid laws of logic, structure, metaphysics, morality, power, etc. From now on, science becomes possible. It refers to the real and describes reality, describes what is valid. But ideological insofar as its validity refers to truth that pretends to be ahistorically valid. The consequence, subjectivity is sublated, at least buried, no longer appears as such, but only in its inversion as objectivity independent of the subject. Although man still maintains social reproduction with his concrete work, or generally with his concrete behavior, he is no longer its subject. The concreteness of his work, of his behavior, is constituted by abstract relationships and no longer by himself. And often these abstract relations, which cannot generate any life or movement from themselves, and which therefore continue to require human activity, appear as subjects of history that cannot be transcended, namely when man more or less voluntarily, as Foucault does, cedes his subject role, albeit a buried one, when it is asserted, a relationship between 2 points is capable of moving out of itself. Formal relationships and their constant movement within themselves are then assigned one and the same concept, to which man can only relate, but which he cannot transcend. Freedom can thus be realized neither as a real logical potency nor in any other way. It does not exist. A materialist analysis, on the other hand, would have to insist on the separation of historical movement and a perpetuation of abstract relationships arising from this movement, i.e. on the separation of history and genesis, when it examines existing social reproduction. This is done with the intention of making social relations accessible to the subject, to its freedom of design, to unify them within it. What this subject will then look like, no one is able to imagine today. At present, this subject is clearly the individual, their experiences, their experience. As soon as this does not lead to a conception of a first nature of individuality, but rather the individual understands itself in its entire mode of existence as a social result, i.e. as soon as it is aware of its own contradictory constitution, this subjectivism is completely unproblematic and indispensable for a meaningful practice. But it is a task that has to be set again and again. Any theory that assumes an existing unity and not the contradictoriness of subject or object relationships, of history and structure, of history and genesis, or that elevates one of its sides to the rank of an absolute and does not set itself the practical task of overcoming this contradictoriness, inevitably falls prey to metaphysics. Once again, reference should be made to Lukács' concept of antinomic thinking, which consists, and this can also be demonstrated in Foucault, in the fact that the overemphasis on objectivism in theory, for example, is necessarily followed by a fatal subjectivism in practice. Power is always the result of a historical relationship between historical activity and genetic passivity. It is always political, economic, social, psychological, or even cultural power. But it is never power in and of itself, nor is it the result of divisions that cannot be overcome, because it is the result of activity. The constitution of power relations must therefore be examined within 2 poles, but these are not called body and strategy, or intensity and representation. The pole on the one side is bourgeois society, which must be examined genetically and functionally in terms of the constitution of its synthesis and questioned as to how it succeeds in formalizing content and movements for itself. On the other hand, there is the pole on the basis of which historical movements are examined, which describes the struggles that have made the above-formed content link possible and which must be questioned as to the ways in which social synthesis succeeds in reproducing its identity, the value form. 2 moments do not appear in any of these poles, power and morality. Both are results of the interaction of the above poles that describe the totality of social relations. As such, they can motivate struggle. However, as mere expressions of the state of contradiction of history and structure, of the state of social reproduction, they are not suitable for explaining or making comprehensible the existing power relations. If the result of a process is simultaneously made into its origin, this is idealism. If reality is analyzed on this basis, metaphysics is the inevitable consequence. Foucault cannot maintain his assertion that power can only be grasped as an overall effect, only as the result of historical processes. Power therefore coagulates for him into a subject of history that cannot be transcended, determined in form and content, which mystifies the real unity of form and content of bourgeois society, the value form. Foucault does not succeed in adequately analyzing the very complex situation in which the subject of knowledge finds itself in bourgeois society. In his analysis of constitution, the connections between different levels of constitution become a simple linear sequence from the abstract to the concrete. Power as the absolute subject constitutes man in order to occupy his body as its absolute object. Even if Foucault often concedes the repercussions of man on power, the framework is given a priori by the substantive and formal determinations of power. This ultimately banishes the human being from theory. Emancipatory practice is obsolete. Marxism is often accused, especially by the bourgeois camp, of representing a metaphysics of history in such a way that it theoretically presupposes that history is the history of class struggles, that historical transformations are always caused by revolutions, and that social processes necessarily lead to such revolutions, that history is determined by the constantly expanding productive forces, which must ultimately explode the limiting relations of production. The fact that these accusations, directed at a specific address, historical or dialectical materialism, which already admits through the separation of these two materialisms that it can only understand the relationship between logic and history as an absolute separation, are entirely justified, is not something I will concern myself with further here. Nor will I deal with the bourgeois camp itself and the constructions it opposes to Marxism. Taking up Foucault's genealogy, I want to make it clear why adherence to the concepts of class struggle, revolution, productive power, and relations of production is not a metaphysical construction from the outset. What is Foucault's understanding of revolution? Quote, "Points of resistance are present everywhere in the network of power. That is why, in relation to power, there is no one place of the great refusal, the soul of revolt, the focal point of all rebellions, the pure law of the revolutionary. Rather, there are individual resistances, possible, necessary, improbable, spontaneous, wild, solitary, concerted, sycophantic, violent, irreconcilable, compromising, interested or sacrificial resistances that can only exist in the strategic realm of power relations. Great radical ruptures, massive divisions? That happens. But far more often we are dealing with mobile and transitory points of resistance. Just as the network of power relations forms a dense fabric that runs through the apparatuses and institutions without being bound to them, so the sewing of points of resistance scatters across the social stratifications and individual units. And just as the state is based on the institutional integration of power relations, the strategic coding of the points of resistance can lead to revolution. Quote, end. Foucault does speak of a state adequate possibility of a coding that could lead to revolution, but not of productive forces or relations of production, but only in general terms of individual, punctual points of resistance that tend to be grouped in many different ways, that tend to enter into smaller transformations rather than cause major radical ruptures and divisions. And indeed, before revolutions occur, a multitude of processes, connections, and changes take place. But is there not something other than just power, to be discovered in history to date that encodes these movements of its own accord, structures them, gives or has given direction to their movements? Not necessarily a law, which would prescribe causality, finality, and unbreakable necessities to history. But a moment that arises from the mutual behavior of people towards each other, solidifies and has an effect on their concrete behavior. This backacting could be understood as a relation of production, as a relation in a production, because the basis of empirical, tangible relations is labor, the production of objectivity, from which the solidified, independent relations arise with bourgeois society, which reproduce themselves here as abstract formal quantities. The concept of productive force, on the other hand, denotes a certain state of this relationship between objective experience and abstraction. Productive forces are therefore always to be defined as contradictory in themselves. They are both concretely experienceable, immediately given, concretely workable, have a concrete effect on sensuality, but on the other hand are constituted by the abstracting relations of sociality and can therefore only be understood in their mode of action if, beyond experience, their constitution, their genesis is traced. Otto Ulrich misses this problem because he does not see that the means of production, which are produced by the productive force of technology, are always, whatever they may look like, already determined by form, and that it is precisely the formation of the subjects, in Foucault, the disciplining, which, starting from the relation of production, mediating itself via the machinery, in the factories, via the communication systems, etc., determines the relation of domination in society, reproduces the relationship of domination in bourgeois society, Absolutely nothing is changed in this relationship of domination if instead of large-scale technology only small-scale technology is used, if technology is merely oriented to the empirical nature of human beings, to their biological conditions, to their cognitive or affective abilities. With this cybernetics, the relationship of domination would be freed from dysfunctionalities rather than being able to dismantle domination in this way. One does not have to go as far as Walter Brockjan, 1979, who gives the impression that for him every form, every order, every regulation is domination in itself and does not become so only thanks to the social mediation in which these forms attain validity, but in order to arrive at a political, determinate negation of this society, one also needs the abstract negation of technology in general. One needs the reflexive reconstruction of the constitutive moments of technology in order to be able to combat the forms of domination of which it is the mediating instance. This domination is thus inherent in technology itself and does not only result from its application, Herrschaft der Technik, and not, as in Ulrich, 1977, domination and technology. Only by linking technology back to its sociality, and not by emphasizing its neutrality as a pure form of domination, which does not exist as such, can its emancipatory potentials, which are undoubtedly inherent in it, and which lie more in large-scale technology, automation, reduction of the necessary social working time, etc., than in a return to small-scale technology, be realized. Of course, this does not affect the simple fact that a nuclear power plant remains a nuclear power plant, just as a simple tool remains a tool, whether it is used for production under capitalist or socialist conditions. Socialism and technology are mutually exclusive where there is a technocracy. How does revolution come about? In very general terms, by man experiencing the mode of action of the productive forces through the mode of action of the abstract relations he has entered into, and then fighting against these relations on the basis of this experience. The quantity and quality of the productive forces give rise to the forms of struggle without forcing us to ascribe a lawfulness to this process or even to evaluate it as progress for the better. The development of the productive forces cannot, therefore, explode the relations of production by itself. It does, however, form a mediating link that shapes the direction, scope, intensity, and motives of the struggle. Foucault describes something similar, even if he uses different categories, but the struggle can only end in favor of man and to the detriment of relations if man also really fights the very moment that constitutes these relations. And the name for the struggle against the constituent moment of bourgeois society is revolution. If we want to describe this constituent moment as a capital relations, without discussing what is meant by this, or whether there are one or more other constituent moments, then the struggle, if it wants to be not only a struggle but also a revolutionary struggle, must be waged against these capital relations. And thus the necessity, not the automaticity, of revolution can be justified, and these criteria can be used to determine when transformations have taken place within existing relations and when revolutions have taken place or are currently taking place. This does not mean that only revolutionary struggles should be waged. The struggle against the productive forces themselves, for example against nuclear power plants, may also be necessary, but it does not represent a revolutionary struggle and does not necessarily lead to one. However, the real disruption of the constitutive moment of the relations of production also means at least a change in the productive forces. If this does not happen, revolution, if it was one at all, and not merely a transformation within existing relations, is not yet complete or has gotten stuck somewhere. The question of the revolutionary subject is also addressed here. Marxism means that the validity of the law of value, or perhaps better, the validity of Marx's statement that the average socially necessary labor time determines the value of the commodity, is accepted and considered to be verified. However, it follows from this validity that there cannot possibly be a revolution if the section of wage earners who create surplus value does not participate in the revolutionary struggles. This does not, however, declare the so-called productive worker to be the revolutionary subject. Rather, his participation is merely a necessary condition, not a sufficient one. However, the thesis that the activity of the productive worker, in a society in which fewer and fewer productive workers are working, is alone sufficient for a revolution is becoming increasingly questionable. I want this distinction to be understood as meaning that a differentiation on an empirical level between the productive and non-productive worker has become obsolete. Nevertheless, Foucault makes it too easy for himself when he claims that allying oneself with the proletariat means adopting its positions, its ideology, its motives for struggle. In other words, it means merging. But since one fights against power, all those against whom power is directed and who perceive power as intolerable can begin the struggle in their own place and on the basis of their own activity, or passivity, 1974, page 139. His position boils down to the fact that every struggle against power has equal value, that every struggle that does not allow itself to be appropriated by the ruling institutions is a revolutionary struggle if it is only radical and uncompromising, if it does not merely reformistically replace the holder of power but retains this power, Ibid, page 139. If it were only a matter of raising people's consciousness, it would be enough to publish magazines and books and win over radio and television producers. But we want to attack the institution that culminates in the simple and fundamental ideology expressed in the concepts of good and evil, innocence and guilt. We want to change this lived ideology in the institutions in which it is concretized and reproduced. To put it simply, humanism consists of wanting to change the ideological system without touching the institution, reformism consists of wanting to change the institution without touching the ideological system. Revolutionary action, on the other hand, is defined as the simultaneous shattering of consciousness and the institution. This presupposes that one proceeds to attack the power relations whose instruments are consciousness and institution, Ibid, page 121. The whole thing naturally resembles the standpoint of a Marxist fundamental opposition in its conceptualization. However, if one recalls what Foucault understands by institution, then nothing more follows from these statements than that every power, where it manifests itself, must be fought against in such a way that it does not itself form something like an institution again. In other words, no concretely identifiable entities of bourgeois society with various functions, tasks and objectives for the maintenance of bourgeois and also proletarian reproduction, but merely saying of them, everything non-discursive social is an institution. This would directly declare trade unions incapable of even making a contribution to the revolutionary struggle, however unconsciously it may be waged. For Foucault, any unification that insists on better living conditions here and now, that fights for them, is always not revolutionary, but compromising or reformist, is itself only striving to accumulate power, power that must again be perceived as unbearable by others. Deleuze has this to say: there are investments of desire that model and expand power, and that lead to it being found at the level of the policeman as well as that of the minister, and that there is no essential difference between the power of the petty policeman and that of the minister. The libidinal occupations of social power are the reason why parties and trade unions, which should be revolutionarily committed to the class interest, adopt reformist or outright reactionary attitudes, 1974, page 138. What does Foucault's Deleuze actually have for the capitalist who considers the power of the trade unions to be intolerable out of the purest knowledge and conscience? It should be made clear here that the dissolution of the core components of Marxism may be followed by a relativism that cannot conceal its loss of reality. Foucault gets rid of the possibility of a more precise definition of the concepts of productive force, relations of production, revolution, and thus also of a certain form of historical determination through his concept of power. Since 1968, Foucault has begun to understand this systemic nature as an effect of local powers. However, as further evidence of the impossibility of attempting to think concepts without simultaneously thinking identity and totality, the new philosophers should be mentioned, who took up Foucault's system of the concept of power, albeit possibly more intuitively than reasoned, and, against all the event character of Foucault's concept of power, expanded it into a universalistic, i.e. arbitrary system model of power. If one has the impression, especially with the original structuralism, Claude Lévi-Strauss, Roland Barthes, etc., who, however, had no illusions about the scope of their analyses, that structure takes on something like a social subject role here, Foucault now opposes this with his concept of power by conceiving power without a subject and claiming that he therefore knows of no one who is more anti-structuralist than he is. For the same reason, he believes he is opposed to all other philosophies, all of which he then brands as 19th-century philosophies. And with this he believes he has finally solved the problem of history and structure. Quote, "In my opinion, the real problem today only seems to lie in the relationship between synchrony and diachrony, or between structure and history. It is true that the discussion seems to turn to this issue, but there is no serious structuralist who thinks of reducing or negating the diachronic dimension, just as, conversely, no serious historian ignores the synchronic dimension. If the problem were limited to that, it would be easy to agree." Quote, end. But this process of agreement does not seem to be that easy. Compare the discussion about the relationship between logic and history in Capital and the associated debate about its mode of representation. Does this now follow the real historical process, or did Marx rather reconstruct this historical process logically? If one considers these questions to be as easily solvable as Foucault, one can hardly avoid reducing these theoretical problems by their political dimensions. For this reason, the above problem is probably anything but solved, although the discussion about it is no longer so intense. The whole debate within Marxism could just as well be pursued under the following factional political disputes, which can be described with the catchwords that have been used since 1968: Marxism, that of the Frankfurt School in the broadest sense, or Stalinism, K-groups. Then, following that, Stalinism or Euro-communism. Then, within the asserting Euro-communism, Althusser or Gramsci. Around 1977-78, the discussion about the theoretical abstract problems of history or structure petered out, especially in the FRG, just as the political problem of Euro-communism increasingly disappeared into oblivion. On the one hand, the question of the connection between socialism and ecology became topical, while on the other, the conflict between, roughly speaking, like everything before, spontaneism and organization, which had always been smoldering subliminally, broke out in full. For both sides, the relationship between history and structure, treated at the level of abstraction as before, is no longer a problem. As in almost all arguments about the emperor's beard, everyone in these discussions was always right somewhere, even where the other was equally right about the opposite, the best sign that the whole problem was not only approached theoretically, but above all politically wrong. The latter can be illustrated by looking at the reaction to Sohn-Riethel's magnum opus Geistige und körperliche Arbeit, published by Suhrkamp in 1970, which was widely discussed between 1972 and 1974. The particularity of this approach outlined here, namely discussing the social particularities, the independencies of logic and history in a method that identified thinking in pure forms as functional to domination, could only remain suspect to intellectuals who felt in possession of pure, or objective knowledge, which they deduced from their vain theory and with which they believed they could guide all practice. The almost helpless polemics of Joachim Bischoff, 1974, or Wolfgang Fritz Haug, 1971, can only be explained by an intuitively sensed uncertainty about the practical consequences for the role of the intellectual that were to be drawn from Sohn-Riethel's concept. But even well-meaning critics such as Peter Dudek in Prokla 24 or 34, here in particular page 135, clung to the so-called transformation problem and saw a core component of Marxism, the dominance of the sphere of production over the sphere of circulation, in danger. It is strange, theorists who are otherwise suspicious of any immediacy of experience insist that the form of scientific knowledge must be explained by the necessities of economic reproduction mediated by experience and not historically and genetically by the independence of intellectual labor. In terms of their approach, Foucault is certainly right. It must be assumed that below the level of economic reproduction there is another level, that of social reproduction, which does not coincide with it. Otherwise, to paraphrase Hans-Dieter Bahr, Capital, Foucault would say power, what an irony, is accused less of disciplining and codifying the social than of the very anarchy it produces. Thus Capital should not be reproached for the rationality of capital utilization, but for its irrationality. In 1971, Bahr still regarded the nature peculiar to the means of production as the moment that constitutes class and power relations and also the scientification of the labor process. Perhaps the realization that the genesis of pure forms cannot be explained in this way led him later, 1978, 1980, to speak in riddles a la Foucault. Sohn-Riethel's critics above can therefore be accused of implicitly believing that, in contrast to Capital, they hold the key to how science and technology can be designed in a truly rational way. If we consider the disciplining of the social mentioned here in relation to the division of labor, we must always presuppose something in this regard that does not arise directly from production. For Foucault it is power, for the earlier Bahr it is the nature peculiar to the means of production, and for Sohn-Riethel it is the categories a priori. The spatio-temporal differentiation and structuring of the labor process and its eventual synthesis are therefore not due to experience. For these, capitalism does indeed present itself as a chaotically producing society whose functioning seems to owe more to chance. Taking this further, Foucault did not express himself carefully enough in Sohn-Riethel's sense when he said, mathematics may have originated in Greece from the techniques of measurement. They did not, but rather the other way around, measurement became possible because mathematics had emerged. Bodo von Graeff, 1978, for example, takes the opposite view. Apart from the fact that he seems to confuse materialism with critical rationalism here, according to him, the identity of commodity form and thought form is a hypothesis to be verified empirically. Ibid, page 39. The historical materialist postulate is redeemed with the proof of the possibility that timelessly valid form determinations are bound to the temporality of human action. This requires nothing other than the proof of the genesis of objective knowledge of nature from historical action. It requires the proof that as a result of a certain activity under certain historical conditions, the possibility arose of viewing nature in a way other than under the primacy of the subject. When and how individual philosophers or mathematicians became aware of this possibility in reality, or the question of the intermediaries they needed in order to achieve knowledge, measurement, experiment, money, etc., is of secondary importance for this postulate. See the passage by Sommerfeld quoted by Graeff himself, where he expresses himself clearly enough. In summary, because an adequate understanding of Sommerfeld's positions did not fit in with the political self-image of his own role as an intellectual, socialism is supposed to be a production society synthesizing itself through concrete labor? Impossible. Socialism is the first rationally planned society in history. This approach to solving the problem of history and structure also ebbed away in the discussion among intellectuals. If it is true that capital is the automatic subject, Marx, of bourgeois society, then this also means that there is no knowledge to be had that is based on anything other than the ideological appearance of facts, Marx, which this very subject autonomously sets out of itself. From this it follows, firstly, that capital has sublated human history within itself, and secondly, that the search for a revolutionary subject is a contradiction in terms. Whoever reads Das Kapital, Critique of Political Economy by Marx from this point of view will realize that the historical digressions do not justify the systematic presentation, but only illustrate it. History is not an argument. Nevertheless, it is generally assumed that only the appeal to the historicity of capitals is capable of developing a critical argumentative force. What has become must also pass away. In fact, the capital relation can only be understood as a historical result. The solution to this antinomy, having to present capital as a historical product without being able to fall back on categories, or utopias, that systematically transcend it, must be achieved if critique is to be possible as materialist critique. In other words, the critique of the prevailing positivism cannot be modest in its concept of history in illustrative arbitrariness. It has to accomplish the feat of both historicizing the representation of capital and basing it on truth. Until well into the Middle Ages, rhetoric was the most important and socially recognized scientific discipline. With the emergence of modern rationalism, this science now only leads a shadowy existence in the linguistic analytical discussion. And as a result, the word rhetoric acquired its pejorative connotation in colloquial language. Viewed as a science, rhetoric is concerned with determining the general form in which people can be persuaded. It is concerned with recognizing the procedures that lead people to accept something as correct that they have previously either rejected or were unaware of. Anyone looking at modern forms of communication, such as political discussions in the media, can easily get the idea that nowadays everything revolves around rhetorical and formal tricks, and so it is difficult to understand why rhetoric in particular receives so little academic attention, because much more convincing than what a Helmut Kohl or a Bill Clinton actually express in their speeches, for example, seems to be how these character masks appear. These are guys who, as everyone knows, are totally styled by their media advisors. Only when politicians of this caliber appear, as they say, statesmanlike, can their re-election be secured. The arguments they put forward for or against certain decisions seem to be irrelevant in comparison. But is this true? Does it really matter what a potential rival to Clinton represents in the American election campaign? Is he allowed to refer to the Keynesian control principles of the 1970s in his election campaign without being on the losing side from the outset? If the theory that an eloquent appearance is the only way to win an election campaign in the modern world is correct, then Gregor Gysi in particular should be given a real chance of becoming federal chancellor. And what about the generally recognized fact that we live in the age of the communication and information society? Everyone in this society acts as if the sole purpose of communication is to obtain information in order to be able to determine the arguments that allow the right decisions to be made. In a free and informal exchange of arguments, on the basis of mutual respect, it should be possible to arrive at generally accepted and at the same time reasonable decisions. It is precisely to the extent that this form is preserved that the matter itself can be discussed. In this form, truth has its condition of possibility, that is the generally accepted opinion, which is felt by anyone who does not adhere to the usual patterns of argumentation and becomes polemical. In order to convince people of anything these days, it takes more than just the use of rhetorical tricks or generally accepted manners. They may be a conditio sine qua non, someone who stutters when reading his speeches off the page, appears on television unshaven and without a tie will not become federal chancellor. But that doesn't mean a careerist is allowed to talk about whatever he wants. Rather, he must conform to the prevailing ideological consensus, not only in his appearance but also in his statements. See Tony Blair in the UK or Georg Haider in Austria. Politically speaking, bourgeois rationality consists of the concession that in balancing divergent interests, there is no reason that is superior to these interests from the outset. This reason must be replaced by an argumentative and well-founded consensus, which, however, is not transcendental but purely practical. To put it briefly, modern argumentation patterns, one can also speak of discourses, differ from ancient rhetoric in that modern society is not about convincing anyone of anything. Nowadays, only those who conform to the prevailing consensus in terms of form and content can be successful, i.e. those who say what the clientele they are courting already think or consider to be right. In a word, you have to be a realist to keep up. As this is the underlying truth of all argumentation patterns, which he has internalized without speech or reflection, the modern citizen can now denounce any other claim to truth as dogmatism. Ancient rhetoric, on the other hand, enjoyed its high reputation precisely because antiquity did not know such an abstract, general social consensus building process that required adaptation. Rhetoric therefore lost its importance as a scientific discipline precisely to the extent that Western society began to base its argument on the realism that corresponded to it, on its truth. From a certain point in history, it was therefore no longer a question of persuading people with convincing arguments or argumentative artifices to adopt a practice that was considered reasonable. Incidentally, this is exactly what the ancient concept of politics meant and distinguishes it from the modern concept of politics, but it was now a question of determining a truth, the consensus on which everyone can agree, which practice or politics must then follow. There are countless other examples of this innovation, which Foucault called the modern will to know, that became more and more universal in all areas of society from the Western Middle Ages onwards. We need only refer here to Machiavelli, who can also be regarded as a prototype of how fundamentally bourgeois society misunderstands itself in its political economy. Machiavelli is generally regarded as the power politician par excellence. Anyone who reads his works, however, should very quickly realize that he was the exact opposite, namely, one of the first classics of political economy who had understood that the time of a sovereign political shaping of reality was passé and that what mattered instead, in order to be successful as a ruler, was to adapt one's policies consequent, and with the help of scientific analytical methods, to the given circumstances, and that is, to an order abstractly predetermined to every subjective action and reproducing itself from itself. So what does this introduction have to do with the topic under discussion here, i.e. with Marx? The example of the fate that befell rhetoric as a scientific discipline reflects in many ways the history and entanglements in which the subject of Marx's main work, i.e. the political economy of bourgeois society, is involved. Moreover, this example points to a self-evident fact that has received virtually no attention in previous interpretations of Marx. This self-evident fact is that in order to understand Marx, but not only Marx, this actually applies to any discussion with argumentative means, one must reflect on the argumentative status of this work when reading it, i.e., as shown in this example with rhetoric, one must reflect on the fact that Marx could have based his work on a completely different concept of truth than the one intuitively held by the reader. As I said, this by no means applies to Marx alone. In general, it should be noted that criticism degenerates into nagging when it reveals that it is incapable of engaging with its object. In other words, criticism loses its object when it fails to present the criticized object in such a way that its inner justification, its truth, emerges. This letting the truth of the matter itself emerge, or in other words, the presentation of the truth of every thought, is of course something quite different from its affirmation. With this widespread confusion of representation and affirmation, bourgeois society has built a wall within itself that, in addition to the other ideological mechanisms that still need to be addressed, also prevents it from recognizing itself. It must therefore be acknowledged that there are different concepts of truth, but this does not mean that there could actually be more than one truth. On the contrary, the concept of truth is indissolubly inscribed with the fact that it is only available as a simple, i.e. universally valid one. That is one thing. The other is that there can nevertheless be different truths, historically speaking, in relation to certain epochs of history. To come back to rhetoric, if you could construct a situation in which Cato and Descartes were having an argument, you would very quickly realize that they were talking completely at cross purposes, and that one of them would never be able to convince the other. For those who view the world under ancient categories have a completely different concept of truth than the rationalist philosopher, nothing in the argumentation is, to put it in computer language, in any way compatible. As plausible as this may sound, hardly any historian or philosopher draws the appropriate conclusions from this evidence. Marx was neither a rhetorician nor a rationalist. He was, as is well known, a dialectician, and this dialectic in turn has its own specific concept of truth, a concept that reflects both the rationalist and the antique in itself, and on the basis of this can justifiably claim to be at least more comprehensive in its claim to truth. In order to be able to grasp the argumentative status of this dialectic, its self-understanding, the reading cannot therefore be solely concerned with the truth of Marx's statements, even and especially not if the criticism of Marx is its goal, but first of all with a reflection on the own presuppositions of the interpretation. Anyone who criticizes Marx from the point of view of modern scientific procedures, for example, and thus disregards the dialectical status of argumentation, can read Capital as often and as intensively as they like. Their criticism misses its object and is therefore not criticism, but nothing more than the expression of an arbitrary opinion. And this rationalist cannot be unsettled, no matter how good the arguments, because on closer inspection, his way of arguing proves to be a habitus that is supposed to identify him as a proper member of the scientific community, and this habitus necessarily includes, without reflection, that other ways of arguing than the critical rational one are to be relegated to the realm of mere speculation or value judgments as unscientific. This form of thought has thus renounced any gain in knowledge, any engagement with the matter itself, from the outset. Such an unbiased, actually self-evident interpretation of Marx's Capital is, as the secondary literature shows, the easy thing to do, which is apparently incredibly difficult. This becomes clear, for example, from the fact that the analysis of the value form in the first pages of Capital is considered particularly difficult. First of all, it should be noted that this is diametrically opposed to Marx's intention, as he emphasizes in various places. He was concerned with starting with the simplest and most abstract in order to be able to reconstruct the totality of bourgeois society from this beginning. Therefore, as long as someone is unable to understand this analysis of the value form as what it is for Marx, namely as a self-evident fact that is comparable in its banality to the statement that 2 and 2 are 4, this indicates that one is biased when reading this analysis of the value form, i.e. that one approaches it with prejudice. To emphasize, anyone who thinks they have not read enough secondary literature to understand Marx is biased in this sense. Below are 3 common examples of such bias that prevent us from recognizing the banality of this core part of Marx's account. Firstly, there is the praxeological misunderstanding. Marx is regarded by most praxeologists, including and especially among leftists, as refuted because the states that ideologically invoked him have become economically and socially bankrupt. However, this would obviously only be an argument if Marx had presented a theory of state capitalist economics. However, the entire army of Marx researchers to date has not yet been able to discover such a theory. This praxeological misunderstanding also applies to those who claim that Marx was merely misinterpreted by the ideologues of these states. The assumption here is that a correct interpretation of Marx enables a practice that is guided by truth. But Marx does not mention this anywhere. He describes nothing but logic, or in other words, the truth in which bourgeois society reproduces itself. And if Marx was a critic of this society, which can certainly be proven by citations, then he can only have been concerned with a critique of this truth. In any case, there is nothing to be read of a theory guiding practice in his work, it must be interpreted into his work. It is precisely this bias that Marx assumes a concept of practice that corresponds to that of rationalist common sense. Of course, Marx constantly talks about practice. Labor is a central category in his work that cannot be denied. But anyone who opens Capital and starts reading at the first sentence, and not on the 4th page of the beginning of the account, which is page 52 of the 23rd volume of MEW, immediately sees that labor is not the category from whose simplicity, above it was called banality, the totality of bourgeois society can be represented for Marx. And so it is no wonder that for this praxeological interpretation the value form analysis is basically an anachronism. The value form analysis is difficult for the praxeological interpretation not because the Marxian text as such is so difficult to understand, but because this interpretation requires the laborious work of reinterpretation. One is forced to read into the text something that is certainly there in the words, but which bypasses it in terms of its status in the systematic structure. Such a reinterpretation is, and this applies to every interpretation, always an intellectually demanding and laborious business, but one that can be spared. It has already been said that this praxeological interpretation can of course be based on quotations from Capital. You can read all sorts of things into this text, as into any text, but not just anything. Nor is it a question of the meaning of individual passages. This can also be understood correctly, and still miss the point of the text. This becomes particularly clear in the second example of common Marx criticism, which leads to the topic of this lecture, namely the relationship between history and structure in Marx. The assertion, for example, that Marx was a 19th-century theorist who could not have analyzed the specific conditions towards the end of the 20th century is so obvious in itself that hardly anyone can seriously contradict it. Marx himself emphasizes the historical conditionality of all thought. Why should his be exempt from this? Viewed in this way, and a whole phalanx of unorthodox Marxists of the 1970s approached Marx in this way, it seems to be an imperative of Marxism to consider Marx outdated. However, this historical argument has the same problem as the praxeological one. In what is dealt with in the first pages of Capital, this argument finds no confirmation, on the contrary. Only a subsequent interpretation, such as that of Engels, is able to discover a historical content in the analysis of the commodity form. This is again a tedious business because Marx obviously presents the relations that are set with the commodity form in the same way that every logician talks about logic, as once and for all fixed, unchangeable. In a word, he presents its beginning as if it were ontologically predetermined. And so it is again no wonder, but lies entirely in the logic that follows from the bias in interpretation, that for the Marxists of the 1970s, the most famous example is probably Habermas. The ontology of Luhmann's systems theory, for example, was so fascinating that these Marxists were ultimately concerned with an interpretation of Marx as if his main work were a mere variation of this systems theory. Seen from this perspective, Marx's analysis of the nucleus of bourgeois society, i.e. the commodity, becomes a highly problematic approach, because, seen in this light, commodity analysis has a decisive disadvantage compared to the axiomatics of scientific positivism. As ontologically as it is formulated, it is unable to actually fulfill its ontology. A simple test on the example makes this clear. Societies that do not exchange goods are perfectly conceivable. But no society is conceivable without a system of reproduction. From this point of view, Marx was not enough of an ontologist, quite contrary to his intention in the chapter on commodities. Marx was therefore, according to the compelling conclusion, still too attached to the thinking of early bourgeois society. In a word, he was a theorist of the 19th century. Only, so the assumption of modern social scientists and humanities scholars when they turn to history, positivism in the wake of Comte or Max Weber, for example, was able to differentiate and analyze the respective historical forms of social reproduction in a scientifically correct manner. These interpretations of Marx thus reveal a rather complicated relationship. Marx seems to have been both an ontologist and a historian. The value form analysis claims to be able to conceptualize the being of bourgeois society, while Marx the practitioner claims that this being is historical. There seems to be no mediation between these poles, for how can bourgeois society be described both in timeless terms and as a result of history that is subject to change? So what could be more obvious than to criticize Marx for having formed only an inadequate concept of his subject? Why is it that people keep coming up with the idea of invoking Marx when it comes to analyzing modern society towards the end of the 20th century? Probably, and here we come to the third example of a biased interpretation of Marx, these people are authority-fixated idealists. Just as religiosity has by no means disappeared with the scientification of social relations, there are always people who consider Marx's Capital to be the revelation instead of the Bible. It is easy to understand that it is this idealism that interprets values, subjective preferences, and ideas into a description of social conditions and therefore reads things into Marx's Capital that are not there at all, which then degenerates into either fundamentalist Marx fetishism or Marx criticism. And it cannot be denied that this behavior was particularly widespread among the 68ers and still is among today's left. But let us now leave these examples and become positive. What is Marx concerned with, or what is really in Capital? What is its system, its methodological truth, and what is its historicity? Everyone is probably familiar with Marx's dictum that capital is not a material fact, but a reified social relationship. Even if Marx does not say it literally, at least I don't think so, this statement can be translated for the time being into the fact that for him, capital is the god of bourgeois society. Let us now imagine someone who believes in God. From an argumentative point of view, this person has run into a difficult problem. God is only God if he transcends human existence. God only exists beyond the human condition. God is omnipotent, God is not subject to change in time, so God cannot, conceptually speaking, have a history. But against this stands the evident fact that God can only be recognized as God by humans. Humans, however, are historical beings, subject to change over time, the very opposite of God. The believer, however, is not at all interested in the logical difficulty of having to mediate this opposition between God and man in any way, just as little as the philosopher of history or the logician is interested in the common antinomy that one cannot talk about history without having a fixed point that transcends this historicity, nor about logic without recognizing that the validity of this logic cannot transcend the historicity of man. To clarify what is meant here, let's go back to the 11th century. At that time, there was a theologian who put forward a, from the point of view of ancient philosophy, rather abstruse train of thought. Anselm of Canterbury, as this theologian was called, pursued the goal of proving the existence of God. Of course, this alone was nothing special, since people believed in the one, almighty God. They wanted theoretical confirmation of the monstrosity of having knowledge of something that was beyond sensory perception. However, it was hardly difficult for most people living at the time to be convinced of the existence of God, because the world was actually full of things that were inaccessible to the mind, and so God's existence was evidently attested to, for example, in the miracles that he performed. Most ancient philosophers, especially the most famous ones, such as Aristotle and Plato, were also quite certain of the existence of this God. But what Anselm did, from the point of view of these philosophers, could only be called abstruse. What he claimed was namely that one could deduce from the form of thought the existence of the content corresponding to this form. By assuming that perfection, which did not actually exist in this world, that was clear to everyone, is at least conceivable in thought, Anselm drew the razor-sharp conclusion that this ideal form must also actually exist, i.e. in reality. To translate this exaggeratedly into everyday life, Anselm claimed that if someone sees a bottle of beer, they can necessarily conclude that this bottle contains nothing other than beer, i.e. no vinegar or air. Ancient philosophy would never have come up with such an idea. For them, the existence of God had to be presupposed as a unity of content and form, roughly as in Aristotle's talk of the unmoved mover, so that the world could be explained theoretically. Anselm, on the other hand, tore content and form apart. He claimed to be able to prove the existence of a certain content by analyzing the form on its own. Kant was not the first to demonstrate in his famous critique of the ontological proof of God that this was merely a transfer, i.e. a projection, and not a reasonably justifiable argument. Anselm's contemporaries also had their problems with the logic of his reasoning. and Abelard, for example, a philosopher who lived almost 100 years later, clearly demonstrated the logical abstruseness of this proof. There would be no need to dwell on this paradox any longer if it were not for the fact that, despite the philosophically proven impossibility of drawing conclusions from form to content, since the beginning of the modern era the whole world has been thinking in precisely this form and believes that this is the only way to formulate judgment with a claim to truth. Who would want to deny that if you put 2 apples in front of 2 apples, you will never have anything other than exactly 4 apples in front of you? But if you think like that, you've already fallen for Anselm's trick. For 2 and 2 may be 4 in all conceivable worlds, but it is certainly conceivable, and every physicist and scientific theorist knows this by now if you ask them, that the sum of equal contents represents something different in terms of content than the sum of its parts. Statements about content that formulate an absolute certainty therefore borrow their certainty from the certainty for which logical, i.e. per se contentless, abstract operations are responsible. As a scientist, however, one can only gain recognition if one is prepared to admit that it is possible to draw conclusions about the actual existence of the objects thus analyzed by analyzing the formal relationships between defined objects. Techniques other than formal ones, detached from any content, cannot vouch for truth. Every judgment gains its justification solely from the formal correctness of its deductions. And the empirical sciences in particular would pull the rug from under their feet if they were to take Kant's critique of the ontological proof of God seriously in this sense. And that is why they continue to claim that they can make statements about reality, even though, when asked, they have to admit that formal correctness does not necessarily mean being correct in terms of content, i.e., proceeding in the sense of the matter itself. What was said above about rhetoric is repeated here. One argues rationally in terms of form, and this in the alleged interest of being able to determine the truth in this way. However, if we take a closer look, this form of argument is only a pretext. Behind it is the recognition that it is not about truth in the matter itself, but only about preserving the form. Marx's analysis of the value form is, among other things, a description of this philosophical scandal, a scandal that is not only a logical one, however, but one that affects the whole of social reproduction. Accordingly, Marx describes capitalism as a social reality in which the form, i.e. the utilization of value, means everything, but the content, i.e. use value, is completely arbitrary. Labor, understood as the concrete expenditure of individual lifetime over which capital has the power of disposal, is transformed into abstract, uniform average time, which as such, and not as concrete, as the metaphysics of labor believes, constitutes the existence of value, not as a quantitative quantity alone, but as a condition of the possibility of translating quality into quantity, concreteness into abstraction, particularity into generality. This value itself, in turn, is, and Marx explained this earlier, linked to use values, i.e. to content, needs, subjective determinations of any kind, objectively only in the abstract. The use value alone must be present, must be there, must exist, nothing more. The concrete manifestation of value, as the price of the commodity, which is expressed in money as the other of this commodity, is subject to subjective and arbitrary determination by the exchangers, just as the market ideologists claim. Objectively predetermined, and denied in this objectivity by ideology, is, however, the manifestation of this subjectivity, which necessarily occurs as a doubling. Everything must double in commodity and money so that it can take on any value at all. This compulsion, on which the exploitation of the commodity of labor power is based, has absorbed all history since capitalism became the only global form of social reproduction. Capital had a history, but now it no longer has one. The form set by capital appears as an inescapable reality. As little as one can criticize the weather, one can only dress according to it. As little can one criticize the necessity of capitalist socialization of value, one can only adapt to it, or go to the dogs. Under the rule of this form, every content, and with it all historicity, fits into this form in such a way that it becomes the lubricant of capital. This truth is absolute. Democratic tolerance towards the arbitrariness of content has its limit in this affirmation of the prevailing practice. It is, as Herbert Marcuse correctly recognized, a repressive tolerance. The repressive nature of this tolerance is not only experienced by every militant demonstrator in the form of police truncheons, but can also be tested experimentally at any time using simple means. Go to a scientist or politician and dare to materialistically criticize his formal claim to truth, which finds expression in every one of his judgments. His reaction will be to turn the tables and, usually in violation of the discipline he has otherwise been taught, namely with barely restrained aggression, to impute an absolute claim to truth to his critic. On the other hand, he will claim that he cannot or does not want to know what absolute truth is. Psychologically, the aggressiveness of this reaction is understandable. Anyone who has run out of arguments will react with offense. But this reaction is also logically consistent from a social point of view, because the truth of bourgeois society should not be spoken as far as possible, as it could be directed in an immediate critical manner against itself. This truth is, man has to fit into the given form, has to form and discipline himself in such a way that he is able to affirm the prevailing reality. The more difficult this self-affirmation is for him, and this is naturally more difficult for a left-wing politician or scientist than a right-wing one, the more aggressively he reacts to criticism of this truth. The democratic pluralist politician and the critically rational scientist are therefore all fundamentalists par excellence. But now we come to the crucial question of every argument, and that is how we can check whether Marx is actually right when he describes bourgeois society in the form indicated above. In addition to reflecting on one's own bias when reading, the question of the criterion of truth must also be asked, and this is also self-evident. To this end, it should first be stated apodictically that Marx cannot be refuted empirically and analytically, just as arithmetic can only miscalculate, but the mere possibility of being able to miscalculate can hardly constitute a critique of mathematics. Neither can empirical inaccuracies or errors, or historical changes within the capital relation itself, falsify Marx's value form analysis. To put it clearly, only those who insist on their biases with absolute obduracy can deny that all content in this society, from the ballpoint pen to the fully automated factory, from the love relationship to religious delusion, can be viewed in terms of its commodity form, all quality can be quantified, everything can be translated into what Marx called value for each subject, and not least, but especially, this subject itself. Does Marx's value form analysis therefore represent a deductive system? Was Marx, as the rationalist critique claims, a totalitarian? Is Marxism therefore totalitarian in principle? Is Karl Popper right when he criticizes Marxism by saying that it must be wrong because it cannot be wrong? But one can also refer to Hannah Arendt, for whom a totalitarian system is defined by the fact that it no longer knows any outside, no object that cannot be derived from deductions. Let's leave aside the fact that Marx can hardly be criticized in this way, for it is a strange form of criticism that practices totalitarianism day in, day out, but reproaches its critics for this totalitarianism. But the question is indeed how Marx's assertion that his analysis of the value form represents the core of capitalist socialization can be proven to be true. Is it not possible, we might ask, to replace the concept of value with any number of other concepts, and would this not lead to equally obvious conclusions using the dialectical procedure that Marx pursues? So is the analysis of the commodity form capable of truth at all? Does it not represent only one variant of theory, and a rather simple one at that, i.e. a poor theory alongside others? Once again, empiricism cannot be used to analyze the value form. Every empirical datum is capable of supporting every consistent deduction. Science proves this day after day, and so does politics. And here, too, we can put it to the test. There is no event of the last 200 years that cannot be fitted into the logic of the thing itself set with the value form analysis. Even when it comes to such current economic issues as the transition from a Keynesian control policy to neoclassical market fetishization, or the economy of the former state capitalist states, the logic contained therein can also be found in Marx. Marx was not able to elaborate on this because he was a special genius, but simply because in the systematic structure of his main work he follows the logic established by his analysis of the value form. I will leave it at this point with this mere assertion and will not go into it any further. The evidence for this can also be provided much better by reading Marx himself. Just this much, what I am claiming here basically boils down to the statement that anyone who has once understood the logic of the value form analysis could rewrite Das Kapital on their own without ever having to read a line of it. But now to the point, it is not the lack of correspondence between the analysis of the value form and social reality that is the problem, but the reverse. The problem is that it is precisely the general validity that cannot be shaken by facts that makes Marx's commodity analysis problematic. This problem applies to any deductive system. Apart from the best-known system, mathematics, theology also represents such a system, as do National Socialism and Stalinism. And last, but not least, modern natural science in its logical rational core and systems theories a la Luhmann. There are basically any number of such systems, all of which fulfill the requirement of being able to reproduce what is experienced through sensory perception seamlessly in thought as reality. And every narcissist represents such a system in psychological terms. These various deductive systems differ only in their beginning. The logic from which the order of things is revealed to thought is then set in it. The question is therefore whether there is a criterion for selecting the value form analysis from the almost infinite number of possible beginnings in logical deduction as the necessary beginning for the description of the functional mechanisms of bourgeois socialization. Only if one has pushed the ontologization inherent in every system to this final consequence is there now a way out of its arbitrariness, and in this way history comes into play as the moment that allows the most diverse ontologies to be brought before the judgment seat of reason. This separation of system and history is to be understood as artificial, i.e. purely analytical, for history, as the counter-concept to the ontology of capital, can only fulfill its task if it does not itself degenerate into an ontological system, for example as historical science, i.e. if it does not become a philosophy of history. Admittedly, this is not easy to understand. And to put it more clearly, it also creates a paradox, however, that is unavoidable, and that is, if the historical account is to prove the truth of the systematic account, then it must not refer to truth itself. How can this paradox be resolved and, above all, what does this mean for the beginning of Marx's account? The starting point is that if Marx is right that the value form has universal validity, then he also claims that all historical knowledge can only be gained from the perspective of the validity of this principle. The anatomy of the ape can only be understood from the anatomy of man, he says somewhere in the Grundrisse. It is precisely this, immediately evident, truth that would have to be broken through by the historical reconstruction under discussion here. In other words, it must be possible to describe the historical events that enabled value to establish itself as the central place of social synthesis, without resorting in this description to moments whose cognition has its condition of possibility solely in this synthesis. To put it vividly, one must therefore accomplish the feat of being able to talk about the monkey as if it were not a human being talking about the monkey. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but I would like to remind you of the difficult relationship between the believer and God described earlier, in which this antinomy was already mentioned. The assertion made there, namely that capital is the god of bourgeois society, proves to be insufficient on closer inspection. For in relation to this god, but just as in relation to any such concept that transcends human history, formal logic, which is also claimed to be valid in all possible worlds, should be mentioned here. In contrast to these absolute concepts, the Marxian analysis of commodities refers immediately to social conditions in which value, ultimately capital, did not yet play its role of being the generally recognized place of the prevailing social synthesis. It is precisely what makes modern ontologists think too much of Marx in the 19th century that can actually prove the argumentative superiority of Marx over all other logics. For no matter how much the pre-capitalist world can only be viewed from the perspective of the socialization of value and how much its core, its corresponding concept of truth, is closed to modern thinking, since they were undoubtedly people who lived under pre-capitalist conditions, their humanity naturally gives us an insight into their worlds. They also had language, work, exploitation, states and, above all, money. What they did not have was capital, and it is this transition from money to capital, which Marx systematically develops in the second section of the first volume, with subsequent historical references to the liberation of labor power, which I will come to later, that is at issue here. But, to clarify once again, it is not about validity, not about truth, i.e. not about the comprehensive intellectual reproduction of the reality of the people who lived in the Roman Empire or the Middle Ages. No matter how hard historians try, this is no longer possible for us today, but about the reconstruction of the events that led to the constitution of an abstract concept such as value as the central place of social synthesis. On the other hand, anyone who assumes the existence of a god or the ahistorical validity of logical inference procedures in his account is denied such access to history, and thus access to self-knowledge of the particularity of bourgeois socialization, from the outset. Marx contains a large number of historical digressions on the question of primitive accumulation, which is ultimately what is at issue here. In their structure, they follow the principle outlined above. They provide eventful support for judgments aimed at general validity. They supplement the systematic representation and do not claim to possess a universally valid truth that goes beyond purely empirical facticity. But here there is an omission in Marx. The historical digressions only illustrate individual aspects of the conclusions from the value form analysis. For example, as just mentioned, the aspect that capitalism could only arise where enough people were released from their feudal, personal relationships of dependence, i.e. where they were set free. Only in this way could labor take on the form of a commodity. Only in this way is one of the basic conditions fulfilled on the basis of which the value form could universalize. At the points where Marx goes beyond such individual moments, he becomes historico-philosophical, and is thus subject to criticism, which shows that such a philosophy does nothing more than project the abstract legal reality of bourgeois socialization onto its pre-forms. For example, in the famous passage in the introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, where there is talk of the dialectic of the productive forces, which, from a certain level of maturity, must explode the relations of production. In Capital itself, Marx speaks only very indirectly about the condition of the possibility of why the core of every act of exchange, which mediates the opposites of form and content, subject and object, use value and exchange value, could become the universal site of social synthesis synthesizing all of humanity, about the history of value in general. In other words, from a systematic perspective, the historical references to it should have been made in the first section. Or, to put it another way, the logic of the matter itself, which Marx gains from the commodity analysis, applies from the point in time when the commodity first appears historically and for exactly as long as anything else in the world actually takes on the form of a commodity. However, this does not cover the history of capital, for capitalism, as a global manifestation of value, has obviously not existed for exactly as long as the commodity form and money. It would therefore be necessary to show how certain historical events influenced a given, pre-capitalist social structure in such a way that the commodity form, which already existed here, was able to universalize itself into the nucleus of social reproduction as a whole, in other words, mutate into capitalism. The reconstruction of historical events, which could show that the beginning of Marx's systematic analysis has the greater plausibility compared to all other beginnings, cannot in any case refer to general laws based on the philosophy of history, and such a law cannot be discovered in the commodity itself, as is often assumed, for example in Rudolf Wolfgang Müller's book Money and Spirit. Rather, the point of this analysis is precisely to break open the circle of ontological analytical laws established by the form of value, and this in turn is only possible if the events handed down to us are recorded purely in terms of action, if we orient ourselves purely towards empirical sources, and in this orientation trace how a form of thought and practice, determined by value, asserts itself against the traditional forms. Admittedly, what is required in this respect is basically nothing more than a radicalization of the self-image of bourgeois historical scholarship. However, if their research interest is based either on an unreflected systematics, in the best case, or on a Volkish categorical basis, which is usually the case with historians, then the limitation of historical analysis to the representation of the genesis of value as the universal principle of social synthesis deprives this representation of its ontologizing basis. Its aim is no more, but also no less, than the representation of the condition of the possibility that bourgeois society could have come into being at all. As such, historical reconstruction is the exact inversion of systematic reconstruction. It begins with the individual concrete in order to arrive at the general. And it does not capture a totality, but only selected individual aspects. In a lecture like this one, of course, such a reconstruction cannot be achieved. It would require at least one book. And if this could be done in a single lecture, then there would be no need to write this book. Here we can only name the conditions that this reconstruction must fulfill and which, it must be admitted, can only be fully grasped in their meaning and purpose after reading Marx's work. The reference to rhetoric and to Anselm of Canterbury above were a few indications that such a reconstruction can have as its theme. Now something more about the conditions of such an analysis. When it was said above that capital is the god of bourgeois society, this does not just mean a mere replacement of the name God with the name capital. Nor can we be talking about a gradual transition from one thing, belief in God, to another, bourgeois positivism, for example. For that would in turn imply that history knows something like a law of evolution. Such an assumption would therefore be nothing more than an unfounded philosophy of history. In this sense, and this should be inserted here, the Darwinian theory of evolution, for example, also and especially in its biologistic intention, is nothing more than the unreflected transfer of capitalist principles of competition to nature or its history. In contrast, a materialist reconstruction of history would have to be concerned with showing which historical events made it possible for a form of sociality to universalize, which in its essence represents a reversal of everything that was previously of importance to people and had previously been considered certain to them. When it comes to the condition of the possibility of the historical verification of the value form analysis, however, it is also necessary to point out the significance that the concept of materialism has in it. I admit that the whole thing is now becoming very complex, but without this reference it is hardly possible to talk appropriately about the Marxist concept of history. I'll just say this much: every materialist naturally knows that the medieval concept of God, like capital in modern times, is also just a reified form of social relations. This cannot be otherwise. And in the same way, this could be demonstrated for the modern era with its concept of logic. The universality that is assumed of formal logic has taken the place of the universality that was still filled by this concept of God in the Middle Ages. It is the logical disputes in scholasticism, so much reviled by bourgeois philosophy, that are driving this replacement. However, this statement about the concept of God as the medieval place of social synthesis is not an inadmissible projection of bourgeois ontology onto pre-capitalist societies, as one might object, but formulates nothing other than the materialist postulate, a postulate, however, that can only be formulated on the ground of bourgeois society, and can only structure historical analysis from here. In this, the talk of the anatomy of the ape, which can only be recognized from the anatomy of the human being, is once again justified. For it is only since we have been able to analytically separate logic and history, and thereby reflect on the separation of form and content in the value form, also and precisely thanks to scholastic distinctions, which of course in turn refer to specific social changes, that we can recognize, for example, that the burden of proof for positive assertions about reality, such as the assertion that God exists, lies with the person who makes them. As long as this proof has not been provided, and it cannot be provided with regard to the existence of God, the negation applies, i.e., God certainly does not exist. From this, and this to a certain extent limits the assertion that nothing at all can be said about these pre-capitalist societies that could be based on truth, from this materialist postulate, then, it can be concluded for the pre-bourgeois concept of God that in it, the people living in the Middle Ages of the West reproduced their social being in thought, and also ideologically. In their shared belief in the one, omnipotent God, they did not experience themselves as isolated, unrelated individuals existing side by side, although they were, of course, in exactly the same way as we are today, but were able to experience themselves in God as individuals embedded in a universal. Today, this God, in his synthesizing power, is dead. In its place, synthesizing society has come value, which has materialized as the generally accepted content of social reproduction in the form of money, which has become universal. Money has thus become an empirically existing God, providing value, in comparison to the sensually unrecognizable God of the old Catholic, medieval Church, with its heaven-wide superiority. Money as the sensually perceptible expression of a supersensible, abstract and universally valid principle, the utilization of value, now ensures that the capitalistically socialized subjects experience themselves, just like the medieval people, as parts of a general whole. This general form then provides these subjects with the ideologies adequate to their form of socialization, such as, in addition to the one that, as discussed above, believes it can shoot from content to form, that of being convinced that they can only exist as members of a social relationship organized by the state. All this summarized, a book like Marx's Das Kapital could not possibly have been written in antiquity any more than the other philosophical works of modern times. Read against the background of Marx's value form analysis, these philosophical works as a whole report on the truth that there has been a shift in the history of mankind from content to form, from the Roman Hellenistic doctrine of virtue guiding practice, for example, to the truth that can only be determined analytically and empirically, and these philosophies as a whole and each in its own way, however ideologically alienated, analyze the functioning of a society for which only the content that can be fitted into the given form means anything, which brings us back to the beginning of this lecture. This form, like a beer bottle, after all, is capable of accommodating any content, but by no means any content, only that which can also be accommodated in a beer bottle or has been actively adapted to it. And there was no such organization of society anywhere in world history before capitalism. Seen from this perspective and in contrast to modern philosophies, current scientific and political argumentation patterns represent the unreflected expression of this capitalist form of social reproduction. Since the aforementioned Abelard, however, philosophers, whose task it is to reflect on themselves, which is actually unnecessary for the practice of science, have known that this scientific form of thought refers to a synthesis that must precede thought so that content and form, subject and object can merge. Since Abelard alone, these philosophers have argued among themselves about the correct name to be given to this synthesis. While Abelard still called this synthesis God, expressing, however, that he was already speaking of a completely different God than the Church of his time, which is why the Church also placed his doctrine on the index. Descartes claimed a few hundred years later that the ego was this mediating principle. From there it then mutated, and you may believe me or not, but I will keep it short, from the Cartesian ego to Kant's transcendental subject, only to be surpassed by the Hegelian world spirit in an idealistic bourgeois manner. After Marx had given this synthesis the name of value, however, philosophy regressed with Nietzsche and subsequently with Foucault, for example, to talk about a total power, or, to complete this chain, with Wittgenstein, this synthesis regressed to a limitation to linguistic analysis, which was now to succeed in the feat of translating the subjectivity of the will into a general, objectively valid form. And at the latest since Adorno and Horkheimer, who can be considered the last philosophers of bourgeois society to have rendered outstanding services to the correct name of the specifically capitalistically synthesizing society, the most diverse names for this synthesizing third have been circulating side by side, names that the post-fascist citizen is no longer particularly interested in, and which he at best associates with world views, which he therefore considers to be commodities that can be used as the mood takes him. Modern, scientifically abbreviated rationalism no longer knows any procedure that could allow it to step outside itself in order to be able to describe itself. This can be demonstrated, for example, by the writings of Foucault or those of Feyerabend, most clearly, however, by Luhmann systems theory. The ego of this openly ontological apologist of bourgeois forms of circulation reflects the highest possible level of post-fascist self-consciousness. Luhmann's ego is nothing more, and wants to be nothing more than the observer who observes observers observing. The historical reconstruction of the condition of the possibility of the genesis of capitalism, on the other hand, can, if it succeeds, support the truth of the value form analysis. It is the, albeit purely analytically, constructed point that points to an outside even of Luhmann's autopoietic observations. It opens a door so that thinking can reflect on itself appropriately and consistently in the first place. And it makes it arguably decidable which of the many possible names for the synthesis of bourgeois translation of content into form is the appropriate one in comparison to the other proposals. Ultimately, however, the question remains as to whether the truth of bourgeois society, and that also means whether Marx himself, insofar as he brings the positivity of the given to the concept, can be criticized with such a recourse to the historical conditions of the emergence of capital. As comforting as it may be that bourgeois society is not as hermetically sealed in itself as Luhmann systems theory claims, and as satisfying as it may be for a logician and philosopher that Marx's value form analysis is a method whose truth cannot be proven by recourse to historical analysis, but which nevertheless allows it to gain a far greater degree of plausibility compared to other ontologies, nothing in historical systematic analysis seems to point to a point from which capital also becomes criticizable. On this point, everything seems to remain the same. Capital is and remains the automatic subject, from which no basis can be determined that could provide an argumentative justification for a practice critical of capitalism that could stand up to reason. In practical terms, and brought before the instance of a general human reason, this is by no means true. For this practice of reason requires nothing more than an awareness of the fact that one can make a free decision at any time. It is about the decision to refuse the required affirmation of the prevailing reality or not to do so. All of Marx's remarks on the relationship between capital and history, form and content, only make practical sense with regard to a single purpose, to make it clear to each individual what he has decided on and to demonstrate to him ad personam that, if he needs and expects an argumentative, scientifically rational justification for this decision, he has long since decided in favor of the affirmation of capitalist formation. For the facts are clear. At least 90% of everything that humans have experienced as suffering since the beginning of bourgeois society is due to the specific form in which they socialize and is therefore not based on unavoidable natural causes. All theory, all psychology, all thinking and feeling of capitalistically socialized people aims, to put it in psychoanalytical terms, to be able to bear this truth without getting a guilty conscience. Everyone can, it must be admitted, be forced to participate, to actually affirm. Those who are only allowed to eat when they work cannot be criticized if they bow to this compulsion. But he can be criticized if he describes this compulsion as a quasi-natural law and thus attempts to evade criticism. And he can be criticized when, in his detached affirmation of the blessings of capitalist wage labor, he is prepared to cede the dignity that makes him human to capital, regardless of all the constraints that compel him to take this practical step. Quote, the whole process thus seems to move in a vicious circle, from which one cannot get out without assuming, an original accumulation, antecedent accumulation in Adam Smith, an accumulation which is not the result of the capitalist mode of production, but its starting point. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 1, 1872-73, Chapter 24. Unlike Plato and similar to Heraclitus, Aristotle leaves the question of the immortality of the soul open, answering it cautiously positively only with regard to the rational part of it, but otherwise hardly ever brings it up. He starts from Heraclitus' insight that it is not possible to determine what something is as long as it is not considered what its opposite consists of, but opposes the conclusion of, that thus everything must also be conceived in motion, sees this as relativism, which he opposes with the famous theorem of the excluded contradiction, which he in turn wrested from Parmenides' concept of being when he says that it is obviously impossible for the same person to assume at the same time that the same thing both is and is not. However, Aristotle can only do this by establishing the abstraction of the alternating turnover of the individual things in these individual things themselves, namely in the form of the concept of form. That which changes is the substance, that in which it changes is the form. However, the form itself, or whatever else one should call the shaping of the sensually perceptible, does not arise, but is, like matter in the final instance, always already given. Irrespective of this form, the individual things remain irrevocably different through the substance, they are only identical in the form or through the form. One can necessarily only perceive a single thing somewhere and now. But what is general and in everything is impossible to perceive, as such. For there is no spatial singularity and no now, for then it would not be general. According to Adolf Trendelenburg, for Aristotle, substance is both the spatially limited individual and the genus recognized only in summary thinking. But it is only through the form that individuals or things are recognizable at all, and thus, to a certain extent, distinguishable from the substance. Only the form makes it possible to think the contradiction without violating the principle of excluded contradiction. It makes it possible to define, even the opposite falls, so to speak, under the same form, for the essence of privation is the opposite essence, e.g. health is the opposite essence. For example, health is, as it were also, the essence of illness, because illness is explained by its absence. If, therefore, one cannot touch twice a perishable substance that is identical in its nature, this is because, according to Aristotle, the concrete individual things that are to be assumed are only perishable because they always consist of matter and form. Matter and form, considered separately, merely form the possibility of the concrete whole, the logia, the individual thing. Only as such are they always present. They know no creation and no decay. This movement only comes about when the form becomes the form of a substance, the substance of a form. How close Aristotle comes to Marx's analysis of the commodity form in this way of looking at ousia can be seen in the distinction made in form between the cause of purpose and the cause of form, entelechy and energy. The former corresponds metaphysically, so to speak, to exchange value, the latter to use value. Form is energy because it includes the cause of action in itself. It is entelechy insofar as it contains the purpose of action. Metaphysics itself, however, arose as an attempt to ward off an independence towards real abstraction. Aristotle established that Plato's doctrine of ideas, which affirmatively anticipates this independence, is precisely a consequence of Heraclitus' doctrine. It is a reaction to the realization that everything sensual is in a constant state of flux. If there should therefore be a science and a knowledge of something, then apart from the sensual beings of it, different permanent ones would have to exist. Aristotle uses the concept of form to criticize this very independence. In the Metaphysics, he repeatedly returns to the fact that form itself cannot be or become a concrete individual thing, that it cannot exist alongside things as a thing in its own right, but only on or in them, as their form of movement that can be grasped in their concept. This explicitly rejects the idea that, for example, the house really exists as a general thing alongside the individual houses, or that the living being really exists as a general thing alongside the individual living beings. Precisely in order not to have to concede such an existence to the form alongside the individual things and still be able to perceive it as separate from them, Aristotle referred to an unmoved mover, the idea of a God who must actually exist as the impulse of the forms, and pretended that there is therefore an eternal, unmoved being that exists independently and separately from the sensible. As a principle and as the first of all beings, it is unmoved, but it brings forth the first, eternal and some movement. This being can have no size, it is indivisible and inseparable. With him, Aristotle excludes the possibility that movement through the forms themselves could be understood as infinite. This is his justification for the fact that infinity only exists in the concept, in the mind, in order to think limitation. In certain respects, this unmoved mover occupies the place in Aristotelian metaphysics that War held as the father of all things in Heraclitus. This is precisely why, unlike Heraclitus, the question no longer arises as to the conditions under which this first can be thought at all. And yet, at the end of the penultimate book of the Metaphysics, it is said that the moving brings forth unity in order to oppose making the essence of the whole incoherent by assuming many principles instead of that principle. But beings may not be badly ruled, says Aristotle here, quoting from the Iliad, never is a many-ruled rule good, only one be ruler. A passage from the second canto, which deals with the military assembly of the Achaeans. Everything here revolves around continuing to preserve unity under the leader Agamemnon, which always proves precarious. The shift to the motionless mover refers to the inner crisis of the polis. Somrethel assumes, in his later book Geistig and Körperlich albeit, with Marx that the small peasant economy and the independent craft enterprise formed the economic basis of the classical polities at their best, after the originally Oriental common property had dissolved and before slavery had taken serious hold of production. In the ancient world, the effect of trade and the development of merchant capital always resulted in a slave economy, depending on the starting point, even in the transformation of a patriarchal slave system geared to the production of immediate subsistence resources into one geared to the production of surplus value. In the modern world, on the other hand, it ends in the capitalist mode of production. It follows from this that these results were themselves conditioned by quite different circumstances from the development of commercial capital. This corresponds with Marx's remark that in the Nicomachean Ethics, which unlike the metaphysics turns expresses verbise to economics, Aristotle had to break off the analysis of the value form at a certain point. In the excerpts from his dissertation on Democritus and Epicurus, Marx had already come across the peculiar prerequisite of the polis for thought. The contract was Epicurus' basis for arriving at his view of spiritual nature, the state. He quotes Epicurus from the 10th book of Diogenes Laertius. Justice is not something beings in itself, but in mutual intercourse, in whatever place, a contract is made neither to harm nor to be harmed. In the dissertation itself, one finally has the impression that Marx, with Epicurus, transfers the contractual relationships and the exchange of goods to Democritus' atoms in empty space and thus arrives at the first formulation of the opposition of use-value and exchange-value as a kind of pre-Socratic young Hegelian, if Epicurus thus represents the materiality of the atom in its movement in a straight line. He has realized its determination of form in its declination from the straight line. And these opposing determinations are presented as immediately opposing movements. Karl Marx, Difference between the Democritical and Epicurean Philosophy of Nature. MEW Supplementary Volume. Part 1, page 281. The great philosopher had already been able to recognize that the money form of the commodity is only the further developed form of the simple value form, i.e. the expression of the value of a commodity in any other commodity when he set up the equation that 5 cushions equals 1 house is no different from 5 cushions equals so much money. Aristotle recognizes that the relation of value, in which this expression of value is contained, in turn requires that the house be qualitatively equated with the cushion and that these sensually different things could not be related to each other as commensurable quantities without such essential equality, as soon as he says that exchange cannot be without equality, but equality cannot be without commensurability. It is precisely at this contradiction that he comes to a halt, in the sense of the law of contradiction, because it is in fact impossible for such different things to be commensurable, i.e. qualitatively equal. This equation could therefore only be something alien to the true nature of things, and Marx points out that Aristotle only wants to accept money, as the excluded third party, as a makeshift for practical needs. In doing so, he himself expresses the reason why his further analysis fails, namely the lack of the concept of value. What is the same, i.e. the common substance that the house presents for the upholstery and the value expression of the upholstery? Such a thing cannot exist in truth, says Aristotle. Why? The house presents an equal to the upholstery insofar as it presents what is really equal in both the upholstery and the house. And that is human labor. But that in the form of commodity values all labor is expressed as equal human labor and therefore as equally valid, Aristotle could not read from the value form itself, because Greek society was based on slave labor and therefore had the inequality of men and their labor forces as its natural basis. Here Marx is obviously assuming the result of the development of the polis, the establishment of slave labor as the basis, and not what he has elsewhere defined as the basis of its classical phase, namely the small peasant economy and the independent craft enterprise. Whether slave labor really prevailed at this time to the extent that Marx claims here is quite questionable. At this point, however, Marx needs it more as a kind of drastic argument to demonstrate that wage labor in the modern sense did not yet exist in antiquity, the secret of the expression of value, the equality and equal validity of all work, because and insofar as it is human labor in general, can only be deciphered as soon as the concept of human equality already has the solidity of a popular prejudice. But this is only possible in a society in which the commodity form is the general form of the product of labor, and thus also the relationship of people to one another as commodity owners is the dominant social relationship. The genius of Aristotle shines precisely in the fact that he discovers a relationship of equality in the value expression of commodities. Only the historical limitations of the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what this relationship of equality, in truth, consists of. Such truth does not yet exist insofar as the labor time necessary for the production of a certain commodity is not yet measured or compared with the labor time necessary for the production of another commodity with the same use value or with a different use value, i.e. it cannot be thought of as socially necessary. If, for example, a peasant with 2 slaves has to work 8 hours and a peasant without slaves 24 hours for the same amount of grain, or if a non-working landlord has however many slaves working in the same time, it cannot be assumed that the goods produced can be compared from the point of view of the time necessary for production, no matter how consciously this assumption may be made, because neither the peasant nor the slave sell their labor power, that is, exchange it for a certain amount of time for wages on a general labor market created specifically for this purpose. the reduction of the manifold production of commodities to the average necessary labor time, which happened by itself through such exchange, and that means can be accepted and recognized by all producers and commodity owners. Such recognition is not possible from the outset for a slave, who is not considered a contractual partner per se, does not take place in antiquity, nor does experimental methodology, whereby the diversity of nature is to be reduced to a force or a raw material. Both are exclusively characteristic of a society in which capital prevails. Even if wage labor already exists in isolated cases, its share in production remains too small to be able to speak of an average or socially necessary labor time at all. It remains a merely selectively or isolated necessary labor time. Although Marx notes that in Athens, Thebes, and Rome the pauperization of the individual and even the mass of plebeians produced by private property gives rise to the free wage laborer, this alone in no way gives rise to the capitalist mode of production. Without slavery, however, it would have had to arise. It is therefore only possible to speak of absolute surplus value production or formal subsumption of labor with reservations, as Sonrethel implies, since strictly speaking this is not surplus value, but more exchange value, within a society that remains oriented towards use value. In contrast to Sonrethel, who hesitates here with good reason, Ulrich Endowitz actually projects the law of value onto the ancient city-state in the volume on the polis in his multi-volume work Reichtum and Religion. Marx emphasizes that Xenophon, for example, was ultimately only concerned with the use value, the improvement of quality. He is not interested in the shortening of working time, any more than Plato, even in the one passage where he emphasizes in passing that more use values are supplied. Even here it is only a question of the surplus of use values. As with Aristotle, even with Plato the different needs in a community require different activities to satisfy them, the different dispositions enable different human natures to do this activity better than that. Hence the division of labor and correspondingly different classes. What Plato emphasizes everywhere as the main thing is that in this way every work is done better. The quality, the utility value, is for him, as for all the ancients, the decisive and exclusive point of view. Aristotle would have had to abandon the incompatibility of ousia and techne set out in his metaphysics in order to think of what he calls ousia, nature, being, essence, in the terms of techne, to which he counts craftsmanship and trade. Thus entelechy and energy, whose terms Aristotle coined in his metaphysics in order to express the relationship between form and substance, fail all the more when it comes to the object of economics. If, according to them, form carries its goal and the power to realize it within itself, then the value form should actually be able to produce value. But what Aristotle then discovers as the value form cannot be understood as entelechy. This can only be applied to use value, which does not want to show itself in the case of the value form. What remains is the logical paradox of a commodity form without value and the historical insight that in the production of commodities from antiquity to the most developed forms of the polis there is no social determination of time in the modern sense, i.e. of the labor time socially necessary for the production of a commodity, which is based on the equality and equal validity of all work, because and insofar as it is human labor in general, the secret of that substance, that commensurability, which Aristotle therefore cannot recognize in the exchange of commodities. But there is another concept of time, one in the sense of succession in exchange or in law, as the saying of Anaximander already shows, debt and atonement, retribution, or in economic terms, the quantification is limited to the fact that a certain loan must be repaid for a certain pledge by a certain date, but the amount of the loan is not measured, for example, by the labor time necessary for the production of the pledge or for the reproduction of the borrower, just as this debtor, if he loses the property encumbered with the mortgage, cannot sell his labor power either in order to maintain himself, because among all the commodities there is usually no such thing as a commodity labor power, but falls prey to servitude or slavery. The question of measure therefore remained open, and the causality of property and debt bondage was transferred to the goddess Dike, the goddess of punishment, Klaus Heinrich. Those who thought beyond her, like Parmenides, found themselves in the dilemma of only being able to say that something is or is not, but no longer being able to establish proportions or think of movement or historical development. It is therefore only from Parmenides that the philosophical significance of Heraclitus can be assessed, who did not hypostatize Dike as the muse of being, but was able to dissolve her into relations and opposites and think of her as a process, just as in Aeschylus' Oresteia this goddess, who combines the law of revenge with that of debt bondage, is replaced by Athena in order to preserve the polis as an association of free citizens and enable laws such as Solon's to combat debt bondage. On the one hand, Aristotle's concept of form is based on Heraclitus' philosophical breakthrough, in that he no longer separates form and substance as Plato did idea and matter. On the other hand, he seeks to mediate here, insofar as he gives form itself priority over substance. He also does not start from slave labor, but from the work of the free farmer or craftsman, let A be a builder, B a shoemaker, C a house and D shoes. The master builder must now receive the shoemaker's labor and give him some of his own in return. If the proportional equality is established first and then the recompense occurs, then what we mean happens. If not, then we have no equality and no connection. And if there were no retribution, there would be no community. What Aristotle reveals at this point, to paraphrase Marx, as a form of value cannot be developed as an entelechy, he simply replaces it with the need for use values and assumes the equality of needs, which is reflected in money by agreement. The form of proportional equality requires a yardstick in order to be realized, but labor is out of the question as this yardstick, since the different works of the master builder and shoemaker are not commensurable in their quality. Ergon, a word that can also mean the effort and achievement of war, is not suitable as the material in which the form of equality, on which the polis community is based, can be realized. In the words of the metaphysics, this substance has no dynamism, it lacks the mythical quality, as it were, that Aristotle himself ascribes to the substance, of driving towards the form of its own accord, as one of its possibilities, and there is, so to speak, no form in the Aristotelian sense that does not correspond to a moment in the substance that demands it. Labor as substance, however, rejects the purposive activity of pure form, cannot be moved, so to speak, by the motionless mover, has precisely no dynamis, so that here there is no right center, no mediation, so that the form could be put into work and realize its goal. For this much was already clear to Aristotle, that which is common to two works cannot be a substance, a matter, at all. Only capital has achieved the miracle of turning it into a substance as if it were matter, including the mythical quality that Aristotle attributed to it. If everything has to be measured by a single yardstick in order to establish equality and thus arrive at money, then it cannot be ergon. Rather, this yardstick is in truth the need that holds everything together. For if they had no needs, or not in the same way, there would be no exchange, or at least not in the same way. Thus, by agreement, money has become the representative of need. That is why it bears the name money, because it is not valid by nature, but by convention, and it is up to us to change it and make it worthless. The idea of entelechy is thus almost transformed back into Plato's idea, which cannot attach any importance to the question of the form of the objects themselves. In any case, Aristotle must assert the equality and commensurability of needs in order to arrive at money. The bargain struck in the market is the right middle, the mediation between the form of equality that prevails between commodities and the substance of needs. The measure of needs enables quantification in the form of demand. This explains the particular vehemence of Aristotle's rejection of interest, especially in his treatise on politics. He calls it contrary to nature, or most contrary to nature, when money is exchanged for money and not, for which it was invented, for commodities, and strongly opposes the price that is demanded when money is lent. Money was created for exchange, but interest assigns it the purpose of increasing itself through itself. Although the philosopher's reservation can still be based on a society in which the lending of money, as Moses I. Finley emphasized, was essentially limited to consumption, there were already sufficient signs of fearing the self-aggrandizement of money. For example, loans played a certain role in the risk of shipping. The first laws of the polis in Athens were decreed under Solon, together with debt forgiveness and the prohibition of being liable with one's own body as a loan. In fact, debt bondage was the great danger posed by taking interest. And only its elimination, which should not be confused with the elimination of slavery itself, turned money into money in the modern sense, i.e. in the sense in which it can also be considered a prerequisite for so-called primitive accumulation. Marx. Cancellation of debts and the suppression of debt bondage are in certain respects part of the condition that other laws could claim validity, as these presupposed equality as private owners, and thus also that there were still private owners at all, that they could no longer be condemned to servitude without further ado or condemn themselves as before. The second measure, which is attributed to Solon, is called becoming actionable for another, and meant that even if debt bondage was still possible, the status of the private owner was not completely lost, insofar as, according to this law, any citizen could bring charges for an offense committed against another. Since a citizen who was irredeemably in debt was no longer able to bring an action himself against the coercive measures imposed on him, it became possible for someone else to do so on his behalf. The stipulation of the laws for the Jews in the Torah also reflects this condition and therefore not only prescribed a regularly recurring Jubilee year in which all debtors were to be released from their debt, but also that debt bondage itself should be limited to a maximum of 6 years from the outset. The class struggle of the ancient world, wrote Marx, mainly takes the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor and ends in Rome with the downfall of the plebeian debtor, who is replaced by the slave. Since there was virtually no form of being considered an equal in the capacity of a private owner of one's own labor and participating in a polis, the loss of property when the loans could no longer be repaid left only the function of the slave. This debt slavery was then no longer a contractual relationship as between polis citizens, because it automatically led to its opposite. So to speak, what was pledged here could not yet be described as labor power, but rather the body of a debtor who could lose the status of a contractual partner forever by contract. It was precisely at this most precarious point of pre-capitalist exchange relations that the development of the polis began and its decline was sealed. Before Solon's laws, a landowner who was no longer able to support himself and his household through his own production on his own land could borrow grain from another, but was personally liable as soon as he was unable to return the equivalent of what he had borrowed, still hardly in the form of money, but of products. If they did not pay their debt on time, they were initially obliged to pay a regular produce rent amounting to 1/6 of their harvest. If they also failed to pay these levies, this resulted in debt bondage, which enabled the creditor to either sell the debtor as a slave or make him work for himself. The number of peasants who suffered this fate cannot be estimated, but according to all available evidence, it must have reached an alarming level at the beginning of the 6th century. Max Weber described the resulting conflicts as the struggle of the rentless against the rent-producing soil. Quote, the indebtedness between the two classes of landowners, the peasantry versus the larger land, livestock and money owners, is typical throughout early antiquity and distinguishes the social conflicts of that time so much from ours. Weber, Agrarian Relations in Antiquity. The fact that he did not tear the polis apart, but rather that this polis as a unity of commodity owners only fully developed through him, which also included the fight against debt bondage, and only through its sublation can one actually speak of real private property, is again due to nothing other than the violence that is necessary to protect private property as a whole. Military violence, which was based on the arming of private property owners as hoplites, is the name of the Greek state, waging wars. Max Weber has therefore particularly emphasized the process of synarchismos as the foundation of the polis, the constitution of the warrior class as the mistress of the city-state, creation of the army, divided into phyles and their subdivisions, in order to be able to cope with the chronic state of war, which according to Hellenic international law, which does not know eternal peace between non-allied cities and, with reference to the religious danger of oaths for eternity, rejects it, has been considered the normal state since this time. Quote, end. The disposition of the polis over the property of the citizens can be taken for granted even in Homeric times, but if it can be said that it then did not decrease in historical times, but perhaps rather increased until the Hellenistic period, then the disposition itself is always based on only one factor. Ultimately, it is based on the military character of the polis, which is an army camp, and the assembly, which is the assembled army. However, this had as little to do with any echoes of communist primitive states as, for example, the Prussian Expropriation Act had to do with the so-called Poland Bill. As long as it was not organized differently, private property owners also had to be protected from enslavement as far as possible. The constant threat from outside forced the military strength of all classes economically capable of self-sufficiency and warfare to be called upon, and the debt bondage of the peasants thus threatened the entire defensibility and power of the state. This applies not only to the Greek polis, but also to the Syrian-Palestinian cities, including the kingdoms of ancient Israel. Even in the Israelite Confederation, as Max Weber described the alliance of these cities, the economic defense capability of the citizens was the precondition for all political rights. The polis anticipated at the level of war what it could not anticipate at the level of the market. Equality of the individual was not given by the possible sale of labor power, but by the necessary mobilization as a soldier. Thus Weber was able to write about the conditions in antiquity. What is actually revolutionary, however, are the indebted peasants everywhere. The economically armed peasantry, which could no longer be dispensed with militarily, demanded, together with the prohibition of debt slavery, the elimination of the jurisdiction and clientele of the courts, which worked purely with traditions and precedents, through codification and civil administration of justice. However, the concessions to the hoplite class and thus the enforcement of this equality varied from polis to polis, and debt bondage, as it was banned in Athens under Solon, remained permissible elsewhere. Marx, unlike Weber, who basically only spelled it out sociologically and historically, came to the realization that the ancient world had moved in the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor through his interpretation of Aristotle. He developed, as it were, the Aristotelian entelechy of the value form. From the value form, it is only possible to logically read out what value itself is if its analysis is presupposed by the modern sovereign and the violence bundled by him, which, through mass expropriation, through the separation of immediate producers from their means of production as well as, in the longer term, through the abolition of slavery, formed the conditio sine qua non of wage labor and the capital relation. It is not money, by whose nature the relation is given, it is rather the existence of this relation that can transform a mere money function into a capital function. Marx, Das Kapital 2, MEW Volume 24, page 37. Max Weber, on the other hand, has no concept of the existence of this relationship, i.e. of capital. For him, the mere monetary function is already capitalism. He does not reflect on the difference between ancient and modern commodity exchange, and sometimes even speaks of capitalism and sovereignty without quotation marks when describing the conditions of the developed polis, c.e.g. Weber, a grava holtness im altertum, page 117. Only under this precondition can the value form be developed in the sense of entelechy, as Marx did with Hegelian dialectics. However, by always having to subordinate labor to the analysis of the value form in this way, labor itself threatens to become an absolute first, even though, as it is understood in capital, it can only be understood from the separation of producers and means of production. It was and is the Marxists who commit Marx to this reification, to this prima philosophia of labor, although the course of his analysis shows that labor does not result solely from this separation, but at the same time dissolves into the average labor time necessary for the production of a commodity, which in turn requires us to assume the totality of social mediation, including the coercive power of the state, instead of setting an absolute first. For the Marxists, on the other hand, this first was regarded as the throne that labor alone had to claim for itself. It is therefore also wrong to assume, as Engels did, that simple commodity production is a historical phase and thus even to suggest a pre-monetary concept of value, to stipulate a value that already existed before money, instead of understanding it as a purely logical step in Marx's analysis of the value form. Value that exploits itself, value as an automatic subject, could not be formed before the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, and a concept of it could therefore not be formed, as is shown by Aristotle, who desultorily moves from labor, which is actually exchanged but cannot be measured, to need, i.e. demand, in order to have a unit and a measure at all. It could no more be formed than there was a real sovereign in the polis. It is always the immediate relation of the owners of the conditions of production to the immediate producers, in which we find the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the whole social construction, and therefore also of the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, of the specific form of the state in each case. Marx AMEW 25, p. 799 f. The specific form of state of the polis is therefore to be understood as one without a sovereign. Max Weber also usually puts the term sovereignty in quotation marks in connection with the polis. The immediate relationship between the owners of the conditions of production and the immediate producers still allowed each of these owners to function as the sovereigns of their household. Note the sequence when Protagoras, in the Platonic dialogue named after him, says that whoever listens to him will learn to manage his own household and then also to speak and act in the affairs of the polis. Internally, the polis was based on immediate coercion in this oikos, which prevented a sovereign from gaining substance in society as a whole, substance understood in the sense of Marx's analysis, abstract labor. Accordingly, a precarious balance prevailed between the polis citizens. The so-called dual kingship in Sparta also involved the office of two generals, whose succession was regulated dynastically, but whose power could by no means be considered sovereign in the modern sense. Here, too, rule had to be formed anew from the interaction of various institutions such as the Council of the Elders, Gerontes, the General Assembly, and the officials elected by it, ephors. As much as Athens and Sparta differed from each other in various phases of development, these were still differences within polis structures. However, posterity endeavored to see Sparta as a countermodel to the polis, if not as an ancient prefiguration of fascism. The legend that there was no market in Sparta and that money had been abolished fits in with this. For a refutation of this legend and the political handling of the various monetary goods in Sparta, as well as the uneven distribution of coinage in the individual Greek polis, see Lucas Tommen, Die Wirtschaft Spartas. But even if, as in the phases of tyranny, a single politician at the head of a polis seemed to embody this unity, his power was also based on the balance of the oikoi, which can be regarded as the true sovereigns of antiquity. However, their balance remained, much like the unified power of the state sovereign later on, entirely dependent on the horrors of war. It is characteristic of this that the designation of state power constantly fluctuates between arch and hegemonia. The difference between the two terms lies not in that of domestic and foreign policy, both can be used to describe military command as well as governance, but in the fact that arch connects the claim to power with both the origin and the old, while hegemonia seems to abstract from this. It is no coincidence that Thucydides, who is confronted with the internal decay of the polis in the Peloponnesian War, attempts to separate and redefine these terms more strictly in that he uses them to distinguish between power in internal and external political relationships. It is precisely in this capacity that it forms the actual subject of the Iliad, with the wrath of Achilles and its consequences. The epic shows the difficulties of establishing and maintaining unity among the archaic military leaders. Although Agamemnon is described as the lord of men, he is by no means above the others, as Achilles demonstrates. The division of the spoils, the stolen and enslaved women, is the crucial point in the myth at which the loss of unity manifests itself. In Shakespeare's Troika and Cressida, one of the few of his political plays to draw on Greek myth in its plot, Ulysses openly criticizes the lack of hierarchy among the Greeks to Agamemnon, so that Achilles can simply retreat with his Patroclus, for example, although the enemy in Troy is by no means a role model either. The abduction of Helen and the infidelity of Cressida, the latter was only added to the traditional myth in the Middle Ages, turned the war into a farce. The Elizabethan playwright uses the constellation of the polis, which historically lacks a sovereign, to create a peculiar interweaving of travesty and parody of the decline of sovereignty, the enforcement of which is nevertheless otherwise so clearly recognizable in his work as a dramaturgical vanishing point, particularly in the Lancaster and York tetralogies. Or to put it another way, while Aristophanes made fun of the polis from the polis, Shakespeare can only perceive the absence of the sovereign in the polis, whose downfall in the Civil War he fears perhaps more than ever in the strangely grotesque comedy of this late play. This does not necessarily rule out Jan Kott's interpretation. He interprets Troilus and Cressida as a period piece. Troy was Spain, the Greeks were the English. Jan Kott, Shakespeare Hute, page 87. That city symbolizes a state that shows itself incapable of precisely what is embodied here, in an abominable way, by its enemies, enforcing the conditions of modern sovereignty. In Homer, it is Athena who prevents Achilles' anger from being unleashed against Agamemnon. In Aeschylus' Oresteia, it is she in turn who not only prevents the disintegration of unity, so here the statute, Attica's men who first judges the blood that has been shed, for in the future too, for Aegeo's host, this high council of judges shall continue. It is no coincidence that she chooses the Ars Hill, the Areopagus, opposite the Acropolis as the location of this council, from where, according to the myth, the Amazons waged war on the Athenian castle. From the Ars Hill, pious timidity and fear shall fraternally oppose injustice, both by day and by night, and never with cloudy influx the law destruction. Athena, as the goddess who sprang from the head of Zeus, does not argue as a sovereign, rather, she advises the citizens as urgently as possible to maintain balance as the only possible unity and to keep each other in check, as it were, with the fear of losing it, not to be without masters nor servants of masters, that I advise careful citizens as the highest goal, and not to banish terror completely from the city. For who of men who fears nothing thinks justly? It is she who, almost incidentally, points out the condition that the laws apply within and that the balance remains. There shall only be war outside the gate, which so easily flares up there the greed for glory seeks its field. These are the gifts I can offer in giving and in receiving, and in gloria be a proud citizen of this land of the gods. The chorus of Erinnys, now miraculously integrated into the legal institution and transformed from goddesses of vengeance into Eumenides, immediately proves itself in its new function by replacing the law of vengeance with that of exchange and singing it as a new form of justice. If the dust has already drunk the dark blood of its citizens, it shall never desire, in the storms of vengeance, the retributive deed. Pay for the joys, pay for the hatred, but keep the harmony. The changing murder of vengeful greed should give way to pleasures, not to say, to the goods that are exchanged in turn. And Athena replies, your country, your city is taking the safe path, the path of order and justice. The difference to the end of the Odyssey is that Athena in Aeschylus, by founding the state, on the one hand makes herself basically superfluous and, on the other hand, in her superfluousness also addresses the danger for the state. She warns the citizens that they could lose the ability to maintain the balance within or harmony through the terror that reigns outside. In any case, it is no longer possible for them to blame the gods for their actions, as was still the custom in the Homeric epic, but even here it seemed ironic. In his Politeia, Plato then expresses this in the strongest possible terms, and not coincidentally with a pronouncedly monotheistic understanding of God. One must seek out other causes of evil, but not God. However, in his ideal state, as little terror as possible seems to be necessary to maintain unity, very similar to the view of Themistocles as expressed by Herodotus. If men made sensible resolutions, they used to succeed in everything they set out to do. In contrast, the tragedians held that even the most reasonable decisions, if they are not supported by the generality of the polis and based on its balance, can lead the person who has made them to the abyss. The figure of Oedipus by Sophocles is the paradigm for this. In Thucydides, there is also little sign of this optimism, but he no longer resorts to mythical actions either. He has the Athenians say in the Melian dialogue that justice in human intercourse only comes into effect when there is an equal balance of power. However, this equality could not become a determination of production, so in the case of the polis, paradoxically, we would have to speak not only of the exchange of goods without a law of value, but also of a state without a sovereign. Indeed, every peculiarity of this form of state without a sovereign points to the paradox of a commodity form without value, if only we always reflect at the same time on the fact that the epoch already appears from the anticipated point of view of capital. Marx's well-known metaphor on this is, the anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape. However, it is only a key, not already the solved riddle. Marx coins it in the Grundrisse chapter on the method of political economy, and leaves open whether and to what extent other keys are also needed. In any case, another, immediate access to the past epoch is no more possible than one to the thing in itself in Kant's philosophy. Accordingly, Marx examined the forms that precede capitalist production. The complete development of money, which is presupposed in modern bourgeois society, appears even in the most educated antiquity, among the Greeks and Romans, only in the period of their dissolution. In the polis there is no value, understood as the subject of a process in which under the constant change of the forms of money and commodity something changes its own size, repels itself as surplus value from itself as original value, utilizes itself. In this respect, the form of value or equivalence can only be spoken of in this historically negative sense. It only exists in that it dissolves the old polity, replacing it with nothing other than a state, which in turn only exists to the extent that it constantly expands the polity imperialistically beyond its borders, if imperialist means, without being able to establish any other unity in its sphere of rule than that of the armies. This is why hubris, the sacrilegious megalomania, takes on such significance, not in Homer, but in Greek tragedy. While in the ancient epic the heroes are still very close to the gods, the tragedians paint a different picture. In Aeschylus' Persians, the hubris of Xerxes, which drove him to conquer Greece, is denounced by the ghost of his father, taking the difference between humans and gods, as well as mortality and immortality, only as a starting point to issue a warning. He, a mortal, he believed all the gods, and even, full of imprudence, Poseidon to conquer. Did not their madness ensnare my son? Here, Aeschylus presents the danger to the polis as an external threat, while in Aristophanes' comedy, the internal dissolution of the polity through money provides the material. Finally, Aristotle thematizes both by warning against excessive growth of the state on the one hand and against the taking of interest on the other. Thus, in retrospect, the polis in its ephemeral yet powerful existence appears more as the expression of a deficiency or a weakness, and precisely in this as a promise, both ideologically in terms of the elimination of the deficiency and the weakness by the sovereign and capital, and in the sense of a utopia, the abolition of violence and exploitation. The absence of the sovereign and of value, absence that appears personified in Athena, also means that there is no prospect of gradually generalizing the equality of the contractual partners. This applies not only to slaves, but also to women and the marriage contract. I am all my father's. Entirely his child, says the goddess, meaning that by rejecting matriarchy she also means that she is not willing to touch the power of the father of the house. Never do I strike the death of women higher than that of the man who is the head of the house. In Aeschylus, this alone is enough for her to absolve Orist of guilt for Clytemnestra's death. The clan structures also remain intact in the polis insofar as the father, although the owner of goods, essentially retained power over family members and servants. He could not only chastise and cast them out, but also kill them. There was hardly anything that would have had an immediate effect on his power. The oikos formed the territory of the family, so to speak, over which the father had a monopoly of power, and in this sense Homer's epics are least of all a reminiscence of the Mycenaean era of clan rule, but show its continued effect within the polis. The unity of the tribe has, as it were, shrunk to the oikos, in which the head of the household, the oikonomos, holds power as before the clan chief. In antiquity, the state did not penetrate further than the front door of the oikos, at least not until the time of Augustus. The unity of the house was not broken. At its threshold, ancient Roman justice still stopped, as Max Weber wrote. The head of the family, however, is already the subject of the market and no longer the head of the tribe. The association has been reduced to a family in an almost modern sense, except that it also included slaves and servants and domestic animals and work objects in equal measure. The fundamental inequality of individuals before the law, the perennial personal dependency relationships, or in other words, the absence of the capital relationship, prevented a sovereign from developing within society. Manfred Dahlmann has described these foundations in the case of the Roman Empire as follows, leaving aside Aristotle's mystification of the state, which was, however, indispensable for the self-understanding of the Roman state. The political institutional framework of the Roman Empire, in accordance with the Aristotelian ideal, formed something like the superstructure over these basic units. It regulated the relationships between households and their protection from the outside, thus essentially regulating taxation and military service. Accordingly, every person was doubly defined. On the one hand, he was a citizen, a member of a polis region, with the important distinction, a subject provided with Roman civil rights or not, with the resulting rights and duties. On the other hand, he was a member of a household, each with its own division of tasks based on tradition and immediate living conditions. This results in the relationship of immediacy that characterizes antiquity throughout. There is no synthesis of its own, mediating base and superstructure, through which the parts first translate into a whole. This is precisely the basis for the real appearance that this whole exists before, and not after, its parts. The new unity of the oikos, whose householder was the owner of goods, applied to all the phratries or noble families involved in the polis and made it possible to establish a balance between these clans, as was then institutionalized in the Council of 500 on the Areopagus. The assembly, on the other hand, which eventually supplemented it and, thanks to the development of exchange relations, it originally also took place in the agora, could become the deciding authority in the most important matters, emerged from the non-nobles, the sedentary, who had been subjugated by force by those clans of hunters and nomads in prehistoric times. In the Iliad, Homer describes this as the relationship of the heroes to each other and to their own entourage. The hero is not a sovereign, but a primus inter pares. He sacrifices to the gods in order to distribute the meat of the sacrificial animals as evenly as possible among his own tribe members as his entourage. This fairness in the distribution is to a certain extent the perspective of the exchange of goods in the epics and makes it possible in the first place to recognize the distribution of the spoils between the heroes or clans as a jumping point of unity, where conversely the enmity between the polis also emerges. In the myth, the spoils are embodied in women, Helena, Chryseis or Briseis, Io, Europa or Mediae. In the founding myth of the Romans, the robbery of the Sabine women stands for this, which is even depicted on a surviving denarius coin from the 1st century BC. The woman as looted property demonstrates that there is no regulated exchange here, as there is within the unity of the polis, but only robbery reigns, that immediate violence prevails. It is no coincidence that Herodotus, referring to the scholars of the Persians in his histories, blames the trading people of the Phoenicians for starting the theft of women and thus sowing discord between the Hellenes and the barbarians. At the same time, the development of the Phoenician cities reveals polis structures similar to those of the Greeks, only they developed earlier. See Stefan Brewer, Der Staat, pages 87 to 89. Conversely, Max Weber has emphasized that the superiority of the Greek polis over the Phoenicians in trade may ultimately have been significantly increased by the use of coins several centuries earlier. In the Odyssey, too, the Phoenicians are already maligned as kidnappers who sold their victims as slaves, albeit not in the same fundamental way as in Herodotus, where they are declared to be the source of all evil. If this population, considered to be traders, thus temporarily assumes the role that was later to fall to the Jews, this perhaps shows for the first time ever how the attempt to shed historical light on the myth by tracing it ideologically back to a single cause leads to pathological projection. The Odyssey of Odysseus still means that the hero in turn threatens to become or actually becomes the robber of women, that the principle can therefore be temporarily reversed, that exchange or retribution in the making of booty is possible, before in the end the marriage contract between Odysseus and Penelope ends everything and formally confirms the reversal. However, the massacre of the free men and the unfaithful servants reiterates once again that the regulated exchange within the polis arises from the war between the polis or between the polis and an empire such as that of the Lydians or Persians, i.e. a more or less pronounced oriental despotism, thus the subject-object relationship from one that is called upon to destroy the object. The fact that Odysseus finally refrains from violence is due to the intervention of Athena, the goddess of the polis, whose figure or head also serves as the most important motif on the coins circulating in the Aegean. If there were a Trojan coin, it would have to depict Apollo, according to Homer. In this respect, the figures of the god stand for a state without a sovereign, outwardly denoting the currency of the polis under the conditions of equilibrium within it. The great generals and strategists of Athens were elected in assemblies, were representatives of the citizens in the marketplace and in the army. Few historical figures are therefore as symptomatic of the polis as its great innovator and legislator Solon, who was appointed as a conciliator, a term closely related to the one used for exchange. During Athens' severe civil war crisis, when he had made his reforms, he withdrew from Athens for 10 years. Although the tyranny may have lent his reforms a certain permanence thereafter, it itself remained only a transitional period before further decisive reforms were implemented under Cleisthenes, and the internal balance of the polis was expanded, including the abolition of torture, which of course only affected the citizens of the polis. Another characteristic feature of this successor to Solon, an actual pioneer of Attic democracy, is that it is unclear what office he actually held in the polis. Even in the Roman Empire, imperium originally only referred to the sphere of power of a single elected general or official. The imperators themselves were not bound to one another by a unified power or a monopoly of power, and their relationship to one another was not regulated by subordination. If one of them was able to assert himself as princeps after civil wars, he remained de jure primus inter pares. His power in no way resulted from the equality of those who were subject to him, nor did it regulate the relationships between the imperia that originally competed with him and were now dominated by him. Augustus possessed no unified official power with which he could have acted comprehensively. The fact that there was never a unified legal political position of ruler that could be expressed in a single term is evident in the case of Augustus, and then all his successors, from the fact that when the ruler is to be described in his full political power, all his individual functions are listed. Werner Eck, Residential Gesti Divi Augusti, the Queen of the Inscriptions. The original acclamation of the princeps was carried out by the military troops. His acceptance then had to be confirmed not only before the senators, but also by the plebs in constant large ceremonies, circus, theatre, and arena. Without jeopardizing the principate as a form of rule, the princeps was always threatened by the possibility of being overthrown, just as no dynastic legitimacy could be established, although Augustus was already working towards such a legitimacy. Egon Flagg, Stable Monarchy, Emperor at Risk of Being Overthrown. Reflections on the Augustan Monarchy. Christian Meyer therefore rightly writes that the word estate is inappropriate for the whole of antiquity. What is strange, however, is not only that he literally puts this insight in brackets, but also that he almost completely abstracts from exchange relations in his studies on the ancient polis. Both show how much he owes, for better or worse, to Carl Schmitt's concept of the political. In other words, this concept could only be saved for democracy if one went back to antiquity and abandoned the relations of production. From this point of view, the historian Meyer is not so far removed from the philosophy of Hannah Arendt and Leo Strauss, but he is ultimately concerned, although and because he does not want to use the concept of the state for antiquity, to level out the difference between the traditions of thought of the polis and Schmitt's concept of the political. And this ultimately means taking back the ideal of individual freedom that Arendt and Strauss see embodied in the polis and in which the prerequisite for any serious criticism of Schmitt lies. In his study of Aeschylus Oresteia, which is dedicated to Schmitt, he writes that the same categories became important for Aeschylus in his analysis as for Carl Schmitt in view of the threat to modern statehood. Both times a great surge of politicization takes place, fundamentally new groupings, themes, dimensions of the political emerge. And both times the upheaval is so drastic and so comprehensive that it can become elementarily conscious. It is no coincidence that Meyer speaks of an existential problem in this context, which did not affect every single citizen of the polis, but the polity as such. Unlike Arendt and Strauss, he does not start from the individuals who make it up, but as a true Schmittian from groupings, themes, dimensions that arise within it. This is also how the amazement in the story of the Persian king told by Herodotus can be understood. Xerxes is said to have asked the exiled Spartan king Demaratos how it was possible that the Greeks were free, i.e. did not have to obey and still fight, and the Greeks' answer was the nomos that bound the community of the free. Even if they are free, they are not free in every respect. They are ruled by the law, which they fear more than the Persians fear you. The defining figure of the polis era was the citizen soldier or hoplite, the armed owner of goods, who had to and could pay for his own military equipment. In Athens, he was joined by the thete, who was also considered a citizen soldier, but as a rower on the ships of naval power did not require such equipment. It is therefore not surprising that the free citizen also had to ensure that the law was enforced against criminals in his own person. There was indeed an authority before which the complaint, as the goddess Dike was called, could be brought by him, but just as this authority or the state did not form such an entity that could have brought a complaint, the citizen had to ensure the investigation, arrest, and extradition of the offender. In this sense, Horkheimer also describes the transition from revenge to justice as the emergence of a preliminary form of state monopoly with the help of his concept of the racket. Justice is an early state monopoly, administered by the authoritative rackets. In mythical form, the representation of the state monopoly by the law, which was only possible through a balance of such rackets, can be seen in the early, still mythical figure of Roman law called homo sacer. Anyone who breaks an oath is declared as outlawed as he is sacred. He may be killed by anyone, but not sacrificed, precisely because he is already in the possession of the gods. In this context, Kerene speaks of the subterranean gods, to whose property the person designated as homo sacer was declared, not, like Fowler, of deities in general, so according to Fowler someone could also be dedicated or vindicated as sacer to Jupiter. However, if the punitive debt was due to a breach of oath, the question arises as to whether it was still an oath in the sense of the unity of the tribe or already in that of the exchange of a polis, where it was, in contrast to those genuinely magical forms of fraternization, technically also suitable as a means of guarantee for contracts of purpose. This is how Max Weber described the transition to law. The oath could therefore already apply to such agreements which only have the purpose of bringing about concrete, mostly economic, achievements or successes, but do not affect the status of the personalities involved, i.e., as in barter, for example, do not give rise to any new comrade qualities in them. This is not original. Weber, Economy and Society, page 402. In the latter case, it was therefore probably no longer possible to declare the oath-breaker homo sacer. This is therefore an element of early legal history that immediately raises the question of the lack of a sovereign in the dissolution of the tribal unity. In a far more secularized form, the absence of the sovereign is then reflected in the legal figure of the jester, for example, who can appropriate an object without a mandate or contract and benefit from it if he does so in the presumed interest of the actual owner, who is prevented from exercising this interest himself, negotiorum gestio. The negotiorum gestio probably goes back to a Praetorian edict from the 2nd century BC, which was incorporated into the jus civile. Unlike homo sacer, this legal institution, which stepped into the breach for the missing sovereign, so to speak, has ultimately survived in modern legislation as a peripheral rule of management without mandate. Under these conditions, the actual owner can, of course, turn to the sovereign if he believes he has been overreached by the jester. The connection between an external act of war and an internal legal act is probably most clearly demonstrated by the fact that cowardice before the enemy, like theft, could be brought in the form of an action, although in this case the action was called a kind of popular action, and was brought in the name of all citizens. The extent to which people were aware of the basis of their own freedom is also expressed in the fact that theft generally entailed the harshest punishments and that, as in the early Roman polis, it was quite common to kill the thief caught in the act. Against this background, the historiography of Thucydides appears as an inversion of the Homeric epics and the Aeschylean tragedies, as well as the world of the Persian wars as depicted by Herodotus. Instead of heroes and gods, the politicians Pericles and Alcibiades appear on the one hand, while on the other philosophical concepts such as dynamics and periplexia are exposed, which are themselves understood as immediate political concepts. Unlike in Aristotle's Metaphysics, Thucydides describes dynamis as an instinct in human nature, namely as a striving for power, which means social or political influence and economic income as well as technical ability and individual talent, and leads to pleonexia, the desire to always have more. This concept also plays a certain role in Plato's Utopia of the State. But Thucydides does not formulate his criticism of pleonexia from a utopian point of view, nor does he trust Aristotelian attempts at mediation. It is not something in the material itself that demands the form as one of its possibilities, but the form proves to be insignificant in relation to nature. Thus, for Thucydides, law also plays no role in human nature, remains an external factor that can be taken into account, but is not essential. All human beings are, by nature, in private as well as in state associations, that they simply go astray, and there is no nomos, no law that could push them away. Book 3, 45. However, one can also hear a reservation when he says that discord and constant uprisings bring much hardship on cities as long as the human race remains the same. Book 3, 82, as if he believed that a change in the human race was possible after all. On the one hand, Thucydides depicts the process of disintegration of the polis as the struggle of everyone against everyone else, in which its forms of mediation no longer apply. In the events on Corfu in the 5th year of the Peloponnesian War, he emphasizes that some met death because of a personal enmity, others who had lent money at the hands of their debtors. Book 3, 80. The remission of debts, which under Solon was once used to re-establish the polis, becomes an individual motive for murder. The father slays the son, some are slain at the altars, some are walled up in the sanctuary of Dionysus so that they starve to death. It was the very first civil war of this kind, but later this madness gripped pretty much the entire Hellenic world. Because life in the city was thrown into confusion to this degree, human nature showed that it had become stronger than the laws, and that it, already accustomed to doing wrong against the laws, still rejoiced in it, unable to control anger, more powerful than the lawful, hostile to the excellent. Book 3, 84. On this metaphysical basis, Thucydides describes in this process the emergence of what Adorno and Horkheimer would call the rule of the rackets, a rule in any case that no longer knows any inner balance and no longer leaves the individual free citizen any power of resistance. Between the leaders in the cities, the state good, which they said they served, became a personal battle prize, in their rivalry to overpower the other in every way. They committed the most terrible deeds and then outdid each other in their revenge. In this they observed no bounds of law and the good of the state, each party finding its guide only in its passion, and whether they came to power by fraudulent vote or by force, they were determined to satiate the rage of the moment. The non-partisan citizens were killed from the opposing sides, either because they did not fight or out of envy that they would otherwise escape with their lives. Book 3, 82. In his last play The Bacchae, Euripides attempted to restore a religious meaning to the social madness of such racket formation by attributing it to the god Dionysus, a meaning that had long since been dissolved by the form of tragedy that had just been developed in the Dionysia. But the design of the religious madness refers all too clearly to the same events that Thucydides records. The Maenads move out of the polis into the wilderness, hunt instead of produce, consume raw meat instead of sacrificing according to the polis standards. Finally, they tear the head of the polis apart, whereby, reversing the Oresteia, the mother kills her own son. It would be superficial to describe Thucydides as the Hobbes of antiquity, but something like a longing for Leviathan can be heard in him, especially in his portrayal of Pericles. Christian Meyer's account of Pericles' politics emphasizes this new constellation that emerged during the Peloponnesian War. Ultimately, in fact, there was a profound contradiction in Pericles' war planning. It was, to put it bluntly, conceived as a state, not as a polis citizenship. In principle, one would do well to leave the modern concept of the state out of the consideration of antiquity, except for the purposes of demarcation. But here we encounter something like reason of state, a way of thinking based on the power political requirements of Athenian political unity. Thus Pericles speaks to the polis citizens in Thucydides as if he were already arguing in terms of the primacy of foreign policy. Do not think that the struggle is only about one decision, servitude or freedom. No, you are threatened with the loss of the empire, and the hatred you have incurred through your rule means danger. You are no longer free to resign from it, should someone, full of fear about the situation, want to play the peace-loving, bland citizen with such a proposal. For the rule you exercise is already a kind of tyranny. To seize it may seem unjust, but to let it go is life-threatening. In a very short time, such people would ruin a city if they talked to others, even if they settled somewhere independently on their own. Thucydides, the Peloponnesian War. Thucydides' form of representation is also reminiscent of tragedy, which Aeschylus both derived from and opposed to the cult. For example, he presents the confrontation between Athenians and Melians entirely as the speech and counter-speech of the opponents, whereby the equality that the dialogue between the speakers formally establishes makes the substantive issue of sheer violence, the superiority of the Athenians over the Melians and their illusions of equal rights, all the more apparent. This contrasts with the works of Plato and Aristotle on politics and the state, making the proximity to the warning of the goddess Athena at the end of the Oresteia all the clearer, while the Deus ex machina in Euripides' tragedies already seems like a parody of that longing. The association that George Thompson makes at the end of his interpretation of the Oresteia, which is in some parts extremely clear-sighted, may seem particularly grotesque. he recalls a youth festival in Stalin's Moscow. It was then that he realized the nature of the inspiration behind the Oresteia. The inspiration for his own interpretation of the role of the goddess Athena was probably the fear that the Soviet Union might collapse. In any case, it is no coincidence that it was the young Hobbes who translated the Peloponnesian War into English in preparation for his own books on Leviathan and Behemoth, so to speak, while disdaining the political works of Plato and Aristotle. In fact, the latter were virtually opposed to Heraclitus' view of the importance of war for the unity of the state, and nothing is more characteristic of this than the reason given in Plato's Politeia for dealing with the state at all. It is concerned therein first and foremost with an inquiry into the just and justice, and this, he argues, is easier to carry out with the state than with an individual. The state only serves as a particularly suitable example for the answer to the question of what justice is, so if you wish, we will first examine what justice is in the state, and then we will also look at it in the individual by examining the likeness of the lesser to the greater. The state is therefore not determined in its genesis or its essence in connection with the violence that threatens it from outside, but the threat from outside is merely added after the state is already present and determined in all its characteristics. Only in Greek tragedy or in historical or strategically oriented writings, such as Thucydides in particular, does war continue to be understood in the sense of Heraclitus and applied to the state. When the polis threatened to disintegrate, not least because the foreign policy balance between Athens and Sparta was lost, there was an obvious need for a theory of the state that replaced war with the state itself as the original entity and wanted to see less coercion and violence in the polis, since in reality they were no longer sufficient to maintain it. This also applies in a different way to Epicurus, who, turning against Plato's idealism, knows how to trace the concept of justice back to the contract and thus really hints at a materialist state theory of the polis. The young Marx emphasized precisely these passages in his excerpts when he quoted Epicurus from the 10th book of Diogenes Laertius: "Natural law is an agreement made for the purpose of benefit, neither to harm each other nor to allow each other to be harmed. There is neither right nor wrong for all living creatures that could not enter into contracts not to harm one another nor to allow one another to be harmed. But it is the same with the peoples who could not or did not want to conclude treaties about neither harming each other nor allowing each other to be harmed. Justice is not something that beings in itself, but in mutual intercourse, in whatever place, a contract is concluded neither to harm nor to be harmed." On the other hand, at the same time, something of the fact that a materialistic state theory of the polis can basically only be conceived from the point of view of a sovereign is also revealed. Injustice is not an evil in itself, but this lies in the suspicious fear of whether it will remain hidden from the guardians of the law appointed for this purpose. For whether he, the lawbreaker, will remain hidden until death is uncertain. Marx, Booklets on Epicurean, Stoic and Skeptical Philosophy. In contrast, the letters attributed to Plato, which deal with his own political experiences in Sicily, express the real state of affairs. Irrespective of the question of whether these letters were actually written by Plato, they offer a counterpoint to the utopia of the ideal state. While in the Politeia all emphasis is necessarily placed on creating justice and enacting the right laws, the 11th letter, for example, states, "For if one thinks that by enacting laws, whatever they may be, a state will ever be well established without there being a ruling power, one does not think rightly." In Plato's philosophy, war itself is attributed to the excessive growth of the state, which is also regarded as the actual source of disaster. And in a way it had to appear that way, since it lacked the prerequisite of sovereignty. Thus its containment is declared to be the central task of the guardians of the Commonwealth. The best way to determine the limits is to ensure that development and expansion are still compatible with unity, as long as they are allowed to increase it, but no further. This is where Aristotle comes in with his definition of self-sufficiency, which for him is the father of all things state. We can speak of a political community when the community of several settlements has reached the limit of complete self-sufficiency, which, on the other hand, must not be exceeded. Those who are greedy for war therefore live outside the polis by nature and are unconnected. In contrast to Plato, for whom the polis still appears to be determined entirely by the question of justice, Aristotle derives the primacy of the whole from the determination of self-sufficiency. The state is more primordial, earlier than the individual, for if the individual in his isolation is not sufficient for himself and is unable to live self-sufficiently, he must relate to the state just as other parts relate to the whole to which they belong. But he who cannot live in community, or does not need it because he is self-sufficient, is not a member of the state and is therefore either an animal or a god. However, it is Aristotle who, out of a heightened awareness that unity can be endangered by the independence of its parts, criticizes Plato precisely for overemphasizing unity and therefore endangering it. However, it is important to understand the state, or rather the polis, as a multiplicity that becomes a unity solely through its self-sufficiency. It is by nature a multiplicity, but as it becomes more and more a unity, it must become a house instead of a state and an individual instead of a house. For a house, everyone will say, is in a higher sense a unity than a state, and an individual is in a higher sense a unity than a house. The state does not merely consist of a majority of people, they are also different in kind. A state can never consist of completely identical people. The components from which a unity is to be formed must be different in kind. In doing so, Aristotle quite openly relies on the exchange relationship. It is not the equality of men in which the unity of the state lies, but it is that equality which consists in recompense that sustains the state. One could also say that Aristotle is already defending the polis here against the longing for a sovereign, as is shown in very different, even opposing ways in Plato and Thucydides. Unlike in Thucydides, the question of political power in the external relationship of the polis disappears in his work, not in the utopia of the state as in Plato, but in the contradiction between the historical and the logical. On the one hand, the state was formed from several village communities in order to achieve the goal of complete self-sufficiency, which had been formed for the sake of life and existed for the sake of perfect life. On the other hand, man was by nature a state being, and the state was earlier than the family and the individual. However, the repression returns in the definition of the slave. Aristotle distinguishes between people who are slaves by nature and those who are slaves as a result of war. Like Plato, he therefore did not consider what Thucydides had long warned against when he reproduced Cleant's speech, see Book 3, 37, to apply the internally possible renunciation of violence, which was ultimately based on the balance between the owners of goods, and which Plato took into account in his investigation of justice and Aristotle in his emphasis on multiplicity, directly to the external relations of the polis. The longing for the Leviathan is fed by the fact that this inner balance is beginning to dissolve. It hardly ever reverts to the tribal structure. The forms of market mediation developed against this structure are probably already too pronounced for this to be possible. Instead, associations of a completely new kind begin to confront each other in the onset of civil war. Even kinship counted for less than the associations, which were much more quickly and unconditionally ready for daring deeds, for such associations did not come together under the valid laws for general benefit, but they acted out of personal gain against the already existing ones, and mutual trust was based with them less on divine right than on jointly committed injustice. Book 3, 82. The formation of the racket ultimately led to the legionary taking the place of the hoplite, i.e. the citizen soldier. In Capital, Marx indirectly linked the same development that led to the downfall of the polis to the expansion of slave labor, which, incidentally, Max Weber denies. In any case, the ruin of the hoplite class, Weber, took place during the Peloponnesian War. The transition to mercenarism then became fully evident under Philip of Macedon and Alexander the Great, and ultimately characterized the ruling structure of the Roman Empire from the late Republican period onwards. The mercenary no longer possessed his own means of production and, like the fourth estate in the polis of Athens, the Thetes, who sat at the ship's oars, did not pay for his own equipment. As a result, they had no possibility of having any political say outside their legion. Unlike the Thetes in the polis, as soon as Athens became a naval power and as long as slaves did not operate the ship's oars, the largest proportion of its citizens were able to assert and maintain the high status of the General Assembly. The Roman legionary represented in the military what the wage laborer represents in the economy. In this sense, Marx also wrote in the Grundrisse that the monetary system in the Roman Empire was actually only fully developed in the army. The entrepreneur in this context, however, was the commander who paid him. After all, he usually had to provide him with a small amount of land for his old age. Thus no capital relationship developed in antiquity, but there was war, the development of which on a large scale enabled a kind of separation of the immediate producers from their means of production among the masses who waged it in an organized manner. This also makes it understandable when Cicero, on the basis of an increasingly powerful and to a certain extent independent army, departed from Aristotle's view that there were slaves by nature and formulated his own definition of man. Everyone, regardless of which family or people, gentes, they came from, had the same reason and therefore the same opportunities to be virtuous and obey the law. All that was needed to achieve virtue was a corresponding general. The extent of the respective empire and the potestas of a Roman general was expressed by the number of fasces that his lictors carried before him. He received his powers from the assembly of Roman citizens in arms, the Comita Centuriata, through which he was elected to his offices, consul, praetor etc., for a fixed term, whereby the rank and responsibilities of one office in relation to the other, apart from the fasces, often appear to be unclear. In any case, the Roman Empire developed to its enduring greatness precisely through the rivalry of the generals maintained in this way. But even if one of them, such as Caesar or Octavian, succeeded in permanently dominating his rivals, there can be no talk of sovereignty stricto sensu. What already looks like a slow enforcement of the monopoly on the use of force, such as far-reaching restrictions on the carrying of weapons in public, still proves on closer inspection to be a measure taken by generals to protect their own troops from attacks by the population. The patria potestas, the power of the pater familias, was hardly touched, and the inequality before the law that was established by his rule over the oikos remained in place. Anyone in the house who was under the control of the father or the owner of the goods was still not considered a legal subject. Even if he counted as a free citizen in some areas outside the oikos, he remained alieni iuis, alien law. He could only become sui iuis with the end of the house power, i.e. with the death of the head of the house. As in the Greek polis, a distinction was made between two types of property. One included land, free and unfree persons as well as cattle, horses, and mules. The other included small livestock and all inanimate movable objects. While the latter could be exchanged on the market without further ado, there were restrictions on the latter which were intended to protect the unity of the oikos against the exchange of goods. In Roman law, for example, it was only possible for the head of the household to sell these properties, people and living beings if a certain rite called mancipium or mancipatio was observed. It is actually a trick to cut a path to a new order within the old order by invoking an even older one. Mancipatio is derived from manicarpe, to seize with the hand, because the acquirer seized the object or person to be purchased with his hand in front of the others and thus asserted his right to it. He thus pretended that he was already, from the very beginning so to speak, the owner of the object that he was now actually acquiring. In any case, this right makes it clear that we are dealing with objects that contain an immediate relationship of dominion in themselves, regardless of whether they are objects, animals, or people, a relationship that binds them to the person of an owner and cannot be dissolved by simply buying and selling. The buyer must therefore appear to be the original owner. Historically, the possibility of such a bond was only completely eliminated by the sovereign who, because he is the political relation of capital, allows commodity owners and commodities, and thus also things and animals on the one hand, and people on the other, to be definitively separated and at the same time carries out this separation once again within the commodity owners, the subjects, by covering the contracts for the sale of labor power with his monopoly of force. The pater familias, and not the Roman state, forms the seed of sovereignty insofar as it anticipates this final separation as a trick and exception to the rule through the mancipatio that it organizes. With the internal and external expansion of the market in the Roman Empire, the subsumption of property, animals, and people under the clan elder or householder was bound to become an obstacle to development. The right of emancipatio provides particular evidence of this. According to the old 12-table law, the father only lost control over his son if the father sold the son 3 times for unfree labor in someone else's house. The provision, which once had the purpose of protecting the son from excessive exploitation, was eventually reinterpreted as a mere formality so that the son could become a man sui iuis and a contractual partner and commodity guardian before the father's death. Conversely, the disorganized violence that is still used today against women or children on the basis of the bourgeois nuclear family appears to be a psychotic attempt by men or fathers to regain the sovereignty they have surrendered to the state. In turn, the modern sovereign can be called upon to take action against the man or father who himself marks the sovereign in a state of emergency, persecutes the woman and threatens her with violence. There is no direct path from the process of exchange to the commodity. The exchange between tribes that own something in common is a world apart from the exchange of commodity and money owners. Even if each individual with his oikos may still appear like a tribal prince in miniature, oikos is private ownership of the means of production, including land. There must have been a rupture within the immediate relations of domination, be it an uprising of the warlike subjects or, to use Freud's term, of one's own fraternal horde, so that the exchange of goods could follow as a compromise in the original sense of a shift. Compromissum still means in Cicero that 2 parties to a dispute promise each other to recognize a third authority. In Cicero, however, this recognition already takes place on the condition of an original, unconditional compromise and the form of mediation created by it. The parties deposit a sum of money, which they lose if they do not recognize the arbitration award. The miracle of mediation consists precisely in the independence of the instance, in that property is ascribed by contract to an individual who is able to use it as an individual independently of his family and tribal relationships that have guaranteed his self-preservation for so long, in this respect also different from feudal fiefdoms. For he exchanges it as a commodity, that is, for a commodity without immediate use value, for which in turn commodities with such use values are in prospect. This also includes from the outset the possibility of a mortgage, the pledging of property for a loan. It is therefore absurd to assume any sequence or even causality in the emergence of commodities, money and credit, as David Graeber, for example, also assumes by simply reversing the usual sequence invented by the classical national economists, which leads from barter, i.e. exchange in kind without money, via money to credit, and presenting debt or credit as the actual origin from which money and exchange are to be derived. He leaves no doubt that this is about the origin of evil, which he dates back even further than Heidegger's oblivion of being, namely at least to the Mesopotamian civilization, 3500 BC. However, this fall from grace is only stipulated so that the anthropologizing economist can claim in all seriousness that money is nothing mysteriously incomparable, and thus does not have to spare more than a few lines for Marx's critique of political economy in his 500 pages on 5,000 years of debt. No wonder Graeber became the German Phonautor's favorite anti-capitalist theorist at the time of Occupy Wall Street. Only when such an exchange is possible, which not only allows us to hope for further exchange like the act of sacrifice for divine beneficence, but in which the exchanger rightly believes that he already holds the beneficence in his hand and thus the means for his self-preservation, can we speak of commodity exchange at all, even though the work required to produce the commodities cannot yet be compared with the labor time required for this production, i.e. there can be no exploitation in the strict sense. Marx's analysis of the value form must already be able to presuppose the substance of value. It is therefore misleading to speak of a real existing simple commodity production, as became customary in the wake of Friedrich Engels. The extraordinary and ephemeral nature of the constellation of the ancient polis is obscured precisely when the value form analysis is projected onto it. It requires or presupposes, causality is not the point here, the concept of identity without non-identity, absolute unity without relation or reflection, which has its empirical bearer in money and in which at the same time, as if one could step into the same river twice, all empirical changes that take place in the time between the acts of exchange are considered to be extinguished. This could be seen as the earliest independence of a third authority, which in the form of the polis, in contrast to the modern state, can only be recognized by the citizens as a persistent balance between them, but has as little to do with the totem or the deity of a tribe as the monotheistic god. The historical fact that this inner balance, called polis, was once possible could be regarded as a mere coincidence, possibly in the hope of causally establishing the synthesis in the form of the polis as a historical necessity by exploring all the factors and circumstances of early Greece that can be found. Although the abstraction in the exchange of commodities that Sonrethel speaks of takes place behind the backs of those involved, it also systematically requires the equally real but conscious abstraction from violence. It is thus society's context of guilt and at the same time its opposite, as a synthesis of the subject. It could also be progress in the consciousness of freedom. It is therefore impossible to speak of the renunciation of violence here without at the same time addressing the continued existence of its opposite. The exchange of equivalents, whose existence can only ever be mutually pretended, and this inevitably without accrediting the average labor time necessary for the production of the commodity, rather requires their use as soon as something non-identical becomes noticeable in it and is no longer exchanged, but stolen. Violence is basically postponed and displaced, not to say outsourced, by the equilibrium between the citizens of the polis. In this respect, the concept of the polis means nothing more than the possibility, created by individuals within the phratries of the Ionians in Athens or the Dorians in other cities and not predetermined by the tribal unit, of uniformly refounding their reproduction on this postponement and relocation. But still, that people should simply have chosen, just as they replaced human sacrifice with the sacrifice of an animal, to suspend and at any rate postpone the use of violence through commodity exchange, or in other words, to use the passage from Epicurus that the young Marx excerpted, to enter into contracts to neither harm nor be harmed for the time being, that they, as citizens, were prepared, in place of external coercion, to develop internal coercion, to postpone the satisfaction of their immediate needs and in this sense to master their own nature, thus, like Odysseus voluntarily, but unlike him, perpetually, allowed shackles to be put on them. It is certainly not an acceptable explanation for historians, psychoanalysts, or Marxists, on the contrary. This is how complicated the dialectic of enlightenment can prove to be, for it is precisely against this that Epicurean philosophy defends itself in certain respects, when it takes its retreat from public affairs and puts pleasure in the place of the immortal. This is why it became the starting point for Marx's critique of German idealism. The same problem can just as well be presented as the logical problem of the origin of money, and thus of the money riddle, as in Frank Engster. Quote, all attempts to derive money from a historical origin must, however, be confronted with a logical problem. For the very idea that money can be traced back to some kind of origin, whether to relations of exchange and trade or of law, debt and property, national economy, economics, or to ceremonies and rituals of recognition, obligation and sacrifice, ethnology, anthropology, this very idea of an origin is problematic due to an equal originality. Money must be enforced by the fact that it separates social relations from themselves and represents them in the first place, so that social relations, through their representation, enter and receive their determination as a relation of exchange, right, debt, recognition, etc., as it were behind the scenes. Money must then originate precisely from those social relations that it simultaneously represents and presents, and which, for their part, only occur as certain relations in the first place. It must therefore appear as if the respective social relationship, whether it is determined by exchange, property and legal relationships or by recognition and debt relationships, already contains the money in it, as it were, in an ideal sense. And it must also appear as if these, property, legal, recognition, etc., relations are only reproduced in money, through money, relations, however they may be determined, appear as they actually already seem to be before and independent of money. In short, money represents relations that only gain presence through it. As different as the theories on the genesis of money may therefore be, it cannot be derived from relations of exchange, law, debt or other relations if these, for their part, already contain money in an ideal sense on the one hand and can only be entered into through money on the other. Engster, Money as Measure, Means and Method. p. 90f. By completely disregarding the contingency of acting subjects, i.e. that it was the individuals themselves who must have once agreed on this mediation, money, despite its historically fixable appearance, appears as a presupposition. It follows not least from this that, understood in this way, it contains the relations in itself like the Hegelian spirit, whereas with Sohn-Rethel it is not understood as the unity of something that is subject to it, but in the sense of the Kantian transcendental subject as pure identity, to which every determination must fall back in order to establish unity in the first place. It corresponds all the more to the neoconservative polis idealism of Hannah Arendt, Leo Strauss or Erich Voegelin, for example. For Voegelin, myth is first and foremost dissolved by the mystic philosophers Parmenides and Heraclitus through the discovery of the soul and its authority in the direction of transcendence. The discovery was then passed on to the entire polis and opened up its golden age, the great achievement of the Athenian people in the 5th century BC. Erich Voegelin, The World of the Polis. From Myth to Philosophy. Order and History. Voegelin describes this achievement not least in the tragedies of Aeschylus. Tragedy as a form examines the human soul in the process of decision-making, while each tragedy constructs for itself the conditions and experimental situations in which a fully developed and self-aware soul is forced to act. It characterizes the religious trait of his polis idealism that Voegelin calls this generalization the Great Awakening. The depiction of the mystic philosophers is already oriented towards the appearance of the Christian Redeemer, who also makes it possible for Voegelin to bring together polis reason and Jewish belief in revelation, which provoked the protest of Leo Strauss. With this orientation, it is clear that Voegelin, in the recognized proximity of polis and Judaism, strives to eliminate the difference to the belief in revelation, which Strauss was concerned with, precisely in the form of Christianity, and in this way he even outshines Strauss when it comes to going beyond the prerequisites of the polis, which Sohn-Rethel discovered in money. As clearly as he works out the tendency towards monotheism in Greek philosophy when he explains that the inadequate gods of Homer and Hesiod, as Xenophanes writes, must fade before the invisible harmony of the transcendent realissimum, it does not occur to him as a thoroughly Christian thinker that this fading is precisely a form of thought that cannot exist without the general equivalent of commodity exchange. In a certain way, it also negates the Hegelian figure of thought of the master-servant relationship. In one of the many struggles, which after all are ultimately fought to the death, it should suddenly, and although others go on, turn out that the antagonists would no longer be willing to give their lives to making the other a servant, in order instead to mutually recognize each other as equals, that is, to exchange commodities. In his attempt to explain the emergence of law and rationality in early Greece, Tobias Reichardt adopts a half-Marxist and half-neoconservative position which, taken together, is the least convincing. Legislation was not created out of nothing. It was at the same time an extraordinary, conscious reaction to a current crisis situation. Reichardt, Recht und Rationalität im frühen Griechenland. Although he emphasizes the already well-developed Attic export system at this point, he is otherwise concerned, especially in his polemic against Sonri Thel, that this conscious reaction itself only affected the creation of law, but not the exchange of goods. Legislation was not decisively determined by the exchange of goods, let alone by coinage. He suggests the succession that law was created in the polis first, and then the exchange of goods developed, even if only a little. Perhaps he is attached to the idea that it would be possible to eliminate the exchange of goods today and retain law and rationality. This idea is fatal because, like almost the entire study, it suppresses political violence. The explanation, which can only refer to the contingency of the historical, is almost as untrustworthy as the prospect that people will one day understand themselves to strive for true equivalence or, unobjectified, to strive for reconciliation, which in whatever form could still include the needs of inner human nature and the unfolding of extra-human life. To accept this explanation, however, presupposes this hope. Ex negativo, the dilemma can be seen most clearly in Max Weber. In his studies on the sociology of religion, for example, he endeavors to reject the materialist or Marxist explanation in connection with the founding of the Confederation of Tribes in ancient Israel that the conditions of life had generated the founding of the Confederation on their own, as ideological exponents of economic conditions of existence. However, the freedom of value that he has made his principle forces him to formally evade the problem itself. Whether such a foundation took place, as he writes, depends on very concrete religious, historical and often highly personal circumstances and destinies. Weber, Das Antijudentum. In the epithet of the highly personal, in contrast to the later structuralists, at least the idea is expressed that what matters is how individuals react to circumstance and fate, but this can only be recognized if the researcher exchanges his freedom of value at precisely this point for the freedom to form a highly personal judgment about it. It is not surprising that the Greeks depicted and invoked the renunciation of revenge and violence primarily in the gods. Perhaps that was the only reason why they still needed the cosmos of gods, despite the tendencies towards monotheism in their thinking. Conversely, this is what makes Plato's utopia of the state so extraordinarily significant for understanding the beginning of the polis as a break in the midst of myth. As Ernst Cassirer has emphasized, where the polis is immediately concerned, Plato became the declared enemy of myth. If we tolerate myth in our political systems, he declared, then all our hopes for a new construction and a reform of our political and social life are lost. There is only one alternative: we must make our choice between a mythical and an ethical conception of the state. Cassirer, on the myth of the state. Cassirer also works out the similarities and differences in relation to the Jewish religion and in this sense quotes Marsilius Ficinus, who spoke of Plato as the Attic Moses. Jan Assmann, on the other hand, denies in all seriousness that Plato's conception corresponds to the polis, but does so with the argument that the front expressed therein against mythical thinking comes close to the monotheism of the Jews. He obviously wants the invention of monotheism to be reserved for Judaism, and therefore he goes so far as to say that Plato should not be regarded as an exponent of Greekness. To exaggerate, he belongs on the side of Heine's Jews. It is no coincidence that the Pythagorean Numenius of Apamea called Plato an Attic-speaking Moses. Jan Assmann, Die Mosaisch Unterscheidung oder der Preis des Monotheismus. pp. 138f. However, in order to absolve himself of anti-Semitic connotations, since he believes that monotheism has fundamentally totalitarian traits, Assmann again feels compelled to draw at least one parallel between polis and monotheism, which is also intended to put the polis in a bad light. Just as the monotheistic religion is based on the Mosaic distinction, so science is based on the Parmenidean distinction. The one distinguishes between true and false religion, the other between true and false knowledge. Quote, end. In this way, it remains opaque or can only be explained in appearance and again as a ruse why Poseidon in the Odyssey and the Erinyes in the Oresteia allow themselves to be appeased in the end. Unlike Homer, in whom the polis is envisioned as the marriage of Odysseus and Penelope, Aeschylus brings this appeasement onto the scene immediately as the establishment of the Areopagus and thus, in a sense, as the founding of the polis of Athens. And in Sophocles' last tragedy, Oedipus at Colonus, the title character appears almost like a god in that he wants to make it impossible for his children to mourn his own death and declares his grave a taboo, so to speak, just to avert further violence from Thebes. Here, too, the turning away from violence is explicitly designed with the polis of Athens in mind. And this is why Hannah Arendt concludes her book on revolution with King Theseus' announcement from Oedipus in Colonus, "It is the polis that made life shine." According to Arendt's provocative opinion, the polis shows that political relationships are not normally characterized by violence. It is through the polis that the conviction of the essential non-violence of politics is founded. The Greek polis explicitly understood itself as a state and social constitution that was not based on violence, but on mutual persuasion. The fact that this self-conception was by no means empty talk or self-deception, which could be exposed to today, is perhaps most strikingly demonstrated by the Athenian custom of not executing those condemned to death, but persuading them to put the cup of hemlock to their lips themselves. The use of physical force was incompatible with the dignity of an Athenian citizen under all circumstances. Arendt ignores the fact that this dignity has something to do with the status of the commodity guardian, that it is rather its moral side. However, she touches on this question indirectly by distinguishing between the interior and exterior of the state, especially with regard to violence. But since for the Greeks the political, namely the polis, by the very meaning of the word could under no circumstances extend beyond the boundaries of the city walls, violence in the area that we today call foreign policy or international relations did not require any justification at all, although Greek foreign policy, apart from the Persian wars, in which the whole of Hellas was united, took place only between Greek city-states, it was not regarded as actually political. Outside the city walls, namely outside the realm of the political in the Greek sense, the words of Thucydides applied: the powerful do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. With this distinction in the concept of the political, which seeks to exclude war from the political, Arendt refers not only to how the Greeks themselves, especially their philosophers, understood the polis, but also to Hobbes' concept of the origin of the sovereign and Marx's concept of the origin of capital. The concept of the state of nature at least points to realities which the 19th century concept of development can in no way comprehend, whether it thinks of the historical process in terms of causality or the actualization of possibilities, or as a dialectical movement, or even as an inherently coherent sequence of events. For the hypothesis of a state of nature implies that there is such a thing as a beginning, which as such is separated from everything that comes after it as if by an abyss. It is obvious that the problem of the beginning or origin is of decisive importance for the phenomenon of revolution. That there is a close connection between such a beginning and violence seems to be attested by the legends of origins in both the biblical and classical traditions. Cain slew Abel, Romulus slew Remus, violence was at the beginning, from which it seems to follow that no beginning is possible without violence, that every new beginning violates something. These first acts of our history, which begins with legends, have survived countless centuries in the memory of mankind with the power that human thought possesses in those rare moments when it succeeds in speaking in compellingly convincing metaphors or in widely applicable stories. The legend says it clearly: at the beginning of all brotherhood is fratricide, at the beginning of all political order is crime. For this ancient conviction, carried through the centuries, of the beginning of all human affairs, the assumption of a state of nature is only a final, theoretically purified paraphrase, and it still resonates clearly in Marx's famous saying about violence as the mighty midwife of history. The question of the beginning, which Arendt so emphatically invokes, is thus not answered. The abyss between mere violence and what she would like to call the political, between the midwife and the born, is not bridged. It is not possible to deduce from violence itself what was made possible by the beginning, any more than anything else can be taken as the substance from which a rupture could be inferred and everything else would have to follow. The state of nature, like Hegel's master-servant relationship, remains speculation, while in the one case something of the psyche of the citizen is revealed, in the other something of the relationship of the states to one another. In this sense, revolution should be taken at its word. Revolutions, insofar as they really were revolutions, wanted to return to that beginning under completely different conditions. From the point of view that they brought about the abolition of slavery and serfdom, this return succeeded, since the polis had been destroyed by such forms of rule. From the point of view that the return proved to be only a transition to wage slavery, to the commodity of labor power, which presupposes the sovereign and thus the natural relationships between the states, they also called the beginning itself into question. They did not change Aristotle's proposition that the opposition of ruler and servant occurs wherever something consists of several parts and forms a unity. Christians shift the suffering of the individual, as it is experienced in any form of political unity, onto the sacrifice of their crucified God. In this way, however, they also remain bound to Judaism, and within Christianity there is a compulsive turn against the Jews. They are stigmatized as persecutors and murderers of the Savior. Surprisingly, however, it is always possible to attempt an outward return, as it were, as is shown by Abelard in philosophy, Marsilius and Ockham, and later Hobbes in politics of all things. The significance of the Old Testament for the justification of modern sovereignty is particularly evident in Hobbes. Like Marsilius and Ockham, he draws the arguments for the disempowerment of the clergy from the appearance of Jesus in the New Testament. Of all these subjects, namely law, politics and natural science, Christ declared that it was not part of his office to lay down rules and doctrines about them, except one, that in all disputes about them the individual citizen should obey the laws and judgments of their state. But as far as the promise of his return is concerned, which was of little interest to Marsilius, in Hobbes, in the second, mostly unread part of Leviathan, Christ is transformed from the disempowered sacrificial Saviour to the messianic sovereign in the sign of Moses, who will also reign not in heaven, but on earth itself. I can find no passage in Scripture from which it can be readily inferred that the place where men will live after the resurrection is heaven. By heavenly kingdom is meant the kingdom of the King who dwells in heaven, and his kingdom was the people of Israel, whom he ruled through the prophets, his governors, first through Moses, after him through Eleazar and the sovereign priests, until the people rose up in the days of Samuel and wanted a mortal to be king after the manner of the Gentiles. And when our Saviour Jesus Christ, by the preaching of his servants, shall have moved the Jews to repentance, and called the Gentiles to obey him, then shall be a new heavenly kingdom, when God shall be king, whose throne is heaven, without the necessity of man's ascending higher than God's footstool, the earth, for his blessedness. Hobbes regards it as proven that according to the Holy Scriptures the kingdom of God is a civil state, in which God is sovereign first by virtue of the Old and then by virtue of the New Covenant, and rules through his representative or governor. Therefore the same passages also prove that after the return of our Saviour in his majesty and glory, in order to reign actually and eternally, the kingdom of God must be on earth. But as this doctrine, though proved from passages of Holy Scripture, which are neither rare nor obscure, will appear to most men as a novelty, I only present it, without intending to commit myself on these or other disputed points of faith. This apocalyptic hope for a return of Jesus at the Last Judgment as a kind of reincarnation of Messianism on Christian soil, which Marsilius, i.e. before the so-called primitive accumulation, from whose catastrophes the modern territorial states emerged, did not yet play a role, probably allowed Hobbes to express unvarnishedly the fundamental pessimism so characteristic of him with regard to human life and the irrevocable state of nature between states, which characterize the first part of Leviathan. At the same time, it is noticeable in the second part of this work how much Hobbes strives to interpret the New Covenant in continuity with the Old one, while a German legend had long been circulating, and was even dramatized by Christopher Marlowe, according to which in Christianity, instead of the covenant of the Jews with God, the pact with the devil was more appropriate. In the domain of Islam, after the horizon of thought opened up by Al-Farabi, Avicenna and Averroes had been extinguished, such a justification of modern sovereignty was to be found as little as a nation-state orientation. It should be noted that this horizon owes its existence to a Christian tradition of polity. Although the prevailing opinion is that it was the Arab or Muslim Aristotelians who first familiarized the West with Greek thought, the reverse was true to a certain extent. Neither Al-Farabi nor Avicenna or Averroes presumably knew Greek. They read the writings of the Greeks in translations made by Syrian Christians, familiar with the Greek, Aramaic and Arabic languages. The new faith initially appeared to be a Christianity that remained faithful to universalism and monotheism, as it were, denying Jesus' divinity again, rejecting the Trinity, and whose prophet, unlike his predecessor, showed little willingness to make sacrifices. This proximity to Judaism probably arose in the immediate preceding phase of Arab expansions, in which there were alliances with the Jews in the Middle East against the common enemy of the Roman Empire. So Dante sends this Mohammed and his son-in-law Ali to the circle of hell, where the traitors and schismatics end up, those who have sown discord among the Christians, and describes torments on them that are similar to those of crucifixion. What they did to the unity of Christianity is now done to their bodies. They are slashed from chin to buttocks. According to Hartmut Kohler, this is the most horrible, repulsive picture ever drawn of the founder of the Islamic religion. In contrast, Voltaire's famous Muhammad tragedy seems like an expression of sympathy for Islam and its alleged founder. Kohler also points out that in this depiction of Muhammad as a divider, Dante follows his teacher Brunetto Latini, Cicero's translator and author of a great encyclopedic didactic poem Les Livres do Tracer, which he wrote in exile in France. In it, Latini describes Muhammad as a monk who, with his false sermons, had turned the Saracens in Persia away from the true Christian faith and led them into error. Latini also went as an envoy to the court of Alfonso X in Toledo, where the first Latin translation of the Quran had been completed a century earlier. It had been commissioned in 1143 by Petrus Venerabilis, in whose monastery in Cluny the sick Abelard, who had been condemned by the Pope, was able to find refuge, whom he himself praised as the Plato of the West and our Aristotle. Petrus Venerabilis felt that the translation was urgently needed so that Christians could arm themselves against Islam, which he described as a plague and furor, the work of Satan and a manifestation of the Antichrist. He finally wrote to none other than Bernard of Clairvaux, who had accused Abelard of heresy, that he was not quite sure whether the Mohammedan heresy was heresy or paganism, but was inclined to judge it as heresy. From the point of view of the Trinity dogma, Abelard had indeed deviated in a direction exactly opposite to the Quran. What is new about this belief, however, is that it does not incorporate the Hebrew Bible largely unchanged as the Old Testament, as Christianity does, but rather takes back its basic idea, that of the covenant. The extent to which the focus on the New Testament, i.e. the sacrificial death of Jesus, led to a reinterpretation of Israel's expectation of salvation, and thus to a teleological emptying of history, is explained by Klaus Heinrich in his book, How One Religion Takes Truth Away from Another, 1997. But even in view of the Gospel of John, Heinrich states that fortunately, this has not been able to prevent the enlightening role that the Hebrew Bible, despite being imprisoned in an Old Testament at the heart of Occidental civilization itself. What is meant by this enlightening role is stated in the parenthesis, without the prophets no social criticism, including the prophet Jesus, without their covenant thinking no doctrine of the social contract, Ibid page 44. What is already hinted at in the Quran is a monotheistic faith whose universality, together with the contractual sense of reciprocity, also claims to overcome its own opposition, which exists in particularity. In the translations by Friedrich Rücken, from 1824, and Lazarus Goldschmidt, 1916, the contradiction is accentuated to the extent that it is still possible to speak of a covenant in the Quran. In Surah 5:10, it is a covenant with which God covenants you. When it says further below, 5:12 or 5:15, that God has made a covenant with the children of Israel, it is immediately emphasized that it was God who sent 12 princes from among them for this purpose, according to Goldschmidt. To soften the absurdity somewhat, Friedrich Rücken translates here, awakened. It is a covenant of God with himself, which is why he constantly speaks in the first person plural. It is no wonder that it is claimed that it was broken by the Jews, since in the Hebrew Bible the term covenant is understood to mean something quite different, which also results in a great tradition of debate, to which Klaus Heinrich refers in connection with the biblical story of Jonah, in order to explicitly mention Abraham's dispute with his God about the number of righteous in Sodom and the speeches and rebuttals in the book of Job. According to the Quran, God cursed the Jews and made them obstinate. Although they are addressed as people of the book or possessors of the book, they are accused of having kept secret, ignored or falsified what the prophet had revealed in the book. They are therefore scripture owners whose possession was not needed, as the word of God had been received directly through the prophet, apart from the archangel Gabriel, who is also referred to as the messenger. In the form of the Quran, Muhammad is literally put in the place of the Jews, who themselves by no means claim to exclusively and immediately reflect God's word in the Bible. Rather, they are concerned with the history of their covenant. Rudi Paré therefore consistently drops the idea of covenant in his translation of the Quran and replaces it with obligation. God accepted the obligation of the children of Israel at the time. The Christians or Nazarenes are portrayed above all as deniers, because they understand God as the Messiah, when he could destroy the Messiah and his mother as well as everyone on earth, 5:17 and 5:19. In 5:18 and 5:20-21 the conclusion is reached, God creates what he wants and God is powerful over all things. The Jews and Christians say that we are children of God and his favorites. Say, why then does he punish you for your sins? Nay, ye are creatures of flesh among others whom he created. He forgives whom he wills and punishes whom he wills, for God's is the dominion over heaven and earth, and what is between them, and to him is the return. It is the denial of treaty thinking, Allah punishes whom he wills, is constantly repeated in the Quran. He does accept firm obligations again and again, from Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus and finally Muhammad, 33:7. But these are only the obligations to command all others in turn. The synopsis of common tradition also reveals that in the story of Noah and the flood, 29:14f, even the obligation on Noah's part is missing, that Allah does not remember a covenant with Abraham at all before the Exodus from Egypt, whereas in Exodus 2 verses 23 to 25 God's remembrance of the covenant with the Jews is of decisive importance, and that in Surah 7:145 he merely commands Moses to order his people to keep the laws, whereas in the Bible, after the return from Mount Sinai, Exodus 24 verses 3 to 7. Moses first presents all the commandments, the legal regulations or the legal rulings, as the new contractual conditions to the Jews before they agree twice to act accordingly, and only then is the covenant sealed by Moses. Instead of the covenant, identification with God is found here, but unlike in Christianity, it is no longer mediated via a Son of God and the Holy Spirit, who in turn mediates between Father and Son. In this sense, Bela Grunberger and Pierre Desuant's reflections on the differences between the three monotheistic religions can also be understood using the psychoanalytical concept of narcissism. The central thesis is that the Muslim has realized his detachment from God as little as the Christian. In identifying with him, he rather identifies with his own narcissism, the sacred, and tends to exclude the material world, that is, to project the instinctual element onto the other, who thereby becomes the enemy. Bela Grunberger, Pierre Desuant, Narcissism, Christianity, Antisemitism. A psychoanalytical investigation. In any case, Muhammad is not sent to teach that the imitation of the universality of God, with reference to a Bilad, can only be fragmentary. He neither commands the union as a unit integrating only very specific individual tribes, which, as the only chosen ones, enters into a covenant with God, in this way also making a Messiah appear possible, who at some point liberated from suffering and persecution. Only the Shiite school of thought knows messianic echoes here, nor does he encourage his worship as the Son of God, through whose chosen suffering the faithful identify with one another, but can postpone the divine state conjured up therein until his return. Instead, this prophet embodies the fact that all election, imitation, and identification must immediately merge into the restless and violent expansion of the divine state, which must have accommodated the recent tribal structures. It is already characteristic of the Quran that the refusal of the children of Israel to immediately conquer the promised land is highlighted here as a particular sin, which is punished with 40 years of wandering in the desert, Surah 5:20-26. God's messenger is therefore not revered as the Messiah, but as the last prophet who, unlike the prophets of the Tanakh, is not a private man, but a military leader, which also distinguishes him from the Christianized belief in the Messiah. Differentiation from Judaism and competition with Christianity counteract, scholastically speaking, a reflection on the similitude of one's own origins, which continues to exist in the unconverted Jews on the one hand and in the worship of the suffering Jesus on the other. However, while the crucified one can be integrated as the penultimate prophet into the legend of Mohammed, which claims universality, and can be imagined as a prophet whom the Jews wanted to kill, these very Jews, whom according to the Quran God himself has hardened, their hearts made, Surah 5:13, embody for the Muslim faith what must not become conscious as something similar, particularity per se, which one should always have eradicated in oneself. In Christianity, on the other hand, they belong to the particular origin of the divinized Son and as such cannot be denied and completely excluded, in a negative way. The later challenge of bourgeois society to ensure the equality of Jews as citizens is already recognizable in this. The greater inner closeness is ultimately evident in the anti-Semites of the West, be it in the Jewish scenes of the Passion plays and Shrovetide plays or in everyday life in a joke culture that is still so widespread today, as an inner compulsion to imitate the Jews in order to distinguish themselves from them. In the element of anti-Semitism from the dialectic of Enlightenment, it is criticized for the first time in the context of bourgeois society. Thus the critique of Islam that Dan Diner attempts in his book Versi Geltizeit, über den Stillstand in der islamischen Welt fails not so much because of its abstraction from the relations of production, but because it almost completely ignores the hatred of Jews in Islam as in Christianity, in other words, a hatred for which the crisis of those relations merely provides further pretexts to become even greater. According to more recent, well-founded assumptions, such as those of the Saarbrücken school around Christoph Luxemburg and Karl-Heinz Ohlig, which also refers to Ignaz Goldziher, one of the fathers of Islamic studies, preceded in the Anglo-Saxon world by the work of John Wansborough and his students, Islam itself can by no means be understood as a sudden and ex nihilo refoundation before the 8th century. There is no reference to a rivalry with a new religion or to a religious founder named Mohammed, whose deeds are placed by Islamic tradition in the 7th century, either in Christian and Jewish sources or specifically in Arabic or other language sources of this century or the following century. The studies by Patricia Crone, e.g. God's Rule, Government and Islam, concentrate more on a historical account of the wars between the Arab tribes or dynasties than on a reconstruction of the emergence of Islam in the sense of a new faith separate from Judaism and Christianity. A rather popular non-fiction book by Tom Holland, A. Mohammed, The Quran and the Sacred of the Arab Empire, attempts a kind of synthesis of these works, which have recently often been described as revisionist in contrast to traditionalist Islamic studies. Rather, a longer, centuries-long process can be assumed, which was initially reflected in the Quran, a lectionary, which was presumably based on a translation of the Bible made by anti-Trinitarian-minded Christians and in which Muhammad was still a gerundive and a predication of Jesus as the Blessed One, eventually became the exclusive book of a prophet of Arabic origin named Muhammad, superior to both the Torah and the Gospels, who, however, is only mentioned by name 4 times, but who may have been remembered as an Arab tribal prince who, like his Umayyad successors, made alliances with the Jews, which is also indicated by various commandments such as circumcision, and at the same time, insofar as he was close to Christianity, may have opposed the concept of the Trinity of God. Later, the process of the emergence of Islam was often condensed by depicting Muhammad himself as an apostate Christian cardinal, for example in the novel Renard Le Contrefait, and in William Langland's verse poem Piers Plowman, both from the 14th century, as well as in the 15th century chronicle of the Benedictine monk Ranulf Higden Polychronicon. Brunetto Latini's and Dante Alighieri's depiction of Muhammad is clearly at the beginning of this tradition. Later, when Islam had developed and risen to become a major competitor, Christian scholarship knew how to turn this initial closeness of the Arab tribes to Judaism into another trick against Judaism. The Jews were accused of having seduced Muhammad into belittling Christ instead of recognizing and worshipping him as the Son of God. They had falsified the Quran after Muhammad's death. Socio-psychologically, this grip of the medieval polemicists, which Cusanus also does not omit, is remarkable. They fight the distant enemy in such a way that even nearby opponents receive a blow. Something jumps out for Western domestic use. The Jews, Cusanus also speaks of perversi Judei as tools of the devil, are partly to blame for the Turks being so bad. Kurt Flasch, Nikolaus von Kues. History of a Development. The turn against the Jews, which was already partly reflected in the Quran, came with the victory of the Abbasids over the Umayyads and with the conquests that led to the Zoroastrian-influenced Sassanid Empire as well as to Visigothic, i.e. Arian Christian Spain, in both directions. The common enemy image of the Jews apparently created the unity of conquered and conqueror. In one of the earliest descriptions of Muhammad's life, which has only survived in an adaptation from the 8th century, the Prophet commands his followers, "Slay every Jew who falls into your hands." David Nienberg quotes this episode from the only unabridged edition Life of Muhammad according to Muhammad ibn Ishaq. It is also reported here that the willingness of Muslims to kill the Jews so excited some non-Muslim Arabs that they immediately converted to Islam. "By God, a religion that takes you this far is wonderful," one is said to have exclaimed after seeing his Arab brother kill a Jewish friend and business partner. End of quote. This marks the beginning of the actual development phase of Islam. The turn arose from the expansionist urge with which the Christian universalization of the faith was imitated in an immediate warlike manner, but this under the conditions of a continuously growing need for slaves in the military and economy, which in the new faith was no longer opposed by any reservation as it had been in the newer state religion of the Roman Empire. The dynamics of the slave trade can therefore not be separated from the emergence of Islam, and the new unity that was to emerge from it can be seen above all in the early import of slaves from Central Asia and Eastern Europe under the Abbasids in the form of the Mamluks, but also from Al-Andalus, from where around 30,000 Visigothic prisoners were deported to Syria. With regard to this process, in which Christianity was substituted, the massacre of Granada can be seen as the actual completion of the new faith and the beginning of the open rivalry between two secessions from Judaism, the latter of which could now serve those two in their rivalry and therefore in different forms as an enemy image of pathological projection. It was the first pogrom against Jews on European soil. In the rebellion against the Emir of Granada in 1066, the majority of the Jewish population was massacred by Muslims. It can be assumed that 1,500 families or 300 to 400 people died. If it is true that the Emir's Jewish vizier was crucified, then this was the most horrific way of demonstrating the transition to Islamic rule. It is as if the Muslims now wanted to take revenge on the Jews instead of the Christians. In this context, David Nienberg cites the example of the scholar Ibn Hazm, who turned against the Emir of Granada by attacking the Jews. The desire for material prosperity seduces the rulers to elevate Jews from the humiliating position that God has assigned them. Ibn Hazm presents Jewish power as both a cause and a symptom of an inverted world, a world in which the rulers would become Jews. Apparently, the scholar was not a voice crying in the wilderness. 2 years after his death, the pogrom in Granada took place. Nienberg, Anti-Judaism, page 188. Without even hinting at the extent of the destruction, this pogrom, if it is mentioned at all, is often presented as an exception to the rule, which at least applied to the classical period of Islam, according to Mark R. Cohen. Unfortunately, even History of Antisemitism has encouraged the creation of legends. He does clarify anti-Jewish riots and pogroms in Andalusia in much more detail than Cohen, but regardless of this, he also only allows the golden age of the Jews to end with the Almohads. Cohen does mention the later persecution and expulsion in Almohad-ruled North Africa, Spain and Yemen, but only in passing and in a disparaging way. In this context, he also quotes Maimonides' remarks about the Jews under Islamic rule. There has never been a people that has inflicted so much damage on Israel as the Ishmaelites, who humiliated us to the extreme and persecuted us with their extreme hatred, and, in order not to have to question his image of a golden age, immediately relativizes it by completely ignoring the pogrom of Granada and the memory of it that Maimonides' statement contains. Maimonides sensed here that times were changing and the old relatively comfortable handling of the Dhimma system had come to a crisis. The Crusaders were to blame for this crisis, as their arrival in the Middle East had begun to shake the self-confidence of Islam. Pure Islam ideologues such as Thomas Bauer ultimately rely on such reinterpretations by a historian considered to be serious in order to celebrate Islam's tolerance of ambiguity and polemicize in its name against the disastrous Western concatenation of fear of ambiguity, obsession with truth and ambition for universalization. It is no coincidence that neither Cohen nor Bauer pay the slightest attention to the central importance of the slave trade and slavery, insofar as these were the precondition for the golden age of the Dhimmitude's tolerance of ambiguity, the consequences of which, as soon as a crisis or war broke out, were either played down or concealed. Half a century after Granada, the first Christian pogrom against Jews took place in the Rhineland in connection with the mobilization for the First Crusade. One could speak here of a watershed between the so-called three world religions if such metaphors were not fundamentally misguided in view of these outbreaks of violence. It is often forgotten that the areas of Spain reconquered from Christian rule in the 13th century, in sharp contrast to the late phase of the Reconquista, were far more tolerant than the Córdoba of the 12th century under the Almohad dynasty, when the family with the young Maimonides was expelled, Averroes banished and his writings burned. The confrontation with Islam can be understood as one of the conditions for the original centralization of political power on the basis of Christianity on the European mainland. The defense against Islamic rule promoted the transition from the city-state to the territorial state, which in turn must be thought of here as one of the prerequisites for the so-called primitive accumulation, i.e. the separation of the immediate producers from the means of production. There is also more to be learned about this precondition in the plays of the Elizabethan theatre than in all history books. As if he were already a contemporary of Hobbes, Shakespeare's Henry IV not only shows his son and heir to the throne what happens when sovereignty disintegrates, O my poor kingdom, sick with civil blase that my care could not withhold thy riots, what wilt thou do when riot is thy care? Oh, thou wilt be a wilderness again, peopled with wolves, thy old inhabitants. In August Wilhelm Schlegel's translation, which trivializes the word according to all the rules of German, riots refers to civil pranks and mischief. Shortly before his death, his very last advice, the very latest counsels that ever I shall breathe, to the prince is therefore to crusade to the Holy Land, less as penance for his usurpation of the throne from Richard II, as he had previously professed, but rather as a means against civil war and a signpost for the formation and preservation of sovereignty. Thou art not firm enough, since griefs are green, and all my friends, which thou must make thy friends have but their stings and teeth newly ta'en out, by whose fell working I was first advanced and by whose power I well might lodge a fear to be again displaced, which to avoid I cut them off, and had a purpose now to lead out many to the Holy Land, lest rest and lying still might make them look too near unto my state. Therefore, my Harry, be it thy course to busy giddy minds with foreign quarrels, that action, hence borne out, may waste the memory of the former days. More would I, but my lungs are wasted so that strength of speech is utterly denied me. How I came by the crown, O God forgive, and grant it may live with thee in true peace. Quotation, end. It was therefore the same constellation that brought Abelard into contradiction with the universal rule of the Pope and banished Mohammed to Dante's Inferno. Precisely because for Abelard political power was not yet positively embodied in the instances of state power, certain prerequisites for making abstraction, as it was to become real in capital relations, the object of criticism can already be discovered in his thinking, whereas they were later obscured again in Dante and in political philosophy by the fixation on the sovereign. This is also indicated early on by the fact that the relationship of rulers to philosophy was to change fundamentally soon after Abelard's death. Knowledge becomes serviceable and connectable is the apt title of Frank Rexrother's chapter on the period after Abelard in his study on merry scholasticism, where he refers specifically to Barbarossa and Henry II of England, William II of Sicily, the English Pope Hadrian IV, and his successor Alexander III as the addressees of such serviceability. Thomas Becket, as well as the archbishops and bishops of Cologne, Prague and Magdeburg, Trier, Mainz and Salzburg. It was Manfred Dahlmann who made this discovery. Wars are only waged with peace in mind. Therefore, one can certainly speak of acting for peace for its own sake. For example, when, despite severe disadvantages, armed force is renounced in order to assert one's own claims. On the other hand, even a professional soldier does not wage war for the sake of war. He is embedded in a social environment that wants to create the political conditions in which people treat people peacefully. Or war is seen as a eye-cleansing thunderstorm that should finally make a longed-for life in peace possible. In the relationship between war and peace, it is not very common for there to be a clear finality within an opposition. This finality is present only in thought, and as a feeling, it describes an ideal. So that this ideal does not remain a subjective will, it must be possible to bring it into agreement with the basic material conditions of social reproduction. This statement loses the character of commonplace wisdom if it is modified slightly and stated, an ideal such as that of peace is realized when the behavior of individuals coincides exactly with the force that constitutes the uniformity of society. Hardly anyone doubts that it is capitalism that makes today's world appear unified. The distanced observer of current peace policies is therefore presented with a spectacle that is at least as old as social democracy, including its Stalinist variant with the undoubtedly correct argument that the ideals of a just social order can only be realized if one adapts one's actions to objective circumstances. The whole world is now embarking on the path of total acceptance of the capitalist order and logically and practically consequent achieving the exact opposite of what was actually intended. The very principle of competition, which is essential to capitalism and makes its uniformity possible, ensures that it can never be truly peaceful. Criticism of capitalist socialization presupposes an awareness of this fatal connection between ideal and practice, i.e., the connection between thinking and the material force on which, or against which, this thinking is based. The place from which one can comfortably lament the mismatch between ideal and reality is closed to the critic. All that remains for him is the attempt to clarify this relationship between thought and reality. He has to show that the more realistic a practice is, the more consequent it makes the essence and appearance of capital coincide and thus participates in eliminating the last remnants of a reference to reality that has so far postponed the total and final occurrence of this catastrophe into the future. As the history of Marx's reception has shown, reading Capital is by no means sufficient for a critically committed elucidation of the mode of appearance of capital. Marx left far too much in the dark. Marx's exegetes have usually further obscured what little is clear. Even the first step of such a clarification has not really been taken, namely, clarifying the question of how capitalism was able to develop historically. Johannes Agnoli has, particularly in his essay Von der Pax Romana zur Pax Christiana, zum institutionellen Scheitern zweier Weltfriedensversuch, Johannes Agnoli has explained the historically essential political and intellectual processes on which any account of the emergence of capitalism and its current manifestation must be based. In order to avoid concretist misunderstandings, it should first be pointed out that the social conditions, if they are historically differentiated from each other in the following Agnoli, with regard to the ideal of peace that corresponds to them in each case, can certainly gain in vividness, but nevertheless lose nothing of their abstractness. What all epochs of Western history have in common is that in them people had no concept of the social conditions determining their activities, which is why Marx quite rightly counts them all among the prehistory of possible humanity. The point is to trace the emotional motivation of individual action, and every ideal is such an emotionally determining drive, back to its social conditionality. Especially today, despite Freud, everyone acts as if their own behavior is rationally determined. Modern advertising knows better, rational is merely the justification superimposed on actual action. The disparity between what people think, why they do something, and the motives behind what they actually do, has never been smaller than it is today. In that modern scientific nominalism, which is in reality a realism par excellence, no longer cares about the difference between appearance and essence, it promotes the lack of conceptualization of human existence today instead of reducing it. Moreover, it can be assumed that the generalization of the claim to validity underlying every science is the reason that prevents people from becoming conscious today. On closer inspection, the validity based on general validity proves to be certainty. Certainty is, as even the late Wittgenstein knew, a feeling that, like anxiety, can refer to anything. The following is about what people consider to be a certain in different epochs, and the attempt to determine which real being, which is something quite different from a rational being, found expression in this certainty. The Ostrogothic Empire can be seen as a hinge in the transition from Roman antiquity to the Middle Ages of the Western West. As if in a burning glass, the political conditions, economic conditions, and the spiritual situation of the Western Occident at this time, with all their differences, fall into one. Under this reign, almost all the movements that had been prepared in the centuries before came together for a short time in the Italian heartland of the former Roman Empire, only to complete the transformation of antiquity into the Middle Ages. Unlike in the former Gaul, where this process took place much more smoothly. What also makes this brief historical interlude significant is that the ideological positions emerge in it which, 3 centuries later, when the aporias of the Pax Christiana prove to be just as historically insurmountable as those of the Pax Romana before, play an essential role in the constitution of another historically new ideal of peace. The emergence of this empire was the result of a diplomatic move by the emperor in Constantinople. Zenon wanted to get rid of the Ostrogoths under Theodoric, who had been settled mainly in Pannonia as foederati, but were still repeatedly raiding the area outside Constantinople, Thrace. After several victorious battles, Theodoric made peace with Odoacer, a Germanic who had been crowned king of Italy and had deposed Romulus, formerly the last Western Roman emperor. In Ravenna in 493, he resolved the expected impracticability of a division of power between 2 kings of equal rank in one and the same dominion by personally banishing Odoacer to the afterlife. He was now militarily and politically stronger than the Emperor Anastasius, who succeeded Zenon, would have liked. However, the Ostrogothic Empire remained caught up in a multitude of power centers that threatened it from the outside, above all from the other Germanic empires, and opposed it internally. Economically, the entire Western Empire was largely thrown back on a natural economy. The feudalizing consequences of the Diocletianic Constantinian reforms were particularly evident in Italy, however, where the difference to earlier times was more stark than in the other areas. The old Roman administration and the Roman legal system still existed and were consequently revived and used by Theodoric's government in his immediate territory with the aim of counteracting feudalization. However, the administrative class, the ancient Roman patriciate, headed by the Roman senators, remained skeptical of the Ostrogoths and at least quietly blocked any effective administrative action. Although the Senate of Rome continued to be politically insignificant, as it had been since the Principate, it was practically indispensable for the Ostrogoths, above all for ideological reasons. This Senate still represented the old imperial ideal, which remained the central source of legitimacy for Theodoric. His integration into this tradition of the Pax Romana was the only support he had beyond his military power. Without the appeal to this tradition, it would have collapsed again immediately. Because his rule was legitimized by the idea of empire, Theodoric could not completely escape the pressure emanating from Constantinople, despite his best efforts. Finally, there was still the Catholic Church. It was still very much preoccupied with itself, above all with combating the heretics who stood in the way of the institutional and ideological consolidation of Catholicism. Augustinianism still had to be finally asserted against Pelagianism. The Monophysites in the East did not seem to be able to be actually integrated into the Catholic Church through any ecumenical effort, and Arianism, to which the Ostrogoths as well as the other Germanic tribes adhered, was also still more than just a thorn in the side of the Catholics. However, the fronts had long been clear to this Catholicism. And so for Theodoric, political isolation from Ostrom and the Roman patriciate was joined by confessional isolation. Catholicism was the faith of the majority of all subjects in Italy. The power arising from this faith also forced the Arian Ostrogoths onto the defensive. In the struggle within the Church, the Catholic Church aimed to elevate the Roman Catholic bishop as pope to the position of God's representative on earth and to secure him primacy over Christendom. This aim is to be understood less as a consciously understood strategy than as the inner logic of the matter itself, corresponding to the structure of the Pax Christiana. This was achieved under the rule of the Ostrogoths, not least because Theodoric, unlike the emperor in Constantinople, could not muster the strength to intervene in the internal conflicts of the Church, albeit at the cost of the schism with the Eastern Church. In the meantime, however, the Catholic Church was so well established that, despite its internal problems, it was able to act as a far from disinterested mediator for the difficulties in which Theodoric found himself entangled. In these mediation efforts, Catholicism made consequent use of the political instability in Italy to further establish itself as a spiritual and secular power. Gelasius, Pope since 492, played the key role here. The first thing to note about him is that a very significant cultural phenomenon for the subsequent period can be traced back to him. The written testimonies, which are committed to the ideal of the Pax Christiana, are teeming with forgeries, a phenomenon which in this form, and to this extent, is probably an extraordinary novelty in world history. More important than the question of the authenticity of documents, over which the Guild of Medieval Historians and historians of philosophy primarily argue, is the question of which statements and deeds in them are attributed to a historical person and with what intention. This can be demonstrated particularly clearly by the most effective forgery of the Middle Ages, the donation of Constantine. Whether Constantine really bequeathed the Papal States to the Pope is quite irrelevant for a reconstruction of the influences that determined his actions. Such data is merely information. Of course, it remains important to know what information is based on, a historical fact or an intellectual construction. This knowledge alone is not enough, and certainly not the meaning corresponding to information can be deduced from information alone. Not wanting this to be true is one of the fundamental errors of all analytical methods and philosophies. What is not at all irrelevant, however, is the analysis of the historical processes that constitute a consciousness that is prepared to believe that the Pope's secular rule can be legitimized with such a donation. Gelasius not only stands quite precisely between the person of Constantine and the beginning of the nationalization of Christianity associated with it, and the forgery of the donation, he was in fact a staunch supporter of the Pope's claim to rights and ownership of territories in central and southern Italy. He thus prepared the ground for the foundation of the Papal States by Gregory a good 100 years later. When the contrasts between regnum and sacerdoticium broke out openly in the 9th century, this real historical process of the development of the Pope's secular claims to power, promoted by Gelasius, was no longer sufficient as legitimation. The Church in particular needed higher consecrations than profane, historically derived property rights. Constantine, who had meanwhile been elevated to supernatural heights as a result of the creation of legends, was the saint predestined for such a consecration. The donation of Constantine thus lies precisely in the logic of the historical process itself. For the same reason as Constantine, a number of works and deeds are attributed to Gelasius whose authorship is doubtful. For example, the Gelasianum, a widely circulated collection of liturgical texts, which refers to his name. This also shows the importance of this pope for the Catholic Church. Even if not a single text of the Gelasianum really originated from Gelasius, the fact that these texts are given this name is sufficient to infer the importance of this person for the Catholic Church. For the practical life of the Church, the celebrations of Mass are the ritualized cement that practically constitutes the unity of the faithful. The submission to a uniform ritual expressed in the celebration of Mass is in turn the basis of the Church's power. Gelasius thus represents much more for the Church than just one pope among others. What is more significant for the historian is that Gelasius has been credited with the two-sword theory. What this theory is supposed to formulate, namely the intrinsically balanced relationship between ecclesiastical, sacerdoticium, and secular power, regnum, became an antagonism in the Middle Ages that runs like a common thread through all its other problem areas. Depending on how Gelasius was interpreted, and thus also falsified, each party could have their interpretation confirmed by the theory attributed to him. In these formulations, Augustine's Pax Christiana, which still referred solely to the Civitas Dei, is translated into political reality. This step remains implicit in Augustine. Sources confirm that Gelasius intervened as a mediator in the conflicts between Emperor Anastasius, Odoacer, and Theodoric. In the letters preserved for this purpose, Gelasius explained the relationship between the papacy, Auctoritas Sacrata Pontificium, and the empire, Regalis Potestas. In his view, both ruled the world together and in harmony, in concordia. The intention of these letters was to distance himself from Byzantium and the politics and doctrine of the Church there. The incompatibility of Byzantine politics with the position of the Roman Catholic Church expressed in them was the reason for the first schism between Rome and Byzantium in 483. Gelasius can therefore hardly be described as a theorist of the investiture controversy that only actually broke out at the beginning of the 9th century. His letters formulate a political position of their time and not a general theory in the modern sense. However, the parties to the investiture controversy knew why they had to refer to Gelasius. It was during his time that the spiritual and material basis to which the parties to the conflict all referred was established. In order to resolve these conflicts, they wanted to return to the consensus that seemed to have been established at the time. The fact that this reference to the fathers of this consensus did not resolve the conflicts was not so much due to a lack of information about the actual intentions of the founding fathers. This deficiency could be remedied not least by the art of forgery, but because the consensus institutionalized as Pax Christiana proved to be an antinomic construction in itself, in a different way and on a different level than the Pax Romana, but just like the latter. Agnoli has said everything essential about the effects of this theory on politics in the Middle Ages. In the dispute within the Church, Gelasius opposed Pelagianism. This was associated on the one hand with a further spiritual distance from Byzantium, whose Church could do little with the subtle dogmatic questions fought out in the Pelagian controversy, and on the other with the final breakthrough of Augustinianism as the generally recognized basis of Catholicism. As the corresponding article in the Historical Dictionary of Philosophy shows, this lack of understanding of the historical significance of the Pelagian controversy continues to the present day for reasons that can only be implied below. The final turning away of Catholicism from the Roman Hellenistic educational tradition by Gregory was thus prepared by Gelasius. This also predestined him to be authoritatively claimed as one of the fathers of the Pax Christiana, despite all the errors based on falsifications. Theodoric reacted to the balance of power in and on the Austro-Gothic Empire by attempting to commit all opponents to a consensus represented by him. He thus became the embodiment of the old ideal of the Pax Romana. Gelasius, on the other hand, can be seen as the personification of the new ideal of a Pax Christiana, which is still proving to be a material force in history. However, the attempt to synthesize the divergent movements in the kingdom of the Ostrogoths can be expressed not only through these two opposing figures, but also through Cassiodorus and Boethius. They came from the ancient Roman aristocracy, were politicians and philosophers at the Ostrogothic court, and had a unique and historically incalculable significance for the intellectual development of the West. Even if it were only a question of the content of their philosophical achievements, they would hardly have found a place in any history of philosophy. There are no more influential authorities for early scholasticism. It must of course be taken into account what scholasticism meant for the 7th to 9th centuries, and this applies to many areas up to the 11th century. There was no other scientific or philosophical education in the Western West from the 5th century until the Renaissance at the earliest, a debate that was barely perceptible to any of their contemporaries. The few who came into contact with education did not learn much more than that, as Cassiodorus explains in his Institutions, which became binding for medieval educational establishments. There were the arts liberals. These are the trivium, grammar, rhetoric and dialectic as a basic sciences, and the quadrivium, geometry, arithmetic, astronomy and music poetics as an application. Even these few direct references to the ancient tradition had to be laboriously enforced in the monastic schools. There were no others until the founding of the court schools under the Carolingians. For a long time, the arts liberals were considered alien to the essence of Christianity, even if they were taught by someone who, like Cassiodorus, had undoubtedly been a Catholic Christian. They were only to be understood as basically dispensable, auxiliary sciences to the Catholic theology developed by patristics. This, however, is explained by Cassiodorus in the first book of the Institutions. Because this introduction to Catholic theology does not contain a heretical position, no matter how critically it is read, and was very popular due to its didactic qualities, the second book on the arts liberals could only find its place in almost all monastery libraries. According to Harnack, Cassiodorus is even said to have been significantly involved in the final formulation of the Latin Bible. Cassiodorus not only theoretically prepared the scientific and philosophical debates of scholasticism by, if not making them possible, then at least initiating them in his Institutions, as a reflection on the spiritual order contained in theology, yet in principle secular, but also practically, during the turmoil of the collapse of the Ostrogothic Empire, Cassiodorus withdrew to his estates in southern Italy, where he founded the monastery of Vivarium. Here he archived the ancient works that were still accessible to him, saving many from oblivion. Above all, the monks were taught here how to make correct copies. If it was not a pure educational center rather than a monastery in the true sense, the Vivarium of Cassiodorus was in any case the first Christian institution to combine monasticism with scholarship. The monastic movement had emerged from the Anachorets and in this early period, even in the West, had a great deal to do with immersion in the faith and all the less to do with school. With the monastic rules, this movement was quasi-illegalized, with Benedict playing the outstanding role for the West with the founding of Monte Cassino, not far from the vivarium and almost at the same time. The monasteries were now given a completely new function for social reproduction. They practically carried the Pax Christiana. The fact that in some monastic schools of the Western West in the early Middle Ages the thread to ancient secular thought was not completely cut off can thus be traced back to Cassiodorus. Cassiodorus' numerous secular writings show him to be an exuberant propagandist of Theodoric's idea of the state. Here, too, he proves to be an encyclopedic collector, not an original thinker. But, and this is decisive, as an educated Roman he was a Christian and at the same time, even after his retirement from government service, an influential politician in the literal, i.e. Hellenistic Roman sense. He was therefore a Christian theologian, pagan scientist and professional politician all in one. Cassiodorus' predecessor in office at the court of Theodoric was Boethius. The same applies to him as far as the, from today's perspective, highly unusual combination of the most diverse competencies in one person is concerned. Boethius was also an active politician and came from an ancient Roman senatorial family. He was, for example, Roman consul, the highest, albeit no longer particularly influential, office that was attainable for a Roman at the time. And he was also an absolutely loyal propagandist of Theodoric. Unlike Cassiodorus, Boethius did not limit himself to passing on and reproducing the thoughts of others. Nevertheless, the history of philosophy knows of none of his ideas that could not be found in one of his predecessors. As questionable as this search for the fathers of thought is, it nevertheless belongs here, because Boethius must have initially appeared quite different due to the philosophical writings accessible to scholasticism, namely as a philosopher in his own right. This probably conceals little more than an addiction to and belief in authority, as if it could ever really be determined from which person a thought originated. At best, we can only identify the first written version that has come down to us. Until around 1150, when scholasticism was able to reconnect directly with the philosophical tradition of antiquity via the Arabs, and thus with the discovery of the ancient works hidden in the monastic poison cabinets, Boethius was the author who kept a window open for the Western West into the building of ancient philosophy. For the 11th to the middle of the 12th century, i.e., the time of the universalism controversy, one could even say that he opened a wide door to this period. Boethius only achieved this influence, another parallel to Cassiodorus, because he wrote a book that fully corresponded to the taste of medieval man. Although he used his extensive knowledge of Greek and Latin literature in this work, the difficult logical philosophical problems discussed in antiquity are only mentioned indirectly and so metaphorically that distinctly pagan heretical thoughts are not immediately visible. The Consolatio is a successful example of successful subversive literature, even if the author did not intend it to be. In this book, the reader learns that Boethius was sentenced to death for high treason. Everyone realizes that the author is trying to pull his head out of a noose with this book. Boethius actually hopes to use this book to obtain a pardon from Theodoric, but he does not succeed. He is executed together with his father-in-law Symmachus, also a very important political figure of the time. We do not know exactly why he was accused. It is most likely that Boethius was accused of plotting against Theodoric on behalf of the emperor in Constantinople. In addition, he seems to have been accused of pagan heresy, which may have referred to his philosophy. It is striking that he does not explicitly profess Catholicism in the Consolatio, as he does in his theological treatises. It can be assumed that such an open confession was not particularly opportune among the Arian Ostrogoths. It remains unclear who accused him, whether it was the Roman Senate or Gothic officials whom he had made enemies of as a Roman citizen. Regardless of what is historically true, Boethius presents himself in the Consolatio as the man he was historically, as someone who was caught between all the fronts of his time, the Roman Senate, Gothic officialdom, the Eastern Roman Emperor, Catholicism and Theodoric. This book appeals to the taste of the Middle Ages because it argues in a manner typical of Christian consciousness. On the one hand, Boethius states that this world means nothing to him and that only in God can true consolation be found. In the other respect, one senses throughout how hard Boethius is trying to come to terms with this world. One senses, even if Boethius keeps to form at all times, and from today's perspective it is hard to believe that someone in such a situation is still capable of writing such a work, that the executioner is breathing down his neck. It is precisely this contrast between the everyday cruelties suffered in this world and the kingdom of God that man has lived in since he, as a Christian, has experienced the world from the perspective of the consolations emanating from God. Philosophically, this contrast is expressed in the problem, which Boethius dealt with in detail and which remains central to the philosophy of scholasticism, of how the omnipotence of God is logically compatible with the freedom of human action, freedom understood only in the sense of being able to choose between good and evil, theodicy. How can it be made comprehensible to the mind that God allows the righteous, Boethius leaves no doubt as to who this is, himself, to be punished, while the unrighteous, and that is everyone else, is allowed to live happily? Boethius' solution in the Consolations is Augustinian. God's reason is inaccessible to man as long as he remains attached to naturalness and worldliness. For the general consciousness of the time, the dissolution of duality that appears here was therefore perfectly in order. The Consolatio, because it gives the spiritual world of medieval man a vivid emotional expression, becomes a quarry comparable to Augustine's E Confessio, from which the medieval addiction to concise metaphors and aphorisms can draw. This book transposed Gelasius' politically intended Concordia vividly and concretely into the everyday consciousness of the world at that time. It was not until the 9th century, when individuals once again began to engage with Boethius in a reflective and not merely identifying manner, that the duality that seemed to be resolved in the Consolatio was recognized as a philosophically unresolved problem. The Consolatio is by no means the real significance of Boethius for scholasticism, it was only the key to his other works, namely his commentaries on Aristotle's logic and his theological writings, and in particular his view of the dogma of the Trinity, becoming effective in scholasticism and shaping it. The significance of these writings lies in the fact that Boethius does not even tread on the Augustinian fideistic ground of the Consolatio. What Boethius is concerned with in these texts is also made clear in many places in the Consolatio. For example, when asked why he believes in God, his answer is, "This world, which consists of such different and opposing parts, could hardly be understood as a unity if there were not the one who unites such diverse things." In reality, of course, it is not God who connects the various things in Boethius' logical and theological texts, but only Boethius himself. His logic formulates this more or less explicitly. Everything that is general, i.e. comprises a multiple in itself, is a reflection determination and as such is bound to the intellect, intellectus. This, however, is not something general, but something particular, for it is linked to the person, i.e. a naturae rationalis individua substantia, as Boethius defines bindingly for scholasticism. Of course, he also realizes that this is contradictory. The general would be declared to be the particular and not general. God as the supreme one, and in him the Platonic categories of mediation, similitudo, and participatio, now bears the entire burden of having to resolve this contradiction. This inevitably leads him, because as a Christian, a return to the solutions to this contradiction in ancient philosophy is impossible, to turn to the logical reflective content of the Trinity dogma of the Catholic Church. What this consists of will not be problematized here. Hence only a quotation from the Tractatus Primus as evidence for what is stated here and in the following on the concept of the Trinity, ita igitu substantia continet unitatem, relatio multiplicat trinitatem, ac ideo sola singulatim proferuntia ac separatim quae relationis sunt. Nam idem pater qui filius non isne idem uterque qui spiritus sanctus. Idem tarnum Deus ist pater et filius et spiritus sanctus. The subtlety and systematics with which Boethius turns the relationship between the general and the particular back and forth became the model for the whole of scholasticism and was not achieved by it in the quality he set for a long time. Only when a party finally emerged among the scholastics, the nominalists, who placed one side of the contradiction, the nominality of the general, at the center of their thinking, did completely new perspectives on the relationship between God and the world develop, perspectives whose heretical quality was immediately recognized by the Church, and a debate began that would go beyond Boethius. What scholasticism had at its disposal for this debate until the 12th century came from Boethius. He translated Aristotle into Latin and commented on him in detail. However, of Aristotle's many writings, he only translated the categories and the doctrine of propositions. He precedes these with his translation and commentary of Porphyry's commentary on the categories, the Thysagoge. Boethius' own logical treatises and also the theological treatises then unfold the categories defined in his commentaries on Aristotle and Porphyry in their internal relationships to one another. Short-circuited with the material situation of the time in which he lived, and conveyed by the above quotation from the Consulatio, one can conclude that Boethius alone places what is today called Organon 1 and 2 at the center of his treatises. For Boethius, who, unlike the scholastics, is familiar with the entire spectrum of Aristotelian, Platonic and Stoic philosophy, these two writings of Aristotle hold the key to the unity of the world. The early scholasticism, which was characterized by the question of the relationship between faith and knowledge and was virtually unaware of other philosophical writings, therefore saw this in exactly the same way. The whole vehemence of the universalism controversy that broke out in the 11th century, a controversy that, as if out of the blue, although prepared by the scholasticism that spread with the Carolingian school reforms, suddenly spread to the whole of the West and gave rise to fiercely debating parties everywhere, was ignited by these small texts. The pivotal point were the questions formulated in the second paragraph of the Disagoge, which Porphyry does not want to answer, all the more so than the commentators since Boethius. The question here is about the mode of being of abstractions. And it was around this that all the disputes of early scholasticism revolved. The excitement and the fierce battles, in a word, the fascination that emanated from these texts by Boethius at the time can only be explained by the fact that people sensed that something was wrong with them. For some it was immediately clear what, they did not agree with the sacred texts. To which the others immediately countered with literal quotations. If the texts were taken literally, there was no heresy to be found in them. On the contrary, it became increasingly clear to others where the weak point really lay. Boethius had simply not succeeded in consistently presenting the nexus rerum of the contradiction between the general and the particular that he himself had recognized. With the help of Aristotelian categories, Boethius does succeed in elevating the problems of his time to a level of abstraction in which they can be rethought in their relations to and within each other. The fact that Boethius aims at a system is evident at all times, but the initial problem returns to him like a boomerang. Precisely in the question of where the abstractions have their being, in thinking or in reality. If you take a closer look, Boethius' system splits up into a loose sequence of individual determinations. A free commentary translation A. Every substance contains something unified. A relation multiplies the unity of the substance, of the concept, for example of a trinity, into a multiple. Whenever one speaks of a relation, as Boethius has previously made clear, something must refer to something that it is not itself, nulla relatio ad se ipsum referi potest, from which it follows that the concept of relation cannot be conceived without difference. Relations therefore produce both the individual and the separated. Then the application to the Trinity in God follows immediately. It was a matter of time before it was recognized that Boethius was operating with illusory solutions. To be more precise, the metaphysics he applied to the Aristotelian categories in his commentaries, which is quite different from that of Aristotle, was unknown to the early scholastics. In the same way, the doctrine of the Trinity, unlike that of Augustine or Athanasius, does not represent a solution to real problems for Boethius. It lacks the doctrine of grace, or the relationship of the world to God revealed in Jesus, which provides this dogma with a reference to the reality of faith and thus the world. Boethius' logic of the Trinity only forces logical categories into one another. The reference to reality, including the reality of God, seems artificial, and indeed it is. The apologists of Catholicism at the time were quite right. Fideism looks like a foreign body in this system of Boethius. The accusation of semi-Pelagianism, which was later leveled at Abelard after he tried to grasp the Trinity in a similar way to Boethius, is completely correct from this perspective. One should by no means make it too easy for oneself, for there is more critical reflection of self-consciousness in the Boethian version of the Trinity dogma than all of today's formal logic, analytical philosophy, and philosophy of science will ever achieve. But what Plotinus did not succeed in doing, Boethius did not succeed in doing either. Aristotelian logic and the Platonic doctrine of ideas are logically mutually exclusive. They cannot be consistently coupled together. They are both only consistent in themselves and can only be applied to reality in their own right. The attempt to overcome their respective shortcomings, that they can only be consistent by excluding a part of reality from their respective system, through combination is at the expense of the reference to reality in general. Of course, this was not how people expressed themselves at the time, but felt compelled to interpret Boethius in such a way that his proposed solutions were to become real solutions. The relationship between unity and difference, between the general and the particular, is then abandoned to complete arbitrariness. Platonism ignores the reality of the isolation of the individual being in itself, Aristotelianism, at least in the logic of the organon, ignores the reality of the general as a pure determination of thought. Or in other words, either the principium individuatoris lies in thinking, Platonism, or in things, Aristotelianism. Both are obviously not possible at the same time. A true synthesis must detach the place of the principle of individuation from both sides. Abelard's attempt to solve the universality dispute is the first time that this detachment is really consequent. Boethius wanted to find stability in philosophy, a stability that neither reality nor faith could really provide him with. Logic, with its compelling syllogisms, offered itself to him as a refuge. He wanted to find solace in this purely abstract world of seemingly perfect order and necessity. Personally, Boethius may have found his solace. But this consolation remains subjective, it cannot be generalized. Reality, when replaced by logical categories, is transformed into its opposite, into nominality, in other words, into the very thing Boethius wanted to escape. However, Boethius' relationship to the real world is not only reflected in the absence of a real system, i.e. in a negative way, in these treatises. In the theological treatises in particular, a large number of immediate and implicit references can be found to the intellectual disputes that Catholicism was conducting at the time, both internally and externally. Such references were then completely eliminated from logic by scholasticism for good, namely political, reasons, and were removed from the concept of God beyond recognition. Augustine's doctrine of grace, on the other hand, which could not be detached from the Trinity, still linked abstract logical self-reflection with the world and turned Catholicism into a theology that was adequate to reality. What is quite fatal for a Christian is that God proves to be a mere name if there is no reference to man's sensory perception of reality, and this is the case in any purely logical consideration. Boethius' theological texts, on the other hand, are characterized by the absence of such a theology, and only for this reason could they become a point of reference for scholasticism in its debate on the relationship between faith and knowledge, authority and reason. They thus became an incentive for scholasticism to discover a new relationship to reality through them. The excitement of the scholastics was basically not due to the reading of Boethius' texts, but rather the other way round. Boethius' texts were read because some scholastics suspected that the reality of the Church Fathers was no longer the reality of the High Middle Ages. For a long time, this mistrust could only be expressed indirectly, as a transposition into logical problems that seemed far removed from the world. The logical texts of Boethius formed the politically innocuous basis on which the Western Occident, when it awoke politically and economically from a deep slumber, to put it metaphorically for the sake of brevity, was able to establish a new relationship to reality. The logic of modern times has perfected the abstraction of reality instead of tying itself back into the newly emerging reality. It now even claims that logic has nothing to do with content, but is in fact defined by its detachment from any content. Such logic, reduced to its mere formality, is already present in Boethius' purely formal treatment of the dogma of the Trinity, in which the logical categories no longer refer to anything other than themselves. Until Stoicism, such a thing would have been unthinkable. Until then, logic, even if it was to some extent already familiar with mere symbolism, which can already be found in Aristotle, was always related to things either as substances, genera, species, or individual things, or to thought. Modern formal logic assumes that its laws can be assigned neither to the world of things nor to thought, or vice versa, i.e. both. Because anything is possible here, this logic relegates these questions to the realm of metaphysics, which is none of their business. In Boethius and in scholasticism in general, the true reason for seeking a level of reasoning that transcends such direct references between thought and reality is still clearly evident. Modern logic, on the other hand, which has naturally eradicated any reference to God, to a subject in general, and thus any reference to social synthesis, presents the unconsciousness in which science as a whole relates to the world today, in its pure form. Of the texts handed down and annotated by Boethius, it remains to be noted that they still show that what applies to all thinking applies to logic. It is the reproduction of reality in thinking. It is not an objectively universally valid form of thought or the mode of existence of things, or even merely an instrument, but an expression, an occasion, of a mental mastery of worldly problems. Today, however, thinking that is detached from any reflection on reality and formally correct in terms of identity logic no longer solves any problems, quite contrary to what modern science believes, but is itself the problem. If Augustine had known the texts of Boethius, he would probably have immediately unleashed his sharp pen on them, pure schematism, eclectically stitched together from the pagan hypostasis of knowledge, the incomprehensible Christian world of faith, politicistic mannerism, etc. Other fathers of the Church would have reproached it for its callousness and lack of concern for the actual needs of the faithful. The works of Cassiodorus and Boethius could only emerge and have an impact because the Ostrogothic Empire seemed to turn the wheel of history back a little. The inner logic of the Pax Christiana was suspended, ideologically and politically, for a short time. Catholicism suddenly absorbed a part of ancient knowledge with which it was later confronted. In this confrontation, it lost its synthesizing power and had to make way for another attempt to establish peace. Late scholasticism, when it completely absorbed ancient philosophy after Abelard, at the latest since Thomas Aquinas, became an expression of the decline of the Pax Christiana. Beginning tentatively in the 12th century, then becoming increasingly determined, and, as Neo-Thomism proves, right up to the present day, he now turned vehemently to the school of thought handed down with Boethius, which he had previously rejected in principle for what he considered to be good reasons. Gratia Dei qua sibi humanum genus reconciliat ut quod pereat soluita. In this, one could say, the Catholic theory of knowledge is formulated. To stay with the image, Catholicism in the 13th century passes through this gate held open by Boethius, but not reality. It is now building a completely different edifice. From the Christianization of Rome until well into the modern era, no secular power in the entire Western world, and the Papal States also became such a power, could do without the synthesizing power of the Christian faith. No rule based on immediate dependencies could be maintained in the long term by military power alone. The material and spiritual foundations that had been internalized by the ruling elites at the time of the Roman Empire below all institutionalization and determined their behavior became obsolete with the Christianization of the empire and since then have no longer been able to develop any synthesizing power. This force was replaced in the Western Roman Empire by Catholicism, which then institutionalized its own morality with its socio-political consolidation, a morality that still essentially shapes today's behavior. The secular rulers, including the Pope, continue to follow the ideal of the Pax Romana. This remains their guiding star, from which they legitimize their actions. However, from the 4th century onwards, they had to come to terms with a power that did not have its source in this world and thus in the everyday struggles for survival. It was therefore beyond their influence. The basis of all action in the Middle Ages was the ideal of Pax Christiana. The Christian faith was the nexus rerum to which all action and thought, whether critical or affirmative, had to refer to reality. The dilemma inherent in Catholicism of the contrast between a real world, which drew its ideals from an epoch that had long since passed, and a spiritual world that held the hearts and souls of men in its grip, determined the history of the Western West until the wars of the Reformation. This battle was fought without it being possible to specify where exactly the front lines ran. Basically, every single person was thoroughly determined by this dichotomy of spirit and world. From the end of the Ostrogothic Empire to the open outbreak of the investiture controversy, this tension was at first quasi-silent. Meanwhile, Catholicism completed its anchoring in people's souls in a less spectacular but extremely successful mission, above all by eliminating almost all explicitly pagan antique elements from Christianity. The monastic movement spread from Italy and the former Gaul far into ancient Germania on the other side of the Rhine and Britain. These movements were often intertwined with all other social movements. They could only arise because social reproduction based on ancient Roman principles had collapsed. The Pax Christiana gained its material power through this monastic system and played a decisive role in shaping the economic and organizational foundations of the feudalist mode of production beyond the spiritual life. Although the spiritual life in these monasteries was for a long time exclusively determined by discipline, rituality, or the cult of saints and a belief in authority, the philosophical heritage of antiquity, handed down in rudimentary form by Boethius and Cassiodorus and occasionally consolidated by others such as Isidore, Beda, and some Irish monks, was not completely eradicated and could, by the beginning of the 11th century at the latest, become a central point of reference in a debate in which a completely new form of social synthesis was being prepared. The basis for this was, on the one hand, the ideal of the Pax Romana, which continued to have an effect in the numerous newly emerging state formations, and the implicitly associated equal right for all citizens to respect the autonomy of their personal relationships to one another, which had been handed down in households, communities, and regions, the ideal of a uniformly organized, effective administration encompassing a large empire, which was flexible enough in its work to respond to the particularities of the regions, the ideal of a military subject to the primacy of the political, the ideal of an ability committed to the state as a whole on the one hand and to its dependence on the other, and, last but not least, the ideal of religious tolerance. On this side, everything that expresses the so-called Rome idea had an effect. This remains virulent to this day, handed down in the concept of the political, under other names, EU, world state, etc. On the other hand, there was the realized, immaterial, spiritual unity of a cultural circle that was determined by the Christian faith. Catholicism also adopted the Pax Romana in its secular affairs and passed it on wherever it institutionalized spirituality, for example in church administration and in the hierarchy of offices. However, the source of the Catholic Church's power remained the religiosity embedded in its dogmatics. The contrast between a spiritual synthesis without a truly integrated power regulating secular power relations on the one hand, and, conversely, a power ensuring state unity without an adequate spiritual synthesis on the other, proved to be incompatible when the material situation of medieval society in the Western West was consolidated. Boethius, and Cassiodorus even more so, did not fall into oblivion with late scholasticism, unlike Rosellin, Abelard and other scholastics of the High Middle Ages, but they became marginal figures in the philosophical debates that now began. In the confrontation between regnum and sacerdotium, which now became problematic, all sides strove to preserve the unity, concordia, of the whole and to ensure that the parts organically related to each other complemented each other and created a unified whole. It was only in England, with the Anglicization of the Catholic Church, that this contrast was abolished on a broad front for the first time, but by then the material development of society had long since been set on a course that would have been unstoppable even without this achievement. However, because this structure made a mockery of reality, for example, as Agnoli points out, it has no arbitrator who could resolve conflicts by consensus, a peculiar tension arose in some intellectuals who were quite familiar with the political situation and for whom this rift between the world and the spirit began to become a problem. Through the Aristotelian logic handed down by Boethius, these intellectuals found a forum in scholasticism where this tension could be expressed as a philosophical conflict in the dispute over universals. The scholastics attempted to find a place where the ideality of the unity of the opposition between God and the world represented in God could materialize and thus be known. In the debate about the unity of faith and knowledge, what is now known as the Copernican revolution was finally prepared. Initially still on the ground of theology, but then in a completely different, new definition of the place in which abstractions find their mediation in their relationship between the general and the particular, the whole and the part, identity and difference. This turn does not express a renewed Pelagianism, it does not mean a return to the Roman Hellenistic image of man. Rather, the ego is understood as the place in which, whether brought about by divine revelation or as an insight into a necessity is irrelevant, everything that is different points to a unity that every person, it is now believed, by nature, has within themselves. Abelard is the first of whom it can be said on the basis of the sources that in his attempt to resolve the universality dispute, which represents the philosophical reformulation of the investiture dispute, he discovered this ego as the place in which the logical mediation of part and whole, or particular and general, is constituted. And in this he goes beyond Boethius, and beyond Augustine, for whom self-knowledge was identical with the knowledge of the omnipresence of God, and who therefore could not discover in the unity in God any synthesizing achievement of an ego that remained separate from all others. Insofar as Abelard identifies the Holy Spirit as the point of reference necessary for a mediation between the general, God state, and the particular, world, human, in which the one is translated into the other, whereby he initially only explicates what in patristics had already led to the dogma of the Trinity, and hypostatizes this spirit in the ego, this, however, completely against all Christian dogmatics, he anticipates the possible foundations of a completely different peace, a peace that is expressed centuries later in Kant's transcendental subject, in Hegel's world spirit, in Nietzsche's concept of power and Marx's concept of value. Marx's concept of value will have its spiritual foundation and its material foundation in capital. At the beginning of the 12th century, the ideal of a general peace generated by the individuals themselves is constituted and the end of the synthesizing effectiveness of the Pax Christiana is ushered in. The fact that this new attempt at world peace is also an antinomic misconstruction of history should have gotten around by now. But only very few people have taken an interest in the historical conditions expressed in the prevailing ideals of peace. Reflection on the previous changes in these material conditions, however, is the prerequisite for being able to arrive at a reasonable practice, or in other words, to be able to develop the ideal of a peace that can become material violence and is not an antinomic construction, but rather heralds the end of human prehistory. While Avicenna and Averroes already had to face conflicts with an explicitly Islamic theology because of their philosophy, no matter how hard they tried to come to an arrangement, Al-Farabi's principles of the views of the inhabitants of the excellent city date from an epoch for which, if one follows the research of the Saarbrücken school, the formation of such a theology, i.e. the separation from Christian traditions, does not necessarily have to be considered complete. When Al-Ghazali, who then went on to attack Avicenna in the name of the Prophet, denounced Al-Farabi as an infidel, he could have referred to the fact that some of his teachers in Baghdad were actually Christians, including Ibn Yunus, a famous expert on Aristotle, who translated his works from Syriac Aramaic into Arabic. More than that, even though he presumably did not speak Greek, for Al-Farabi Arabic was not yet the exclusive language of a true faith that had split off from Christianity, he rejected such privileges simply because he considered the logic he studied in Aristotle to be superior to the individual languages. Of course, none of this prevents the prevailing Islamic scholarship from appropriating Al-Farabi for the fairy tale of a golden age of Islam. A parallel is sought in Muslim religious teachings for every statement by Al-Farabi, which is about as valid as pointing out such a parallel for every statement by Plato or Aristotle, c.e.g. Norbert Campagna, Al-Farabi, Denker zwischen Orient und Occident. An introduction to his political philosophy. Yet his writings on the polis in particular make no direct reference to current conflicts under the rule of Arab clans. They essentially set out ancient views and avoid any specific reference to contemporary political or religious conflicts. Thus in the writing on the excellent city, which on the whole has close references to Plato's state, but argues in detail with Aristotle, there is no mention of Mohammed, but at one point one does think one recognizes something like a warning allusion in the erring city, which is set against that excellent one, the first ruler of the erring city, who hoped for bliss in the hereafter, was a man who falsely made believe that he had an inspiration. The excellent city is in any case determined as a polis, its function as the self-preservation of individuals in this world and, in turn, the determination of its form through the justice and equality of its citizens presuppose the balance or integration of the tribes from which it emerged. When Al-Farabi explains what qualities the ruler in this city should have, it becomes clear on the one hand that, as with Plato, it is ideally a philosopher. On the other hand, the discussion itself includes the idea of the election of the ruler by the citizens. In contrast to the classical models, the desideratum of a sovereign is perhaps somewhat more pronounced in the form of this ruler, who alone, according to Al-Farabi, is able to counteract the necessarily given structural weakness of the polis due to his characteristics. He should be of strong determination in relation to what he sees, namely that it is necessary to do, and carry it out boldly and bravely without fear or weakness. While one may already recognize a modern accent in this, it is more modern in that it is not set in the sense of jihad against the unbelievers. There is basically only one point that suggests an affinity between Al-Farabi's polis philosophy and Islam, that is the question of slavery. Although it is obvious that here too he remains within the world of the ancient polis, insofar as he follows Aristotle's view on this issue, according to which there are people who are slaves by nature, the weight he gives to the subject is symptomatic. Avicenna was at least able to build on this, insofar as he was already seeking or had to seek a positive relationship with the religious law of the Muslims that was becoming established. Although he attached greater importance to the individual than Al-Farabi, he was no longer interested in the polis in the true sense of the word. Avicenna reduced the questions of a zoon politikon to the private household, which the Greeks called okos, and in particular to its management, whereby the decisive factor for him took place, the physical reproduction, the self-preservation of the body of the individual. As late as the 15th century, laws are known from Genoa that forbade pharmacists from teaching their trade to Tartar and Turkish slaves. And for this, according to Avicenna's credo, which will also continue to be found within Judaism, for example in Maimonides, slaves could generally be put to good use. However, as a physician, which he was and with whose activity his philosophizing was more closely connected than with any other thinker of antiquity, he had to know at the same time that the human body in particular is an object whose restoration is better not left to slaves, because here, apart from conscious acts of revenge against the patient, it depends on an intentio concerning the use of another's body, which no one can be forced to do, and for which therefore hardly anyone who is enslaved can be particularly useful. For similar reasons, eunuchs were so popular in the Islamic sphere of power, and were a particularly expensive commodity as slaves. when Ernst Bloch, in his study of Avicenna, attempts to derive the Enlightenment character of this philosopher, for whom he invented the title Aristotelian left economically from the flourishing commercial capital in the Arab world, he has certainly hit on something true that can also be applied cum grano solis to Al-Farabi and Averroes. Trade capital was one of the central prerequisites of the polis and, by extension, of the later ability to appropriate its philosophy in the sense of the Enlightenment under otherwise changed conditions. However, the question remains purely economic, which cannot be answered purely economically. Why, in the Arab trading cities so praised by Bloch, absolutely no other form of expansion developed than that of jihad against the infidels? This question cannot be separated from the other one, which Bloch poses just as little: why Avicenna and most recently Averroes left virtually no trace in the history of Islam, in the relationship of Muslims to revelation and therefore to the sacred texts of tradition. In economic terms, we can at least note what Bloch simply ignores in his little book written in 1952, which presumably wanted to encourage contemporary Arab nationalism, even though it makes such an effort to derive it from the economic basis, namely that the most important commodity of the commercial capital based in those cities was slaves. While the Quran does not yet contain any explicit rules on the conditions under which someone may be enslaved and even approves of the release of slaves in isolated cases, the later emergence of Islam as an independent religion, split off from Christianity, can no longer be separated from the development of a coherent law on enslavement and slavery in the 9th and 10th centuries, with the individual schools of law differing somewhat in individual provisions, similar to the issue of female genital mutilation. This mutilation, which is not yet mentioned in the Quran and which in the relationship between husband and wife, or wives, corresponds to the castration of slaves in the relationship between master and servant, is decidedly regarded as a religious duty by the Shafi'ite school of law. See the Instructions for Women by the popular Islamic scholar Ibn al-Jawzi from the 12th century, according to the editor of the first German edition. It can be considered a standard work that is still circulating in numerous new editions today. The other three schools of law are neither in favor of mutilation nor against it. Particularly as harem guards, house servants and in the military, castrated sclavs were able to achieve a relatively high rank as they were unable to found their own dynasty. Thus, in the slave trade, the value of individual male slaves increased considerably through castration, so that in manufactories, for example, Slavic slaves on their way to Muslim Spain, for example, in certain places in early Christian France, see William D. Phillips, Jr., slavery from Roman times to the early transatlantic trade, or later eunuchs were produced from black African slaves brought to the north, for example by Coptic monks in Egypt, see Tidiane Ndiaye, Dervishliat. Volker Mord. The history of the Muslim slave trade in Africa. Johann Ludwig Burckhardt reported from his travels in the Orient that 60 young slaves were castrated in one such factory in a Coptic village near Ashiat in Upper Egypt in the fall of 1813 alone. The separation from Christianity and the frontline position towards Judaism was always a requirement of the slave system. Religion was the great division. Free Muslims were not to be enslaved, but conversion to Islam did not necessarily bring freedom to a slave. Muslims therefore sought non-Muslims as their slaves. In the case of Muslims, Sharia law generally allows the enslavement of non-Muslims in the house of war. In the house of Islam, Jews and Christians are usually protected by their dhimmi status. A slave who converted to Islam, however, never really attained complete freedom. Like the Christians of the early Middle Ages, Muslims rarely adhered to the commandment not to enslave their co-religionists. Arabo-Muslims, for example, enslaved black Muslims under the pretext that their conversion was recent. Ndiaye, Dervishliat Volker Mord, page 103f. In order to enable the enslavement of the masses in black Africa, who took the place of the white Slavic slaves of the trans-European slave trade when these could no longer be supplied through the Christianization of the Slavs, Islam remained a monopoly of the masters in black Africa for a long time, i.e. the African tribal princes who, as allies of the slave traders, themselves shared in the profits of the trade. In contrast to the polis and the Roman Empire, the slaves in the Muslim countries worked primarily as military slaves and horses, Patricia Crone, in the ongoing raids, as well as in crafts, agriculture, and administration. Slaves formed an important component of the Islamic commercial system. Even though they were seldom used in agriculture, they still were imported in large numbers for artisan labor and for domestic and military service. William D. Phillips, Jr., Mediterranean. In the 14th century, the plantation system expanded in the west of the Islamic world. Muslim southern Spain produced so much sugar that it had to import grain from North Africa, and the plains on the North African coast were irrigated with large numbers of slaves in order to create extensive plantation zones. Egon Flagg, World History of Slavery. Added to this was slave labor in the African gold and salt mines. If the defense against Islamic rule had once required the transition from city-state to territorial state, which in turn must be thought of as one of the prerequisites for primitive accumulation, i.e. the separation of the immediate producers from the means of production, then transatlantic slave trade after 1492 and extensive slave labor in the colonies, which made this accumulation and the emergence of the world market possible before they themselves gave way to industrialization and wage labor, were only possible on the condition of the economy of enslavement already installed by Islam in Africa, which has hardly played a role in the anti-racist discussions of recent decades. See above all Paul E. Lovejoy, Slavery in the Global Diaspora of Africa. Tidjane Ndiaye writes about this in the greatest detail in his study The Veiled Genocide, which, with all its shortcomings, can be regarded as pioneering work. The term genocide, which is also problematic in this context, refers above all to the widespread practice of castrating those among the black male population who did not convert to Islam. They could only achieve higher positions the more they proved themselves in spreading the new faith, i.e. above all as warriors. They were even able, again due to further enslavement processes, to form their own empires, such as the Mamluks. The higher the function they could assume, the better it was for the respective ruler and his dynasty if they were eunuchs, because they could not found a new dynasty. Such a dynamic, which was unknown in antiquity, can only be limited or eliminated from the outside, more precisely, by an accumulation that is not driven internally by slavery. Under the dominance of industrial capital, however, slavery initially experienced a huge upswing on the fringes of the world market created by commercial capital and in branches of production in agriculture or the extraction of raw materials that could not be industrialized for the time being. This outsourcing through colonization had already been anticipated by northern Italian city-states such as Genoa and Venice in the Mediterranean region. As a practice of plundering, the jihad was always able to provide new continents with slaves as a commodity. In the House of War, enslavement, unlike in Dar al-Islam, was uncontroversial, and in this way permanently undermined the interest in Muslim countries, which otherwise began to be stimulated by accumulating trade capital, right up to the modern age, instead of the unfree, to command the labor power of the free, instead of trading with slaves and slave traders, to trade in the commodity of labor power, and that is, to negotiate with its owners, who were now themselves forced to do so, since as called and timely dispossessed of their means of production. In certain respects, Abelard's philosophy, with its central concept of the forma concepta and its view of the Holy Spirit, was only possible at all, as was the entire ongoing universal dispute, because Christianity had that inner reservation against slavery. In other words, here, more than in any other religion, there was a confrontation with the core problem of the polis. This connection goes far back into the first centuries of Christianity. Just think of Gregory of Nyssa, who posed the rhetorical question, if God himself does not enslave what has been freely created, who would presume to exercise more power than God? At the same time, Gregory was the one who, a century after Tertullian's early explication of personhood and around the same time as Marius Victorinus' adaptation of Plotinus' three hypostases for the Christian Trinity, paid the greatest attention to this dogma and thus to the Holy Spirit. However, with Gregory there can be no question of the rotation within the Trinity that Manfred Dahlmann then sees in Abelard. Before Abelard, the word kingship denotes the highest rank. This is the designation both for God and for the Son, whom Scripture proclaims as King. But the Holy Spirit is the ointment by which Christ becomes the Anointed One, i.e. the symbol of kingship, and thus becomes its sharer. The class struggle of the ancient world, wrote Marx, moves mainly in the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor and ends in Rome with the downfall of the plebeian debtor, who is replaced by the slave. Marx, Das Kapital 1, MEW 23, p. 149f. The execution of Jesus was similar to that of fugitive or rebellious slaves. Crucifixion had been considered a slave death in the Roman Empire since Republican times, servile supplicium, and its mythification as a sacrificial death put the relationship between free and slave in a different light, creating a mythical equality and universality that had not existed before. But the reservation only really became loud when it came to actively defending or enforcing the Christian world against Islam. In this sense, synods were repeatedly directed against Christians being sold to non-Christian traders, as was actually also forbidden in the Frankish Empire. As much as the rejection of slavery had already been questioned or relativized by Paul, for example in the letter to Philemon, and then in Patristics, and as much as efforts had been made to justify the possibility of enslavement with the fall of man, the argumentation of the Church Fathers remained consistently ambivalent here, about as ambivalent as the graduated forms of bondage in serfdom, which then took shape in large parts of Europe, were in relation to complete enslavement. See especially Aurelius Augustinus on the Theocracy. On this basis, bishops such as Liutprand of Cremona and Adalbert of Prague protested unsuccessfully against the slave trade in the markets of Verden and Prague in the 10th century. When slavery became a significant source of wealth in the Christian world as a result of transatlantic colonialism and its widespread plantation economy in the South, the same conflict became more acute and fatal than ever, not only in the famous disputation between the Dominican Sepulveda, who relied on Aristotle's justification of slavery, and Bishop Las Casas, which Charles V had initiated in 1550, but also before the end of the 15th century. In 1550, Charles V had initiated the debate, but above all in the decision to import the already enslaved blacks from Africa instead of enslaving the Indians, thus leaving the enslavement of people to the Muslims to a considerable extent, from which one wanted to profit oneself more than ever. In the Europe of these graduated freedoms or non-freedoms, no domestic demand for slaves developed, apart, however, from Christian Spain and the northern Italian city-states, above all Venice and Genoa, from where the later practice of colonialism was already being tried out in the Mediterranean region and slaves were used on plantations. As William D. Phillips writes, labor-saving devices invented or adopted in the early Middle Ages, and in general use by the mid-11th century, also helped reduce the demand for slave labor. These included better plows to cope with the dense soils of continental Europe, harnesses had permitted horses and oxen to pull heavier loads and to harness in tandem, horseshoes for better traction, wand water mills. They reduced requirements for human labor, as did the improved draft animals, products of centuries of selective breeding. As a consequence of these changes, free and semi-dependent workers provided the labor needed, and slavery ceased to be the normal pattern for rural labor in Western Europe. Even Zusk has to concede this, although he otherwise throws around terms such as commodity labor or the human body as capital without any historical awareness and applies them to all eras, mere buzzwords for the fact that slave, human and child trafficking were always involved, regardless of whether we are talking about the legal schools of Islam or nominalism. However, slaves in Europe in particular, as there were hardly any other goods on offer other than perhaps furs, oars, and weapon blanks, were initially an important export item to Muslim countries, from which the early medieval cities, which did not need slaves themselves, were also able to profit. The Slavs in the East were deported and sold as such as long as they were not Christianized, and the term slave, whose forms can be found in almost all European languages, is probably derived from them, not from the Roman servus. The presence of the prosperous Islamic world with its elaborate slave system helped to account for the continuation of slavery within Christian Europe and for slave trade from parts of Europe to the Islamic world. Domestic and artisan slavery continued, particularly in Italy and the Iberian Peninsula, the European areas having greatest contact with the Islamic world. Slavery thus persisted throughout the Middle Ages in Europe, preserved from Roman times and reinforced by contacts with the Islamic world. Phillips, Middle Ages, page 199. Christian, Jewish and Muslim merchants participated in this business, the cruelest comedy of which was written by Christopher Marlowe in The Now of Malta. The Jews, however, excluded from other ways of sustaining themselves and thus dependent on trade and especially later, when they were displaced by Christian merchants, on taking interest, see Cohen, under the cross and crescent, also serve as a projection screen, and Marlowe's play also shows this once split off in the consciousness of non-Jews as the personification of usury and trading capital. They are also chosen to embody the entire slave trade. This became apparent early on in Christian Europe, for example when the extensive trade relations of the Radhanites were destroyed in the 12th century. Only after human trafficking was no longer possible even in Muslim countries, in the course of the later phase of colonization and decolonization, did the pathological projection fully unfold there as well. Thus the Jews are declared the cause and beneficiary of racism as the continuation of slavery, shifting the center of the slave economy to Judaism and thus suppressing the fact that Islam could only distinguish itself from Christianity, and its bashful, half-hearted affirmation of this source of wealth as a distinct religion of enslavement and thus emerge in the first place, initially proved to be the hallmark of individual organizations such as Nation of Islam, but can now be considered a characteristic of the entire spectrum of jihadist movements. It is such a dichotomy, with which slavery thus entered ex negativo into the ground of validity of philosophy, that gives rise to the claim and challenge of not simply recapitulating the concepts and ideas transmitted by the ancient polis, but, as becomes clear in Abelard in particular, simultaneously going beyond them with and in this recapitulation. The differences can also be made visible topographically, for example by comparing the work of the scholars in Toledo with the Parisian schools, as Frank Rexroth has done in order to work out the special nature of certain communication structures of scholasticism. Essentially, in Toledo, which was still strongly influenced by Islam and thus also by the practice of slavery, there were no schools like those in Paris in which philosophical controversies could be carried out, but rather translation projects that often took place in isolation from one another. The Greek works that were translated from Arabic here, unlike in Paris, hardly served as a starting point for scholastic discussion and philosophical concepts of their own. Even Avicenna's treatise on the soul was translated into Latin in Toledo around the middle of the 12th century, but the text was received decades later at the young Oxford University by John Blund. The reception of Avicenna's Prima Philosophia only began at the University of Paris. Rexroth, Froelich Scholastic, page 251f. It was only in the schools of northwestern Europe that translations fueled the universality controversy, the texts of the ancient polis and their mediators from the Arabic, but also the defunct Ostrogothic Western Roman world were studied and discussed so intensively there precisely because the scholastics evidently had the strong suspicion that the reality of the Church Fathers was no longer their reality. Such ruptures in social reproduction apparently no longer had to be overcome in the Islamic world with its schools of law. When he hears the name Socrates, Abelard wrote, a certain form arises in the soul that expresses a similarity, similitudo, cum autem audio Socrates, forma quidem in animo surgit, quae certi personae similitudinem exprimit. According to scholastic tradition, Socrates only functions as an example of the effect of a name, regardless of whether it designates a person or a thing. In contrast to Aristotle's teaching, Abelard is concerned with the fact that the form that arises in the soul is not identical to the form that the man Socrates had. There is a difference between the form of Socrates himself, which gives him his what determination and thus also his fundamental cognizability, and that form which exists only in the mind of the intelligibly active human being. As far as the latter is concerned, the thinking subject produces the universal, which does not lie in advance in things and beings, i.e. independently of the thinking subject. How a thing or being is viewed is therefore not ontologically in it, but is brought about by a logical process of predication, and yet that which can be viewed through the universal is in it, but can initially be generalized as similitudo. This is precisely what was lacking in Avicenna, who did not yet go beyond Aristotle Hurtate here. Avicenna, whose writings Abelard probably did not know, already states that universality, universalitas, is attributed to any nature when it occurs in the spiritual imagination, in formation intelligibly that which is understood in the soul under man, is that which is universal. Its universality does not come from the fact that it is in the soul, but from the fact that it is related to many existing or imagined actual individual things, whose judgment is the same for it. Avicenna, Foundations of Metaphysics. According to Michael Seawald, form indicates what something is, matter what it consists of, but this whatness or quidditas is viewed by Abelard from two perspectives, as something that exists in itself, forma re, and as something that is mentally received by an intellect, forma concepta. Both quantities cannot be identical, since the subject thinking the form and the object determined by the form do not coincide. This brings to mind the Jewish philosopher and poet Salomon ibn Gabirol from Andalusia, whose writings Abelard was probably also unfamiliar with. Although he came from Neoplatonism, he reflected with Aristotle above all and almost in everything on the relationship between matter and form, and like Aristotle, he assumed that they never exist separately from one another. However, unlike Aristotle, and here following on from Philon's concept of logos, Gabirol pays particular attention to the question of mediation by the intellect or the will or the soul that this raises. In places, one thinks one can already recognize something of the Holy Spirit in Abelard's concept of the Trinity in these concepts of the mediating substances. The substantial forms cannot be separated from the matter that supports them, except through the activity of the separating and uniting intellect. The cause is the first essence, the created on the other hand is matter and form, and the mediator between them is now the will. The form receives from it the power to hold on to matter through it. Between the first creator and the substance there must be a middle substance, substantia media. The separating mind lives from the abolition of similarity and suchness, with which the connection, connuenientia, is also withdrawn, if this can only arise through similarity. However, since Gabor handles the concept of form unbroken as a universal, he cannot, unlike Abelard, hold on to the question of similarity and thus also not consider the synthesizing activity of the subject, because for him all forms are always already present in the universal form and thus in the soul as a mediating substance, i.e. the soul is ultimately identified with the form as a universal. The mediation, which is nevertheless pretended, is omitted. All forms agree with each other in the concept of form, because they are all forms, and therefore the concept of form is common to them, but the concept of form agrees with the form of the soul, because both include all forms in themselves. Now since this universal form, i.e. the concept of form, is connected with the soul, then all forms, which both include in themselves in the same way, must exist in the soul, hic forma universalis unita cum forma anime, ergo formae, quas colligit, sunt existens in forma anime. Socrates was not a slave. Although using his name as an example to clarify the question of universals is common in scholasticism, it is actually unsuitable for what Abelard wants to express in several respects. For the logica ingredientibus not least opens up the possibility of conceiving the form of a certain object as the forma concepta of a mode of use. If it arises in the soul, then the soul can also be imagined as the owner of money on the market, who selects the forma re in the form of the use value of a certain commodity. In this case, however, the exchange would already have to have been preceded by the fact that the forma concepta had once risen in the soul of the producer who created this forma re of the object. In this way, instead of the order of battle, as Aristotle found it as a metaphor for the cognitive process, a different order suggests itself for understanding Abelard's logic. It was evidently not so alien to the early scholastic to consider needs, that is, the use of goods, from the point of view of production, not so alien, at any rate, as it was to the polis bourgeois, who, whether philosopher or not, was accustomed to abstracting from what he could generally have carried out by unfree men. It was they who, to paraphrase Abelard, had to grapple with the question of similitudo in practice. Gunther Mensching has generally stated that the modifications of the Neoplatonic theory of universality that gave rise to the first nominalism point to a changed understanding of work compared to the early Middle Ages. For the new orientation of consciousness that emerged in the 12th century, it was characteristic that the human intellect was ascribed the task of penetrating the inner form of sensual material things. The refinement of tools corresponds to a more differentiated division of labor among the manual arts. Just as the tools are beings composed of found matter and purpose-determined form, so the concepts are also determined in the course of the nominalist reconsideration as tools that emerge from an act of production of thought, into which the determinacy of the material to be worked enters. However, since the means cannot be analytically deduced from the end, the operation in which both are synthesized with the given material moves to the center of the theoretical endeavor. Thinking is increasingly defined as productive work. Mensching, Das Allgemeine und das Besondere, page 133f. Those who, according to Aristotle, were slaves by nature but were in fact made so by the polis, could neither sell the produced object nor receive wages for their work. In this way, even the similarity of objects required for the exchange of goods against the background of a presupposed equality in exchange for money acquired no independent meaning in the way the polis citizens thought. It was probably perceived like the laying of eggs by chickens. When, in the first book of his Politics, Aristotle categorizes men destined by nature to be slaves, he immediately gets caught up in tautologies. By nature, then, he is a slave who is able to belong to another and therefore belongs to him. Nature has a tendency to shape the bodies of the free and the slaves differently, the one strong for the procurement of necessities, the other erect and unsuitable for such activities, yet useful for political life. According to this, slaves are in no way different from domestic animals, which are also living creatures and could just as easily belong to the free, as they are made for production and are absolutely unsuitable for politics. In the polis, the term human-footed was used for them. The slave is, however, a being that participates in reason to such an extent that it accepts it, but does not possess it independently. Beyond this, Aristotle is unable to go into any further detail, for example, by describing the origins and original life forms of the enslaved, or defining their body, skin color and face, in more detail. He even contradicts himself as soon as he acknowledges that even those who are not made slaves by nature can become slaves, because he has no clear criterion with reason. It is clear, then, that the dispute has a reason and that not all men are simply free or slaves by nature, but also that this difference actually exists in some cases, where it is beneficial and just for the one to serve and for the other to rule. Aristotle, Politics, Book 1, 1254b. Hegel's famous remarks on domination and servitude in the Phenomenology of Spirit therefore correspond only at first glance to this form of thought that characterizes the polis. The master refers to the thing only indirectly, through the servant. Desire reserves for itself the pure negation of the object and thus the unmixed sense of self. Satisfaction is therefore itself a disappearance, for it lacks the objective side. What the master lacks, however, Hegel finds in the servant. His work is inhibited desire, arrested disappearance, so it can form something. The negative relation to the object becomes the form of the same, and a permanent one, because for the worker the object has independence. However abstractly the relationship of the worker to the object of labor is defined here, it nevertheless excludes the possibility that this consciousness can be that of a slave, and this is probably why Hegel, in contrast to the first approach to this topic from the time of the Jena real philosophy, speaks of servitude instead of slavery. For the slave is, as Marx was then to write, as a totality of the expression of power, as the capacity for labor belonging to another, and therefore does not relate as a subject to his particular expression of power, or to the living act of labor. Marx, Grundrisse, MEW 42, page 377. Thus the famous chapter of the Phenomenology appears like a speculative secularization of the Trinity, with God the Lord, Jesus his servant and the Holy Spirit as the arrested disappearance in the form-giving labor. However, if the original idea of the Trinity itself already contains this moment directed against slavery, which Hegel develops in the master-servant relationship, then it also sheds light on why Islam, as a form of rule that was intended to inspire the slave trade, emerged from a variant of Christianity that had resisted the belief in the Trinity. Read in terms of social history, Hegel's chapter focuses more on conditions that prevailed after the fall of the polis and the Roman Empire, but before the revival of the monetary economy, conditions that Abelard's thinking had already left behind in a certain way. The model of phenomenology for domination and servitude is apparently feudal serfdom on the basis of an economy in kind. As little as the serf is a mere slave, he may develop an interest in increasing productivity because, unlike the slave, he can enjoy his freedom outside of production for the master. Production for the master means he does not sell the object produced by him, the measure for the similarity of the products to be produced by the servant as well as for their quantity, which Aristotle could still regard as being in the needs of the entire polis citizenry, is the desire of an individual master. However, insofar as this desire was already, even in the darkest early Middle Ages, affected by the exchange of certain, albeit fewer goods, which it was not possible to produce oneself, it is an abstraction in the sense of an ideal type of feudal rule. The problem with Hegel's depiction is its immanence. He suggests that the relationship between master and servant, once it has been established through the struggle for life and death, transcends itself, simply because the servant creates the form for the object of desire, whereas in so-called primitive accumulation, his displacement from land and soil, ultimately motivated by market conditions, should force him to produce for the market, i.e. to produce in the commodity form. With my own tongue deny my sacred state. William Shakespeare, King Richard II. 2 centuries after Abelard's conflict with the Church, the situation for Marsilius of Padua had changed considerably. This state theorist, influenced by scholasticism, was already able to find refuge with a state power that openly opposed papal authority. Although his writing Defensa Pacis is still completely under the spell of Aristotle's concept of self-sufficiency, the state, civitas, is therefore a perfect community, perfecta communitas, that is fully self-sufficient, per se sufficiency. He persistently emphasizes the problem of the unity of the state in a completely new way. In a single city or state there must be but one government, or if there be several in number or kind, as seems to be advantageous in large cities, and especially in a state in the first sense, there must be one supreme among them, inter ipsos unicum numero est supremum omnium, to which all the others are to be traced, and which gives them guidelines and is also to correct the errors that occur among them. This governmental power, the supreme one, will, I maintain, necessarily be only one. There cannot be more than one if the state or city is to be governed properly, and I say the same of the component part of the state that governs as the embodiment of this governmental power, which thus acts uniformly, not like an individual of human nature, but in the official act. For there are some uniform supreme and well-ordered forms of government in which more men than one rule. But these many are numerically one government in office because of the unity of every act that proceeds from them, a judgment or sentence or decree. If there were several governments in the city or state, without being reduced to or subordinated to a supreme government, the administration of justice, the decree and execution of what is useful and just would fail, and because the offences of the people would not be atoned for, the result would be strife, division, and finally the downfall of the state or kingdom. This consequence is intolerable and must be avoided by all means. That it results from the given condition, namely from the majority of governments, can be convincingly proven. Marsilius' writing can therefore be regarded, after the fall of the polis, as the first comprehensive exposition of what Horkheimer calls the power of resistance of law, insofar as it insists on the abstractness of form at the same time as emphasizing unity, not coincidentally referring to arguments from rhetoric and not Aristotle's politics. Better in judgment is that to which no passion at all adheres, i.e. no attitude that influences judgment, i.e. no attitude that can mislead judgment, than that in which it belongs to nature. Now this is not inherent in the law, passion or a subjective attitude, but the human soul necessarily has it, and indeed, everyone. He, Aristotle, said everyone, without excluding anyone, no matter how hard he tries. That is why it is necessary to establish something in the state without which judicial judgments cannot be made correctly under any circumstances, through which they are made lawfully and protected from defects as far as is humanly possible. These defects would lie in the inner attitude of the judge or ruler, e.g. that of hatred or love or greed. Similarly, Marsilius implicitly and through accurate linguistic expression already rejects the idea of the law as a machine. He does not simply say that in it can be fully determined what is just or unjust, useful or harmful, for every single act of man in civil life. He says that this can only be almost perfectly determined in the law, or better still as it says in the original, quasi-perfect. This caveat also contains the demand for the sovereign, if it is not completely determined, but only quasi-perfect, a power is needed that is also outside the law in order to fill the gap in the chain of causality that must remain open in the law. Likewise, a distinction is implicitly made by emphasizing the artificiality of the state, which already brings Hobbes to mind. The city or state is not one of the units constituted by a natural uniform form. Even Hobbes' idea of an imaginary contract between citizens to found a state is hinted at in Marsilius, insofar as he writes that the people of a city or province are called the city or state because they want a single government. Unlike Hobbes, and the title of the treatise already refers to this, Marsilius does not recognize the state of nature between the states and does not determine the unity of the state from the potential, but as such irrevocable, state of war between the states in their relationship to one another. As a result, he inevitably fails to answer the question of whether an earthly world sovereign is possible, whether he should not be the defensor subject. Marsilius raises the question and at the same time avoids it, but whether it is expedient for all civilized mankind, and indeed for the whole earth, to have a single supreme government, or whether it is expedient at a certain time to have different such governments in the different regions of the world, which are almost necessarily separated by geographical conditions and especially in those without a linguistic community and with very different customs and ways of life, that requires a reasonable investigation, but that is far from the present subject. When it became known who the author of the Defensa Pacis was, Marsilius had to flee Paris and, like William of Ockham, his comrade in arms against the Pope, only found protection and employment under Louis IV, who was in open opposition to the Pope at the time. Marsilius and Ockham's sharp criticism of the Pope's spiritual world sovereignty, however, was drawn from Christianity. It seems strangely ironic that Marsilius could not rely on Abélard here, but had to fall back on his antagonist Bernard of Clairvaux, of all people, who had accused Abélard of heresy before the Pope. If Abélard disembodied the figure of Jesus with regard to God and his separation from human existence, Marsilius disempowered it with regard to the state. He states that Christ excluded himself by word and by deed from any rule or government, any court or any compelling worldly authority, that he wanted to subordinate himself to the worldly rulers and powers in their compelling jurisdiction. Christianity thus proved to be the ground on which sovereignty could arise, as its internal contradiction, which was reflected in the fact that in his world the king, as the representative of the crucified one, possessed two bodies, a general one in the sense of universal realism and a particular one in the sense of nominalism. Ernst H. Kantorowicz analyzed their relationship and the historical shift therein. His starting point was the change that Shakespeare depicts in the character of Richard II in the tragedy of the same name, in the course of his defeat by the usurper Bolingbroke, who could already be understood as the more modern type of ruler. The metamorphosis from realism to nominalism is demonstrated here. After all, he has lost any possibility of a second or superbody, nothing more of the king's high political body, of the godlike nature of the Lord's chosen representative. This king senses this astonishingly early on and dismantles himself in front of his entourage. Let's talk of graves, of worms, and epitaphs. For you have but mistook me all this while I live with bread like you, feel want, taste grief, need friends, subjected thus, how can you say to me I am a king? According to Kantorowicz, when Richard II smashes the mirror that has shown him the decrepit splendor of his face to the floor at the end, every aspect of an overworld is shattered. It is the breaking apart of every possible duality. All the aspects of his previous existence are reduced to one, the banal face and the insignificant physique of a miserable human being, a physique that now lacks any metaphysics. It is at once more and less than death. It is Richard's demise and the emergence of a new natural body. However, Kantorowicz overlooks the fact that Richard himself, as the first act shows, has not acted in accordance with the representative of Christ and therefore has to put up with the accusation from the dying Gaunt that he is leasing out England. Landlord of England art thou now, not king. This in turn gives the usurper Bolingbroke something like a new form of legitimization for his actions. As the overall context of the Lancaster and York history plays in particular shows, Shakespeare certainly does not shape all of this from the perspective of Hobbes, but rather from that of a restoration of the duality of the two bodies in the unity of a Christian king, as he may have hoped for in the Elizabethan age. The particular economic conditions of this age were well described by Carl Poligny in The Great Transformation, where he particularly emphasizes that the first phase of the enclosure of open fields and the transformation of arable land into pastureland for the purpose of wool production did not yet plunge the dispossessed population into misery, but enabled them to achieve a certain prosperity in the form of crafts and cottage industries. Thus Poligny also insinuates that the Tudors' concern was for the general welfare, transfigured by the power and greatness of the sovereign, Ibid page 66. The tone of this description reveals, however, that Poligny shares Shakespeare's hopes in certain respects, namely by deriving the fall from grace in the form of the self-regulating market, and the fictitious commodities of labor, land and money from the later use of the machine in production. He is convinced that the moment complicated machines and production facilities were deployed within the framework of a commercial society, the idea of a self-regulating market was bound to arise. Ibid page 68. As a result, this veritable but negative deus ex machina is ultimately responsible for the failure of socialism and the fascism of the 20th century. Ibid page 54f, 328f. It may be, however, that the author hoped for the return of the Elizabethan era in Roosevelt's New Deal, as he wrote about his chancelleries and sovereign administrations. They were anything but conservative. They represented the scientific spirit of the new statecraft, favored the immigration of foreign craftsmen, eagerly spread new techniques, introduced statistics as well as accurate and regular reporting, disregarded custom and tradition, opposed vested rights, curtailed the prerogatives of the church and ignored common law. Ibid s. 66. This is why Richard II, when he accuses himself at the end, also passes on this accusation to Bolingbroke: I find myself a traitor with the rest, for I have given here my soul's consent to endeck the pompous body of a king, made glory base and sovereignty a slave, proud majesty a subject, state a peasant. In the character of Bolingbroke, Shakespeare thus anticipates the traits of the sovereign that were to be propagated in Leviathan. The difference with Richard lies solely in who is victorious, which king leases the state more successfully, who succeeds in drawing the nobility to his side for this purpose. For this difference is decisive when it comes to driving the peasants and tenants off the land and continuing the dirty main and state action of so-called primitive accumulation, which ultimately increases the accumulation of capital by policing the degree of exploitation of labor. The crudest nominalism already contains the most elaborate contract theories. Individuals agree to give a certain thing a certain name. This can be seen in full clarity precisely where nominalism already seemed to have been overcome. Hobbes' sentence, veritas in dicto, non in re consistit, which leads back to him, itself appears like a contract that is intended to end the natural state of knowledge, as it were. Just as Hobbes, in his political philosophy, understands this state a priori as the law of war of all against all, so, for him, all knowledge can initially only be justified as a priorism. It is true that nothing in the world can be general, except names, for everything named is individual and single. In his philosophy of the body, however, mathematics and geometry become the basis of thought. Unlike in earlier nominalism, he describes universals as the money of fools, which only derives its value from authorities such as Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas. But for men of understanding, words are simply arithmetic pennies, words are wise men's counters. But arithmetic itself follows precise, general rules that are given from the outset. Thus, the freedom of construction that is practiced in geometry also means strict adherence to certain laws. Not every arbitrary combination of words that we create means a possible idea, i.e., one that is compatible with the laws of our spatial perception. Ernst Cassirer further emphasizes that Hobbes cites the creation of the numerical sign as the first and fundamental scientific achievement made possible by language. Only in this way could the multiplicity of phenomena be contained within fixed boundaries. Only in this way could empirical objects, in whatever form they are given, be subjected to the rule of the concept. Hobbes does not emphasize naming itself here, but rather that the repeated positing of an arbitrarily assumed unity is what makes it possible to think majority, which basically leaves only the concept of pure identity behind from nominalism, just as only war remains before the concept of the state of nature. In this sense, he regards space as a pure idea of the outside, a creation of our imagination, time in its various parts, hour, day, year, not as something objectively existing, but only as the abbreviated signs for comparisons and calculations that we make in our minds. Their whole substance is founded in an act of counting, which is nothing else but a pure activity of being prayed for, an actus animi. At the same time, however, Hobbes insists from the outset that, independently of these laws of cognition, the influence of matter existing in itself must also be presupposed, which Cassirer, entirely in the sense of the neo-Kantian views, which want to know nothing of Kant's insistence on the presuppositional affectation of the mind, already regards as a politically motivated relapse into metaphysics. In Hobbes' political philosophy, however, Hobbes' concept of matter corresponds to nothing other than the self-preservation of the individual, which he takes for granted in the war of all against all. Just as the influence of matter cannot simply be eliminated by the nominalist commitment to a certain use of language, neither can the war of all against all be eliminated by the contractual relationships resulting from the creation of a sovereign. The war then takes place precisely no longer between individuals, but between states, and ensures that the problems contained in universal realism, which are suppressed in nominalism, re-emerge as the fearsome Leviathan, as the unifying force. Spectacular as already in Shakespeare's play The Landing of the exiled Bolingbroke in England to overthrow the anointed King Richard, who still believes that heaven still guards the right. With Marsilius and Ockham, there was still little evidence of this. Marsilius' political thought in particular, which continues to focus on the city-state, represents a kind of compromise between polis philosophy and sovereignty theory. The sovereign, who is not yet referred to as such in his work, does not gain a foothold outside the law and cannot be conceived of as an independent authority vis-à-vis the subjects, as was the case with Machiavelli and Hobbes. This is why Marsilius is mistakenly regarded as the first theorist of popular sovereignty, even though he starts from a society structured by estates. Ockham has the same problem with the question of the right of all peoples. Ius Gentium, the emperor is by no means bound by necessity to observe the positive laws, as long as he observes only those laws which belong to the right of all peoples, except in those cases where he sees that it is detrimental to the common good. If, as it says in the Defensa Passis, all people strive for a satisfying existence, om silicet homines impeditos naturaliter sufficientem vitam appetir, and flee and avoid what is harmful to it, it follows for Marsilius that life is the purpose for which the state is established. The political discussions of Marsilius and Ockham in particular suggest that the tendency of nominalism itself can be understood as a kind of shift of self-preservation into the realm of logic, or in Abelard's terms, of the modus subsistendi into the modus intelligendi. The right conclusion in syllogism corresponds to the right state in politics, which makes a satisfying existence possible for all people and in this very function takes the place of God. However, by allowing truth in logical judgment to apply only at the level of propositions, in proposition, and, as if they were already Kantians, albeit without Kant's definition of space and time as forms of perception, wanting to be strictly separated from things, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which can make a satisfying existence possible in the first place. Ockham was not only a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants, like some other nominalists of late scholasticism, but even came into conflict with the Pope, who represented the views of the moderate universalist realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and relations of production are separated like the logical statement and its object, which contains no generality. The latter is not recognizable insofar as there is no universality outside the statements, except as God, who takes care of souls like the statements take care of objects, but who can now be replaced in political philosophy by the figure of the sovereign. Universality is then merely the sign of an intention of the individual soul, insofar as it can be expressed not only by it but also by other souls, not a substance outside the soul, quod enim nullum universale sit aliqua substantia extra animam existens. Something is considered universal only because it is a sign, so the intention of the soul is universal only in that it is a sign that can be expressed for several souls. Aristotle's attempt at mediation is no longer undertaken, his concept of form is abandoned, the soul's intention, which aims at self-preservation, i.e. that it must nourish itself, becomes a sign alongside other signs and can no longer be perceived as substantial in the sense of a primacy that is able to hold out the prospect of unity to the other intentions. According to Dam, it is logical in both senses of the word that the self-preservation of the state can become independent of that of its subjects. Any attempt to include the relations of production and reproduction in the political judgment on this basis blatantly ignores their own causality, as measured, for example, by the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Thus Marsilius sees it as the task of the state to assign individuals their respective work and status by command, so it is also possible with Ockham that the ruler appoints his subjects not only as citizens but also as slaves, that is, proclaims them as such, without therefore being a tyrant. It is therefore a witty idea of Umberto Eco's that in his novel The Name of the Rose he has the former inquisitor of the church, but now a follower and friend of Ockham, the Franciscan William of Baskerville, enter the service of Emperor Louis the Bavarian, with whom Marsilius had already found refuge, as a kind of intelligent service on the donkey trail or James Bond figure in a Franciscan monk's habit to look after the Benedictine abbey before the meeting between the imperial delegation and the Pope takes place there. However, you can tell that he reads Illinois Manifesto and would sympathize a little with the Red Brigades if they had already existed. In Hobbes, however, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation, the relations of production already appear shifted in a different way, either from the point of view of the state of nature, the war of all against all, which recurs in the relationship between states, or from the point of view of the independence of the sovereign vis-à-vis the citizens who have created him by contract. In both cases, the state theorist becomes a kind of universal realist against his will. The two are closely connected. The monstrosity of the sovereign arises from the fact that the war of all against all is understood as a kind of universal, as a negative world soul, because it results from the self-preservation of individuals. However, Hobbes inevitably comes up against a contradiction that he cannot resolve. The foundation of the state, which is after all owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature, calls into being a power that can in turn turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. While Leviathan demands complete submission to the sovereign, it nevertheless denies the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him. Hobbes' attitude to slavery is similarly paradoxical. In principle, it is only recognized if it is itself contractual, agreed and regulated between the prospective slave and the slave owner, regardless of the fact that the slave cannot be a contractual partner per se. Hobbes can only imagine this relationship as one of contract. One citizen submits to another by contract because he is too weak to protect himself or has been defeated in war and thus now exchanges a life for slave service, as if violent subjugation through war were also an exchange relationship, in such a way that the subject concludes the contract with the enemy, according to which the latter, should he be victorious, may lawfully enslave him. In that natural state, Hobbes stipulates, the master relates to the slaves as the sovereign relates to the subjects in the artificial state, except that those who subject themselves contractual as slaves actually conclude the contract with the master and not with each other. However, thanks to the contract, which apparently continues to exist even in slavery, or at least continues to be assumed, they retain a certain right of resistance like the subject, namely when they have to fear for life and limb. But how the transition from the natural to the actual, artificial state is possible remains as obscure as the fact that slavery, which is by no means based on contractual self-subjugation, was as much a part of the economic basis of the Leviathan in England as it was in the Netherlands. In contrast, Jean Bodin still had a clear position on this issue. He demanded the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to slaves. However, this was still in the era before France became a colonial power overseas. Abelard, on the other hand, was from the outset not only concerned with correct judgment on a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in the judgment itself initially also with the process of approaching the object through the recognition of similarities, which Ockham in particular rejects as a processus in infinitum or infinite regress. At the same time, consimilitudo on the object, which for so long was itself still called subjectum, remains related to a subject in the modern philosophical sense, for which there was not yet a name, but which is already hidden in the process of a similitude. For similitudo can by no means be thought independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but, as Abelard's argumentation expresses it, of the modus subsistendi into the modus intelligendi, to comprehend them, the right conclusion in the syllogism corresponds to the right state in politics, which makes a satisfactory existence possible for all people, and precisely in this function takes the place of God. However, by allowing truth in logical judgment to apply only at the level of propositions, in proposition, and as if they were already Kantians, albeit without Kant's definition of space and time as forms of perception, wanting to be strictly separated from things, the nominalists also exclude in a certain way the production of things and their preconditions, which can make a satisfying existence possible in the first place. Ockham was not only a member of the Franciscan order of mendicants, like some other nominalists of late scholasticism, but even came into conflict with the Pope, who represented the views of the moderate universalist realist Thomas Aquinas, over the right of the order to live without property. Politics and relations of production are separated like the logical statement and its object, which contains no generality. The latter is not recognizable insofar as there is no universality outside the statements, except as God, who takes care of the souls as the statements take care of the objects, but who can now be replaced in political philosophy by the figure of the sovereign. Universality is then merely the sign of an intention of the individual soul, insofar as it can be expressed not only by it but also by other souls, not a substance outside the soul, quod enim nullum universale sit aliqua substantia extra animam existens. Something is considered universal only because it is a sign. So the intention of the soul is also universal only in that it is a sign that can be expressed for several souls. Aristotle's attempt at mediation is no longer undertaken, his concept of form is abandoned, the soul's intention, which aims at self-preservation, i.e. that it must nourish itself, becomes a sign alongside other signs and can no longer be perceived as substantial in the sense of a primacy that is capable of holding out the prospect of unity to the other intentions. It is therefore logical, in both senses of the word, that the self-preservation of the state can become independent of that of its subjects. Any attempt to include the relations of production and reproduction in the political judgment on this basis blatantly ignores their own causality, as measured, for example, by the economic concepts developed by Aristotle. Thus Marsilius sees it as the task of the state to assign individuals their respective work and status by command. Thus, for Ockham, it is also possible for the ruler to appoint his subjects not only as citizens but also as slaves, that is, to proclaim them as such, without therefore being a tyrant. In Hobbes, however, under the impression of the unleashed violence of primitive accumulation, the relations of production already appear shifted in a different way, either under the aspect of the state of nature, the war of all against all, which recurs in the relationship of states to one another, or under that of the independence of the sovereign vis-à-vis the citizens, who have created him by contract. In both cases, the state theorist becomes a kind of universal realist against his will. The two are closely connected. The monstrosity of the sovereign arises from the fact that the war of all against all is understood as a kind of universal, a negative world soul, because it results from the self-preservation of individuals. However, Hobbes inevitably comes up against a contradiction that he cannot resolve. The foundation of the state, which is after all owed to self-preservation, the citizens can thereby preserve themselves more securely than in the state of nature, calls into being a power that can in turn turn against the self-preservation of the citizens. While Leviathan demands complete submission to the sovereign, it nevertheless denies the subject's duty to sacrifice himself for him. Abelard, on the other hand, was from the outset not only concerned with correct judgment on a distinct and invariable level of statements, but in the judgment itself initially also with the process of approaching the object through the recognition of similarities, which Ockham rejects as a processus in infinitum or infinite regress. At the same time, consimilitudo on the object, which for so long was itself still called subjectum, remains related to a subject in the modern philosophical sense, for which there was not yet a name, but which is already hidden in the process of making similar. For similitudo can by no means be conceived independently of such a subject, which not only wants to recognize and name the objects, but, as Abelard's argumentation already prefigures, also needs them or creates them for this purpose in the first place, and thus leaves open how much of the modus subsistendi of the individual things is revealed in their necessity for the self-preservation of human beings. Therefore, as indicated, the question of production in its relation to the reproduction of individuals can be discovered in the problem of similitudo. Under such conditions, however, it is hardly possible to separate the political from the relations of production and to judge them separately, just as it would be inconceivable to identify the woman with the material and the man with the form without reversing this identification and thus abolishing it. but because the relationship between exchange value and use value is different, and because it is as if the overthrow of relations through the general equivalent subsequently proves the strict universal realist's right, or in other words, because exchange value seems to take possession of God's spirit and everything seems to speak in its favor, that the universal is also given an economic existence of its own. Marx was able to most succinctly explain the outrageousness of his value form analysis by alluding to the famous dispute of so many centuries ago, the unity of which Abelard aimed at by presenting it as an internal conflict of Aristotle's metaphysics. So to speak, a substance like canvas was capable of appearing as a generic form of the equivalent. It was as if, besides and apart from lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals, the animal also exists, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. In concrete terms, one even thinks one recognizes an immediate allusion to Avicenna's metaphysics, namely to its fifth book, where it says, someone could say that the animal, insofar as it is an animal, does not exist in the individuals, for that which exists in the individuals is a certain animal, but not the animal insofar as it is an animal. But the animal, insofar as it is an animal, does exist. It is therefore separate from the individuals. If the animal, insofar as it is an abstracted animal, could have an existence in the actual individual things under the condition that it is not another thing, then the Platonic forms could have existence in the actual individual things. However, on the condition that there is no other thing, the animal has existence only in the mind. Avicenna, Foundations of Metaphysics. But there is another point of reference in the midst of the universal's controversy, namely the beginning of Dante's Divine Comedy, from which Marx famously likes to quote, as in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, and in that to the first edition of Capital, in order to compare science with the Inferno or Purgatory. The scene in the Commedia, however, which brings to mind the animal as the incarnation of the entire animal kingdom in the value form analysis, precedes the entry into hell. It actually forms its motif, and it is even more striking than the passage from Avicenna's Metaphysics, insofar as the animal per se already appears here as a monster existing separately from the individual specimens of certain species and at the same time united, and is associated with money. Dante's Virgil warns the unfortunate poet of the wilderness into which he had fallen, by which Dante alludes to his time in Florence, where a rapid development of finance had taken place since the end of the 12th century, in which La Bestia reigned supreme. You should take a different path if you want to escape this wilderness. For this beast, because of which you cry out, does not let anyone pass on his way, but hinders, even kills him. It is of a bad, evil kind, its greed never comes to rest, after eating it is hungrier than before. There are many animals with which it mates. In the future there will be even more. Dante Alighieri, Commedia. In this way, Abelard also stands for an interpretation of the inductive process that later became so central to the modern natural sciences, or, to use Kant's term, the reflective power of judgment, which does not limit itself to the scientific concept, but enables the whole itself to be criticized. This explains, among other things, the special interest that Manfred Dahlmann took in this medieval philosopher in his critique of political economy. Klaus Heinrich, on the other hand, concentrated on the much later essays by Bacon and Montaigne in his similar attempt to read the content of logic. Induction is precisely not the procedure that allows the conclusion to be drawn from the individual to a whole that is ultimately already substantially established. In that case it would only be the reverse deduction, but induction is the procedure that, from the point of view that the individual embodies the whole, repeatedly calls into question the concept, the context, the substance of the whole. An already existing substance of the whole, i.e. a Platonism, excludes induction understood in this way. Klaus Heinrich, Tertium Datur. A religious philosophical introduction to logic. Even Petrus Johannes Olivi, in whom the concept of capital, capital, appears for the first time, no longer wanted to develop the opposition of the universal dispute only within Aristotelian metaphysics. While for the immoderate universal realists Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus, however differently they argued, divine revelation could still justify and guarantee the rationality of this metaphysics and therein self-preservation, Olivi, as Christian Rode emphasizes, feels compelled to make a dichotomy. He makes a strict distinction between a natural world to be understood in Aristotelian terms, in which constant entities and the rigid substance accident scheme are at stake, and the sphere of law and the social, in which intentional and relational entities are at stake. In the Quaestio quid ponat ius vel dominum, for example, he shows that a legal title to a piece of land is not an essence or an in rem property that is added to the land in reality. Karstian Road, Die Geburt des Kapitalismus aus dem Geister franziskanischen Arbeitsbewegung. The Concept of Capital in Petrus Johannes Olivi. Like Duns Scotus, Olivi was a Franciscan, but in his case it is particularly clear that this order needed more precise knowledge of the various currencies and price levels, as well as the validity of bills of exchange, not only because of its mobility across many countries. As confessors of merchants, the monks needed to know all the more about dealing with financial debts, i.e. contracts and transactions of all kinds, in order to assess their moral guilt. In addition, Franciscans, unsuspected of taking advantage due to their vow of poverty, took on the role of auditors or custodians of deposits. It can therefore hardly be considered a coincidence that it was a Franciscan who introduced the concept of capital into philosophy. Although Olivi was vehemently committed to Franciscan poverty, he developed a pioneering theory of capital in which he distinguished mere money from fruitful capital for the first time. By differentiating between simplex pecunia and capital in this way, he challenged the then prevailing Aristotelian idea that money was merely a medium of exchange. He recognized the legitimacy of commercial transactions and saw the surplus value evela superadiunctus of capital. At the same time, he refuses to separate usury from taking interest. Usus meant both for him, as it basically did for Thomas Aquinas, except that the latter declared usury to be a sin and was able to rely on Aristotle to do so. In contrast to Aristotle, however, Olivi no longer bases his justification of the price of a commodity solely on the need for a certain product and the lack thereof, but explicitly on the labor, risks, and diligence involved in the production or procurement of a commodity. At the same time, he is faced with the necessity of splitting up the concept of time. The Christian prohibition of usury was justified on the grounds that it amounted to a sale of time, but time belonged to God, who gave it to man as he gave his Son to man, and while the Jews killed this Son, the usurers steal time from the Christians. If Abelard's significance for theology lies not least in the fact that he questioned the sacrifice of Jesus in his view of the Trinity, then Olivi's advance for political economy should be seen in the intention to no longer understand the taking of interest as the expropriation of God. He distinguishes between the time that is common to all and the proper time of individual things. This allows him to support the idea that time is purchasable and that it should be charged for in a contract or loan. The time that belongs to you as a seller could be rightly sold if it contains a temporal benefit that can be valued with a temporal price. This is therefore not time, insofar as it is something common to all, but rather the time of one's own thing, just as the year of a horse lent to me for a year belongs to me for that very reason. The horse that Olivi cites here as an example could already be seen as the prefiguration of the commodity of labor power. It is as if commercial capital was already preparing to become industrial capital. This is particularly the case when we think of Kleist's story Michael Kohlhaas. Here, looking back on the phase of primitive accumulation, the horses of the horse trader sometimes reveal themselves to be such a prefiguration of labor power as in a misperformance, for example when Kohlhaas tries to arouse his exhausted gallows, which have been overtaxed by the castle bailiff for field work, with a stroke of the whip to show that they are no longer moving, and adds indignantly, whether that would be human, after he had just said, "These are not my horses, sir. These are not the horses that were worth 30 gold coins." In this respect, Jacques Le Goff is right when he says that Olivi's thinking was not typical of the Middle Ages and remained a marginal phenomenon. Le Goff, however, finds it merely bizarre that Olivi wanted to relate the extremes as such to one another, similar to Abelard's narrowing of nominalist thought with universal realism on a different basis 100 years earlier. For Olivi, the universal appears as the time of the generality or community that belongs to God, nomina rerum or fiatus vocis, on the other hand, as a legal title to the time of the individual thing that the individual person within this community is authorized to appropriate as property, and the mendicant order embodies the community, the lender or borrower the individual. Seen from the point of view of time, the Holy Spirit thus becomes circulating capital. How far removed even this Franciscan is from the fact that the Holy Spirit also appears to him as productive capital, and thus remains under the spell of commercial capital in its original form, is shown, however, when he assumes the existence of slavery as a matter of course and thus regards slaves as horses without any reservation whatsoever. In any case, the treatise on contracts must be seen in the closest connection with the rise of commercial capital and the trading cities in northern Italy, which earned well from the slave trade. His apology of interest appears not least as an exoneration of the Jews, who embodied the trade in money as long as it was forbidden to Christian merchants. Olivi also speaks decidedly of the Mercator Christianus. As his Franciscan confessor, he also opens up the prospect of forcing the Jewish merchants out of the money trade. The canonical laws against the Jews, which had been in force since 1215, also corresponded to this. The question arises, however, as to who determines in detail which time is something common to all, quod tempus est residential omnibus communis, and which, on the other hand, is the time of one's own thing, i.e. the thing in one's own possession, de proprio tempori re proprii. The Franciscan order offered a kind of model for this, just as it, as a mendicant order, and Olivi belonged here to the radical part of the spirituals, claimed to administer almost all time in its own ranks as something common in harmony with the organisms of nature as sheer self-preservation without any growth. For life outside the order it assumed the function of mediating the time of things owned by others, independently of nature, i.e. on the market, and thus the accumulation of capital. In contrast to Olivi, in Ockham's philosophy such functions are already more clearly transferred to a sovereign. The problems about the connection between commodity form and labor, which Olivi still posed, can then appear to have already been solved to the same extent that the Aristotelian substance of nature is dissolved in the legal titles to its possession. There is something rotten about this wealth, because it appears, it cannot be and remain itself, it must appear in the form of its direct opposite, as a commodity. The commodity is the exclusion of all by all from the enjoyment of useful things, which degenerate into use values, into the material carrier of exchange value. What is the self-negating aspect of wealth? What is its essence, which can only be through and in this appearance? In discussing this question, it is important to note that Marx is indeed a philosopher of history, but neither in the Hegelian nor in the Engelsian sense. For him, capital, as the correspondence with Sachselit shows, is not the logical necessity of human history and thus the last stop before communism. For him, the emergence of capital is nothing but chance, pure chance, which makes the philosophy of history possible and necessary in the first place. The primitive accumulation of capital and the original centralization of political power are not yet capital and sovereignty themselves. They are therefore not yet to be understood as the two sides of the same thing. As soon as they are, however, their becoming can no longer be understood as a continuous process, but only as a leap that encompasses all processes, and basically means undialectical. There is no logical or historical path from money to the emergence of capital. Proving a dialectical conversion of quantity into quality anywhere is probably an impossibility in itself, and even more so if you can accumulate so much money, you will have to wait for its automatic conversion into capital for all eternity. Not a great leap forward, but a leap into the void, if we take seriously the fact that value, as it is utilized in capital, does not contain an atom of natural substance. With regard to the genesis of the polis, the situation here is similar and at the same time quite different. Similar, because the context of society, which as a synthesis of the subject could also be progress in the consciousness of freedom thanks to its mediations, can only be explained by the fact that individuals have produced it with consciousness, albeit on the basis of continuing relations of domination and servitude, and produce it anew every day, quite differently, because to the same extent that the context has become general, it appears behind their backs as the self-reproduction of capital, so that every failure of progress is finally reflected in the consciousness of freedom as a totality, a closed context of guilt and transcendental synthesis in the utilization of value. Everything that no longer corresponded to the polis in the social context that immediately preceded capital can already be seen as a condition of such independence. For example, the fact that the free medieval cities, in which the monetary economy developed again, excluded the peasants, that these were not citizens and were only united with the citizens through the land rent, which was transformed into a monetary rent, and through Christ, who rose to eternal life, before the sovereign took care of them all. But, according to Peter Bulthorpe, bourgeois society follows as little from decaying feudalism as a nature organized according to laws follows from chaotic diversity. However, as Georg Finkenberger writes, the overall process that is given with the capital relationship expresses the entire history of the failed emancipation from prehistory. For here nothing emerges from the other by itself, and nothing fits the other except through coercion. The whole misery cannot be seen through from any single one of its moments. Each apparently emerges every moment from something else, which can be nothing other than its bare opposite. Here we have before us the theoretical equivalent of the real crisis of this order. The order is not based on any single point within the order. As little as it has a logical or historical first, so little does it have a truly fixed point. At first, only money seems to be such an Archimedean point in relation to commodities, and the state in relation to law. But a science that would be satisfied with the information that the independence of the state vis-à-vis society is a mere illusion, an optical illusion, would have to overlook the fact that this Archimedean point, contrary to all science, has repeatedly become real, not unlike gold in a crisis, for example, through faith alone. Frank Engster, on the other hand, uses the concept of money that he developed to present the leap as a cleansing. If capitalist society cannot be derived from its prehistory without a break, it is not because there is the contingency of acting subjects, but because money of itself, by measuring the socially necessary labor time, enters into a pure relation, into a relation of purely quantitative time relations that have their measure in money itself. Engster writes, capitalist society is thereby purged, as it were, of all pre-capitalist relations, das Geld als Maß, Mittel und Methode. Page 91. Only here does the relationship exist on which, according to Marx, all legal concepts of the worker and the capitalist are based. Quote, without such a relationship, something like unity of the legal order is unthinkable. Otherwise the various parts of society are not related to each other as classes and to a whole of society, but themselves form only separate societies, albeit subaltern, imperfect ones. Finkenberger, Start oder Revolution, page 87f. And this relationship is only conceivable as an overall process that produces itself in its preconditions, the law. The state presuppose the law and the state, and it is irrevocably inexplicable how they came into the world. Finkenberger, Start oder Revolution, page 89. If articulating the past historically should not mean recognizing how it actually was, but rather seizing a memory as it flashes up in the moment of danger, then there is also the necessity to assume a point from which those conditions are to be understood as irreversible, and thus to speak of totality, irreversible as long as the basis that has now become common to all is not overturned. From this point of view, the original accumulation and the original centralization only appear as a whole landscape of ruins of a destroyed old order, which does not, as has always been the case in such cases, end in mere decline. And that it merely provides the elements for a completely different kind of society, that is the riddle that cannot be solved any further. Finkenberger, State or Revolution, page 75. This is why Hobbes could only claim reversibility and gave it the name of the other biblical monster Behemoth, but, in contrast to Leviathan, it only serves him as the title of a rather trivial historical retelling of the English Civil War, Behemoth, or the Long Parliament, 1668. This is also the difference to the polis. It was in principle reversible in each of its phases, without there having been a de facto return to the conditions before the polis. Instead, the failure of the polis gave rise to hatred of the Jews. And it is precisely this hatred that should, ad infinitum, excel in affirming the crisis of capital, which capital is by its very nature, and that means for critique, it feels compelled to distinguish between capital and sovereignty insofar as the crisis holds potential for hatred, which Hobbes would like to see opposed to the Leviathan as the Behemoth. The blind spot of state theories after Hobbes initially results from overlooking this leap, i.e. the capital relationship. This can be studied in Carl Schmitt's political theology, which, however, takes this as an opportunity to disguise Behemoth as Leviathan or the counter-sovereign as the sovereign. Finkenberger writes, it is probably reassuring, perhaps even necessary, for intellectuals to believe that historical leaps can be reconstructed, which, however, they do not tend to do. But they can be leveled. Schmitt's entire construction serves this purpose, and the other, to shift the weight of the process that really broke through the old history, the emergence of capital, to something else as much as possible. Finkenberger, Start oder Revolution, page 88. It already begins with the fact that, with a certain intention, he shifts the emergence of the concept of sovereignty as far back as possible, but not too far, for example to the missi of the Frankish kings, with the interesting justification that these had no immediate continuation, but precisely to the popes and not a step further. The intention is to gain a fixed point for sovereignty that is located outside history, papal fallibility as salvation from revolution. Finkenberger, Start oder Revolution, page 67. By viewing the supremacy of the Pope in the Latin Church as a historically first form of sovereignty, Schmitt also goes back behind the Leviathan and its primacy of foreign policy, Leo Strauss. However, this primacy, i.e. the assumption that states are always in a state of nature, at least potentially in a state of war, not only enabled Hobbes to extend the centralization of political power into the future, so to speak, to demand the elimination of the old feudal intermediate powers and to negate any pre-state law, i.e. any law that still existed in his time. At the same time, Leviathan makes it clear that this centralization cannot be a matter of historical continuity. In fact, the so-called absolute prince is not absolute as long as his victory against the estate's opposition remains a merely temporary victory of one power within the estate's order over another, unless something intervenes that completely changes the character of the state and society. Certainly, what intervenes here is also not conceived in Leviathan as a capital relationship and thus as a totality. Rather, the leap appears in the myth of a suddenly concluded contract, from which the sovereign arises. Although Finkenberger sees through Schmidt's maneuver, he himself is unable to uncover the core of Hobbes' philosophy. The fact that Hobbes negates every pre-state law, i.e. every law that existed in his time, appears to him to be at least literally coincidental. Whatever this may mean, it conceals the fact that Hobbes did precisely what Schmidt fails to do, to make the leap visible, indeed to accentuate it, albeit in a mythological form. Finkenberger obviously wants to deny from the outset the possibility that such processes could be mentally anticipated, that they at least announce themselves in thought and do not simply happen in raw matter, like a rear-end collision. State or Revolution, page 88. The metaphor is unsuccessful, since every car driver considers the possibility of a rear-end collision in order to immediately step on the brakes, or on the gas if his car is in danger of being rear-ended. Above all, however, capital is not brute matter, but rather a form that cannot do without brute force, and the question could therefore be, for example, in what intellectual form this process of capital valorization could be anticipated at all. Reflecting on the latter means reflecting on the conceptual foundations of one's own critique instead of simply presupposing them. But it is precisely the mythologizing form that holds a truth post festum. If the emergence of capital relations and sovereignty is framed in such a way as a leap, it is all the less possible to date it, neither with the 30 Years' War, the Reformation or French absolutism, nor with the Glorious Revolution or the French Revolution. Finkenberger's view that the problem of sovereignty did not exist until popular sovereignty was established in 1789 is misleading insofar as it was already the state of nature or state of war between the absolute or however constitutional monarchies that allowed sovereignty to be thought of in terms of a contract theory, which basically started from commodity owners as individuals and not from the people as a substance, in order to assert itself against the monarchies themselves in the American Revolution. As Hannah Arendt emphasizes, the American founding fathers, analogous to Hobbes' independence of the sovereign, made a clear and unambiguous distinction between the origin of power, which lay below in the people, and the source of the law, which was placed above, as it were, in a region, however transcendent, a distinction which even in the oldest Jewish tradition, which Arendt is somewhat familiar with, made possible the idea of the covenant with God and which corresponds to the whole series of opposites from use value and exchange value to sovereignty and the world market in the critique of political economy, which Arendt almost completely ignores. Be that as it may, the deification of the people in the French Revolution proved to be the inevitable consequence of the attempt to derive power and law from the same source. Quote, historically, the French Revolution differs in nothing more principled from the American Revolution than in its unanimous assertion that the law is the expression of the general will, as stated in the Déclaration des Droits de l'Homme of 1789. Nothing of the kind will be found in any of the great documents of the American Revolution. Quote, end. The transcendence attributed to the law in the United States, whose manifestly religious sources in the American church and sectarian system did not interest Arendt any further, made possible a different concept of the people of the state, that of a multitude of people grouped together in organizations and institutions, accustomed to exercising their power according to certain rules and within the framework of laws. The founding fathers of this revolution thus understood the people as its multiplicity, imagining it as the infinite diversities and differences of a multitude that was awe-inspiring precisely in its plurality. See Arendt, On the Revolution, page 236f. The popular sovereignty derived in this way already carried the delusion of self-sufficiency, which with Napoleon turned into fantasies of world conquest, the practical results of which, however, only helped to deepen world market relations. It was only when these relationships broke down that German ideology gave rise to counter-sovereignty, the unstate as a total war of annihilation against the Jews, which is still emulated by jihad today. Marx avoided describing the emergence of capital as a leap or a rupture, or at any rate as the opposite of a fully representable mediation, and not only because he was interested in describing its conditions as precisely as possible. In his critique there are both the positive philosophy of history of the revolutionary subject proletariat and its negation in the automatic subject of value. This results in the aporetic consequences for a theory of revolution, the revolution can neither be derived from its necessary conditions, such as the series of the development of productive forces, as this would ultimately always amount to a fatalism without a genuine act of free subjectivity, nor can it be conjured up utopically from the mere idea of a non-being, which would limit it to a voluntarism of spontaneous action. Both variants can be found in the course of Marx's intellectual development, and both are refuted in the mature late work of his Critique of Economics. While Marx's dissociation from utopian early socialism took place early on, and he also distanced himself from Blanquism, his materialist conception of history, developed together with Engels, is still present in Capital. In that it announces a guaranteed demise of the capital relation due to its self-producing crises or insoluble contradictions. In its expectation of the negation of negation, it does not objectively go beyond the inherently contradictory concept of a natural history. In order to bring down all metaphysical remnants and to avoid integrating the automatic subject itself in a poorly Marxist necessity of the historical process, Joachim Brun speaks either of a pure coincidence, or, following Wolfgang Port, of a historical accident that brought state and capital, history and logic etc. into a processual relationship in the first place. To speak of an accident, however, suggests that everything would have gone according to plan beforehand, without specifying who would have been planning it or what they would have been up to. The question, then, is how and under what conditions the negative that the metaphor refers to could be understood beyond such false teleology. It is only accessible to a critique that, as the last sentence of the negative dialectic reads, is in solidarity with metaphysics at the moment of its fall, which thus becomes aware of its own presuppositions and its vanishing point, liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. It does not reveal itself to the historian who, insisting on the methodological limits of his subject, merely wants the mishap to be researched as pure chance in as many facts as possible, without thinking about the necessity from which what is researched appears to him as chance in the first place. This is particularly evident in the work of Janis Milios. From the conviction that the encounter between the money owner and the doubly free wage laborers could not have been a necessity, he concludes that it was an aleatory encounter that took place accurately in 14th century Venice. Janis Milios, An Accidental Encounter in Venice. The emergence of capitalism as a social system. As many details as he cites to prove the coincidence, it always turns into necessity when he wants to prove that it happened in this particular place at this particular time, without asking himself where and when it could have happened and perhaps did happen. For the concept of totality, the search for an origin with an indication of place and time proves to be as misleading as the question of how it actually happened is for criticism. But if metaphysics is simply displaced by the invocation of materialism, then conversely the accident and its victims, socialization in accordance with individuals formed into subjects under the supervision of the capital sovereign, threatens to resurface Nolan Volan's as a metaphysical necessity, according to which humanity was placed under its essential destiny, that of reason. Peter Bulthaupt therefore expressed it more cautiously, with reference to Leviathan, as a mere condition of possibility. Quote, only when the objective conditions of production, from inalienable fiefdoms to objects of exchange, tended to become commodities, and the universals became pennies of account, did the hierarchy of essentiae, conceived as objective, disintegrate into an unregulated multiplicity of individual things, an idea that, in addition to criticizing existing relations of domination, also made it possible to change the position of consciousness in relation to objectivity. Peter Bulthaupt, on the problem of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, page 60. However, and this is the difference to the critique of pure reason, only the realization of the possibility, the no longer merely imagined critique, but the abolition of state and capital could prove what could be understood as the condition of this possibility at all. The fall of metaphysics, from which Marx derived many an ironic oxymoron for the critique of political economy, not least that of the automatic subject, has, however, also captured what is held to be the essential destiny of reason for humanity, for now it is always simultaneously about the condition of the possibility of Auschwitz. This destiny becomes absolutely insignificant without the imperative, even in the state of bondage, which reason contains as a promise to abolish, to organize thought and action in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens. In this state, the imperative remains as resistant to its justification as the Kantian given once was. Solidarity with Israel, which it categorically demands, cannot change the lack of freedom, except to keep alive the radical awareness that it is precisely the condition of the possibility of Auschwitz. If the concept of materialism is either communism or the state, tertium non datur, then the materialist who has understood the categorical imperative after Auschwitz must also come to a tertium datur here. No state deserves to exist except, in self-defense, Israel. The Israeli army is the armed arm of revolutionary criticism in the state of its social impossibility. For the Israeli army itself, the question of rectifying its existence in this way, i.e. before the judgment seat of reason, naturally does not arise. If necessary, it will have to ensure that certain rackets, even if they form themselves as subjects of international law and pretend to be state organizations, simply cease to exist in this form. The Jewish state thus realizes the tertium data without calling itself into question as a state in any way. It is precisely this constellation that would have to be brought to the point. Although Joachim Brun refused to call National Socialism an unstate according to Newman's analysis and did not explicitly distinguish between Leviathan and Behemoth, sovereign and counter-sovereign, his depiction of Zionism in particular, which did not refer to Hobbes but to Machiavelli, also points in this direction. After all, in one of his last lectures, he spoke of National Socialism as the complete dislocation of German sovereignty, ultimately the consequence of seeing in Auschwitz a qualitatively new social formation that was born of capital but had nevertheless escaped it. Israel is a state in precisely the sense in which National Socialism could not have been. In other words, Israel can only be understood as a state, and not as a ghetto, if National Socialism is understood as something that has already sprung from the state, sprung in that double sense of the word. Tertium data then means that a transition to a non-state is not possible here, insofar as the foundation and preservation of the Jewish state are opposed to it. Rather, Israel provokes, although Joachim Brun does not emphasize this, the differentia specifica of state and non-state, sovereign and counter-sovereign. Their distinction results from the relationship to Israel. It is precisely this that shows the caesura that was set by the founding of the Jewish state. Before that, the non-state was immediately identical with the extermination of the European Jews.